Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. 2025 is coming tomorrow. So in order to celebrate this event, I thought I would put together every single video I made in 2024 into one epically long marathon. So sit back, relax, fall asleep to many hours of Ryan Retro content. Thank you so much for watching me this year, and you just wait for this time next year when I put together all of my 2025 videos into one video, because that will be amazing. Happy New Year everybody, and enjoy the extremely long Ryan Retro Marathon. Hello everyone and welcome to my new channel. Usually on YouTube you see me traveling every city in Korea, but on this channel I'm going to be reviewing the Retroid Pocket 5. And good news, it just arrived from China. So let's open this package from DHL and have a look at the new Retroid Pocket 5 together. So let's get into the package. Inside we have a very nondescript cardboard box that only says Made in China on it. So let's further get inside. This is the box that we come to expect from Retroid these days. Always oh, there goes the box. Very nice, very minimalist white design, and it has some lovely little design inlays in there, some lovely little pictures. And we open this. Oh, it's a very nice open, almost like a little, it's actually magnetic. There's actually a little magnetic seal there, like a jewelry box. Lovely. So let's open it up. Inside, let's take out the console. Hopefully it's all in good shape. This is an early unit. The units are not shipping for 2 weeks yet, so we are lucky enough to have an early unit here. And oh, already it feels lovely in the hands. It looks beautiful. No film on it, no film to peel off, which is interesting. But I want to say, guys, right away, this feels beautiful. It feels oh, hello. It feels absolutely lovely. Okay, let's see what else we have in the box. Let's set that aside for now. So we have the manual, which is in English. Good for me. It's a very simple manual. It just says some system specifications and what each button is. Very, very simplistic manual. Then we have a USB-C to A cable, no C to C included. And then we also have, and that's about it for the product. So again, we can close it with that magnetic seal. Lovely. So that's a good way to store the product. So let's get to the actual console itself. It looks absolutely lovely. I'm actually speechless. I had the Retroid Pocket 2 a few years back, and it was nowhere near the fit and finish of this. This is very premium. Even down to the vents in the back just look so well designed. The textures of the contours in the back are really nice and grippy. This is lovely. So for a size comparison, let's compare this with my original Nintendo Switch. Oh, I'll try not to get my face in all of the screens. So here is my Switch and here is the Retroid Pocket. You can see it, the Switch dwarfs it. It fits very comfortably in there. I'll try and line that up for you. You can see it's quite a bit smaller than the Switch when it comes to depth. They're quite similar actually. So if we compare a Joy-Con to the back of the 5, definitely more ergonomics there along the bottom, because one of my gripes with the Joy-Cons is they're so uncomfortable. I know a lot of you watching this probably have the Retroid Pocket 4 Pro. It's very popular. I personally didn't buy it because of this, because I really don't like consoles that are just flat. And I feel like if I bought that, I would have to get the grips as well. And I want an all-in-one device that doesn't need grips. Not that it's a big deal. Anyway, this is feeling lovely, guys. I will say right away, it's not as comfortable as I was hoping it would be. It's not as comfortable as the Steam Deck, which let me show you that now. For another size comparison, obviously this is going to absolutely dwarf this, but here is the Steam Deck, and that size difference is actually quite funny. So of course, these are not comparable. The Steam Deck is much more expensive, much bigger, but the ergonomics of the Steam Deck are incredible. Those big grips that extend from the top to the bottom are really comfortable. On the Switch, you have a little bump just where the bumper is here, and then it's flat. And the Retro Pocket 5 seems to be somewhere in the middle, where you have the bump for the bumper and trigger at the top, and then you have this little ergonomic bump at the bottom, but then the middle is still flat. So it's almost like a camel. You've almost got this kind of camel bump where it goes bump, and then here it feels very flat. On the camera it looks quite curvaceous, but it feels quite flat in comparison to the Steam Deck, which I'm not sure if I'll be able to show you this because it's huge, but the Steam Deck is just curvy all the way. It's definitely more comfortable, but of course, you know, that's to be expected. It's way bigger. So to compare them all, we have the Steam Deck, we have the Switch, which fits on top of the Steam Deck like that, and then we have the Mini, which easily fits on top of the Switch. This thing is really tiny. If we were to compare it to the Steam Deck like this, you can see it's just minuscule. It's like it's baby. You can probably fit almost 2 of these here. So definitely this is a much smaller proposition. But now, finally, let's get the screen turned on and see what we're working with. And let's get this turned on and see how it looks. So let's turn it on. Retroid Pocket 5, there it is. I'm very excited to see the screen, the OLED panel. Welcome to Retroid Pocket 5. Let's get started. Okay, so we'll go next, next. Okay, so I'm going to get this all set up and then I'll come back and show you when it's all put together. So we have the option here to pre-install apps like Citra and Dolphin. So I'm going to select all of them and we'll see which ones are the best. Okay, the device is set up. I can already see that the screen is beautiful. It installed all of these emulators. It only took about 1 minute to set up. So I'm going to dive deeply into all of these in a follow-up video that I will post later today. So please let me know what you'd like to see. One comment I did get that someone would like to see is how clicky-clacky are the buttons, because apparently the Retroid Mini had some issues with very loud buttons. So let's listen to the buttons. Definitely louder and clackier than a Switch. Let's compare it to a Steam Deck now. I'd say they're a bit quieter than a Steam Deck. If I can try and compare them all together. Yeah, I'd put it in the middle between a Steam Deck and a Switch. The Switch being the quietest, the Steam Deck being the clackiest, and then the Retroid definitely being louder than I would like. They are a little bit clacky, but I don't think there'll be too much of a problem. So I'm now going to set up all the emulators on this. Please let me know what you'd like to see, what games you'd like to see, and if you'd like to see me do any other tests on this, as I will be releasing another video later today. So please subscribe if you'd like to see that, hit the like button, and I'll see you again very soon. Thank you for watching. Welcome back. We're now going to check out a few games on the Retroid Pocket 5. I've purposely not cleaned it yet just to show how the fingerprints are holding up, because I saw a lot of people worried, especially with the black model, about how much it will show smudges and fingerprints. So you can see on the screen there's quite a few fingerprints there. On the actual shell itself, I'm not seeing too much, honestly. It is an all glass front, so that was making some people quite worried. But honestly, it's rejecting the fingerprints quite well. I'm not sure if I'll be able to show this on the camera, but you can actually see some fingerprints on the screen moving over to the shell, and they don't show up very well. It's doing pretty well. So now I'm going to clean it and let's get some games up and running. Okay, after having played with this for a few hours now, I can say that these face buttons are a little bit loud. The other buttons are fine. The face buttons are a little bit loud. I wouldn't say they're too loud, but if you're in a really quiet situation, it might be a little bit annoying. I actually want to use this on the airplane when I fly soon, and I am a little bit worried if it's quiet, it might annoy people, but I'm sure the volume of the plane would drown that out. I got a comment on my previous video asking me how YouTube is on this device, and it's an Android device, so obviously you can just run Chrome and it runs very well, but I would like to say this screen is incredible. I can compare it to my iPhone screen. This is the iPhone 13 Pro Max, and this is a great screen on the iPhone, but this OLED just blows it away. If you compare the two videos here, the difference in color is insane. This is with the brightness set to 100% on both, and you can see in comparison, the iPhone looks washed out. But the real magic of this screen is when you look at it off axis. If I just change the axis of my phone, on the camera it looks pretty good, but to my eye, it gets very dark when you change the axis. It gets very dark and discolored like most screens do, whereas the Retroid Pocket 5 really retains its color and richness at any angle. It is absolutely incredible. When you see this in person, it is beautiful. This is a normal screen that will become dark and colorless at different angles. This it doesn't even look like a screen. It looks like you've got this printed on a piece of paper. It almost defies what you would expect. It's really incredible. I really cannot say enough about how good this screen is. And I think for people who are saying about the Retro Pocket 4 and the Retro Pocket 5, I think the screen alone makes it a very worthy upgrade. I wouldn't necessarily go and buy it if I had a Retro Pocket 4 Pro, but I think if you're on the fence between the two, the screen is a huge difference. One thing I want to talk about before we get into the game is how snappy this is. If you just flick between screens, and especially with the bumper buttons, it's so snappy. It's really impressive. It also came with quite a few little games. It came with Shattered Pixel Dungeon, which seems to be a free game. It came with the Pokemon MMO, which I'm going to get into soon, and the Pojav Launcher, which is a Minecraft launcher. I'm not quite sure how trustworthy it is to put my Microsoft details in there, but I did set it up with an account that I've had for a while. So we can get into Minecraft and just see how that runs. We're getting 300, 400 FPS. It's definitely running pretty well. Let's bring the sound back in. And this is a good chance to talk about those front-facing speakers. They're not perfectly clear, but they're definitely loud enough. So if you see the frame counter at the top left up here, we are getting around 400 frames per second. Of course, we're on a tiny little island and not much is happening. So there's world type amplified, which says just for fun, requires beefy computer. Let's try that. Well, we're still at 500 frames per second for now. Let's go to 10 chunks. Now we're sitting at still 200 frames per second. So the Retro Pocket 5 definitely seems to be a very nice Minecraft machine, because even with 10 chunks generating, we're still sitting at over 100 frames per second, and at most points, pretty much 200 frames per second, even when generating chunks way off into the distance. So in terms of Minecraft, it's a good Minecraft device. I got a comment asking me to check out higher end Android gaming, including Genshin Impact. So I don't play Genshin Impact, but I just installed it to have a look how it works, and using the built-in game bar management software, I was able to map the keys onto the screen. So now I can use the analog stick to move around, I can use buttons to jump and attack and sprint. I still need to use my finger to control the camera. I wasn't able to find a way to map that. So there might be some situations where you do still have to touch the screen, but for the most part, I can run around, attack, jump, sprint. But it seems to be working really well, and I'm sure the Pocket will handle this very well because it is an Android device after all. Jumping back into the RetroArch launcher now, I've now populated it with some games. Let's go to PlayStation 2. And through here, we can look for some games, but it seems like it doesn't really want to launch them within the RetroArch launcher. I'm having some problems. For example, here's Auto Modelista, and if you try to launch it, it usually just launches the emulation program. It doesn't actually launch the game, and it's happening with pretty much every game in the RetroArch launcher. It doesn't seem to be working very well right now. So now that we're in the actual emulating software, let's launch Auto Modelista, and I can bring up a quick save that I made. And by the way, this is PlayStation 2, and I'm running this at 5 times the native resolution. So if we load in, this is running smooth 60 frames per second, 5 times native, which is really impressive. It looks absolutely incredible on this screen. And if I move the screen around, you'll see what I mean about the viewing angles are just incredible. It doesn't matter where you view it from, it just always looks vivid and incredible. It's just so good. I'm really gushing over this screen. I'll just crash this guy. Whoa, fail. Okay, let's look at something else. So that is PlayStation 2. Let's have a look at PlayStation 1. So this is Ready to Rumble Boxing. I loved this game when I was a kid. I don't remember how to play it whatsoever now, but we're going to try. I also realize now that all of these controller mappings are completely wrong. The A button seems to be X, triangle is over here somewhere, everything's kind of turned around, so I'll fix that later. But for now, let's just jump into a game and see how it runs. I believe this is also running at 5 times native resolution, which shouldn't be a problem as it was fine for Auto Modelista. So let's go for, I remember I really like this guy, Raging Rivera. So I don't know any of the buttons, so I'm going to just smash all of them, like all good fighting gamers. Just smash them all and see what happens. Oh, uppercut. Uppercut. Oh no. Way. Way. Ow. Oh no, he's gone into rumble mode. I don't know what it is, but I don't like it. Wow, this really brings me back to being a kid and having to look at the instruction manual to see the controls. Okay, I'm about to get knocked out. Okay, so let's move on to another game. Because I'm Hot Wheels Turbo Racing. I used to really like this game because there were hidden cars scattered around the map. And if you drove kind of off of the track and through tunnels and over jumps, you were able to unlock secret cars, which were really fast or really cool. Yeah, this is running at about 15 to 38 FPS. So let's lower the scale from 5 times, maybe down to 3 times for this one and see how that goes. Yeah, it's now running at a solid 50 FPS. I think I downloaded this in the European version, so 50 is about the maximum we're going to get out of it. This is not meant to be a showcase of my skills today. These are all games I've not played in 25 years. So I just want to show you the performance to show that it's running really well. Let's have a look at PSP. So I've only loaded one game for now, which was my favorite PSP game. This was the Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Tag Force. I used to play this all day long. You can see by default it has the overlays on the screen, but because we have the actual controller, we don't need them. We can swipe over, settings, controls, and then here on-screen touch controls. You'll see something like this in pretty much all of the emulators. You just turn it off. And now we are just using our actual controls on the device. So I'm going to spare you from watching the beginning of this game because it has an extremely, excruciatingly long tutorial that you cannot skip. Thank God for the speed boost button on the right trigger, because when you need to talk to somebody, you can just hold the right trigger and you just zip through the whole conversation in less than a second. Nice! The only problem is if you run around while holding it, you kind of teleport all over the game. So in case you don't know how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, it goes like this. Well, I'm definitely learning something. This is one of my favorite Yu-Gi-Oh games ever because it has a lot of animations when people summon certain monsters, and it just is really nicely displayed. You can see the card, you can see the word. It's not too old, but it's not too new like the modern Yu-Gi-Oh games where everyone just wins in one turn. You can see all of these animations, and you also get to tag team. You get to do 2 versus 2 matches where you can synergize with other people. So it's just a really fun and really cool game. It's much better than I think it's much better than pretty much any other Yu-Gi-Oh game out there, to be honest. I'm really a fan of this era of Yu-Gi-Oh before it went absolutely mad with one-turn kills. Okay, so I'm going to play this for about 10 straight hours now, and then I'll be back soon. Here is a tip for when you're in the Retroid launcher, that when you're in it, you actually can't get out of it the way you would expect to on Android. So usually on Android, you swipe up and then you get out of your apps. It just constantly puts you back inside the launcher no matter what you do. You actually have to push this really small quit button at the bottom left. That's the only way to actually close the app. Next up is Geometry Wars. I remember playing this back on, I think Xbox 360 years ago. I remember it had some really cool music. And I guess this is the Wii U version, so I guess I'm meant to be aiming like this. I'm not quite sure how to play it. I just want to show you the performance, and it's running at a very solid 60 frames per second. Obviously this is an easier game to run, but this is a Wii title, and it's running very, very smoothly at 60 frames per second. Despite the fact that I can't really seem to control it. But just in terms of performance, running beautifully. Next, let's look at a game that will obviously run very well on this. It's an Android game, Balatro. But this is a really good use case, I think, for the Retroid Pocket 5, because this is a game that you can just sink hours into. And with this beautiful screen and nice ergonomic controls, I think this will be a fantastic Balatro machine. 2 weeks later, I have a 26-hour travel from Korea to Scotland, including a 10-hour layover, like 15 plus hours of flights. So I think this is where I'm going to sink a lot of my time into, Balatro. So this is my first time playing on Android, actually. I've been playing it on other devices. But yeah, this looks absolutely beautiful. It looks better than it does on my Steam Deck. So if we put together a cheeky little 2-pair, see what we score with that. Oh, this is way too slow. Let's go into the settings and let's put the speed on 4 times. So there's no actual control options to change the mapping of the buttons. So what we are able to do is change the controller style from retro, as I had it set, to Xbox, which will change the mapping of the controls, but not in the way that I want. I think that actually seems to suit the PlayStation mode better, so I could use that for some of the PlayStation games. But in terms of this game, I prefer the retro style, and I think I just have to get used to a couple of the buttons being switched around. So Balatro runs beautifully on this. Definitely this is a killer Balatro device if that's what you're into. And one thing you might notice here is the screen rotates when you flip the device, even if in the top menu, auto rotate is disabled. So that's something that I would like to find out if I can disable that, because it's quite annoying. And for the final test in this video, let's take a look at my favorite game, Slay the Spire. I have sunk thousands of hours into this game. On this console right now, it is being emulated on a system that I cannot tell you the name of. Let's just say there is a magical, mythical gaming system out there that you can emulate some games on with the Retroid Pocket 5, but he shall not be named. It's a pretty easy game to run. It's just a card game, basically. So you'll see the FPS at the top is pretty much locked at 60. I wouldn't expect to have any issues with this. But the screen is just wonderful. The ergonomics, the buttons, it is beautiful. And this is a very good opportunity for me to compare with my Switch and my Steam Deck, because I have this game on all of them. And I even have this game on my phone as well, so we could throw that in for fun too. So let's get Slay the Spire on 4 devices. So here, of course, is the Mini. I'm going to put this away and show this at the end, because I think the screen is really impressive. So first of all, let's start with the Switch. I really don't like how muted the colors are on the Switch. It honestly just looks bad. If we put the brightness up to 100%, you'll see that's how bright it is. Then if I compare that to my phone, the same game, you'll see, again, obviously the phone version is a little bit different, but here is a comparison. Then if we compare the Switch to the Steam Deck version looks wonderful. This is not the OLED Steam Deck. These are both not OLED versions. On the camera, it might be hard to tell, but in person, the Steam Deck version is so deep. The colors are so deep compared to this. But then once you put in the Retroid Pocket 5, this just puts them to shame. Let's put all the devices to 100% brightness. So these are both 100% brightness. I think the Pocket's on about half. So if we put that up to 100%, it's going to be much brighter than the other two. And it might be hard to see on the camera, but in person, this just blows them away. If you have the OLED Switch or the OLED Steam Deck, they're probably quite similar. But if we look at the viewing angles again, when you get to quite deep viewing angles, things get quite dark and hard to see. I mean, the Switch is really hard to see when you get at a deep angle. Steam Deck is not bad. It's much better than the Switch. I never felt the need to upgrade to the OLED Steam Deck because I feel like the screen's already pretty nice. But then this is just incredible. This is just, I said it in my previous video, but this just looks like it's on a piece of paper. It doesn't look like an actual LCD screen like we're usually accustomed to. It's incredible. One last thing we can do is we could compare the volume of all of them. So let's start with the Switch and turn it up to 100%. Steam Deck, so much more full, so much richer. Obviously much bigger speakers, much bigger device, but incomparable. Retroid Pocket 5. Very loud. Quite hollow sounding. The sound quality is really not very impressive from this. It doesn't sound very good at all. Quite muffled, quite hollow, but it's loud. It's got the volume. The combination of the loudspeakers and the incredible screen and the ergonomics, this is really, really, really a good device. I'm thoroughly impressed with this, especially with the ergonomics. I think if any of you watching this were struggling with the ergonomics of your Pocket 4 Pro, it's not going to be a problem with this. This fits in the hands lovely. It's such a stark contrast to a flat device like the Switch or the Pocket 4, or I had the Pocket 2 and that was really flat and uncomfortable. This is comfy. I've been using it for a few hours now. I've not had any fatigue, any cramp. It's been It's been lovely. I'm really, really looking forward to making more videos about this. So please hit the subscribe button, follow along, and I'll make more content over this coming weekend. Again, let me know what you'd like to see, and I'm possibly going to do some live streams trying out your suggestions as well. So I will see you next time. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone, I've had a few requests to show WinLater on the RP5. So WinLater is something that lets you emulate Windows and Windows games. So if we run the WinLater environment, so far it's not working very well. I need to do some more testing and configuring of the software, but for now I'll show you what I have. I'm running at 1080p, so the icons are absolutely tiny, but along the top we have Skyrim, Far Cry 2, Lego The Lord of the Rings, Neverwinter Nights, Stardew Valley, and Sid Meier's Pirates. So these are the games that I'm trying to get running first of all. These are some games that I have. So let's start with Skyrim. Skyrim is a very black game, so you're going to see how reflective the screen is. It's actually quite hard to show it on the camera because it's so shiny and glossy. With Skyrim, I actually wasn't able to get into the game. I was able to launch into the intro, but then it always freezes, and it seems like it's actually frozen already this time. It freezes usually during the cart ride to the intro. So I'm going to see if I can get a mod to skip straight to the character creation part of the game, but for now, Skyrim is not working. Next up, we have Far Cry 2. Now this one I set up last night and it was actually working really well, but now today for some reason the controller has stopped working. So I'm forced to use the touchscreen. But it does work pretty well. It's running around 40 frames per second and it seems to be running pretty well. So Far Cry 2, if I can get the controller working again like it was yesterday, Far Cry 2 is working pretty well. It definitely seems playable on WinLater on the RP5. So if you want to play some Far Cry 2 on Windows, you can do that on the RP5. And that's honestly mind-blowing to me that we can be emulating Windows like this. So let's get out of this and play another game that hopefully is going to be completely working, including the controller. So this is Lego Lord of the Rings, and I found that if I touch anything while it's loading, it freezes and breaks. But if I just leave it alone and let it do its thing, once it's loaded up, it seems to be working. I haven't launched the game yet, but all the menus seem to be working really well. We just need to let this intro play out because the last time I tried to skip it, it just froze the whole thing. Okay, now we're in the menu. What we can do is the controller works very well. We can go through and set this to full screen. So if we go to video settings and change this to 1080p, accept. We've now got full screen Lord of the Rings Lego on the RP5 in Windows. So let's start a new game and see how well it runs. Okay, I'm in the game. Seems to control well. I was getting 40 frames per second and it's now frozen. You can see the issue I'm having with WinLater. Most of the games I'm playing just freeze after a while. So I think I need to play with some of the settings and get it up and running a little bit better. But you can see the potential. Here. We're running Windows. We're getting around 40 frames per second in most of the games. We just need to fix the hang-ups, the stuttering and the freezes. Neverwinter Nights is a game that I saw my friend play when I was a kid. I went to his home and he showed me the game, but then wouldn't let me play it. So all of my life, pretty much, I've been wanting to play this game. This is a game that's, I think, very much a mouse and keyboard game. I don't think it's going to work very well with the touch controls. So we can create a new game here. We'll just use one of the pre-made characters. And you can hear this one's not running particularly well, 24 frames per second. It might be a little bit too taxing for the Pocket, but you can definitely get into the game. Run around, only around 15 frames per second. So if we can increase the performance mode to high performance, you'll then hear the fan come on, and the fan is actually obnoxiously high-pitched. But that might give us another few frames. It seems like it's not really making much of a difference. We're running at around 16 frames per second. Now let's try and connect maybe a keyboard and mouse to this. It might make a nicer experience. So now I'm controlling with a mouse. We can also add a keyboard. I'm not sure what function the keyboard really has in this game, but you'll see the keyboard is working. And then if we want to really make this like a computer, we can also add a much bigger screen. This is a portable monitor. I'll add this USB-C cable for charging. And then if I want to connect the Pocket to the screen, I can just use a USB-C to C cable. So here is one side USB-C and the other side USB-C goes into my portable monitor. And then you should see we now have the game running on a big screen. The screen of the Pocket turns off, and now we have it running on here. And it still supports touch control, this particular screen that I have. And now we can run all of our games on this big screen. You'll notice the particular screen I have is very washed out, and it's not usually. There's something going on here. But if I now use my mouse as well, and I can now play on this big screen. So this is something that I will test a lot more. I'll try and find more PC games that work well on this screen. Maybe something like Civilization or some other kind of PC games. I'd love to try a MOBA on this. But for now, let's get back to just the Pocket itself and try out a couple more games. If I put this up to my microphone, you can really hear this. Pretty loud. I would be uncomfortable using this in a public place. At least a quiet public place. So I'm going to set this back to regular performance mode. We then get access to the quiet fan mode, and that's pretty much silent. Next up is Sid Meier's Pirates. This is a game that I've never actually played, but I've heard a lot of people say it's just fantastic. And I do like pirates. It seems like another game that we're not really going to be able to use the controls for. It seems very much a mouse and keyboard game. So this is interesting. When I use the on-screen control, you can see there's a little sword, which is my cursor, and I cannot click anything. I thought it was broken. But if I use a real mouse, and I actually don't move the cursor over the item itself, but kind of to the side, you can see these lighting up. So it seems like there's a bit of an error with the location of the cursor. It might be to do with the resolution or something else. So if I click to the side of it, I actually can get it running, but it doesn't seem to be running very well with the device itself. Okay, name incognito. Sure, it seems like this is going to pretty much require a mouse and keyboard. I think what we can do in Winlator is actually bring up a keyboard like this. It tells us we need to press enter. So if I can bring up a keyboard, although it doesn't seem to be working. Maybe because I've got a physical one attached. Let's use my actual keyboard for now. Push enter. So my keyboard is not working with this. I'm pushing enter and nothing's happening. So this game is one that seems like it's just not really a good fit for the Pocket. The fact that you need a keyboard and mouse and it's not really working well. I don't think this game's particularly a good fit for the Pocket, at least not right now. So this is another one I'm going to have to take a look at. You can see kind of the theme of the video at the moment is most of these games are not really working well, but there's a lot of potential here. There's a lot of games that will load up and run at around 40 frames per second, but then they get into issues. So I think if we can keep working on it and persevering through the issues, there's a lot of potential with Windows emulation on the RetroArch Pocket 5. Stardew Valley is quite weird. You can see the little cursor here showing where my button is, what button I've selected, but it kind of jumps and skips around. So as I go left or right, it sometimes jumps and jumps back. It sometimes jumps across 2 items and back. It's quite strange. It is technically working, but it's jumping around. So as I move around here, it's kind of jumping back and forth everywhere. If I just go down, you'll see sometimes it jumps up. And if I just go up, sometimes it jumps down. So it's really difficult to control. I need to set this up, but I think Stardew Valley will run well. But you're getting the theme of this video is that at this point, I've spent hours on this. I have no experience working with Winlator in particular before, and I've spent many hours on this. And I'm at the stage where a lot of the games are almost working, but there are just different bugs in all of them, whether it's graphical bugs, freezing, controller issues. There's a lot of things to work out with Winlator, but definitely a lot of potential. So for the last one, I want to show you something that runs very well and is a game I loved in my childhood. This is the Yu-Gi-Oh! Power of Chaos trilogy, and they're now all free to download because they're abandonware. So you can just freely download this. We can pick from Kaiba, Joey, Yugi, or the trainer. So let's start with Yugi. You do need to run it in a square resolution, and you do need to also use the mouse input. There's no keyboard and mouse support. So you'll see it's small right now, but I'll make it bigger once it loads up fully. This runs really well. The voice acting in this game is fantastic. Everything about this game is great, and it's perfect for this device as long as you're okay with using the touch control. So there's no way of stretching that to fill the screen. So what we have to do is actually change the screen size itself. So this is the Winlator settings, and if you go to your container settings by choosing these 3 dots here, and then edit, you can change the screen size. So right now it's at 1080p. If we change that all the way down to 640 by 480 to match the game and click the check mark, now when we launch Winlator, it's going to be much easier to see everything. and the game will scale properly because it's now the correct screen size for the game. I made a mistake. I said 640 by 400 and that resulted in just a black screen. So I've now went back into the settings and changed it to, I think 800 by 600. And now it's running perfectly. So now this is the game I remember from my childhood that I sunk so many hours into, running flawlessly. We don't really have controller support, but then again, this isn't really a controller game. We have to use the touchscreen by moving it like this and then tapping to click. But honestly, it's not too bad. And it's running really flawlessly. This is probably the computer game I sunk the most time into, the trio of these Yu-Gi-Oh! Trio of games. So having this on something so small is incredible for me. If you like Yu-Gi-Oh! And you've not tried this trilogy, I highly recommend trying it because the voice acting and the animations are fantastic and it is now legitimately free because it's abandonware. So I can play Change of Heart and steal his monster, and you'll see the anime style animations whenever I do pretty much anything. I'll turn up the sound and let you listen to it.
That was a good attack.
And also you can hear from the music, there's no stopping or cutting or stuttering, it's very smooth. So as you can see, Windows emulation is really hit or miss at the moment. Mostly miss, to be honest. But there's a lot of games that are very close to working. I just need to get through some stutters or freezes. I'm honestly very impressed with Windows emulation on this device. I didn't expect to be emulating Windows games this easily. So if we can get through those stutters and pauses, we're looking at a really nice little Windows emulation device here. So thank you for watching this video. If you have any tips about fixing the freezes, please let me know. And again, if there's anything you'd like to see, please let me know in the comments down there. Please subscribe and I'll see you again very shortly with more Retroid Pocket 5 content. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back. Today I'm going to be showing you a mythical console, one that shall not be named. I cannot even give hints about what you're about to see today, but let's just turn on the joystick lights. Okay, that seems about right. So now we'll get into the games, and today I'll give you some tips about how to get them running nicely. The first game today is Dave the Diver. It's running at a completely solid 30 frames per second. No drops, no hiccups, it's working very, very well. The next game is Littlewood, a very easy game to run, no issues here. Very, very cute little game, runs absolutely perfectly at 60 frames per second locked. Very simple, runs perfectly, perfect for this device. Next up we have my favorite game, Slay the Spire. This is a game that once again won't tax this system whatsoever, running at a very solid, consistent 60 frames per second, and you won't have any worries playing this game at all for as long as you want. Moving on, we have Stardew Valley. If you saw my previous video emulating games on Windows on the Retroid Pocket 5, you will have seen that I had some issues with the control mapping. That is no problem whatsoever on this mystical device. It's running absolutely flawlessly. All the controls are automatically registered, no problem whatsoever, and it's running again at a flawless 60 frames per second. So another great choice for the Retroid Pocket 5 here. And especially on this screen, it looks incredible. It's so bright and vivid. It's really something you have to see in person to truly appreciate how great this is. I've muted the audio for all of these games for obvious copyright reasons, and also because there's a little bit of audio stuttering happening in a lot of the games. It's something I need to work on, but visually the games are running absolutely beautifully. So I'll continue working on the audio issues and I'll get back to you in a future video with an update on that. So subscribe to see more updates in the future. Next up on the list of easy to run titles, we have Untitled Goose Game. Again, no surprises, solid 60 frames per second. If you want to play these easy to run games on the mythical device, you're definitely going to have no problem running them on the RP5, especially when you get the drivers set up, which is something I will talk about soon as we move on to the more difficult to emulate games. Next up is a game that I cannot tell you the name of. Let's just call him Mr. Frog. So in this Mr. Frog game, you'll see that it's running flawlessly. Again, around 60 frames per second, sometimes dropping to around 56, but not in any way that's noticeable. If I didn't have the FPS counter on the screen, I would have no idea it's dropping below 60. It's a completely smooth experience. It runs beautifully. And yesterday I let my girlfriend try this for a little while, and it was hard to get the device back from her. She was using this for a long time. I can tell she really enjoyed it. This is a device that many people are going to love. I think it's going to be a great gift for anyone if you're looking to get them a gaming gift. It's just, once you get it set up running nicely, it's just an absolutely incredible device. I cannot recommend it highly enough. So this is Mr. Frog. But to be safe, I shouldn't spend much time in this game, so let's move on. Next up is an easy to run game, but one that will really show off the beauty of the screen. It looks phenomenal. This is the game Grease, or Grizz. It's available for many systems, including Android, so the Android port might be a good option for this, being that it's an Android device, but I'm running it on the Mythical console, so let's see how it runs once we get past the intro and into the main game. This game looks absolutely incredible on this screen. It's really doing it a lot of justice. Grease is a game that I've played quite a little bit of, but I still don't really get the point of it. I think it's not really a game for me. I love cozy games, but this one's just a little bit too much of nothing happening. So let's move on to the next game. But if you do like this game, definitely you're going to have a great experience on the RP5. It looks majestic. This next game is one that looks absolutely adorable. I haven't actually played it yet. I actually bought this game a while ago and never opened it once, so I'm really excited to play it now for the first time because it looks so cute. I've just opened it for the first time and immediately we're getting a solid 60 frames per second, and judging by the side-scrolling nature and the quite cute cartoony art style, I'm not anticipating any problems running this game. It feels incredibly smooth and solid, straight out of the box. You can see it's quite difficult to film black content on this device because the screen is very reflective, and also black is true black because it's OLED. So you can always see my camera, but I want you to know that when you're using the device, the reflections are not a problem. Even when I used it outside at a football game, there was no issue with the screen at all. It's only on the camera that it's a little bit complicated to show. So now as we get into a more complicated game to run, Skyrim, you're going to see some issues, and I'm going to run you through the issues that I had and how I fixed all of those issues in one easy way. Oh, it sounds like a teleshopping commercial, doesn't it? But stick with me because I know it sounds like clickbait, but I am going to show you one simple method to get all of the good games working easily. Skyrim is flickering black as I look around. This cute game where you live on an island with animals is just blue. Dragon Quest is just gold. My Time at Portia looks pretty good until you realize all of the ground is blue. And this game about catching little monsters in magical balls is doing whatever this is. I'm not sure what it is, but it doesn't look right. So how can we fix all of these problems? There's one simple, easy way to fix all the problems, and it's this. Turnips. What you need to do is, after you hit the subscribe button, go to the link down in the description and find this link to the turnip drivers. You need to install the turnip driver. It only takes a few seconds, and then all of the problems will be fixed. So what you do is you go into the software, and under GPU Driver Manager, you can choose which driver to use. By default, it's using the Qualcomm driver, but you need to change it to a Mesa turnip driver. I downloaded 3 different kinds just to try them out, but as far as my tests go, I'm not noticing any difference. So you might as well just go with the latest version. But any of these will be fine as long as you pick one of the turnip drivers. I did notice in some games it introduces new audio stutters, but I would take that any day of the week over the whole game just being a solid color. So now when we choose the turnip driver, which you are going to need to do for each game individually, or just change the default driver in the software to the turnip driver, you're then going to get far more accurate performance out of a lot of games, especially the more demanding ones. So now, as you can see at the top left, we're running the turnip driver, and as we get into the games, you're going to notice that they're now all functioning correctly. Oh, that's not right. So you may have just noticed there were some really weird glitches happening with version 12 of the turnip driver. So I've now changed back to version 9, and as you can see, everything is running perfectly. So you might need to mix and match and play around with the turnip driver, but once you get one that's working well, then that will fix all of those issues that you may have been having before. So I think for now, for the rest of this video, I'm going to stick with version 9 as it seems to be working well for me. As you can see, Dragon Quest is now working perfectly at around 22 to 28 frames per second, We could of course put the resolution down if it's struggling to run, but it is now perfectly viewable rather than just being gold. Again, when I just tried to run this with version 12, it crashed. So I would recommend version 9 for now. And if you look down in the description, I will put down the specific version of Turnip driver that I recommend, the one that I'm using now. So as we look through the games again, Skyrim is now not glitching anymore. Dragon Quest is now no longer gold. The game about catching little animals in balls is now working flawlessly. And My Time at Portia just doesn't work. This game is notoriously difficult to emulate, so it might be something we have to look at another time. I do have one more tip to share with you before the end. This is a game about a little prince. Again, I can't tell you the name of it, but there is a real common problem with this game, which is that it just flashes and flickers black constantly. So if you are quite sensitive to flickering lights, please do not look at the screen for the next 10 or so seconds. But as I open the game, you're going to see this absolute mess. So as we walk around, the frame rate is actually a solid 60 and it runs beautifully except for this flickering, and the turnip drivers will not do anything to solve this. So what we need to do here is actually apply a different fix. So I've exited the game now, so if you were looking away, you can now look again. We need to go into the debugging settings, and down here where it says CPU backend, we need to change it from native code execution NCE to dynamic slow. And it says slow because this is going to drastically slow the game down from the 60 frames per second down to probably less than 30. So in order to counteract that and get a solid 30, we're going to have to bump the resolution down as well. So I've gone into the graphics settings and I've put the resolution down to 75%. That is going to allow us to get a few more frames per second as we run this slow dynamic mode. It's not ideal, but it's definitely better than the constant flickering. So let's jump back into the game now and compare how it looks. Now back in the game, you can see that the flashing is gone, but there is a blur that covers the whole screen. So we are going to need to download and install a blur mod fix. And we also are only getting around 16 frames per second. So we are unfortunately going to have to bump that resolution back down even further to 50%. So I'm going to apply those fixes and then I'll be back in a second. I've now set the resolution to 50%. I've installed a no blur mod, so the blur is all gone. And we're now averaging between 30 and 60 frames per second, averaging kind of around 45 to 50. It's playing pretty smoothly, it's looking pretty good, although a little bit blocky around the edges, but it's running pretty well. And if you wanted to play this game on the RP5, you definitely can. And just before I wrap up this video, I did get a comment on one of my previous videos asking to check out Football Manager, and I'm happy to report that it is working perfectly. The only issue I can currently see is that sometimes both teams are wearing all black when they're meant to be wearing colors. It doesn't happen every game, but it does happen sometimes. But outside of that, it is working absolutely flawlessly with no modifications needed. So if you do want to play Football Manager on the go on a small little device like this, you can do it. So if you're watching this and you'd like to see me try out any games or hacks or mods or anything that you would like to see, please let me know. I will be keeping the content coming every single day, so please make sure you subscribe and leave me a comment. What would you like to see? It's great to talk to you guys, and I'll see you again next time tomorrow. Bye for now. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to be testing the Retroid Pocket 5 with some external monitors. We will be testing it with a portable touchscreen monitor, a traditional computer monitor, and a large living room TV. So let's see how the device works through various screens. Hello. First up, we have this portable monitor. Let's connect the power by USB-C, and then we also need one more USB-C cable to connect the Retroid Pocket to the monitor. I'm using this USB 3 cable, the one that I use to transfer files from my SSD. So let's put this into the monitor and into the Retroid Pocket 5. And when we turn it on, it should connect seamlessly to the monitor. And there it is. So as you can see, it's now connected. It's now working perfectly with touch input. Everything's as it should be. Going into the settings of the monitor, you can see that we're running at 2560 by 1440p at 60 Hertz. Interestingly, I just pulled the power cable out of the screen and it crashed the Pocket. It's now dead. I'm gonna have to restart it. So disconnecting a screen, it says DP disconnected, could crash the Retroid Pocket 5. So that's something to take note of. And if we launch into a game, we can control the game with the on-screen controls. We can also still keep using the controls of the Retroid Pocket itself as well. But I'm curious to see if we can connect an external controller. So let's try that now. So going into settings and then connected devices, pair new device. I'm then going to hold down the pairing button on the Xbox controller. So this would be the same with whatever controller you're using. we should be able to find it on this list. And here it is, Xbox Wireless Controller. So tap that and it should pair successfully, and we should be able to use this in our games. So let's get back into our previous game and try that out. Okay, we're back into the game, and again we can use the on-screen touch controls, we can use the controls on the device itself, but now we want to get this controller working. So right away it's not working because we haven't set it up yet. So what we're going to do is, first of all, turn off these touchscreen controls. We don't need to see them anymore. So if we swipe in from the left, hit Overlay Options, and here where it says Toggle Controls, we're going to say Toggle All to toggle all of the buttons off, and then push OK. Now we don't have the overlay anymore, and we're going to set up our external Bluetooth controller. So if we once again swipe from the left, go to Controls, and then Player 1, I'm going to set this up as a Player 2 controller because I still want to retain my controls with the original device. So I'm going to go to Player 2, and I'm going to say Connected, Controller Type, Pro Controller, and then Auto Mapper Controller, and we can pick what controller do you want to automatically map. And of course this time we're going to be using the Xbox Wireless Controller 1. If for some reason you hadn't already auto-mapped the Retroid Pocket, here you could choose the Retroid Pocket and it will set all of those buttons up for you. But I've already done that as controller number 1, so now for controller number 2, I am going to choose the Xbox Wireless Controller. And now we'll test it out, but as you can see, it has automatically mapped all of the buttons for us. Now as we get into the game, you'll notice it's not working because this is a single player game, so of course it's mapped controller number 1 to control myself, and controller number 2 is not doing anything right now. So in order to get this controller working, we're going to have to set it up as controller number 1. So if we go into the control settings, Player 1, we're then going to say Auto Mapper Controller, Xbox Wireless Controller. Now back into the game, you can see the Xbox controller is working perfectly, and we can now use the Xbox controller to play our games. The only downside with this is if we want to then stop using the Xbox controller and go back to once again using the Retroid Pocket, we're going to have to go back into those settings, back to Controls, Player 1, Auto Mapper Controller, and this time choose the Retroid Pocket Controller 0. There may be a way that we don't have to do this that can register 2 controllers at once, but as of now, I don't know how to do that. So if anybody knows a way to do that, please let me know in the comments. But for now, it's not too long of a process. We just have to choose Auto Mapper Controller and pick which one we want to use, and then it will switch back to using that controller. It only takes a few seconds, and now we're once again controlling the game the way that we want. So after getting our controllers set up, let's now move on to a bigger screen. Next up, we have a 27-inch Dell monitor. This one has a built-in USB hub, so I'm also going to check if I can connect devices to the USB and if they will register on the Pocket 5. So for this one, we only need to connect this one USB-C type cable. So here we're running the game, and let's see if it will work when we plug in the USB-C. So let's plug it in and let's see what happens on the screen. As you can see, the game came up on the screen. It looks like it's working well, but it's going to be a little bit difficult for me to reach over and control the game. So I'm once again going to connect my Xbox controller so I can stand back and let you see how it runs. And interestingly, we now have an extra option, which is my keyboard. In this monitor, in the USB hub, I have the USB dongle for my keyboard connected, and it's recognizing that keyboard here. This is the keyboard, this Christmas themed beauty that I absolutely love. I usually display it behind me. So if we turn on the wireless mode, maybe we can get the keyboard working. So I chose the keyboard option, but unfortunately, it's not working. This wasn't actually something I intended to test in this video. The option just came up, so I thought it'd be fun to give it a go. But let's get back to the real video topic. So I've once again chosen the Xbox controller as my desired controller. You can see that it runs absolutely fine with the device connected by one USB-C cable to the monitor, and everything is working flawlessly. And I have to say, it looks really nice on the screen as well. It's a really, really nice viewing experience. And now just to test the USB hub functionality of the monitor, here is a USB-C cable that I'll use to plug in an SSD, and we'll see if it shows up on the device itself. So unfortunately, the SSD does not show on the device. Maybe other USB devices will work, but this SSD is not working. One thing to note is that while there is no charging icon at the top of the screen, when we bring down the menu, it does say charging this device via USB, which I hope means the Retroid Pocket 5. It's something I'll have to test a little bit more later, which I'll do in future upcoming battery test videos. But for now, this is running pretty well, and it does look very good on the nice big display. But we can go bigger. So next we're going to move on to a 55-inch living room TV and see how that looks. So let's go there now. My TV area is quite small, so please bear with me for this section of the video. There's my view out over Seoul. As we connect the RetroArch Pocket 5 to this big TV now, you'll see again it's working fine. It says that it connected in 4K once again. This cable that I'm using unfortunately only handles 4K 30p. It doesn't handle 60p, which is a shame, as I'd like to try that out soon. But as the RP5 is designed to be a 1080p console, we probably don't want to push it too far anyway. Once again, I'm using the Xbox controller to control this, and it's working very, very well. It looks lovely. We have that locked 30 frames per second in this game. It's never once dipping below 30, and it seems to be running very smoothly. One thing I am noticing is that this controller seems to have a little bit of input latency, which is a comment I got asked so many times about the RetroArch Pocket 5, and one I will be addressing in an upcoming video today. So please look out for that. I hope this video was helpful, showing that yes, you can connect the RetroArch Pocket 5 to various screens of all different sizes, and it works very well. So if you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing, and I'll see you again next time with a lot more RetroArch Pocket 5 content. Thank you very much. Hello everyone! In this video we're going to be testing the input latency of the RetroArch Pocket 5. This has been by far the most requested feature that I've had on any video so far. So in order to test this, I have a few methods. I'm going to use the Android gamepad tester, and I'll measure the difference in time between when I push a button and when it registers on the screen. I'll do this for every button 4 times, and I'll give you the average measurement in milliseconds. I'll then also try a couple of games where input latency is important, and I'll report back to you how it feels. That way you get both sides of the coin. The actual raw data in milliseconds, and also my personal opinion of how it feels to play in the hands. So, without any further ado, let's get into it. I filmed myself pushing each button at 240 frames per second. I then counted how many frames there were between pushing the button and it registering on the screen. From my calculation, there was an average of around 7 frames between pushing the button and it registering on the screen. If my calculations are correct, this would mean there is an input latency of around 29 milliseconds, which, when looking back on an old Taki Udon video from a few years ago, is much better than the old RetroArch Pocket 2, which had around 66 milliseconds of latency. Now, I am definitely not an expert in this area. This is something that I'm usually not too concerned with, but at least for me, it seems quite acceptable. And now we're going to see it in action in games, and I'll tell you how it really feels in the hands, which for me personally is far more important than the statistics. Our first game is Rhythm Heaven Fever. This game actually comes with a built-in input tester. When you start the game, it actually makes you test how well you can keep in time with the music. If there's a problem with the input latency on this device, I'm surely going to fail, or I'll at least feel that something is a bit off. So we're going to run through the test together and see how well I can do. This game, by the way, if you're curious, runs at a very smooth 60 frames per second. So here we have the rhythm test. It will show whether I'm early, late, or on time. This should theoretically be a good way to test the input latency. I majored in music at university, so my musical timing should be pretty decent. I'm not the best timekeeper in the world, but I should be at least close to accurate if the device can hold up. So this should be a good first test of the input latency. So are you ready to start the rhythm test? Yes. So I'm going to press A in time with the signal. Dun, 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 dun. So if I press in time when I hear it, it's actually a little bit early. So by being early, that tells me there's definitely not any kind of lag happening. I'm probably just pushing the button a little bit too early. If there was a lot of latency, we should expect me to push the button when I hear the sound and for it to come down late. So as the game says, if you have a lot of marks above the center line, like all of mine are, it means you're pushing the button a bit early. So that definitely means there's not any significant input latency here. Okay, so we're going to try this one more time, but this time it will be more difficult because they will stop playing the sound. I have to count the sound in my head and push the button. Okay, that one was perfect. Perfect again. Now we're not going to see until it's done. So let's see the result of my test. And oh, I am all over the place. So my timing is not good, but there is no clear trend of falling below the line that would indicate that there is some kind of latency going on here. There are as many above the line as below, so that just seems like a weakness on my own timekeeping. I believe that if there was a real latency problem, everything would be falling below the line. The fact that as many of them are as early as late shows that there is no real issue with the device. But let's move on to another game and let's test the latency further. Our next game is Patapon. This is a game that I'd never even heard of before, but somebody in the comments recommended I try it to check the latency. So in this game, we need to push the buttons in time with the rhythm. So again, this will check whether the Retroid Pocket 5 can keep the timing correct. This game feels like there's a little bit of a delay, so I'm going to move on to another game and compare how that feels. Getting into the actual game of Rhythm Fever, there is no issue at all with playing the game. 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I can get hole in one after hole in one. For a game like this, there's definitely no problem with the input latency whatsoever. And I've not really felt the input latency on any game yet, except Patapon. So you can see that game runs really well. Let's move on to another game. Let's pick up the pace a little bit with Dance Dance Revolution. This game is all about keeping in time, and we can choose our characters from Johnny, Consento, Astro, or Rage. Let's be Rage. So we'll get into the game and we'll see if I can keep in time with the Retroid Pocket 5. Perfect, good, 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 almost. So if I'm going to try to push the button when it's right in the middle and it says almost. If I push it a little bit before it's in there, it's much better. Which might suggest a little bit of latency. Yeah, in order to get this perfect, I need to push it a little bit before it gets into the shape. And I'm not sure if that's the latency from the RP5 or the usual behavior of this game. But what I can say is, as you're watching, it's definitely not an unplayable experience. You can see I'm getting a lot of great and perfect scores, but definitely the latency is absolutely fine. I do notice that it registers a little bit after I press it, but I'm not sure if that's an issue with the game or the latency, but I'm certainly not having any problems playing the game. So now let's move on to another game in a similar style, and I think I might be the only person in the world who ever actually paid money to buy this game. Yes, this is Pop Idol UK. This is a game I had a demo of as a kid, and I wanted the game so desperately that I got my dad to call various stores around the country, and we ended up having to drive more than an hour to go and pick it up. Nobody had it in stock because I think nobody wanted it. But I loved it, it's a great memory for me, and it is a rhythm game, so let's see if we can keep in pace on the Retroid Pocket 5. Also, every loading screen has Simon Cowell on it. We've got a really nice collection of classic ballads, which I'm sure will all definitely be copyrighted, so unfortunately we're not going to be able to listen to them together, but it's okay, because I will sing it for you! My loneliness is killing me, and I... So as the icons fly through the screen, it's working absolutely fine. I'm getting cool, good, great, I'm even getting some perfect scores. I'm definitely having no problem with the latency whatsoever on this game. I will say even in dance mode, it is pretty slow. But again, another rhythm game that is based purely on your timing, there are no issues with this whatsoever. It's working very well. You can see my final result. I messed up once. I messed up a little bit once. I had none that were in the middle. I had 9 that were great and 31 that were pretty much perfect. So I think this is a pretty good representation that the latency on this device is pretty good. But let's not stop there, because now we have the GOAT rhythm game, Parappa the Rapper. This to me is the ultimate rhythm game. This is legendary. If I can run this in time, the latency is good enough for me. Okay, after testing this for a while, it seems that the timing of the game is completely broken. It's nothing to do with the Retroid Pocket 5. It just seems like the game doesn't match the music whatsoever. I searched online and I found lots of other people with the same issue with this particular game. As we play, it doesn't seem to match at all. So I don't think this actually turned out to be a very good test. Overall, from my testing, it seemed that the games were very responsive, and before I read all of the comments asking me to check the input, it honestly wasn't something that even crossed my mind, because in every game I played so far, I haven't noticed any input lag issues whatsoever. Whether it's old SNES games, NES games, whether it's new games on new mythical consoles, I've not noticed any problems with input latency, and after testing these rhythm games as well, I would say they're all perfectly playable on the RP5. So I hope this video helped any of you who had concerns about input latency. If there's anything more you think I should do to test the input latency, please let me know and I will go ahead and do that. But for now, I'd like to say thank you very much for watching. Please subscribe and I'll see you again very shortly for another video on the RP5. Thank you very much. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. Today with our Retroid Pocket 5, we're going to try out game streaming with Moonlight from a Windows PC. I had this request a lot in the comments, so I want to help you guys out, but unfortunately I sold my PC a couple of years ago, so I don't have a PC to try this with. But it's okay because I live in South Korea, and in South Korea we have something amazing called PC bangs. So let me introduce you guys to the South Korean PC bang. Let's go. This is a PC bang or PC room. They are filled with high-end, top-of-the-line gaming PCs, as well as incredibly comfortable chairs, gaming headsets, gaming mice, gaming keyboards, and even a place to charge your phone. Here you'll find lots of friends, couples, and even just some girls on their own shooting monsters in the crotch. One of the amazing things about PC bangs is you can order food straight from the computer itself, and the workers will just bring the food to your desk. You don't have to move at all. I chose the chicken mayo rice bowl and strawberry smoothie. They were delicious. As well as having a high-end gaming PC in the PC bang, you also have incredibly fast internet with 700 to 800 megabyte download and upload speed. Unfortunately, all of the computers are wired and not connected to a Wi-Fi network, which means we're going to have to bridge the gap between the Retroid Pocket's Wi-Fi connection and the wired connection of the computer. In order to do this, I downloaded a free utility called Zero Tier. It allows you to make your own private network and connect to it from both the computer and your Retroid Pocket. The downside to this is that I'm not using the 800 megabit per second wired connection. I'm instead using the Wi-Fi, which is far slower. The PC bang is very popular, so you're sharing that Wi-Fi connection with very many people. I have no doubt that if you're doing this test at home with a fast Wi-Fi connection, you can get better results than me. This video from my iPhone shows the screen of my camera recording the screen of my Retroid Pocket 5, streaming the screen of the computer. So it was quite a convoluted test, and I hope you appreciate the effort I'm putting in to try and help you guys. Also, I wanted to show a test of a big game like Battlefield 5, but every time I tried to install it, it blue screened the computer and the computer had to restart. And in order to protect privacy at a PC bang, whenever the computer is restarted, it wipes all the information that you installed on it. So what should have been about a 30-minute test today took me over 3 hours. So please, if you would be so kind, hit the subscribe and like buttons because I really tried hard to do this for you guys. Now, getting into the tests, I used Moonlight, which comes pre-installed on the Retroid Pocket 5. There's no need to install it, and I connected it to Sunshine on the computer. Once connected, I was able to launch into Steam Big Picture mode and connect everything with the controller flawlessly. The first game we'll be testing today is Traveler's Rest. I wanted to start with something very simple. This is a really cute game that me and my girlfriend have been really enjoying playing together. I really would love to get this working on the Retroid Pocket 5 through something like Winlater or perhaps through Linux. When it comes to streaming, it worked flawlessly. If you'd like to see more detailed specs, you can pause the video and look at the top left of the Retroid Pocket 5 screen, where you can see the frame rate, the resolution, and if there are any dropped frames. I ran all of these tests at 1920 by 1080 at 60 Hz, and because of the slow Wi-Fi, I had to run the test at 20 megabits per second. I would have liked to have tried 100 or 150 megabits per second, but actually in my testing, the screen was very crispy. I didn't see a need to raise it any higher than it currently was on a screen this size. Our next game that we're testing is Portal 2. Again, the controls worked flawlessly right from the beginning, and everything just played lovely. It was very smooth and it worked very easily. Now, in order to test the latency, I felt like I should get a first-person shooter running. So I tried to load up Fortnite or PUBG, but unfortunately they both weren't working on the computer. It was nothing to do with the Retroid Pocket 5. The computer was being a little bit strange today. So instead, I thought to myself, what is the most iconic shooting game of the last 15 years? The one that we should test on any new device to make sure it's a worthwhile purchase. And then I remembered, yes, I am happy to report to you guys, the Retroid Pocket 5 can run Crysis. So if any of you were on the fence about buying the Retroid Pocket 5, I think after that revelation, you know what to do. I realize this video is a little short. Again, I really wanted to include more conclusive testing, but the computer just wasn't being my friend today. It crashed on me many times, and I really tried my best to show a few different games. If there is anything else you'd like me to do, please let me know. But I hope just from these few games that I showcased, you can see they all run perfectly smooth. They looked fantastic. There was no latency I could feel whatsoever. Even on a quite slow-ish Wi-Fi connection, everything felt snappy, it felt responsive. I didn't notice any kind of lag or latency at all. I was looking at both the Retroid Pocket screen and the computer screen together. They seemed perfectly in sync, so I'm incredibly happy with the PC capabilities of this device. Of course, if you have a lower end PC or a slower internet connection, or maybe you're really far away from your Wi-Fi router or the PC, it could be different. But unfortunately, I'm not able to test all of those scenarios. I can only work with what I have. So I hope this was helpful to someone out there. If it was, please leave a like, a comment, and subscribe. And I really hope to see you again tomorrow when I'm going to be testing out some more secret console games and also some AAA Android games. So look out for those and I'll see you soon. Thank you. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. First of all, I'd like to say a really big thank you to everybody who subscribed. I just hit 1,000 subscribers in just 6 days on this channel. That is insane. Seriously, thank you so much to everyone who liked, commented, and subscribed. I love you guys. So, in order to celebrate, what better thing to do than to bring back the secret console? Yes, by popular demand, here is another video on the mythical console that shall not be named. If you missed my first episode on the secret console, check out the card at the top right of the screen or in the description to see the first episode testing some different games to what we'll see today. I also gave you 2 big tips that will help you run games smoothly. And once again today, I'm going to give you 2 big tips to help you get everything running smoothly on your Retroid Pocket 5. So first of all, what better place to start than probably the most requested game on the console? I can't say the name for obvious reasons, so let's just call it Little Prince Boy Exhale of the Crazy. So this game is running, honestly this game, we don't usually run it on this console. This game is usually run on the Wii U, but for some reason my copy of it just isn't working. It gets stuck when he opens his eyes at the beginning of the game and I just get a white screen. I searched the internet and it's a very common issue. It's been happening for years on various systems, from handhelds to computers. So I don't know whether I need to try a different file of the game or whether I need to change some settings, but so far the Wii U version is not working for me. But this is the mythical console version, and right now it's running at 30 frames per second, but it is dipping down sometimes to around 20. I think this frame rate is going to be quite hard to see on the screen. So using the floating icon built into the Retroid Pocket 5, we can bring a floating FPS counter onto the screen. So I'll put that somewhere where you can see it, and hopefully you're going to be able to see what kind of frame rate we're getting as I run around. You'll see it's mostly solid around 30 frames per second. It is occasionally dipping, but it runs quite well. I have the feeling that when you get into more intense battles and further into the game, this might be a little bit tricky to run. But just the fact that it's running so well at the moment is really encouraging. So in order to test it a little bit, I'm gonna go skydiving. Let's go! Well, I managed to maintain 31 frames per second throughout that, so it's running quite well. I'll have to see how it goes further into the game, but for now, I'm just impressed that it runs. Let's move on to another game, because we kind of failed this one. For the remainder of these tests, I'll keep the frame rate up here in the top right corner. So you're actually going to see the frame rate in both top corners, so hopefully one of them at least will be visible in all situations. This game is one that I just picked up yesterday, and I have 2 of the same game in this series. It's very cute, and it runs at a completely solid 60 frames per second. Okay, it seems like I spoke too soon. The game has just completely crashed about 10 seconds after I said it was running flawlessly. Anyway, let's get into the next game because it's basically exactly the same game, but in 3D. This is game number 5 in the same series, and this time it's in true 3D. This game runs at 30 frames per second instead of 60, but as you can see, it holds the 30 frames per second very solidly. We can run around, we can swing our sword, everything is perfectly smooth, never dropping below 30 frames per second. The next game I'd like to show you is a bit of a curveball, no pun intended. This is a game that I used to love on my old Windows phone years ago. The whole game is only 50 megabytes, which is crazy. Some of the photos I take on my professional camera are more than 50 megabytes, just for a picture. This whole game is 50 megabytes and it's really fun. Of course it runs fine on this device. It used to run fine on phones from years ago, but it looks very crispy with the cartoony art style, and you can control it either with the control stick or you can control it with the touchscreen, and both work really well. The game is called Tennis in the Face, and the goal is to hit clowns in the face with tennis balls. It's just a silly game that's really fun and addictive to play. Trying to hit them both in the face with only one ball is just so addictive. And it's a game that you can just pick up and play easily whenever you only have a few minutes to play a game and you don't really want to think too much about the storyline or any difficult challenges. I highly recommend checking out Tennis in the Face. Our next game is pretty much exactly the same game as the one we saw 2 games ago, but with a different skin on it. It's running here at around 48 frames per second. When I tried it yesterday, it was running really smoothly, and it seems to be dropping frames a little bit today. But still, 48 seconds is something I would definitely consider playable. Of course, a solid 60 would be preferred, but personally, anything above 30 is fine for me, especially a cozy game like this. It's not a Twitch shooter. So you can run around harvesting plants and playing a cozy game like this with around 40 to 45 frames per second. And just before we move on, here's one more game in the cozy farm sim genre. This one is really funny. It begins by name-dropping competing games, saying that your character was asleep and you were dreaming and talking about things like Harvest and Stardew, which are the competitors in the genre. It makes no mistake about the games it took inspiration from, but this one has you running around cleaning up grass with a sword. It's really cute, really fun. It runs at a very solid 60 frames per second, never really dropping below 59. It reminds me of Littlewood that I showed in the previous Secret Console video, and it's just a really fun time on the RP5. I think it's a game really suited to a little handheld like this, especially once again with such a great screen. Every game I play on this device, the colors just pop out of it. For anybody who's ordered the RP5 and hasn't received it yet, you are going to love this screen, trust me. Moving on to a new genre now, but keeping in line with games that are going to run perfectly smooth at 60 frames per second, here we have a game about a little boy trying to defeat dragons. This game is really cute because as you run through the level, you actually transform into different characters. It's also kind of a puzzle game because as you run through the levels, you'll realize that a lot of the ways you go are not the correct way. So you end up having to backtrack and find different ways and try and find what is the correct way to get to the next level. It's sometimes really fun and sometimes a little bit infuriating, honestly, but it's a very cute game and one that runs absolutely flawlessly. So for example, this one you probably think you have to jump over here and run to the next part. But if you do that, it takes you back to the beginning. So what you actually have to do is go down here. Here again, if you go down to the right, you'll get taken back to the beginning part, so you have to go down to the left. There's a lot of trial and error involved. So here we're going to fight a boss, the Mecha Dragon. This is probably one of the hardest bosses I've ever fought in any game ever, because you have to hit him in the head, but it's so hard to hit him in the head because it's covered in spikes. If anyone plays this game regularly and has any tips about how to play it, please let me know, because this is very difficult. Moving on to something more fast-paced now, we have the Prince of Persia. This runs absolutely flawlessly on this console at 60 frames per second without ever dropping down. Back in the Little Prince world, we have an HD remaster of a classic game. It looks beautiful and runs at a very smooth 60 frames per second. The feel of this game is very responsive and you can feel that it's definitely going to be a smooth experience. I'm going to be including this game in an upcoming video where I'm going to be comparing original games with their HD remasters on various platforms on the Retroid Pocket 5. If you're interested in seeing those comparison videos, please subscribe and wait for that. So now let's talk about those 2 big tips I mentioned in order to keep everything running smoothly. First of all, go to the GPU driver manager and change it from the system GPU driver Qualcomm driver to a Mesa Turnip driver. The one that I'm using is revision 9v2. I did try out the newer version 12, but that one gave me some crashes. So at least for now, I would recommend you to try the 9v2 driver. So by selecting this, it will then launch all of your games with the Turnip driver by default. Since making this change, I've had almost no crash with any game. The only crashes I've had, upon further research online, I found that they're really common and people have been having these crashes for years, so it's not specific to this device. Once you have the Mesa Turnip driver selected, you're pretty much good to go. The only issue I had, which I talked about in the last video, was that there was a problem with the audio crackling and stuttering. I'm really happy to tell you that I've now fixed that completely. So in order to fix that, we're going to go into the advanced settings of the app, go to audio, and then under output engine, this will be set to auto. We want to change it to Cubeb. C-U-B-E-B, Cubeb, Cubeb. I'm not sure how to say it, it sounds fun. So make sure you set your output engine to Cubeb And from then, you shouldn't have any audio issues whatsoever. Everything should be running fine. So long as there's no other issue causing crashes, the kind that have been prevalent for years, everything should now be running fine. You should be emulating the secret mythical console very well at 30 to 60 frames per second on pretty much any game you'd like to play with no audio problems, no crashes, and decent frame rates. So if this video was helpful to you, please give me a like, please leave a comment and subscribe, and I'll be happy to see you again in tomorrow's video, where we're going to be looking at AAA Android games, and yet again, I have a big tip to help you out. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to be talking about Android emulation and emulating AAA Android games on the RetroArch Pocket 5. I'm also going to give you a big tip to get your controller working properly with any game you might want to play, so stick around for that. Let's start with one of the most popular Android games, Genshin Impact. As you can see, I've got all of the controls mapped out, so I can move with the left stick, I can rotate the camera with the right stick, I can run quickly, I can jump, I can attack, I can control the game completely with the controller. I don't need to use the screen for anything at all, and I'm going to show you how to do this in any game you'd like to play. As I run around, if you look at the top corner of the screen, we're getting a completely solid 30 frames per second. Whether I'm running, attacking, it always stays very solid. This is a good device to play Genshin Impact. Our next game is PUBG, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and you can see once again we have a consistent 30 frames per second. Once again, I can control everything using the controls on the device. I never play Battle Royale shooters like PUBG or Fortnite, so I'm probably just going to embarrass myself in this video. But this is not a showcase of my gaming skills. This video is just to help you guys. So I'm hoping I can find a gun somewhere. I'm also not sure how to run, so I'm kind of just slowly walking around in a gunfight. It seems like I'm walking through the ocean. Where am I? Okay, I finally have a gun, but how do I run? I guess I can't run through this river. So far, it's just a walking simulator. Actually, it's more like a wading simulator. So I've configured buttons to jump, to crouch, and to go prone. I can also look down the side and shoot. I have all the buttons set up. So hopefully, if somebody does come near me, we can have a good gunfight. I've found a bike. I don't know where I'm going or what I'm doing, but I've got a bike! I had a bike. I got a kill! Ryan Retro is on the leaderboard! So I've programmed the right stick to control the view, but you definitely get more control by using just your finger on the screen. So for something like a first-person shooter, I probably will just use my finger on the screen when I can. But having the control is very nice. I have 8 bullets and I don't know how to get any more, so hopefully it's enough. Oh, we won. Okay, never mind. We win! Hooray! Okay, my first ever game of PUBG. Going to admit I got kind of carried in that game, but you know what? I got a couple of kills, so not too bad, and the controls felt really lovely. Very solid first impression with the RetroArch Pocket 5. Let's move on to the next game. So PUBG ran at a very solid 30 frames per second throughout the whole game. Now let's move on to a more fun game, Fall Guys. At least more fun to me. I realize that might be a controversial statement. Again, we seem to be running at a solid 30 frames per second. And games like this are really nice to play with a controller. Definitely much better than the touch controls. Oh, somebody's grabbing me. Get off! We made it through the first round. Let's move on to the next round. Okay, I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing in this game. Okay, well, it took me half of the round to figure out what I was meant to be doing, but I still qualified, somehow. Okay, next round. I guess we have to just try to not fall in. I'm just going to stand here and just... Oh, be careful. Oof. Okay, nice. Okay, the final round. Avoid jumping on patterned tiles. Okay, I've never tried this one before. Not exactly sure what a patterned tile is. What just happened? Hey, leave me alone. Oh no. Well, I got to the final round, not too bad. The game runs at a perfectly solid 30 frames per second. Definitely very playable. Next, let's jump into a really popular online game, Call of Duty Mobile. And now I'll show you how I set up the controls in a way that works perfectly in every game. So jumping into the practice range, you can see I can control my movement with the left stick. I can look around with the right stick. I can use the left trigger to look down the sights. Depending on the game, you can use the right trigger to shoot the gun, but in this game it automatically shoots for you. We can also use buttons to reload, we can use buttons to jump and crouch, we can use buttons to change weapons. I've set up the buttons to do everything I'd usually do when playing Call of Duty on a console. So, how did I do it? I'm now going to run you through this. So what I'll do first of all is I'll erase all of my controls and start again with you. When you're using the Retro Pocket 5, if you swipe down from the top and move over one page, you'll see floating icon. You need to turn this on, then you'll see this very thin white bar on the right side. If you swipe in, that will give you all the controls that you need. That's also how I show the frames per second on the screen. Down at the bottom, you'll see the frames per second, as well as the temperatures and usage of various components, like the CPU and the memory. It doesn't look like it, but the FPS counter is actually a button. And if you tap on it, it will then bring the floating FPS reader onto the screen. And if you tap it again, it will turn it off. So I'll leave it on. When I come out of this menu, you'll be able to see the floating FPS. You can move it around the screen, and if you want to turn it off, you once again come back to the menu, push FPS, and it will go away. So now let's talk about how we set up these buttons. So when you swipe in from the right, you want to go to this blue button, the first one, key adapter. So tap that and you'll get this floating menu that lets you set up your key bindings. If you want to move it around, we have these blue arrows to move this around the screen. We also have a little pencil if you want to give a name to your control settings, if you want to use a few different ones. I don't do that. We also have a download button if you want to download your settings and share with other people. We have an eraser, which I'm going to use now. That's going to erase all of my button bindings. And we also have a hexagon button, which we'll talk about soon. The main buttons we're going to be focusing on are the first three. The first one is a button. The second one is the left analog stick. And the third one is the right analog stick. So first of all, let's get the left analog stick set up to move our character. This blue button here will confirm your changes. So I just erased all my buttons using the eraser. I will now confirm it, and you'll see now I have no button input at all. I have to use the screen. The buttons are not doing anything. So if we now swipe in from the right, go to key adapter, I want to grab the left analog stick control. That will be the second icon here. The first one is a button, the second one is the left analog stick. So if I just grab and drag this onto the screen, you can see here I have an L with a blue circle around it. So wherever I drag that on the screen, that will correspond to the left analog stick. So you want to line this up with the on-screen control, the one that you use to control the screen. So if I drag this over here, and it doesn't have to be perfect, but let's just try and line up the L in the middle circle. Now, if I push the blue button to confirm, now when I move this stick, it's going to move this. So I can move this with my finger, or I can now move it with the stick. So I've now got movement, but nothing else yet. So let's get some buttons working. So first of all, I want to set up the left trigger button to be looking down the sight of the gun. So in the game, we have this crosshair icon. When we tap that, it looks down the sight of the gun. So in the key adapter, I'll grab the first option, which is a button, and I will drag that onto that crosshair icon. Again, it doesn't have to be perfect. Now you can see that there's a blue circle around it. That means it's waiting for your input. Whatever you push will now correspond to this button. So if I push the A button and say confirm, now when I push the A button, it's going to push that area of the screen for me. So it's the same as tapping on it with my finger, but I don't want to use the A button for this. I want to use the left trigger. So we want to change that. So let's swipe in from the side, go to key adapter, and you can see that A button has a white border. If you tap on it, it will give some options we don't need to look at now. So we'll just click out of this. And now you can see the outline is blue. And again, it's waiting for input. So now I'm going to push the left trigger. And now you can see it's changed from A to L2. So this time when I push confirm, now the A button is doing nothing, and that left trigger is now allowing me to look down the sights. So I'm going to now do this for the other few buttons. We have jump, which I want to be B. We have crouch, which I want to be A. And we have reload, which I want to be Y. So once again, we repeat the same process. Swipe in from the right, key adapter, grab more buttons. We can just throw them all on now. You can see right now they are just blank. They have no assignments. So the first one over here is selected because it's blue. That is jump, so I want that to be B. I will then tap this one, which I want to be A, and then I will tap this one, which I want to be Y. Now if we again confirm, those buttons should all be working. So this one is crouch, this one is jump, and if I shoot my gun, I can now use Y to reload. So what should we do next? Well, I probably want one more button configuration to change between the knife or the gun without tapping on the screen. So I think for this maybe I'll use the bumper buttons, or perhaps even the X button. So how do we do that? Well, once again, we swipe in from the side, go to key adapter, bring over a button, push what we want it to be, bring over another button, and again push what we want it to be. Now I pretty much have all of my buttons assigned how I want them. There's only one thing left, which is control and camera movement. Now, this is something that a lot of people struggle with, so I want to give you a big tip to help you do this correctly. So if you swipe in from the right and you click key adapter, remember I said the first option is a button, the second option is the left analog stick, and the third option is the right analog stick. So we want to choose the third option and drag it into the screen. Because this is controlling camera movement, it doesn't really matter where it is. It just needs to not be overlapping another button. So I like to either keep it in the middle or keep it where I think I would usually use my finger. So maybe around here somewhere. So by putting it there and confirming, it should work perfectly, right? But as you walk around, you're going to see it really doesn't work well at all. And that's because this is not the correct configuration. If we use a different kind of game that doesn't have camera movement, it could work perfectly fine. But for a game where you specifically want to move the camera around, we need to change this configuration. This is something that trips up a lot of people, so I hope this will be helpful to you once you get your RP5. So let's swipe over from the right, go to key adapter. Now, if we tap on the right analog stick control, it will bring up this menu. By default, it is set to virtual joystick mode for games that use joysticks. But in this case, we want to control the camera movement. So we're going to change from virtual joystick mode to adjust view mode. And then when we press save and confirm, it will now be acting as we expect it to. But there is one more issue. The issue is it's a little bit too fast, especially when moving up and down. When you control the game with your finger, we're usually moving left and right, and we're not moving up and down as much. So what we want to do is slow down the up and down movement. And if you go into the settings once more by tapping on the right stick, it says here, in a shooting game, increase the sensitivity in the left and right directions and reduce the sensitivity in the up and down directions. Of course, this is all personal preference, but I have found that that really does help my experience. So the x-axis is the left and right direction. We can leave that as it is or change it to your personal taste. But for the y-axis, the up and down direction, I like to move this all the way down to the bottom, 20%. Again, it's personal preference, but when we save that, you will see I have much greater control of where I'm looking. I'm not moving up and down a lot. I'm keeping my aim fairly level to the horizon. And of course I can move up and down, but you wouldn't usually want to move up and down too much too quickly. Now that all the controls are set up, you will see overlays showing which button to press to activate each icon. That's great at first when you want to remember what the buttons are, but after a while, if you feel comfortable with all the buttons and you feel like you don't need to see these control names anymore, you can hide them. And that's where the very last button comes into play. So opening the key adapter and going to this hexagon icon, there's a couple of settings. The first one turns on a static background, but what I would suggest once you know the controls is to bring the scheme transparency all the way down to 0. Now you will see all of the icons are gone, but everything is still functioning perfectly, and you can jump into your game and control it flawlessly. When it comes to controlling the camera, it's great to have it set up on the right analog stick, but I still do prefer using the screen, because when you use the analog stick, you only have this range of motion from here to here. Whereas when you use your thumb, you've got the whole screen you can use, so you can really finely control if you move slowly or quickly. Again, that's personal preference, but it's just another tip for you guys, and I hope it's helpful. Now that we've got our controls all set up, let's jump into a game and see how they work. Let's jump into a quick game against AI, just to show how the controls work. Now you'll see getting into the real game, one thing I haven't done is I haven't mapped any controls for kill streaks. So here's a quiz for you. How can we map controls for kill streaks? So we're going to swipe in from the right again, go to the key adapter, and then move some more buttons. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to remove this L1 and R1 buttons. I just drag them up to the top and you'll see it says move here to delete button. So let's erase the L1 and R1 buttons. And instead, I'm just going to use the X button to switch between my gun and my knife. So now we have a few buttons available. So for the first kill streak, maybe let's choose L1. For the second one, R1. And then for the last one, what button do we have? Maybe we can click in one of the sticks, like L3 or R3. Let's say L3. Now when I confirm, I should now be able to use the kill streak. So I'll try one by one. So L1. Here it comes. Oh, Predator missile. Then we have R1. And then lastly, we can click in this stick for our last kill streak. And you can see it all works perfectly. So it's really easy to adapt on the fly and get the games running how you want them to. So that was a quick guide showing you how to set up the Android controller on the Retroid Pocket 5 to control any game you want, how you want. I hope it was helpful. If it was, please give me a like, maybe share a comment down below, and please subscribe to see another new, helpful video again tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Bye. Hello everyone, today we're going to test game streaming with GeForce Now on the Retroid Pocket 5. We're going to run some AAA computer games such as Battlefield 5 and Fortnite on a device that can fit in your pocket. Kind of. We're also going to compare the free version of GeForce Now with a premium account to see if it's worth the money. Just so you're aware, my download speed is around 200 megabits per second, and I'm going to use a timer to count how long it takes to get into a game on the free version and the paid version. So first of all, let's begin by launching the free version of Battlefield 5. We'll start the timer and we'll see how long it takes to get into a game. 20 minutes later and we are now loading into the game, finally. Okay, so it took 21 minutes and 22 seconds to finally get through the queue and be loaded into my Steam client with the Battlefield game ready to launch. Later in the video, we'll compare how long it takes to get into the game with a paid Nvidia account. For now, let's jump into the game and see how it runs. I'm going to join a large server as close to full capacity as possible with good ping. I'm also going to choose Wake Island for both my tests because it reminds me of the old Battlefield 2 days. Let's jump into the game. One thing I would like to do is enable gyro controls, but I don't think it's possible in GeForce Now. If I'm wrong, please let me know. You can see the top right of the screen, we have the FPS counter running at a smooth 60. I just shot my gun once and apparently that won the game. I think I scared the other guys off. One thing I will do is I will change the controller style to Xbox style for this game. I really like how quick and easy that is to do on the Retroid Pocket 5. You can go into the settings and go down to handheld settings, input, controller style and change it there, but it's so nice just to have a little quick menu to toggle it right there. After crashing, it won't let me join another Wake Island server, I don't know why. So here we are in a different map, and let's see how the performance is. Okay, we got a kill, nice. I don't remember the buttons. Oh my gosh. Well, I can't believe I won that because I couldn't remember what any of the buttons were. Anyway, it seems to be running pretty well. I'm very happy with the performance on the free version. The only problem is that 21 minutes and 22 seconds wait time. So now, let's upgrade to the paid version and see how long it takes to get into the game. I just purchased the Priority membership, which is about to be renamed to Performance and upgraded from 1080p to 1440p. The Retroid Pocket 5 is a 1080p 60Hz device. We were able to buy the Ultimate subscription, which is 4K 120 frames per second, but it just wouldn't be worth it for the Retroid Pocket, as the improvements wouldn't even be visible. So for half of the price, $9.99, I went for the Performance upgrade. So now let's see how long it takes to get into a game, and see if we can beat our current record of 22 minutes. So once again, we'll choose Battlefield 5, we'll press play, and we'll see how long it takes now to get into a game. So start the timer. This time there was no queue whatsoever, it just went straight into loading. Before, we were around 90 places in the queue. Now we seem to have skipped the queue completely, and the game is loading. Okay, let's stop the timer. We've finished loading, we're now into our Steam setup within GeForce Now. It took 1 minute and 11 seconds, a cool 21 minutes faster than the free plan. So if you're going to use this service often, I really think it's worth upgrading. $10 a month is not too bad. I think that's even cheaper than Netflix these days, isn't it? If you're only playing games occasionally, maybe once a week, or you have time to spare, then for sure go with the free plan. But to trade a 22-minute wait for a 1-minute wait, if it's something you're doing often, That's really worth $10 in my opinion. You know what they say, time is money, and every 3 times you load up a game, you've just saved an hour. And an hour is probably worth $10 to most people. So let's jump into the game. I'm not expecting there to be any performance differences, as we were already running at a very smooth 60 frames per second, but I will analyze the game to see if it looks any more detailed than before, now that we should be running at 1080p 60 frames per second, and I'm not actually sure what resolution we were running at before, because it didn't tell me. Jumping back into the game, it looks very similar as it did before, looks very crispy. I just got wrecked by a plane. Thank you, my friend. I'm just getting sniped by vehicles. Battlefield runs flawlessly on this device. It's just a bit hard to see with the small screen, but it's running really well. It looks crispy, solid 60 frames per second. It's a beautiful experience. But now let's jump into a game that's been requested so many times in the comment section of my channel, and one that we'll be able to compare across different streaming services. So let's jump into Fortnite. Once again, we loaded into the game in less than a minute. It worked very quickly with the priority plan of GeForce Now. I played Fortnite once the week it came out, and I think I've pretty much never played it again. So again, don't take this video as a showcase of my skill. This is purely a test to see how well it runs on the Retroid Pocket 5. A few days ago, I tried out Fortnite on Android, and it's something that I will be showing soon in an Android AAA game showcase. I can already tell you that the graphics on this are far ahead of the Android version. This looks incredible. So I'm going to jump out once again. I basically have no idea what I'm doing, and it seems like we're frozen. So that's not very good, especially as we're paying for this service. Okay, we loaded back in, so hopefully from now it'll be smooth sailing. I really don't know how to build or how to play this game, so I just hope I'll be able to get a gun and try and shoot somebody. Oh no, I can't aim. Okay, I'm round the back of them, but I can't aim. Well, the game seems to run well. I just cannot aim and don't really know how to play it, but it's very smooth. It'll be hard to see on the camera, but it looks incredible. It looks so nice. So I'm going to include this in my follow-up video where I'm comparing cross-platform games, such as old Gamecube games versus their high-definition remasters. I'll include Android games versus the cloud gaming counterparts as well, so look forward to seeing that. So after playing a couple of shooting games and checking that the latency is fine and it runs well, let's now jump into a more cozy game. I personally am a huge fan of cozy games, so now let's jump into Palia. Palia is a very cozy game where the purpose is to run around, mine, farm, and just chill. And it just crashed. So we're having a few issues with crashing so far. All 3 games I've tested so far have had crashing issues. Fortnite managed to redeem itself and come back after freezing for a few seconds. Battlefield 5 crashed me out of the map and then I couldn't reconnect. And now Palia crashed as I tried to open the game. So it's definitely not a crash-free experience. After paying $10 for the service, that's a little bit of a shame. So I wonder if it's the service itself, the Android app, or the Retroid Pocket 5 causing the crashes. We're going to have to test more and see. This time I'm using the touchscreen in case one of the buttons I pushed maybe backed me out of the game. I don't think that's the case, but just to be safe, let's just enter the game using the touchscreen, and then when we're into the game, we'll use the control pad. Palia is a game I've put a ton of hours into on my Steam Deck, so I'm really curious to see how it runs here. Let's go help this guy chop this tree down. Oh, she doesn't need any help, okay? The game looks great, it sounds great, it's running at a smooth 60 or 59 frames per second. The controls are working well. Everything is very playable and looks great. Apart from the few crashes we've had so far, I would say that GeForce Now is working really well on the Retroid Pocket 5. The only issues are of course those crashes, and I do think the subscription is kind of necessary if you don't want to wait 22 minutes. Tomorrow I'll review Xbox Game Pass and compare it to Nvidia GeForce Now, so make sure you subscribe so you can watch that. I hope this video was helpful. Please leave me a like. Share any comments you have about the Retroid Pocket 5, and after watching this video, if you'd like to buy your own Retroid Pocket 5, you can click the affiliate link down in the description. It'll take you to the official Retroid Pocket website, which is where I bought my one. So I hope this video was helpful, and I look forward to seeing you again in the next video tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video, we're going to look at the Xbox Game Pass. the monthly subscription service that lets you play lots of Xbox games on the cloud. Yesterday we covered Nvidia GeForce Now. Nvidia GeForce Now lets you play your game collection wherever you want, but you have to own the games. With Xbox Game Pass, you get all of the games included with the monthly fee. It's like Netflix for games. So I'm very curious to see how well it works on the Retroid Pocket 5 and how it compares with Nvidia GeForce Now. Where I live in South Korea, Xbox Game Pass is actually around $2 cheaper than Nvidia GeForce Now, while also including all the games. So on paper it seems like a better deal. Let's compare how it runs. So first of all, let's jump into a shooting game so we can get a feel for the latency. So in order to stream the games to the Retroid Pocket 5, we need to use xCloud, which runs in the browser. This sometimes runs into a few issues. So there is an open source project being developed called Better xCloud. This lets you install an Android app which contains xCloud and is said to run much better. So I'm going to try that for today's tests. And this project is actually endorsed by the development team at xCloud, so there's nothing strange or dodgy about it. It should all be fine to run. Also, as a point of comparison, let's do a speed test. In the previous video I uploaded yesterday about Nvidia GeForce Now, the paid version launched the game in 1 minute and 11 seconds. Let's see how long it takes to launch a game inside Xbox Game Pass. So I'll reset the timer, I'll press play, and let's start the timer now. Well, it seems to be in the game already, and that was about 5 seconds. So I guess this is pretty quick. Okay, we're now in the menu of the game, and the first thing I have to say is it's really blurry. It's really not sharp at all. I'm not sure if we can change that in the settings, but it's not nearly as sharp as GeForce Now. I'll set the target resolution to 1080p, and the visual quality to high, and we'll see if that improves things. Now it looks much sharper. This is going to be my first time playing Call of Duty in probably around 12 years. I used to play all the time when I was a teenager and I really loved it. But it's been a very long time. But I think it's a perfect game to test out latency and how snappy and responsive the cloud gaming service is on the Retroid Pocket 5. The visual quality is really nice now since I turned up those settings. So hopefully we can get a smooth 60 frames per second like this. And let's see how it goes. Oh, if I could use the controller better, I think I could have got the kill there. It started well, and then I lost control of the right stick. I will say it feels a little bit delayed. My movements feel a tiny little bit delayed. When I was using GeForce Now, everything was immediate and snappy. This feels a little bit delayed. So maybe what I need to do is turn that resolution and settings down. But it's definitely playable. And I'm not sure if this is just how the game feels, because I haven't played this game in a very long time, and I've never played this version of the game. So it might be normal. Now jumping into Forza 5, once again there seems to be the same issue I experienced with Call of Duty, that everything feels a little bit delayed. So what I will do is go into the settings and put everything back to default again. It's setting everything back to default and there's no change whatsoever. I will say this game looks amazing. Obviously I'm not playing it very well because I'm trying to look at the camera and make sure everything is recording okay, but it looks amazing. Welcome to Goatville! We're now in Goat Simulator, and unsurprisingly, this works absolutely flawlessly at 60 frames per second. Get licked! Oh wow, my tongue is doing some damage. What is happening? I'm not feeling any kind of latency in this game. It feels very smooth. How long is that tongue? Oops. Oh. Oh, what's happening? You can hit me with a truck, but you can't stop this tongue. So I think here is as good a place as any to put the console down and think about what we've done today. For $20 a month, you get access to over 300 games you can stream from the cloud directly to your Retroid Pocket 5. I was feeling something that felt like latency as I played, but definitely not anything horrible. It was so minimal that I wasn't actually sure if I was feeling it or not. And with the Game Pass, you're able to play plenty of AAA games on a device that can fit in your pocket. Well, if you have quite large pockets anyway. So I definitely think it's worth a trial, even for just 1 month, to see if it's for you. I will do more testing and play around with both the Xbox Game Pass and the Nvidia GeForce Now subscriptions over the next month, and I'll release a more comprehensive, detailed video comparing the two services. The game library, the performance, and the value proposition, and I'll let you know which one I think is worth your money. If this video helped you, please leave me a like, Share a comment with anything you'd like to see me do next with the Retroid Pocket 5. If you'd like to get your own Retroid Pocket 5, check out the description where I have an affiliate link to the official Retroid website, the same place where I got mine. Thank you for watching. Please subscribe to see more videos every single day, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another episode about the Retroid Pocket 5. Today marks 10 days since I started this channel, and already we're almost at 1,500 subscribers. That is amazing! Thank you so much to everybody who's watched the channel so far. Thank you to everyone who left a like, a comment, and subscribe. I'm so overwhelmed by the positive reaction I've had so far, and I will strive to keep creating good Retroid Pocket 5 videos for you every single day. I already recognize some of the same faces appearing in the comments every day, and it's so lovely to see the same people again and again. I feel like we're already growing a community here, and I am so honored and grateful for all of the nice comments and messages you've left me so far. Seriously, thank you guys. So 10 days since receiving the Retroid Pocket 5 and making this YouTube channel, I thought it would be a good time to talk about your frequently asked questions. I'll try to answer some of them in this video, as well as my other videos that will be coming up on other days of the week, and also just tell you a few quality of life things about the Retroid Pocket. I will be making a full comprehensive review, but I'll be doing that after 1 month of using the device. I really want to put it through its paces so that I can tell you all of the good and all of the bad in detail. So let's get into your comments. So first of all, we have a comment saying that input latency is always a thing with wireless controllers. This is something I touched upon in my TV video. Bluetooth audio latency is usually more problematic. Have you tried any earbuds? So as of yet, I have not done that. So let's try my AirPod Pros. I'll put them in and I'll let you know if there's any latency. And then after that, I'll use a Bluetooth speaker so you can also hear the latency for yourself. I just played some YouTube videos and jumping into a game. I'm not noticing any huge audio delay. Everything seems pretty snappy. Now bringing in a Bluetooth speaker so you can hear everything. There doesn't seem to be any noticeable delay. It's actually running much better than I expected it to. And with this lovely screen and Bluetooth speaker, this is beautiful. Also, I wanted to show that gyro is working for this game. I can actually control it with gyro, which is lovely. I'm going to make a longer video about this game soon, but here's a spoiler. I'm enjoying this more than I ever did on the original console. So is Bluetooth audio latency problematic? Absolutely not. Our next comment is, can the A, B, X and Y buttons be rearranged? I prefer more of an Xbox style to a Nintendo style. Yes, well if you mean physically rearranging them, yes, the Retroid official website shows you how to move them around. And if you mean rearranging them in software, again yes, if you drag down from the top of the screen, we have this controller style icon, and right now it's on retro, that's what I prefer, but if you want to change it to Xbox, you simply just tap it and it will change to Xbox style. So at any time, in any game, you can change from a retro style game configuration to Xbox style, just by pushing this one button. The next comment asked me, how much did I pay for import charges? So I paid 30,000 won for import charges, which works out to around $21. How were the ergonomics with the left stick being at the bottom? Did you feel any discomfort while streaming shooters? So I personally prefer the left stick to be at the top. And if there was something I could change about the Retroid Pocket 5, that's probably the #1 thing I would change. I feel a lot more comfortable with an analog stick being up here. But as it is, I don't feel any discomfort. It's actually pretty comfortable, especially with the ergonomic grips on the back. So is it uncomfortable? No, but I do wish it was at the top. The next comment asks me, have you tried the secret game Red Hat Italian Man's Journey in a Floating Boat Hat? The Red Hat Italian Man is definitely coming up in one of the upcoming Secret Console videos, so watch out for that. And in general, I've had a lot of requests about games. So I've been putting together a list of recommended games, and I will continue working on these, and I'll put together more showcases in the future. So make sure you subscribe if you want to see more games tested on the Retroid Pocket 5. For Call of Duty, have you tried going into the Retroid settings and switching the input to Xbox and seeing if it works without having to map the screen? Yes, this is something you can do. I released a video showing you how to map the controls on the screen for any game you'd like to play, and I used Call of Duty Mobile as an example because it's a popular game and has lots of icons on the screen, so I could really teach you how to map each icon individually. But for Call of Duty and some other games, you actually don't need to map the controller, and that's something that I should have mentioned in the video. If you swipe down from the top of the screen and change the controller style to Xbox, many games on Android will natively recognize it, and you won't need to map the controls at all. For any games that don't recognize it and you do need to map yourself, you can see that video up here in the card, and I will teach you how to map controls. What type of cable do you use between the TV and the Retroid Pocket 5? So I got this question quite a lot in my TV video. I used a simple USB-C to HDMI cable. This particular one also has a USB-C charging port, so you can charge the device while you're using it. It works really well for the Nintendo Switch, but I'm not sure if it's working fully for the Retroid Pocket 5 yet. Anyway, any USB-C to HDMI cable should work great. Does the fan kick on loud? So the fan doesn't kick on automatically unless you set it to, and if you do set it, in my opinion, yes, it's loud. So from the top menu, we can choose our performance setting: standard, performance, or high performance. For 99% of my usage of the Retroid Pocket 5, I've been keeping it in standard mode, which means the fan is not on. Right now, the fan is not on at all. It gets a little bit hot at the back, but the way the device is made, your hands aren't really covering the vents, so you don't feel it too much. If you do want to boost the performance mode, putting it into performance will turn on the fan on quiet mode, which is barely audible. I don't think you'll even be able to hear this. When putting the fan in smart mode and jumping into a game, the fan doesn't seem to kick on for me. I feel like it should because the back's getting quite hot, but at least so far it's not kicking in. So if we really want the fan to kick in and we set the performance level to high performance and the fan into sport mode, now you'll hear the fan kick in and it's quite loud. I find the sound to be quite annoying, so I really wouldn't like to play with this unless I was playing with earphones in. I'm now going to hold the Retroid Pocket an equal distance away from the microphone that my mouth is. So now you can hear both my voice and also the Retroid Pocket at the same distance from the mic, and you can probably hear how loud that fan is. I wouldn't be comfortable using it like this. So for me personally, I always just keep performance on standard, the fan off, and so far the performance has been fantastic. Once again about the sticks, how do you feel about games that use both sticks and triggers on the RP5? Is it doable for long periods of time with reasonable comfort? Are you able to get into a good flow with the game and not struggle with the controls? Yes, I find this very comfortable. Before I received the RP5, I was a little bit worried about the stick being at the bottom and I thought it would be uncomfortable because I find PlayStation controllers to be quite uncomfortable. But so far, I found it to be very comfortable when playing. I think a lot of that is to do with the grips. Personally, I find the Nintendo Switch to be very uncomfortable, and it's the main reason I didn't buy the Retroid Pocket 4 Pro, because it was flat. These grips go a long way in helping with comfort. They're really ergonomic, and they make gaming for long periods very comfortable. Another thing I love is that the sticks are concave, which means that your thumbs sit in them really comfortably. These are great sticks, and the overall experience is very comfortable for me. This is a question I get a lot. Which app are you using to play the mysterious console? I cannot actually tell you the name of the app, but I can tell you it begins with a Y. So from there, I think you can find out what it is. This is a question that I got a lot recently, and it made me laugh. Are you employed by Retroid? Absolutely not. I'm not affiliated with Retroid in any way. I'm actually a full-time teacher in Korea. I have no relation with Retroid at all. The only one affiliation I have now is I have an affiliate link, which I asked for, and you'll see other YouTubers in this space have too. That means if you buy one of these units from the link in my description, I can make a few dollars. So if you are thinking about buying one, please use my link and I'll be really happy. One of my viewers actually did buy one with my link a few days ago, so thank you so much to whoever that was. And in the same vein, are you employed by Retroid? How were you able to get a review unit? This is the #1 comment on my early videos. How did you get this unit? Well, first of all, this is not a review unit. This is just my unit. I paid the full price for this. This is not a free review unit. I've had a dream to create a channel like this for years. I bought all of these other devices years ago. I'm not going to be able to fit them in the camera, but I bought many little devices years ago that I intended to show on a channel like this. So I emailed Retroid and said, I don't care about the bugs in the unit. I don't care about the problems. I just want to get the device. I want to learn everything about it, and I want to teach people about it, and I want to help others. So could you please just send it to me early? And I didn't expect them to say yes, but thankfully they agreed and they sent it out to me early. So I'm so grateful for that. So if anyone from Retroid does ever watch this video, thank you so much. And then I also did get one more comment yesterday, which unfortunately I don't have a screenshot right now, but someone said, you must work for Retroid because you know so much about the product, which that made me laugh. I'm dedicating all of my time to studying this product. When I'm not working at my job, I'm spending all my free time trying to learn about this product so I can make informative videos and help you guys. For everybody who's watched my videos so far and liked and subscribed and left kind comments, thank you so much. I'm truly overwhelmed and I really want to keep bringing you great content every single day. And on that note, I did get a couple of really lovely comments from two people I admire in this scene. I got a great comment from Stubbs from Retro Handheld saying, keep going. That really inspired me. Thank you so much. And I also got one more comment from Retro Gamecore who said, great video, thanks for making it. Thank you so much for these kind comments. They really mean the world to me. I will keep going and I will try to make better content. And I'm going to finish this video with one more test. When you press the power button and sleep or suspend the emulator, does it resume or does it crash? So that is something I've not tested because there is a big problem with the Retroid Pocket 5 right now, which is the battery. One of the reasons it was delayed 2 weeks is that it doesn't sleep. When you turn off the screen, the battery just continues to drain. The first day I had the device, I went to bed with the battery around 50% and I woke up and it was dead. The battery had run out completely. So whenever I'm not using the device, I turn it off. And then when I want to use it again, I turn it on. Thankfully it turns on very quickly, but it's definitely a bug they need to fix. So I've not yet tested sleeping the device and seeing if it crashes the emulator. So now jumping back into our game, the little Prince Boy game, Exhale of the Crazy, I will bring in a timer. I'm going to go make some food, eat the food, and come back and we'll see if the game has crashed or if it's still playing. So let's start the timer now. Okay, it's been 27 minutes. I'm back with my milkshake and let's see if the game has crashed. I fully expect it has, by the way. Let's load up the device and... oh, we're still in game. Oh, we're still playing. Oh, that surprised me. So on that note, thank you for watching, everybody. Please like, leave a comment and subscribe. And I'll see you next time, tomorrow, for another video about the Retroid Pocket 5. Thanks for watching. Hello, everyone. Today, let's jump into some PlayStation 2 emulation. There are a lot of amazing PlayStation 2 games. I think, in my opinion, the PlayStation 2 is probably the best console there's ever been. There's an infinite amount of great games for the PlayStation 2. Today I'm going to share with you just a few that I like, but due to the sheer number of amazing PlayStation games, there will definitely be more episodes in this series in the future. First of all, jumping into The Simpsons Hit and Run, an absolute classic. The game runs really well, with the frame rate usually around 60 and sometimes dropping to around 45, but not in a way that's too noticeable. The game always seems smooth and nice to play. I've also noted that it runs even smoother on Gamecube emulation, so if you want to play this game in particular, I would actually recommend playing it on Gamecube. Next up we have an absolute classic, WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain, and we're going to have an extremely fair fight of Goldberg versus Rico. I haven't played this game in around 20 years, I've also brought the controls up here so I can figure out what to do. Okay, getting into the game, it looks like we're around 50 frames per second. By the way, I should mention at this point that all of these tests are being done at 3 times resolution. And because so far in both games we're hovering around 50 frames per second, let's bump that down to 2 times. I just kicked him out of the ring. Looking at the control scheme here, I don't see a way to actually do moves other than just strike attack, run, Irish whip, and counter. How do I just do moves? I think maybe we're running the PAL version of the game where 50 frames per second is the maximum, because this is buttery smooth, and even if I lower down the resolution scaling, I cannot go above 50. So I feel that 50 is the maximum we're working with here. And to test the limit, let's go to 5 times native. Now on 5 times native, seems like we're still okay, 49 frames per second. Going up to 8 times native, now we're slowing down to 33 frames per second. But at least in this game, it seems like a 5 times multiplier is completely playable. Now back to the 5 times scaling, and once again we have that smooth 50 frames per second. Ooh, take that. Oh, here we go. We're gonna hit him with the spear. Ooh, I nearly broke him in half. Now let's finish this off with the jackhammer. Ooh, this game is amazing. It holds up so well over the years. He kicked out? What? Oh, this game is really fun. How's Rico kicking out of 2 Goldberg finishers? Oh, this game is just as fun as it was 20 years ago. If you haven't played this game in a while, or if you've never played it, I highly recommend this game. It's really fun. 1, 2, 3. Thank God. Next up we have PES 2013 Pro Evolution Soccer, and this one actually lets you choose between PAL or NTSC. When using NTSC, we get 60 frames per second, but we also get a slight white bar along the bottom of the screen. But anyway, for this game, let's test 60 frames per second. Once again, we'll play a very fair matchup. My team Arsenal against Motherwell. For the longest time, I've been playing football games on Xbox rather than PlayStation, so I'm not really sure which button is shoot and which button is cross. Okay, that's not shoot. Let's look at the frames per second. It feels incredibly smooth. Because this is an older football game, it's a little bit more arcadey than the simulators we have today. It actually feels smoother than the modern games. I'm not sure what button to press to run, so I'm a little bit slow. There's a jump button in this game. Jump when tackled. I don't think that's in modern games. Feint, 1-2 pass, Matthews feint, a running Matthews feint, a flip-flap, a reverse flip-flap. I just want to run. Oh, here's Arteta. He's the current manager of Arsenal in real life. This is back in his playing days. I really like this device for playing football games. Yesterday I was streaming EA Sports 25 on Game Pass. That's something that I'll make a follow-up video about soon. It was glorious. I really hope we can get some EA Sports FC games working on here natively without using Game Pass. That's something I'll continue to work on. I downloaded the most recent EA FC game, but it just crashes on startup. So I'm going to try some of the slightly older ones. Has to be. Oh! I refuse to stop playing until I score a goal. Get him! Uh-oh. I don't know which button is dive, so I'm going to push both sticks. Oh. Dive was not necessary. I will say, of all the game tests I've done so far on this device for YouTube, this has been by far the most fun video for me. WWE, Simpsons, PES, every game is just a banger. Oh, and if you're curious, we're running this at a 5x native resolution. Gervinho, famous for his forehead. Go Gervinho! Oh, what a goal! Oh, we're suddenly lagging. The game can't handle that forehead size. So in conclusion, this game works absolutely flawlessly at 5x native resolution, unless it's trying to display a giant forehead. Next up, we have Ridge Racer. I remember playing this at an arcade machine when I was a kid, so I'm excited to see how it runs on a small handheld device. This one we can run at a 3x resolution, but at 5x it slows down a little bit. At a 3x native resolution, it looks fantastic. Next up we have Sly Cooper, a notoriously difficult game to run. At a 3x native resolution, we're getting around 50 frames per second, but it jumps all over the place. If you see the frame per second counter, it goes from 50 to 40 to 38 to 55. It's very inconsistent. I've never played this game before, and the character moves really slowly. I feel like that might be the correct behavior, because it is a game about sneaking around, but it just feels like it's running very slow. But everything's smooth and the frame rate's good, so it's very confusing. Anybody who's familiar with the Sly Cooper franchise, please let me know if it is meant to feel very slow. See how even jumping is in slow motion? I feel like that cannot be right. So I'm not sure if it's meant to run this slowly or if there's a problem. If running this slowly is the correct behavior, then it's running well. If it's meant to be much quicker than this, then obviously something is wrong. So I do need to test this further, but it looks great and it feels smooth. This next game I'm very excited about because I saw a video yesterday claiming this is the worst game ever created. It is Mr. Bean the animated game. And look at his face. I was a fan of the Mr. Bean animated series. I can't even speak, this is so stupid. I was a fan of the Mr. Bean animated series. I thought it was funny. Obviously it's not nearly as good as the live action series because that's amazing, but I still thought it was funny. If you ever want to see Teddy in one piece again, bring me 750 cat biscuits. And it looks like I've got 3 teddies, like they're my lives. What is this game? I love the running animation. So the frame rate is about 25 frames per second, quite low compared to other games. We're running at a 3x native resolution. I'm going to bump it down to a 1x resolution just to see how it runs. So we're now at 1x. It looks a lot worse, but it feels smoother. It looks a lot worse and the frame rate is the same. So I feel like 26 frames per second is just what the game runs at. Back to 3x native resolution. Everything looks really good at this resolution. And let's carry on with the game. I guess it's just a 25 frames per second game. You can push or pull a crate by grabbing it. Okay, how do I grab it? By just shoving my hands right through it, apparently. This is a bad game. We entered a new area and we're now running at around 14 frames per second with a little mole friend jumping around who hurts us and we lose a bit of our teddy. So we're going to have to drop the resolution down because apparently while all the other games we tested worked fine at 3 to 5 times native resolution, Mr. Bean is just too demanding of a title. I've moved it down to 2x and it's still not really very smooth. Moving down to 1 times native resolution, we now have our smooth gameplay back. So of all the games tested in this video, they could all run at 3 to 5 times native resolution, except Mr. Bean, which has to run at 1x. This game's pretty much just a 3D Mario game. I see no difference between this and Super Mario 64. Both masterpieces. I'm curious what it sounds like. Not very good. So the Mr. Bean game, I will give it 2 3/4 teddies out of 3 teddies. And I think this is as good a time as any to put the console away for a while. Thank you for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was helpful. Please leave me a like and a comment. If you're not subscribed, I'd love it if you subscribed. And I'll see you again tomorrow for another video about the Retroid Pocket 5. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. Today we're going to be playing some GameCube games. I was personally a very big fan of the GameCube growing up, and I'm really looking forward to diving back into some of the games I loved as a kid. The first game we're testing today is The Simpsons Hit and Run, the same game I tested in my previous video on the PlayStation 2. In that video I mentioned how it runs better on the GameCube than it does on the PlayStation. It's buttery smooth at 60 frames per second on the GameCube. It feels really responsive and is delightful to play. Take that B! Next up we have F-Zero GX. I rented an F-Zero game when I was a kid from one of the rental stores, and I loved it so much. I've been searching for years to find out what game it was because I honestly can't remember. As I play this game, I think it might be this one. I was honestly never a big fan of racing games growing up, but I remember thinking that the F-Zero game was so cool because it's so futuristic. As you watch me smash into all the bends, you might be able to realize that I never played racing games very much. Hey, that's cheating! Ref! It seems like the game's running usually at 60 frames per second and sometimes dropping to around 48. It feels very smooth. I think anything around 50 frames per second and up feels very smooth to me. Okay, we finished 8th. Not too bad considering I haven't played the game in around 20 years. I'll take that. And let's move on to the next game. The next game is Super Monkey Ball. I had a demo of this as a kid that I used to like playing, but I never owned the full version. And during this test, I would like to point out how well the black bars blend into the rest of the chassis. When you hold the Retroid Pocket 5 at an angle, then you can see the disparity between the screen and the body. But when you hold it face on so that you're looking directly at the screen, the way you usually would play the game, it's almost impossible to see where the screen ends and the body begins. You have to really squint your eyes and try to find that seam. So I think Retroid have done an incredible job here with matching the color of the body to the screen, and it's one reason why I'd recommend getting the black version if you don't already have a color preference. I personally was going to get the purple version because I loved my GameCube, but then I remembered I had a black GameCube, so it makes sense for me to get the black one. We can play as Ai, Mimi, Baby, or Gon Gon. Aye, aye, Captain. Okay, floor 1. Oh, this brings back some childhood memories. So in this game, you are a monkey trapped inside a clear ball, and you have to make your way around the course and get through the goal. And I'm just realizing now that these bananas are branded. These are actually Dole branded bananas. I ate this exact brand of banana yesterday. Oh, if only I still had it, I could show it on the screen. And it would be useful to show a banana for scale. That's definitely something coming in a future video, so watch out for that. So what happens if I just fall down this hole? Maybe it's a secret mode. Oh no. Okay, you're not meant to do that. Let's just play the game properly. We've got 58 seconds. I remember playing this demo as a kid and finding this game really hard. So I'm curious if I can play it better now that I'm older. I also seem to spy a ramp over there. Let's go! I think it tricked me. Oh, I lost the game. Nope, still difficult for me. Okay, let's try one more time, and this time I won't throw myself through holes and ramps. Oh, this looks fun. If you've never tried the Super Monkey Ball games, I do recommend giving them a go, because they're really nice to just pick up and have a bit of fun for a few minutes. You don't need to overthink anything, you don't need to try too hard. Just roll around in a big ball and have some fun. I've just realized I don't think you can move the camera. Most games you can move the camera with the right stick. This one, the only way to move the camera, I think, is to just turn around. I think it just follows from behind you. So the left stick is pretty much the whole game. The left stick is crucially important. That's what makes this game tricky. Because you're not only moving with the left stick, you're also moving the camera too. If you're someone who gets easily seasick, you might not like this game. Because it's just rocking all over the place. It feels like I'm at sea. 44 bananas left. Go, 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 go. I'm having a lot of fun playing this game. I do recommend trying it. Oh, 1 banana left. Where is it? Where is the banana? Oh, it's over there. Oh, you tricked me. No, I missed it. Did I get it? I think I missed it. Oh, that was so sad. I think I just went straight past it and off the map. Oh, no. This next game was potentially my favorite game on the Gamecube and one that I was really excited to play on the Retro Pocket 5, but unfortunately, there's a problem. So this is a golf game called Ace Golf. I think it went quite under the radar, and I think it was even listed in one of the top 20 most underplayed games on the Gamecube. I think nobody except me played this, but I loved it. It's called Ace Golf, or the American version is Swingers Golf, and it's a really cute game where different golf characters have different abilities, and you can get different kinds of clubs which also give you different abilities. And you swing with the right stick, which was always really fun for me. If you swing to the side, then you shank it off to the side. You need to very accurately move the stick down and up in the middle. So I was really excited to play this and show it to you on the Retro Pocket 5. The frame rate is perfect at 60 frames per second, but there's something wrong with the golf course. So I'm not going to actually tell you what's wrong. I'm just going to start the game and let's see if you guys can see what's wrong with this golf course. Are you noticing anything a little bit out of the ordinary? You'll see as I swing the club, it'll be reflected in the little C-stick icon here. As I move down, it moves down. If I move left and right, you can see that shown there to see how accurate I am. Oh, there we go, we got a good swing. And you can see the game is running flawlessly at 50 frames per second. I misspoke earlier and said 60. It's actually the PAL version, so it's 50. But the game is running absolutely perfectly. So I could see myself sinking hours into this game and finishing the whole campaign mode. But there is something a little bit distracting about the bright purple grass. I've looked through all the settings, I've changed everything that I can, I've played around with using the European version, the American version, they all behave the same. If anyone watching this has any idea how I could fix this color problem, please let me know, because I would love to play this game. If anyone has any tips, please share those with me. If I'm able to fix the problem, I'll definitely let everyone else here know how to fix it too. For now, I'm finding the game a little bit hard to focus on with the crazy color shift, which is a shame because this is a great game that I recommend you try if you like golf games. Next up we have Burnout 2 Point of Impact, the game that's telling me to drive on the wrong side of the road. This game is famous for its very dramatic crashes. It's a game that I really enjoyed in my childhood. I think this game was very popular with a lot of kids back then. Whoa, look at that! I think this was a very popular game because it was just so different to what else was out there. Compared to the other games of the time like Auto Modelista, Ridge Racer, and even Gran Turismo, this one was just so different. The way this game actually encouraged you crashing into other cars was just so outside of the box. So let me just channel my inner MKBHD for a second and see if I can get a nice big crash. Boom! Nice. Next up we have Little Red Plumbing Hood. This game is only running at 25 frames per second. I'm not sure if that's normal because it's the PAL version, but I would like to be running it at 50. It doesn't feel as smooth and fluid as the other games, so what I'll do is turn down the resolution and see if we can get any more frames out of this. For all the previous games, we were running at 3 times native resolution, 1080p. I'm going to turn this down to 1 time native resolution and see if it gives us any more frames. Now running at a low 1 time resolution, we're still stuck at 25 frames. So I believe this is something that I need to look into more. So I will do some more research on this topic and let you know in the future. By the way, all the tests in this video were done using the Dolphin emulator version 5.0-21383. This is the one that came pre-installed with the Retroid Pocket 5. I've not made any changes to it whatsoever, except increasing the internal resolution to 3 times native, 1080p for this video. I hope you enjoyed the video, thank you for watching. If you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5, please consider using my affiliate link in the description, which takes you to the official Retroid store where I bought mine. And again, of course, if you liked the video, please like, give me a comment, and subscribe. I'm so happy to see you guys every day. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. Today in this video we're going to look at emulating the Wii on the Retroid Pocket 5. I actually already recorded a video about the Wii and had it all prepared and ready to upload, but there was a really big problem. I had graphical glitches in almost every game that I played, the same one that appeared in Ace Golf in yesterday's Gamecube video. But there's great news. I figured out how to fix it, and I'm going to tell you how to fix it too. For all of these tests, we're using Dolphin Emulator version 5.0-21383. That is the one that came pre-installed on the Retroid Pocket 5. By default, it uses the Qualcomm drivers. If you've seen my secret console video, you'll know that I changed that driver to the turnip driver. We also need to do that inside Dolphin too. By going into the settings, going to graphic settings, scrolling down to GPU driver, here we can press install driver and choose the driver file you downloaded, and it will load up the turnip driver. And that will fix all of the graphical problems in the games, and they'll all run flawlessly. Once again, as I mentioned in my secret console videos, I recommend Turnip Driver 9v2. I will put the link to this in the description. This is the one that's worked the best for me so far and has had pretty much flawless results in almost any game I've tried. So definitely check out that driver and hopefully that will fix all your problems too. So now let's get into some Wii games. Our first game today is Fire Emblem Radiant Dawn. And as you can see, it's running beautifully. A perfect 60 frames per second, incredibly smooth. If you're a fan of this game, you're definitely going to be able to play this for hours on end with no issues whatsoever. Our next game is WWE 13. We're playing as John Cena, Big Match John, and we're wrestling the best wrestler of all time, Santino Marella. I seem to only be able to do this one move. Also, I just tried a practice game where I lost in about 10 seconds. Because Santino Marella got me in a submission move, and I don't know the button to kick out of the move. So I just lost right away. I'm not sure if you can see this, but there's some glitchy artifacting going on with Santino Marella's hair. It's pixelated, it's almost like it's censoring it, like we're not allowed to see this. Besides Santino Marella's hair being too hot for TV, it seems to be working really well. The frame rate is around 58 to 59 frames per second. It feels extremely smooth. I wouldn't know it wasn't 60 if I wasn't looking at the number. I'm curious how I can do my finishing move. I need to find out the buttons because I need to do my finishing move. So I found a suggested forum post saying, how the hell do I play this game? Yes, exactly. There we go. Oh, the finish is lagging. The game's very smooth except the finishing move. A pixelated haired man is no match for Big Match John. That was really fun. That was a good game. Let's move on to the next one. Next up, we have Dragon Ball Z Budokai 3. There are so many different people we can choose from to fight. I'm thinking either Vegeta or Tien. I was always a fan of Tien growing up, and I'm quite curious why there's a trademark sign next to his name. Teen Gohan also has a registered trademark as well. There's so many people I want to try. But let's go for Trunks' sword. I'm curious if he can use the sword, and I'm also curious if he can go Super Saiyan. Oh, here we are. Trunks Sword or Trunks Super Saiyan, but I want to go Super Saiyan in the match. Okay, we'll go for Super Saiyan Trunks, and we'll pick a very fair fight, and we'll fight against Hercule, who was just I remember in the anime he was just a TV star and not actually a fighter. I don't know any of the buttons in this game. I'm just going to smash them all and hope something good happens. We're at around 30 frames per second. It seems like it's a 30 frames per second game rather than a 60. So far, smashing all the buttons is going pretty well. This button is my sword. This button throws electric bolts at him. Oh no, he's going to hit me with the dynamic mess 'em up punch. It doesn't seem to be phasing me very much. Oh! That last one was painful. Present bomb. These moves are so cool. Where do I get moves like this from? I'm not sure how to do any special moves, but the game's fun. It runs at a very smooth 30 frames per second. Feels very smooth. It looks great as well. I'm pretty sure he just did 0 damage to me with his big move. And on that note, let's move on to the next game. This game should be Xenoblade Chronicles, but for some reason it just doesn't work. There's just a black screen. I'll keep working on it and trying to figure out what's wrong, but I thought I should show you this just to let you know that some games are still not working. We can't expect everything to work perfectly all the time. So I'll work on this more, and for now let's get into another game. This is Rayman Origins, a game that's perfect for this device. It honestly just kind of looks like an Android game at this point. Obviously it's quite an old game, but it looks like a premium Android game. Clearly a game that's perfect for the Retroid Pocket 5. It runs at a very smooth 60 frames per second, and I'm sure you could get a lot of enjoyment playing this game for a long time. Now for something a little bit different, we have Guitar Hero. I loved this game when I had my Wii. This is Guitar Hero 3. I had the white guitar controller and I thought it was amazing. Of course, for copyright reasons, I'm not going to be able to play the songs out loud, but I just want to show you that the controls do work, and it's also a good test of latency, because we can hit all the notes perfectly fine. I just need to try to remember what the controls are, because 4 of the buttons are the face buttons, and one of them is right on the D-pad. Of course, you can customize this, but for now, I'll just try and work with what I have. You'll see that I'm able to hit all of the buttons, as long as I can remember what they are. I'm not having any issues with latency, everything's really good. I played this game earlier off camera with the sound on, listening to the song. Everything sounded great, I had no issues hitting the buttons in time. It was fantastic. So this is another good real-world test of latency. Rhythm games are absolutely possible on the Retroid Pocket 5. I've had some comments saying that rhythm games have been unplayable on other devices because of the latency. That's definitely not an issue with the Retroid Pocket 5. They're completely playable. I have my star power ready. I'm not sure how to use it, and I'm too busy to use it. Oh, there we go, star power. So I guess star power is when you used to lift the guitar up and it used to go crazy, like wow, wow, wow. This was a really fun game, and even playing with the controls like this is fun too. One thing I do want to try is I want to see if I can get my hands on an actual Guitar Hero controller and try to hook it up to this. That would be a really fun test, I think. So yet another game working absolutely perfectly on the Retroid Pocket 5, and I think this is a good time to put the controller down and say thank you very much for watching this video, everyone. I hope it was helpful. Please remember my tip to use the turnip driver in the description of this video. If you liked the video, please give it a like, subscribe, and leave a comment. And if you'd like to buy a Retroid Pocket 5 for yourself so you can play some Wii games too, check out my affiliate link in the description. It'll take you to the official Retroid website, which is where I bought my one. Thank you once again for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Thank you. Hello everyone! Welcome back to another episode about the Retroid Pocket 5. Today we're going to look at Minecraft on the Retroid Pocket. I bought Minecraft back when it was in alpha, after seeing videos from CNanas and the Yogscast on YouTube. That must be around 15 years ago, and I don't think I've played it for around 10 years. But this would be a fantastic device to play Minecraft on, so I'd like to get back into it. The Retroid Pocket 5 comes with PoJav Launcher installed by default, which I've opened here. So by pressing the play button after signing in, I can play the Java version of Minecraft directly on the Retroid Pocket 5. No further installations are necessary from stock. And let's create a new world and let's jump into a game of Java Minecraft. By turning on the debug settings and hiding the GUI, we can see the frame rate up here, 142 frames per second. I'll run around, chop down some trees and make a little building, and we'll see how the frame rate is. Right now we're running at around 359 frames per second. We have a really nice looking mountain over there. Let's run over there and see the frame rate again. The graphics are set to fast and the render distance is set to 10 chunks. Let's change the graphics to fancy. And now once again, we'll keep an eye on the frame rate. It looks like we're getting well over 100 frames per second. Now at the top of the mountain, looking all around, the frame rate is never dropping below 100 frames per second. It's loading in chunks far away. This is a really good experience. It's very smooth, very nice to control with the controller, and I have a lot of faith that this will run really well. One thing that I want to do is I want to load in a texture pack. When I used to play Minecraft 10 years ago, I always imported a texture pack called the Svaks BD Craft texture pack. So if we go to the title screen, go to Options, Resource Packs, I've added in a couple of resource packs here, but I can't get them working. I tried the 128 times texture pack and it didn't work. I then tried the 64 times, and no matter what I do, it just doesn't apply. I cannot get the texture pack working. So now we're going to change from the Java version of Minecraft to the Bedrock version of Minecraft from the Android store. In the Google Play Store, you can buy the Minecraft game. I think it costs around $10 or maybe less, but there are a lot of in-app purchases with the Bedrock version. It's kind of a double-edged sword. It's so easy and convenient to grab tons of texture packs that you might want to use, but you do have to pay for all of them individually. So launching into the Minecraft game, this is the Bedrock version from the Android Play Store, we can go to the marketplace. They do offer a monthly subscription, and right now I have the trial of that subscription, but unfortunately it doesn't cover everything, and it doesn't cover the texture pack that I want. If we search up here in the search box, I will search for BD Craft. This is the texture pack I'd like to use, Pure BD Craft, and it's going to cost me 4,401, which is around $3. So I just purchased the texture pack, and now all I have to do is choose download, and it will download and install the texture pack for me. The download has now finished after a few seconds. I can choose activate textures, come into the global resources, go down to my packs, and here it is. So I'll activate Pure BD Craft. I can also activate Pure BD Craft HD UI. And now when we get into the game, you can see that the texture pack has successfully updated, and we now have the Smax BD Craft texture pack that I wanted. When it comes to general performance between the Java and Bedrock versions, I didn't notice much of a difference because they both run at a huge frame rate, way above the 60 Hz that this screen's capable of displaying. So if you want to play Minecraft for the performance, I would suggest just sticking with the PoJav launcher that comes with the device. If, however, you want to install a lot of modifications, you have two choices. You can stick with the PoJav launcher and you can download the mods for free and try and install them. However, in my case, I wasn't able to do it. When I played Minecraft on the computer, it was really easy. You just drag and drop the files and it works correctly. However, for some reason with the RP5, when I dragged and dropped the files into the right folders and loaded them into the game with the PoJav launcher, they just simply didn't work. It might be something you can get to work if you put more effort into it, but if you want to do it simply and easily, I'd suggest the Bedrock launcher. You do have to pay money for the game and you do have to pay for extras as well, but everything just runs perfectly. Is that a zombie over there? I just started this new game and there's a zombie right on the beach. Get him. Get him with the sapling. Go for a swim. I think he just wants to swim. Whoa, look at the moves. Is this meant to happen? I just started a new world and I've got a swimming, raving zombie on the beach. Well, we'll let him play around like that for a while. He seems like he's having fun. On that note, thank you for watching this video, everyone. I know I didn't go crazily in depth with this, but I just wanted to show some key differences between the PoJav launcher and the Bedrock version. They both work really well. Great frame rates, great smooth experiences. It's just going to come down to, do you want to modify things yourself for free, or do you want to just pay a little bit of money and have everything work perfectly for you? I can't stop watching that zombie. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like and a comment, please subscribe, and if you'd like to buy your own Retroid Pocket 5 console yourself and watch dancing, raving beach zombies yourself like this, you can check out the affiliate link in the description and buy it from the official Retroid website, just like I did with this one. Thank you very much. See you next time. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. You may notice that things look a little bit different today. That's because I'm currently visiting my family, so for the next week, my setup will look like this. But 1 week later, I'll be back to the usual setup. Today, we're going to be testing AAA Android games to see how they run on the Retroid Pocket 5. First of all, let's jump into a speed test and see how our Wi-Fi connection looks, as that'll be quite important for our online games. So our download speed is 69 megabits per second. That should be perfectly fine for online gaming. So let's jump into some games now. Our first game today is Stumble Guys, one of my absolute favorite games to play on a little handheld like this. As you can see, we're getting a very smooth 60 frames per second. No worries here, no issues, it runs great. Through round 1, into round 2, the spin go round. It looks like we're going to win this very easily. Our little T-Rex friend's having a rough time. He's just getting smashed by those things. Oh no. You can do it. I believe in you. Oh no. As you can see, the competition is fierce. This is the finale. Oh, how did I miss there? Oh, I've ruined this. Right, let's go. We can do this. We need to catch up a lot, but I think we can do it. Oh, we were doing so well. I think we just lost. Oh yeah. Oh, unlucky. We were close. Okay, Stumble Guys works very well on this device. It's a great Stumble Guys device. Next up we have Call of Duty Warzone. This is my first time ever playing this game, so I'm not really sure what I'm doing. The buttons are already mapped automatically. We're getting around 25 to 30 frames per second, and it seems like I have all my guns ready to go. So let's see if we can get some kills. By selecting the controller style as Xbox from the top menu, it automatically assigns all of the buttons. We don't need to do it ourselves. So straight out of the box, natively, all the buttons are configured, and we can just jump straight into the game. You are following Doncaster Crips. Okay, I guess that's Michael Myers in the Halloween mask. I can see the frame rate is dipping down a little bit, from 30 down to around 24. It is getting a little bit choppy. Hopefully I can pick up a gun here. The buttons are all assigned to what I'd expect them to be. As I'm running around, it feels like Call of Duty on the PlayStation. All the buttons are what I expect, like clicking in the left stick to run, looking down the sight, reloading with the left face button. It's all what I would expect it to be. So it's nice and comfortable so far. I see a red dot on the map. I wonder if there's an enemy over there. Oh, it is. Oh. Ah! Don't worry, Michael Myers. I got him. Don't worry, Michael Myers. I got him too. Oh, this is very fun so far. And I feel like the controls work really well. If somebody's playing this with the touchscreen of a phone, I feel like I have a good advantage with the Retro Pocket 5. What I really like is every button is what I would expect it to be. Oh! Get him! I feel very comfortable with these controls. Nice. Enemies just constantly keep coming in. Oh, there's too many enemies! Hold to use self-revive kit. Yes, please. Oh, well, that didn't last very long. Okay, I think we can say this game is very playable and very fun. I'm definitely going to try and play this game more. That was very fun. Here's a game with a similar theme. This is Polygon. It's another arena shooter style game, but this time it's a really cute cartoony game that I saw on the App Store. This game automatically locks onto people and automatically shoots them. I assume I'm playing against bots because nobody's doing anything. I might just be in the wrong game mode right now, but this game feels like a scam. So let's jump into a real shooting game, the one that's been requested the most on this channel. I've had so many comments asking me to try Fortnite on Android, so let's do that now. Jumping into the practice before the game, we have a dancing anime woman and a banana that's trying to murder people. I covered Fortnite in a previous video of game streaming, and I mentioned in that stream that I really don't play Fortnite at all. So once again, this video is not a showcase of my skill, it's just to show you guys how well the game runs on Android on the Retro Pocket 5. So you can see right now up here we have 31 frames per second, and hopefully we're going to stay around 30 frames per second as we play the game. Once again, I didn't have to bind any of the controls using the Xbox controller setting in the control menu. Everything is already bound for me, everything's configured, and it seems to be running perfectly. So let's jump down, let's deploy our glider, maybe try to get onto a roof. I'll have to turn up the audio so I can hear people coming, and let's see how this runs. It seems to be running very smoothly so far. Somebody's trying to shoot me. Get him with the pickaxe! Get him! Why does that do no damage? Somebody please teach me why my gun does no damage. Is it just because I'm missing? It's pickaxe time. That orange bar doesn't go down. Is that some kind of armor? As you can see, I really don't know what I'm doing in this game. So if somebody could tell me in the comments why he doesn't take much damage. Was I just missing him? Or is that orange bar some kind of strong armor? I'd really like to know because I would like to try and play Fortnite more. But for the purposes of this video, I can say it runs at a very smooth 30 frames per second and it's very playable. If you know how to play the game, which unfortunately, I don't. So let's move on to a different game. This is Slay the Spire, and this is probably my favorite game in the world. Unfortunately, the Android port doesn't support controllers, and there's no real easy way to bind the buttons because everything keeps moving across the screen. Slay the Spire is a turn-based card game, so you won't be surprised to hear that it runs a perfect 60 frames per second. No matter what you do in the game, it's going to be absolutely perfect. I just wish I could get the controls working. So I am also playing a port of this game on a different console on the Retro Pocket 5, and it runs perfectly. You'll be able to see a comparison of these two devices in my upcoming Versus video, where I'm going to show the same game running on different platforms, as well as remakes of different games running on different platforms, and I'll compare how they run on the Retro Pocket 5, which ones run well, and which ones I'd recommend. So look out for that coming very soon. So moving on from one card game to another, this is a much newer card game, Balatro. As it's a lot newer, it has controller support right out of the box. It natively supports controllers, it works absolutely perfectly, and you can easily play this game at a solid 60 frames per second. The Retro Pocket 5 is a fantastic Balatro machine. And on that note, I'd like to say thank you very much for watching this video, everybody. Please like the video, leave me a comment letting me know what you'd like to see next. Please consider subscribing to the channel to see new Retroid Pocket 5 content every single day. And if you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5, I'll leave my affiliate link in the description, which takes you to the official Retroid website, which is where I bought my one. Thank you once again for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In this episode, we're going to be comparing versions of games on different systems. And make sure you stick around to the end of the video because we have a big one. We'll be comparing original games against their remakes and some cross-platform games to see how they run on different systems. We'll be checking the graphics, the performance, the controls, and just how they generally feel to play. So let's jump into the first game, The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker on Gamecube and the HD remaster on Wii U. Here I'm back at the beginning of the game because I foolishly forgot to save my progress, but I can tell you it runs at a very smooth 30 frames per second and it looks beautiful. This is, in my opinion, one of the most beautiful games ever made, and the GameCube version looks incredible on the RetroArch Pocket 5's OLED screen. I really enjoyed playing this game, and it's a perfectly smooth experience. This is a game I tried to emulate in the past on different consoles, and I sometimes ran into some issues. But here on the RetroArch Pocket 5, in the Dolphin emulator, it's running beautifully. Jumping into the Wii U version now, it looks incredible, but it does sometimes lose frames. You'll see up here the frame rate is mostly at 30 frames per second, sometimes going a little higher, sometimes going a little lower, and I have not gotten as far into the game on this version. I'm still around the starting area, and it's mostly running well, but I do notice some fluctuations in frame rate and it does slow down and stutter just a little bit. I'm going to have to test how it goes when we get further into the game, but it seems like it might slow down and stutter just a bit when it's loading in shaders. It's definitely playable, it's definitely nice, and it looks incredible. So I'd say in this case, both versions are very playable, but personally I would choose the GameCube version because I think it looks incredible and it runs absolutely perfectly. So let's move on to the next game. Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U versus Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on the Switch. In both cases, we'll jump into a single player game. I'm just going to keep smashing the A button. So we're choosing Mario with the same car, the same settings, everything will be the same for testing purposes. So first of all, this is the Wii U version. I've played a few races on this so far and it's been an incredible experience. You'll see the frame rate fluctuating between 50 and 60 frames per second. It's mostly smooth at 60. It does sometimes drop down to 50, but to me 50 frames per second still feels and looks smooth. I don't notice it jumping or stuttering too much. It's a really good, really solid experience. Once again, jumping into a race with Mario, this time on the Switch. In this case, you're going to notice some stutters and slowdowns. The frame rate is fluctuating around 40 frames per second, but it sometimes drops in the 20s, sometimes goes up to 50 or 60. In this case, it's a much less smooth experience than on the Wii U, and honestly, I think it graphically looks about the same. So when it comes to Mario Kart, I would prefer to play the Wii U version, which runs flawlessly. I definitely wouldn't call the Switch version unplayable, as it runs around 40 to 45 frames per second on average, but it definitely feels noticeably less smooth than the Wii U version. So if you wanted to pick one of them, I would go with the Wii U version in this case. Next up, we have The Simpsons Hit and Run, PlayStation 2 versus GameCube. You can see right now we're running at around 50 frames per second, and this is on the PlayStation 2 version of the game. It runs mostly smooth, it's nice to play, and it looks great. You can also see we have it set up to run in widescreen, so it's nice that it's filling up the whole screen. Now this is the GameCube version of the game. You'll see we're running in a 4:3 aspect ratio this time. I'm sure you could also switch it to widescreen if you wanted, I just haven't gone through and set that up yet. And here we're getting much closer to a smooth 60 frames per second, and overall the game just feels a lot smoother on the GameCube version. I'm not sure if that's to do with the game itself or the emulator we're using, but for The Simpsons Hit and Run, I would recommend using the Dolphin emulator and playing the GameCube version. It just feels smoother overall, and it's delightful to play on the RetroArch Pocket 5. Next we have Slay the Spire, the Android version versus the Switch version. The Android version of Slay the Spire works really well on the RetroArch Pocket 5, but the problem is there's no controller support. So unfortunately, you do just have to use the touchscreen for everything. So while the game runs very well on the RetroArch Pocket 5, it's just not a very fun experience having to use the touchscreen. This is not what the device is really for. Now moving over to the Nintendo Switch version of Slay the Spire, this is much better. It natively has controller support, and the game runs beautifully on the RetroArch Pocket 5. This is a fantastic Slay the Spire machine, and I've already put tens of hours into this game on the RetroArch Pocket 5. It's glorious. Take that. Next up, we have Zelda Skyward Sword on the Wii versus Skyward Sword HD on the Switch. This one's a bit tricky because the Wii uses all motion controls. And as you can see here, I have set up the gyroscope on the RetroArch Pocket to move around the cursor as I move it. But it's not perfect because this is not what the device was made for. You can definitely go into the settings more, tinker with it and play around with it, but it's not particularly comfortable. So let's see if we can throw this barrel through this window by rocking the RetroArch Pocket 5. Ready? Go! Nope. Whew. There we go. It is pretty fun, but it's not how I'd really like to play the game. Oh, and we're in trouble. What do you think you're doing? Ooh. The Nintendo Switch Remaster, on the other hand, is built with a controller in mind, so this one runs beautifully. The graphics are not too different from the original game, so it runs very easily on the RetroArch Pocket 5. We're at a solid 60 frames per second, it's built with controller support in mind, so it runs beautifully. In this case, I would definitely recommend the HD Remaster on the Switch. It clearly wins this round because it's far easier to control and much more suited to a gamepad device like the RetroArch Pocket 5. Next up we have Zelda Twilight Princess on the Gamecube versus Zelda Twilight Princess HD on the Wii U. Growing up, I had this game on the Wii, and what you're seeing right now is actually the Wii version. It runs fine, but once again, I'm worried about the controller issue, so instead of testing the Wii version, we're going to jump into the Gamecube version. This is the Gamecube version, and as you can see, we're running at a solid 30 frames per second. Everything's running very well. We have the 4:3 aspect ratio. It looks really good. Gamecube games really hold up well. It's a very solid experience, it's very smooth, and it's lovely to play. Now jumping into the Wii U version, once again it runs absolutely perfectly. We now have a 16:9 aspect ratio. We once again have a very solid 30 frames per second. And I do like the updates in UI over the Gamecube version. I find the A, B, X and Y buttons much clearer and easier to read. And when there's an instruction, such as to use an item or mount or dismount from the horse, they also repeat them at the bottom of the screen, so it's nice and clear and easy to read. So in this case, I do prefer the Wii U version. But both are fantastic, both look great, both run smooth. It's going to come down to personal preference. Next up we have Super Mario 3D All-Stars versus Super Mario Galaxy, Super Mario Sunshine and Super Mario 64. Jumping into Super Mario 64 on the N64, you can see the text is almost impossible to read. It might be because the game's quite old and was made for CRT televisions, but I believe it's something I need to fix in the settings, so I will try and look into that more and fix it. But once we get into the game, it shouldn't be an issue. The text in the game itself is clear and easy to read, but we will compare that to the remake in a minute. Getting into the game now, the text once again is quite hard to read. I can read it, but it's definitely not very clear. Running around, you can see we've got a very smooth 30 frames per second. The game feels very fun. I can jump, I can slide, whee! It's been quite a few years since I played this game, but I remember it was a very fun game, so I am looking forward to getting back into it. But I need to decide if I should play it on the Nintendo 64 or the Switch Remake. So now let's jump into the Switch Remake and see how it compares. I'm especially interested to see what the text looks like. Jumping into the Switch Remake, you can see the text is perfectly clear. So if the performance is equally smooth at 30 frames per second, this will be a clear winner. Jumping into the game, we once again have that same smooth 30 frames per second. We can jump, we can slide, whee! It feels the same, it looks the same, but we have very readable text. So on this occasion, I definitely give this to the Switch Remake. One thing I can notice are very small black bars at the top and the bottom of the screen that I didn't notice on the N64 version. It's going to be pretty much impossible to see because of the way that the OLED screen so perfectly blends into the body of the Retro Pocket 5, but when holding it at a certain angle, I do notice some very slight bars at the top and the bottom. Maybe that was in the N64 version and I just didn't notice. But in any case, it's not going to detract from the game at all, and I would choose this over the N64 version because of the clear text. I'm sure with a little research and time, you could fix that text issue in the N64 version, but straight out of the box, I prefer the Switch version. So now let's move into the next game in the same series. This is Super Mario Sunshine. Once again, we can jump, we can slide, whee! I showcased this in one of my previous videos and I mentioned how it was only running around 25 frames per second, and I was curious if I could get it up to 50. Unfortunately, I've not had any time to test that yet, but I do hope there's a way to get it to 50 frames per second. Once again, we have the 4:3 aspect ratio, everything runs very smoothly at 25 frames per second, and it feels very nice to play. So let's see how this compares to the Switch version. Jumping into the Nintendo Switch version now, there are some big slowdowns as it renders shaders. We now have a 16:9 aspect ratio and everything's looking pretty nice. Graphically it looks much nicer than the Gamecube version, but with that comes a hit in performance. It seems like we're going to struggle to get 30 frames per second in this, and we're even struggling to get 20 frames per second at times. For some games it is possible to download shader cache files which will render all of these shaders for us and fix any stuttering issues. That's something I will look into in the future, but for now I will say this is not running particularly well. I would not call it playable with this many slowdowns happening even at the beginning of the game. And in this case, I would definitely recommend you check out the original Gamecube version. And now finally, we have Super Mario Galaxy. This is a game I've never played before. I have no idea what's going to happen, but this is a Wii game, so once again, we might have some issues with the controls. As you can see, I have the right stick corresponding to the Wiimote. Like how you would point the Wiimote around the screen, that's corresponding to this right analog stick. But then I set the A button, which usually confirms things, to this B button, so I have to try and push these at the same time. That's a bit of an oversight on my part. I probably should have set the A button to a trigger or something. So let's try and coordinate these buttons together, and then hopefully it will be easier once we get into the game. You could definitely spend some more time setting up the controls in a much smarter way than what I have, because this is definitely not the best idea. We now got into the game, so let's see if I can control it okay. I can run around, I can jump. I'm not sure how to slide, but I can curl up into a ball. This star is being controlled by the Wiimote, so I have to use the right stick. This seems very difficult, and I can already tell I'm not going to have fun playing this Wii version, so let's jump into the Switch version. Super Mario Sunshine didn't run very well on here, and with this being an even more modern game, I'm curious to see how it will do. In this case, we don't have motion controls. We can simply just tap on the screen. And with the Retroid Pocket 5 being a touchscreen, that's nice and easy to do. So going through the menus, this is much easier than the Wii version, but we just need to see if we have the performance when we get into the game. The Wii version seemed to be running very smoothly. It was just a little bit difficult to control. Jumping into the game, and it seems to be running in slow motion, so we're really struggling to run this. I'm going to go into the settings and drop the resolution down to 75%. After lowering the graphics settings, it seems to be exactly the same. We seem to be running in slow motion. Let's just quickly compare this once again to the Wii version to check that I'm not just going insane. Back to the Wii version, this is clearly much faster, much smoother, and working really well at 60 frames per second. The only issue is the controller, but there are some very smart people on YouTube and on the internet who have made controller profiles for all different Wii games. So this is a good point to put the console down and talk about my conclusion from my testing today. I would recommend that you play each game on the newest system that you can handle. If you can handle the game on a new system like the Switch, it's going to look the best, it's probably going to fit the screen without any widescreen patches or hacks necessary, the text is going to be perfectly clear, and it's going to look fantastic. If the Retroid Pocket 5 can't handle the Switch game, then drop down to the next console, whether that's the Wii or the Gamecube or the PlayStation. If you're having problems with the control on the Wii, you can go into the Wii input settings, and there is a lot here that you can customize. Sometimes you might play a game and it tells you have to connect a nunchuck. In that case, you can come down to Extension and choose Extension Nunchuck, and then you'll be able to play the game. If you're struggling with the controls like I was in this video, check out some YouTube guides where people will show you how to set up the controls properly. And in some cases, they will actually let you download their profile, which you can just import into your emulator and start using straight away. For me personally, I prioritize performance over everything else, and I'd rather play a game at a smooth 60 frames per second rather than one that looked a little bit better but lagged and stuttered. I hope today's videos were helpful in helping you decide which emulator to use and how to play certain games. I also hope it gave you some things to think about when it comes to emulation and can help you get the most out of your Retroid Pocket 5. So please like this video, share any comments or thoughts you might have below. I'd love it if you could subscribe to the channel, and if you'd like to buy your own Retroid Pocket 5 like I have here, I'll leave my affiliate link in the description to the official Retroid website, the same place I bought my one. Thank you so much for watching today, and have a lovely day. I'll see you tomorrow. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In this episode today, we're going to be covering the 3DS. Now, before we begin, I have a confession to make. I have never played the 3DS in my life, so this is going to be a really exciting experience for me. I did have the original DS, and while I'm visiting my family, I did find this DS Lite, which is currently playing I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. For some reason, Jed is talking to me. Become friends. Jed says, I like you, but I don't know you yet. It's too early to be friends. What is this game? If you'd like to see me make some videos with this DS Lite, let me know. But for now, let's get back to the Retroid Pocket 5. For this video, we're using Lime 3DS, and this is version 2119. Jumping into a 3DS classic, Animal Crossing New Leaf, you can see we have the two screens set up side by side, but in Lime 3DS, you can configure a button to switch layouts. So I'm using the right stick to change between layouts like this. So as I cycle through them, you can just pick what's comfortable for you in a particular game. Some games only really use one screen, so you can make it full screen like this. But for most screens you're going to want to see two. You're probably going to want to see the main screen bigger and the secondary screen smaller. This will be personal preference, so you can just cycle through and find what suits you. I'll make the game full screen and put the FPS counter in the top right so you can see how smoothly it runs. As we walk around the island and it loads in new shaders, we do get some stutters and stops, as you can see. But then when we circle back around after they've been loaded in, it's perfectly smooth at 60 frames per second. So I do think this runs really well. It just needs to load in those shaders for the first time, and then we get a lovely smooth 60 frames per second. I'm a big fan of Animal Crossing New Horizons, and I'm looking forward to playing this one too and trying it out. Now jumping into Mario Kart 7. We have the main game on one screen and the map on the other screen. Of course we can cycle through, and if you wanted to, we could hide that map and just have a full screen driving experience. I've tried a couple of test races off camera and it's running very smooth at 60 frames per second. Once again, it is slowing down at certain points when it seems that it's loading in shaders of different racetracks, but for the most part it's running very smoothly and it's a very enjoyable experience when you're not being smashed off the road. Hey! Growing up, I was a big fan of Pokemon Ruby, so this is Pokemon Omega Ruby, and I'm very excited to play this game. The game's running smoothly at 60 frames per second, and a simple cartoony game like this won't have any issue running on the Retroid Pocket 5. I do have more Pokemon games, but I'll save those for an upcoming test. Now let's jump into A Link Between Worlds. If you've watched my channel before, you'll know that I'm trying to get the Switch version of this running, but I can't do so effectively. As you can see, the 3DS version of this game is running perfectly at a super smooth 60 frames per second. It feels wonderful to play, and I hope that I can get the newer version working this well too. Next up, we have Minecraft on the 3DS. Let's see how this runs with generating chunks. I'm really curious to see if it can generate many chunks in the distance, or if it's just going to tank. My world is corrupted and cannot be saved. So it seems like we cannot run Minecraft on the 3DS on the Retro Pocket 5, or maybe I've just corrupted the system somehow. But honestly, we have loads of different ways to run Minecraft on the Retro Pocket 5, so this is not an issue. Now for something a little different. This is Pro Evolution Soccer 2013, and it's running very well, and it looks good too. I've tried quite a lot of football games on the Retro Pocket 5 so far, and this is one of my favourites. It's running really nicely here. I've given away a penalty. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal World Duel Carnival. I'm making use of the auto skip button, something I wish more games had. I like the little Dark Magician Girl loading animation, that's cute. And once again, no surprises here, the game runs at a perfectly smooth 60 frames per second. I have a lot more games I could show you for the 3DS, and I could do that in an upcoming video if it's something you'd like to see, so please leave a comment if you would like to see further testing on the 3DS, but I think that we can say the 3DS will run absolutely beautifully on the Retro Pocket 5, so I hope this helped answer some of your questions. I hope this video was useful and informative. If it was, please give me a like, subscribe, and if you'd like to pick up your own Retro Pocket 5, you can use my affiliate link in the description to be taken to the official Retro Pocket website, which is where I bought my one. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. Today is 20 days since I got my Retroid Pocket 5 and started this YouTube channel. So I wanted to run through some more questions that people have had in the comments section of my videos to talk about the general overall experience using the Retroid Pocket 5. Jumping into the first question, first of all, thank you for saying that my video is informative. That's what I'm trying to do here on this channel. Let's say you're using the R3 button to cycle through layouts. This is in the 3DS emulator. Can we configure a button to cycle through anti-clockwise? So in the Lime 3DS settings, we have a button to cycle through layouts, and we also have a button to swap screens. So I've chosen to cycle layouts by clicking in the right stick, and I've chosen to swap screens by clicking in the left stick. So now in our game, by clicking in the right stick, it will swap screen configurations, and you can find one that suits the game you're playing. Then we can click the left stick to switch which side of the Retroid Pocket 5 screen the Nintendo DS screen is on. So if you want to make this screen go to the right and this screen go to the left, you can click this button. I don't think there is a button to cycle through anti-clockwise, but there aren't actually many configurations, so you don't really need to worry about that. If you look at the screen setup we have right now, and I'll just click the button a few times, and let's see how long it takes to go all the way through all of the different options and back to this screen. We're already back, so it didn't take very long. It could be a nice feature to be able to go anti-clockwise, but I don't think it's really necessary. I think the current setup like this works very well. While on the topic of the 3DS, I got a question asking if I was playing at 1x, 2x, or 3x native resolution. I was actually playing at 4x native resolution, 1600 by 960, which is just a little bit below the 1920 by 1080 screen of the Retroid Pocket 5. I did try using 5x native resolution, which is even higher than the resolution of this screen, but it was causing me to lose a little bit of performance, and I didn't feel that it was necessary to push the resolution higher than the screen can even show. So for that reason, I decided to stick with 4x native, 1600 by 960. It looks good and runs well. Do you run your tests in performance mode? No. For all of my tests that you see on this channel, I'm always running the performance mode as standard, not performance or high performance. The reason for this is that I want to keep the fan turned off and run the device silently. As I've gone through testing multiple systems, I've not noticed much of an improvement by bumping the performance up to performance or high performance mode, but I have noticed a huge difference in fan level. I'll just quickly demonstrate this now. As we move up to high performance mode and the fan kicks into sport mode, you'll hear it becomes very noisy. I really don't like that sound, so I like to keep it on standard mode with the fan turned off, and now you'll hear there's no sound whatsoever. That's much better, and the games run really well. So do I use performance mode? No. Next up, do you need a PC to use this? Absolutely not. Of course, if you're setting up lots of different emulation systems, it's much easier if you have a PC, but you don't need one. And I am going to show you how to use a PC with this in the future. But being an Android device, it already comes with Chrome, it comes with the Play Store, it comes with a file manager, it comes with everything you're going to need to set it up. If you want to download any files, you can just use Chrome, or I'd also recommend using Brave browser because that cuts out a lot of advertisements you might get on certain websites. And while using a PC definitely could help speed up some of the processes when you're setting this up, you don't need one at all. Could you test Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate and 3 Ultimate, please? 3 Ultimate also has a Wii U version if you want to compare it. So I've had a lot of game requests like this, and I'm still running through my game recommendations. Somebody also asked me why I have an Alex Jones game. I don't actually know who that is. These are just the recommendations I got on my videos, and I'm running through them to help you guys. So can I test Monster Hunter 4? Yes, absolutely. I will put those together in a comparison video in the future and let you know how it runs. So if any of you guys have more recommendations, please leave a comment under this video, and I'll try to add them to my list and get testing them for you. For the bottom screen, is the touchscreen usable, even when it's tiny and to the side? Once again, this is about the 3DS. This is the last question about the 3DS today, but let's just jump back into that and I'll show you. So of course, with the two screens side by side, we can easily use all of the touchscreen, but the question was, even when the screen is very small, can we still use it? So let's cycle through some different settings. Let's find one where the screen is really small like that. Can we still use it? I'll choose Ember. And as you can see, yes, we can still use it. It works perfectly fine. Can you try Pokemon ROM hacks? So there are very many Pokemon games that I want to try. Games like Pokemon Colosseum, Pokemon Snap, Pokemon Red, Pokemon Fire Red, Pokemon Gold, Pokemon Heart Gold, Pokemon XY, Blue, Black. Did I just say blue? I meant white. There are so many different Pokemon games that I can't even remember the names of them. So I decided I will make a comprehensive, detailed Pokemon video. I will dedicate a video to all different Pokemon games, including ROM hacks and the Pokemon MMO. So make sure to subscribe and look out for that coming soon. Hi Ryan, love the videos, thank you. Could you do a setup guide with emulators that use a front end for the total noobs like me? Yes, absolutely. Right now, my Retro Pocket 5 is still running the pre-production software. I do have the firmware flashing kit and guide, and I am going to do that, but I'll wait until I finish my vacation and get back home. So when I get back home a few days later, I'm going to make a video showing the update process, and then I'm also going to make a guide showing you how I set up each emulator and how I got them all running well. So look out for that in the next week or so. Thanks again for the excellent content. Thank you, Yusuf. I saw a 16:9 ratio on the Gamecube version of Zelda Wind Waker. How did you do this? Yes, so if you watched my cross-platform comparison video a few days ago, you might have noticed I've got the Wind Waker on Gamecube running in 16:9. The way I achieved this is by using something called gecko codes. You can search around on the internet and find many gecko codes. I found the one you're seeing now on Reddit. If you search the game name followed by widescreen gecko code, I'm sure you can find the same one that I used. So once you've found the code, you're going to need to copy and paste. Go into the Dolphin emulator, hold your finger down on the game you want to edit, and go to Edit Cheats. Now you're going to need to scroll all the way down to the bottom, and there might be a lot to get through here. And when you get to the bottom, you'll find it says Add New Gecko Code. So you're going to click on that and put a name you want. So I would call it something like widescreen. Then scroll down to Code and paste in here the code you got from Reddit or another website. Then when you do that, it's going to appear as an option you can toggle on and off here. So here's the one I added called widescreen. I found the code through Reddit, I pasted it in, and now when I check this box, it's going to be widescreen. So now if I disable this and head back into the game, you'll see we're now back to the original 4:3 aspect ratio. So let's enable it one more time. Let's hold our finger down on the game, go to Edit Cheats, scroll all the way down to the bottom where my added gecko code was, and let's toggle on the widescreen gecko code. And now getting back into the game, you'll see once again, we have a 16:9 aspect ratio. You can use gecko codes for many things such as cheats and widescreen hacks. So check them out online and see what you can do to edit your games. Do wireless controllers work on the Retro Pocket 5 or no? Once again, in my video testing the Retro Pocket 5 on TVs, I used a wireless controller and it worked perfectly. But for the sake of demonstration, one more time, here we have an 8-bit Do or 8-bit Do SNES-style gamepad. We can take our gamepad and put it into pairing mode by holding the pairing button. On most gamepads, you'll then see some flickering, flashing lights like this. We can drag down from the top of the screen on the Retro Pocket 5, come to where it says Bluetooth and hold that down, choose Pair New Device, and then hopefully, if all goes well, it should show up here on the drop-down menu. Here's my 8-bit Do controller. I will tap that, and I will choose Pair, and now the controller is set up. As I push the D-pad, you'll see it controlling the screen. When using a controller, it's very handy to jump into a front end, such as ESDE here. And when we jump into a game, we are going to need to configure this in the emulator we're using. Thankfully, most emulators have automatic mapping, so by clicking automatic mapping and then choosing our 8-bit DOE controller, it should now work perfectly. So let's see if we can turn the car around. And sure enough, it's working absolutely perfectly, and it's a beautiful experience. I'm not noticing any lag whatsoever. I did mention this in my TV video. I don't notice any lag, but just to test that, let's quickly jump into a rhythm game. Here I'm playing Guitar Hero. I just quickly set up the buttons, so they don't actually match the colors of the controller. I just did this very quickly, but just to show I can hit all the buttons in time. There's no problem with the latency whatsoever in my experience. I have no idea what the red button is. Once again, I have a question. Are you employed by Retroid? No, absolutely not. I wish I was. I'm not employed by Retroid. The only reason that I only cover this one console is because it's the one that I have. I cannot afford to get other consoles. I wish I could. Hopefully someday soon I can afford to buy an Odin or something similar and review that as well. And if you guys would like to see me review something like the Odin Portal, please let me know because I'm really considering buying one. Regular Jeffrey says, first off, loving the videos. Thank you so much. What size SD card are you using? I'm using a 512GB SD card, but I keep nearly filling it up all the time. So if you want to get a lot of games, I would recommend getting at least a 1TB SD card. If you're somebody who just picks and chooses a few games to play and then deletes them when they're done, 512 will be good enough for you. But for me, someone who wants to showcase a lot of games, I'm actually really struggling with this 512GB, and I'm certainly going to be upgrading to at least a 1TB card soon. Excellent videos. Thank you so much. Do you know if BBC iPlayer and other streaming apps work on this via the video out? So I can't actually get iPlayer on mine because my Play Store is the Korean Play Store, but I'll get some other streaming apps, but I will show you this in a minute because I am going to connect this to the TV to answer one of the other questions. Quick question, how do you turn off RGB on the analog sticks? This is very easy. If you just swipe down from the top of the screen, you can see here joystick light. If you click on that, it will bring up the options of what color you would like. And here at the bottom, you have the brightness. So by swiping it up to the top, you have 100% brightness on both sides. And by swiping that brightness down to 0%, they turn off. This question asks me, will the sound be at the monitor speaker or the RP5 itself? So in my previous video, I showed connecting the Retroid Pocket 5 to monitors and TVs. And I've had some questions asking where the sound will play from. In that video, sometimes when I connected to monitors, the sound came through the monitor, and sometimes it came out of the Retroid Pocket 5. The sound wasn't the focus of that video, so I didn't put too much time into testing that. So let's have a look now. In a previous video, I connected the Retroid Pocket 5 to a TV using a USB-C to HDMI cable. This time around, I'm using an HP hub, which once again lets you connect a USB-C device to an HDMI, but the result should be the same. So connecting the Retroid Pocket 5 to the TV, you can see it displays beautifully on the big screen, but is there any sound? That's what we need to test now. So let's turn up the sound on the device and see where it's coming from. So by turning the sound up, you'll hear there is no sound coming out at all. There is no sound coming from the Retroid Pocket 5, so my assumption would be it should be coming from the TV. Turning up the sound on the TV, there is no sound coming out of this at all. So this is something I do have to test more, because at my own home, some devices played the sound out of the TV and some didn't. So I will need to do more testing on this, and this will be dedicated to a future video, so look out for that. While I haven't been able to get streaming apps working on the Retroid Pocket 5 yet, if I open a YouTube video by a brilliant YouTuber and then connect the cable to the TV once more, you will see that it connects with no problems at all, but the only issue we are running into is that audio issue, which I do need to try to fix. So watch out for that in a future video where I'll try and get to the bottom of that and fix it once and for all. And on that note, I want to say thank you for watching this video. Thank you to everyone who's been with me for the past 20 days and subscribed to my channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, please consider subscribing. And also, if this video was useful to you, please consider liking it and sharing a comment. If you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5, I'll leave my affiliate link down in the description to where I bought it from myself, the official Retroid website. Thank you once again for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. Today we're going to be focusing on Nintendo DS games. I had one of the original silver Nintendo DS's back in the day. I actually ordered it from Japan, so I got it a little bit before it came out in the UK. I then also bought this Nintendo DS Lite, which I have modified with some custom games. So I'm really excited to replace this, as well as many other consoles, with just the Retroid Pocket 5. It's very convenient to be able to replace so many devices, especially with something that has such a great OLED screen. First of all, we're jumping into Dragon Quest IX, As I showed in my recent 3DS video, we can cycle through different screen layouts by clicking in the right stick, and by clicking in the left stick, we can cycle which side of the Retroid Pocket 5 screen the Nintendo DS screen is on. I also had a few questions in my previous 3DS video asking if you could rotate the Retroid Pocket 5 and show everything vertically, and yes you can. It would be a little bit difficult to control it this way, but yes, you absolutely can rotate the device and see everything vertically. But for the sake of easy control, we're going to once again rotate it horizontally and control it this way. The graphics look really nice when upscaled. For this video, I'm using the Drastic emulator. There are some other good emulators on the market, but this is one that I've used for many years, so I wanted to use it for this test. By going into the settings and going to Options, Video, and scrolling down to Filter, I've changed this to HQ2X, which I find makes the graphics look a little bit sharper. I've also enabled high resolution 3D rendering and 16-bit rendering. I'm not 100% sure if those are necessary, but I have found that the graphics definitely look noticeably sharper after making those changes. I would love to be able to show you more of this game, but I've been running around this area for 5 minutes and I'm completely lost. I don't know where to go. So let's move on to the next game. Now jumping into FIFA 11, a game that I loved on the Xbox. Looking at the Arsenal team here of Almunia, Bentner and Shamak, this was a very hard time to be an Arsenal fan. FIFA is a game where you don't really need to see the second screen. It's only really useful for seeing the radar, so you can make this a one-screen setup so you get a nice big full screen to look at, and it plays pretty well. It's definitely not the best football experience you'll have on the Retroid Pocket, but it's okay. What a goal! No goalkeeper in the world is stopping that. Jumping now into the Sonic Classic Collection, so we're now emulating one console, emulating another console. One thing I would like to do with the Drastic emulator is I would like to move these screens down so that they're in the middle rather than at the top. Going into the Drastic settings, you can go into Edit Screens and Virtual Pad, choose the screen you want to edit, so I'm going to choose the first one, Landscape 1x1, and then you can freely move them around the screen. At the bottom of the screen you can choose Open Tools, and by tapping on a screen you can then use these tools to move the screen to the center and then move it to the side. And we'll select the other one as well, move it to the center, move it to the right hand side, and now when we close the tools we have both screens perfectly in the middle of the screen. Now I will go to the menu and choose Save as Global Layout. So now when we cycle through and we get to this layout, we have what we just made, both screens perfectly in the middle. Let's jump into Sonic 2. This was a fantastic game from my childhood. On one screen we're seeing the game, on the other one we're just seeing a story. So again we're going to switch to only one screen. Let's get into the game, spin up, and see how quickly we can get through the round. Oh, go back and get the red shoes. I don't think this is very time efficient, but I need those shoes. You may be able to tell that I've not played this game in about 25 years. Ow. Forget the rings, just get to the end. You've embarrassed yourself. 48 seconds. I'm sure everybody watching this video can do that a lot quicker than 48 seconds, but the point is, it runs very well. This game is Harvest Moon DS Grand Bazaar. I had a few requests to test some Harvest Moon games. It's very cute, and the Harvest Moon series inspired Stardew Valley. So if you're a fan of Stardew Valley, this would be a good game to check out too. I'll take out my hoe and I'll start tilling the ground. It's very cute. And I'll get my watering can and start watering my crops. It's a very cute game and it feels very relaxing to play. It'll come as no surprise to see that this game runs absolutely flawlessly on the Retroid Pocket 5, and if this is a game you'd like to play, you're going to have a great time playing it here. Next up we have New Super Mario Bros. Once again, this is a game that you can just play on one screen. I played this game a little bit this morning before recording to test it out, and it was very fun. Let's go supersized! Woo! Let's smash everything! This is very fun. I think in Mario games, this is my favourite part, when you go supersize and just destroy everything. Oh. Whee! Very fun. Highly recommend this game. Next we're jumping into a classic game, Tetris, but as you can see it has a bit of a Nintendo spin to it. Over here we have a classic Tetris game, but we have Mario spinning around, we have Mario jumping around on the other screen. I'm not quite sure if this is relevant to the game. I think it's just decoration and might make the game more fun. But if you're looking for a Tetris experience, this is definitely a fun one to try. Next we have Donkey Kong Jungle Climber. I've never played this game before, but it looks very fun, so let's give it a go now. Welcome to Sun Sun Beach on beautiful Sun Sun Island. Oh, that is lovely. In this game, one screen shows where you currently are with Donkey Kong, and the other screen shows above you. I wonder if we can rotate the screen It doesn't quite line up perfectly, but this could be a fun way to play the game. We're kind of climbing here. Here we go, here we go, here we go. I skipped the instructions, so I'm just trying to figure out what I'm doing. I really should have followed the instructions for this. But anyway, I'm having a good time. If you're going to play this game, I would recommend following the instructions instead of skipping them all like I did. But this is definitely a fun experience. If you're a Donkey Kong fan and you want to play this game, you're definitely going to be able to play it perfectly on the Retro Pocket 5. As you can see, I have so many more games to test, and I will get to that in a follow-up video, but for now, I think we can put the console down and say that this was a great experience. Nintendo DS works perfectly on the Retro Pocket 5, and I hope this was helpful for you. If you have any comments you'd like to share, feel free to leave a comment below. Please press the like button and subscribe if you didn't already. And if you'd like to buy your own Retro Pocket 5 so that you can play many Nintendo DS games as well as many other systems without having to carry them all around individually, then you can find my affiliate link in the description of this video to the official Retroid website, the same place where I bought this one. I hope this video was helpful, and I'll see you tomorrow for another one. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. Today we're going to be testing one of my favourite systems of all time, the Sega Genesis, or here in the UK, we called it the Sega Mega Drive. I loved this console growing up. I had so many games, and here at my family's home, I found my old Mega Bomberman game. I remember going to the store to buy this, and I was so excited. So of course, I now have a digital version to play, so let's jump into that right now. This is immediately, in the very first second, bringing back so much nostalgia for me. I put so many tens, if not hundreds of hours into this game growing up. Of course I can't remember how to play it perfectly now, but I can vividly remember putting down all the bombs and picking up these little kangaroos. Oh, it was so fun, and I'm so happy that I can play this anywhere I go now. A handheld device like this with a great screen that I can take anywhere and play all my games, this was my childhood dream. I dreamed of being able to take these games wherever I went. I'm very happy right now, as you may be able to tell. Okay, oh, I was going to ask if this bunny is my friend or not, but apparently he just killed me. Okay, let's move on to another game. This is Andre Agassi Tennis. I have no idea how to play this. I just keep hitting the ball to the wrong side of the court. Okay, I'm losing the game only by my own steps. Hey, I want to hit it this way. Okay, I just lost the first game only through my own steps. Okay, let's play another game. Now, this was a big game of my childhood.
International Superstar Soccer Deluxe.
Wow. I used to play this game every day with my dad. I was always Brazil, and my favorite player was called Sanika. All of the players were based on real players, but for copyright reasons, they had to have fake names. I'm not sure who Sanika was, but in this game, he was amazing. I remember that he was always on the bench, so I had to bring him on. So let's take off Gomez and bring on Sanika. Give it to Sanika. Here he is, Sanika, let's go. Still Sanika. Oh, that's not the goal, Sanika. Dribble, 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 dribble. Didn't touch him. Didn't touch him. What? Didn't touch him. What? I've been getting so into this game, I completely forgot that I was filming a video. So this is definitely a good game to play on the Retro Pocket 5 or any system. I highly recommend International Superstar Soccer Deluxe. It is just so fun. Next up, we have an absolute classic, Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I've chosen 2 instead of 1 because it's the one where they introduced spinning like this. In my previous video, I showed the remake of this game for the Nintendo DS, but this is the original. I think on that video I got a time of around 45 or 48 seconds, so let's see if I can beat it now. I mean, I did spend about 5 seconds at the beginning just trying to spin, but I think I could still possibly beat it if we go quick. Come on, Sonic, run! Where am I going right now? Oh, I keep getting stuck on boxes. Okay, with a pathetic time of 53 seconds, I'm sure all of you watching can easily beat that score, but this is just to show that the game runs beautifully. Also, I've turned off the sound due to copyright reasons and just so you can hear me clearly, but it sounds fantastic. Next up, we have Outrun, another classic game. I used to play this down the arcades near my home, but it was also released for the Mega Drive too. I really like the car style in this game and driving past all the palm trees. And this game is funny because when you crash, you go flying out of the car. Let me demonstrate that now. No Mega Drive test would be complete without Street Fighter. There are so many iconic characters in Street Fighter, such as Chun-Li and Ken. So cool that they even made them into drinks. This is a peach flavour sparkling tea, and this is a white grape flavour sparkling tea, both delicious. Now, I don't remember the buttons of this game whatsoever, but as it's an old fighting game, we can probably just spam them all and it will go okay. Nobody is a match for Chun-Li's kicks. Punch, kick, big kick. I'm not much of a fighting game player, but I would like to try Street Fighter a little bit more. But the point of this video is to test the performance, and it runs beautifully. And on this note, I think it's a good time to put down the console and say, thank you very much for watching this video. I hope it was useful for you. If it was, please like the video and share a comment about anything you'd like to recommend for future videos. I would love it if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to buy your own Retroid Pocket 5 so that you too can play Mega Drive games as well as many other systems on the go, check out the affiliate link in the description, which will take you to the official Retroid store, the same place I bought this one. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. I'm now back at my home in Korea and ready to bring lots of great Retroid Pocket 5 content to you. Tomorrow I'm going to be updating the Retroid Pocket 5 from my pre-production software to retail software, and when I do so I will be filming my setup guide for everybody. That has been the most requested video so far, and I'm very excited to show you how I've got this device running beautifully. Before we begin today, I just want to say a huge thank you to Airbending Panda for the super thanks on my previous video. It really means a lot to me, and I will keep trying my best to deliver helpful information to everyone. Today, we're going to be looking at emulating PSP games, probably one of the most perfect systems to emulate on a device like the Retroid Pocket 5, as it's very similar to the original hardware. The first game we're jumping into today is Grand Theft Auto Vice City Stories. It looks fantastic on this device. Boom! Why are you running from me? You have a gun! Come back! I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Next up, we're jumping into Tekken 6. I used to play Tekken 3 down my local arcade. I was a big fan of the man with the hair. I don't know his name, I just call him the man with the hair. This guy, Paul, the man with the really big hair. I like how in Street Fighter everyone has a really cool name like M. Bison and Chun-Li. And in this game it's just Miguel, Paul, Steve, Dave. This game's quite dark. Let me bring up the brightness. I mentioned in a previous video, I'm really not a fighting game player, so I don't know any of the combos or anything like that, so I'm just spamming the buttons. I forgot to turn the FPS counter on the screen for this video, but I'll just tell you everything runs at 60 perfectly. You can see it's so smooth. Well, Christy's got some dance moves. If you like this game and you can play it well, you're really going to enjoy it on here because it runs perfectly and it looks really good on this screen too. Much better than it looked on the original PSP. You can't hit me if I'm jumping. Oh, she can. Oh, this is close. Oh, she beat me! Hey, that's a foul move. She just took my leg away. Wow, even on beginner mode, I lost. I will save you all from my horrible fighting game performance, and let's move on to another game. This one runs excellently. Next up, we have Wipeout Pure. I was never a racing game fan as a kid, but when it came to racing games, I did prefer these futuristic ones to the more realistic ones. Again, everything runs beautifully here. I really like how pushing the triggers opens the flaps on the back. You'll see if I move the left trigger, it opens the left flap. Moving the right trigger opens the right flap, and it helps you drift around. I think that's a nice touch that you don't see in many other games. Even with tons of explosive animations on the screen, it's running beautifully. For anybody wondering how I have this set up, this is PPSSPP. I prefer using the app itself to the RetroArch core because it's very easy with one button to jump into save states and change the settings. I just really like this application. So jumping into the settings, the rendering resolution is set to 4 times native, which is 1080p, matching the screen of the Retroid Pocket 5. I've also played around with anti-aliasing to make it more sharp, but I didn't notice much of a difference in sharpness, and it did noticeably tank the performance. So I am just leaving this off. Like in my PlayStation 1 video, once again we have Parappa the Rapper. And I still have no idea how to score points on this game, but the songs are just bangers. You'll see here, you rapping, I'm always gonna be awful. I've tried so many different techniques and no matter what I do, I fail. Woo! Uh-oh, I failed. No matter what I do in this game, whether I follow the audio and the rhythm, or I follow the animations on the screen, I always fail. If anyone knows how to play this game, please let me know because it's just impossible. Next up, we're jumping into Gran Turismo. The only car we can afford is the Renault Megane, so that's what we're going to be using. Let's change the camera to a nice behind view. Gran Turismo is the game for people who are really into racing, as it's more of a simulation than other arcadey racing games. I'm not personally too much into cars or racing, so this isn't really the game for me. For me, it's a little bit slow. I'd rather play something cartoony like Auto Modelista, or something futuristic like Wipeout that we played earlier. But for somebody wanting a more realistic simulation experience, growing up, this was definitely the go-to game. Oh, I've just written my car off, so let's go to another game. This is Dragon Ball Z Shin Budokai. I'm a huge fan of the Dragon Ball Z series, so let's pick a character. I will pick Vegeta because he's the coolest one, and it looks like we're fighting Teen Gohan from the Cell Saga. I don't know the controls, but one thing I have figured out is that you can just power up like this, and I assume we can then do something cool. Okay, I'm at max power. Fire something. Oh, I missed. Power up and fire. Oh, what's this? I don't know what it is, but it looks amazing. Woo! Oh, this game is cool already. So it seems like circle, or A in this case, shoots fireballs, and that's what we're powering up. At least that's how it seems. So power up and shoot a fireball. Watch this. Oh, that's amazing. Now, this is my kind of fighting game. More than Tekken or Street Fighter, I really like the cel-shaded graphics, the cartoon comic book style. This is awesome. Talking about cartoony styles, this is the Simpsons game. I'm pretty sure I played almost this entire game with one of those demo units at a store where you can just play the console in the shop. I'm pretty sure I almost finished the whole thing in the store. Once again, you won't have any problems running this game. It will run beautifully. It'll be a great experience with a great screen. The only problem with this game in particular is it doesn't really have camera control. I remember when this game came out, there were lots of bad reviews about not being able to control the camera. All you can do is just push the left bumper to reset the camera, but that's it. So this is a game I think is going to be hard for me to get back into without the camera control. Maybe somebody made a mod for camera control, that would be amazing. I'll look into that, but without camera control, I'm probably not going to play this game anymore. I just wanted to show you that it runs flawlessly. And on the topic of cartoony games again, I want to show you a game I covered once before very briefly in a previous video, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Tag Force, one of my favorite games growing up, and definitely my favorite PSP game. I love all of these graphics and animations. It makes you feel like you're in the TV show rather than just playing a game. Especially as this game is quite old now, it was really impressive at the time. I have probably sunk hundreds of hours into this game in my life, and I'm ready to do it again. So if you'd like to play PSP on a more modern console with a fantastic screen, the Retro Pocket 5 is perfect for it. I didn't even bother putting an FPS counter on this video because everything just runs perfectly. If you enjoyed the video, please give me a like and subscribe, leave a comment down below, and if you'd like to pick up your own Retro Pocket 5 so that you too can play PSP and many other systems on the go, then check out my affiliate link in the description. It'll take you to the official Retroid website, the same place I bought this one. Thank you so much for watching this video, and I'll see you again tomorrow for another one. Bye. So you just got your Retroid Pocket 5. Congratulations! The wait is over. Let's open the box, take it out, and set it up. Turning it on, you'll see the Retroid Pocket 5 logo, and we're going to be greeted with a very simple setup menu. You should probably pop in your micro SD card before you begin the process. It just makes everything easier. Welcome to Retroid Pocket 5. You will like it. Little bit of an insinuation there, but I do agree. Let's get started. So you can either push the next button or you can push R1, which is the bumper. It's actually labeled on the button R1. So go ahead and select your language and then connect to the internet. So open WLAN settings, and up here I got a message saying my joystick is not calibrated. Please click here. So if you also have that red message, tap on the message, and here you can calibrate your controls. Calibrate L2. As you push down the analog stick, you'll see the bar moving. Let's do that with all the other buttons. We can push the B button to go back to the previous screen, and now we can set up our internet. So let's toggle on the Wi-Fi button, and from here choose your Wi-Fi and enter your password. So my Wi-Fi is Sky IP Time 5G6D11, and then I'll put my password in here. Now to go back to the previous screen, we can push the back button up here, or we can push B on the controller. You will now see it says the device is connected to the internet, and we can go next. Select your time zone now. This is automatically set to New York. So I'll open time zone settings. Where it says region, I will search for where I am, which is Korea. So search for where you are, push search, and then choose your country. That will set up the time zone for you. Going back again, you can see it says the current time zone is Korean Standard Time, so check that matches where you are, and again go next. Now you can choose if you want to enable Google Play services. Some people don't like to use Google Play services, they don't like to give their information to Google, and that's completely your choice. Personally, I do like using Google Play services, so I will check this box. If you don't want to use any Google services, just uncheck the box. So I will check the box and go next. And now you can choose which apps you want to pre-install. There are up to 28 different apps. You can choose the Dolphin emulator for GameCube and Wii games, DuckStation for PlayStation 1, there's M64 Plus for N64, and then we have some other apps such as Moonlight for game streaming from Windows, Mi Explorer, which is a file manager app. There are various applications here you can choose. For the sake of this video, and because I am reviewing this unit, I'm going to choose all of them so I can run you through every single app in due course. So after choosing the ones you want, go next. And of course, you're going to be installing your own applications onto this device anyway. So if you miss something here now, you can always grab it later from the Google Play Store or online. Once all of the apps are installed, which only takes a minute, you can choose which kind of launcher you'd like to use. The RetroArch launcher, custom made for the device, or the AOSP launcher, which is a more generic Android launcher. I'm personally not the biggest fan of the RetroArch launcher, so I'm going to choose the AOSP launcher. And again, you can change this again later at any time. It will now tell you configuration is complete, and you can push the complete start button to jump into your device. So the first setup is done. Congratulations! You'll see a little SD card logo at the top, and swiping down, it will show that my SD card is recognized. So that's great. I'm just going to swipe away all of the notifications. And the first thing I'll do is jump into the Google Play Store, and I'm going to sign in with my account. So after entering all my information, I'm met with an error. Something went wrong. Your account might not have been added. But after a minute or two and checking back into the app, we are indeed signed in. So don't worry about that error. It's quite common and it shouldn't be a problem. Now that we are signed in, I'd like to recommend 2 apps for you to install before we continue. The first one is called Local Send. We're going to install this on all of our devices. It's a way for us to send files between our devices over Wi-Fi with no advertisements. So if you download a game or a file on your computer, you can then wirelessly send it over to the RetroArch Pocket 5 quickly and easily. So we're going to install this onto our RetroArch Pocket 5, and I'll leave a link in the description where you can download it to your computer or other devices. When you open Local Send, it will have assigned a name to your device. So this is the Powerful Banana, and my phone is the Good Grape. So now it's very easy to send or receive files between devices. So let's say, for example, I have a file on my phone I want to send to the RetroArch Pocket 5. I just click Send, and then I choose, is it media, text, paste, file, or folder? Because we can also paste links to devices, which is also a fantastic use case. So I will choose File. So here is my selected file. Where do I want to send it to? I want to send it to my Powerful Banana. So I will tap that, and then on the Powerful Banana device, it will say, do you want to receive this file? So we will click Accept, and then we will see it's already done in less than a second. Obviously that's a small file, but I've been transferring huge files from my laptop to the RetroArch Pocket 5, and they transfer extremely quickly, once again with no advertisements. So I really recommend downloading the Local Send app. It will make your life much easier, especially if you do what I do, and that is download games to your computer and then transfer them over. The next app I want to suggest to you is WinRAR, because when we download a lot of files for this device, they're going to be in zip files, and we'll need to unzip them. There are quite a lot of unzipping utilities for Android, but WinRAR is one that I've been using for a long time, and I think it just works really well. So we'll search for WinRAR, but it's just called RAR on Android. It looks like this. We'll open that. It will ask permission to access your files, which you need to turn on so that it can unzip them. Then when you open the app, you'll be asked if you want to donate around $1. You can just dismiss this. And then here is your file browser, which is perfect for unzipping zip files. So in the future, when you come across zip files you need to extract, use RAR. It'll be very quick and very easy. And just before we jump into all of the games, if you chose to install the Mi Explorer file manager during the initial setup process, opening this will prompt you to again allow access to manage your files, which is going to be necessary as it is a file manager. And then jumping into the app and accepting the privacy policy. This is a pretty nice file manager. It also has the ability to unzip files, but I found that it often fails when doing big files. So that's why I'd recommend a dedicated unzipping application like RAR. One cool thing about this Explorer is you can add favorites. So for example, by clicking on the hamburger menu up here, you can rearrange where these locations are. I like to drag my SD card to the top, followed by the internal storage. Then if you tap on the SD card, let's say I'm often accessing my ROMs folder, the one with all the games in. If you go to ROMs, you can tap on the folder next to where it says ROMs or whatever your folder may be. Tap on the 3 dots at the top right-hand side of the screen and choose Pin. That will then pin it to the top. So I'm going to do that with my ROMs folder. I'm also going to do that with the download folder. And then on the topic of downloads, when I download things from Chrome, I would like them to download to the SD card rather than the internal storage so that we don't run out of space. So going into Chrome now, going into the settings with the 3 dots and then going down to settings, we're going to go down to downloads. And here we can choose a download location. We can either choose the internal download folder or a download folder on the SD card. So I'm going to choose the SD card because I should have more space there. Although right now I am dangerously close to running out. But I would suggest most people do this if you have a large external SD card. Now it's the time you've been waiting for. It's time to set up all the emulators and games. I would suggest getting all of your games on an external SD card and popping that in with a ROM folder holding all of your games to make this much easier. You can choose how you run your games, whether it's something like RetroArch, which will hold all of your games inside. You can then add a front end like ESDE to make it very beautiful, or you can choose to separate them amongst the standalone emulators, such as Dolphin for Gamecube and Wii, M64 Plus for Nintendo 64. It's completely up to you. What I will do first is I will just go through opening all the standalone apps and accepting whatever permissions they need. So most of them will need to access your files, and some of them will ask you to accept privacy policies. So you might want to go through and read those. I've already done so in the past a long time ago, so I'm just going to go through accepting everything. So let's go through Citra, okay, allow. I'm just going to go through all of the games like this, and many of them will ask, where are your games? By default, they often show the internal card. So if your games are on the internal card, you can go and choose a folder. If your games are on an external SD card, you're going to need to go to the top and choose these 3 dots, which will go back out of the internal drive and let you choose a drive. My SD card is recognized by a serial of numbers, and yours probably will be too. So if you see some numbers like this, that's probably your SD card. And by tapping on it, you can tell because you'll recognize the folders. So remember, all of my games are in a folder called ROMs. So by checking this, and then we have all the ROM folders. This emulator is Citra, which means it's made for 3DS games. So you need to find your 3DS folder, which in my case is N3DS. So I'll choose that, and I will then choose select this directory. When you do so, all of your games will pop up in Citra and they're ready to play. So you can repeat the same process for all of the emulators today, and for all of the emulators today, we're going to follow this format to set them up. First of all, general rules. We want to use turnip drivers if available. Turnip drivers will give better performance than the built-in Qualcomm driver, but it's not available for many devices. We can use turnip drivers for Gamecube, Wii, PSP, and Switch. But I wouldn't recommend using it for PSP because it already runs flawlessly with the built-in driver, so it's not really necessary. So we're going to focus on Gamecube, Wii, and Switch. We also want to scale every game to 1080p. That is the resolution of the Retroid Pocket 5, so we want it to match nicely. Now, if you cannot run a game because it's too demanding, we're going to lower the resolution down from 1080p and then add sharpening to make the picture nice and crispy. So I will go through that, but there's only one game off the top of my head where this is necessary. And then of course we need to set up the controller, by which I mean the controls on the Retroid Pocket. But as you can see, in most cases, it's already done for you. So after I chose my game folder on Citra, I can then use the controls to jump into a game. You might again be asked for permissions like using the microphone and other things. I always just allow everything because I want it to run flawlessly. And now that we're in the game, as you can see, the controls are not working. So we do need to set them up. And we have these on-screen controls that we want to get rid of. In most cases on the Retroid Pocket 5, if you want to access menus or you want to go back to a previous screen, you want to swipe with your finger off of the screen on the left-hand side into the middle. So by doing that, we will get some options. Do you want to close the game? Yes. So now we want to jump into the settings, which we haven't touched yet, and we're going to follow our rules. So turnip drivers are not available for Citra. So let's jump to the next one, scale to 1080p. So usually when we're looking for that kind of setting, we want to find something like graphics. So choosing graphics, internal resolution. Citra is one of the only emulators that doesn't actually say the resolution like 720p or 1080p. So in this case, I'm going to move it all the way up to the maximum, 4 times. And then if it's not running quickly, what can we do? Cannot run, we will lower the resolution to 3 times or 2 times. So first of all, let's scale all the way to 4 times, and I will let you know it runs flawlessly that way. So no turnip drivers are available, we've scaled to 1080p, it can run fine. We now need to set up the controller, so we'll go back and we'll go to Gamepad, and now we're going to map our buttons. So you can often see A, B, X, Y, which you can match to the A, B, X, Y on the controller. So we can just go through matching those. We can always change them later, but just to begin with, let's keep it simple and match them to what it says on the console. Select, which will be this button to the left of the screen. Start will be this button to the right of the screen. We have circle pad, C stick, and D pad. So of course, this is always the D pad. Usually when you see sticks, the left stick will come first and the right stick will come second. So I just ran into this problem where it wasn't recognizing my input binding for the joysticks. So I want to show you how to fix this if you encounter it too. To do this, we're going to go into settings, go down to handheld settings, input, input control, and joystick calibration. Back to this calibration utility we looked at in the beginning. So what you need to do is actually push here and then follow what it says. So we're going to move the left stick to the right, now move it left, up, down, and just follow the red line. Then it will tell you to spin the stick vigorously, and it will tell you it's finished. We're going to do this with all of the controls we can see here to calibrate them all properly. We'll also calibrate the triggers while we're here, and when everything's done, it tells us to push select to finish. And now when you get back into your applications, you should be able to use the sticks completely fine. So we'll go through and set up the C stick, which is the right stick. We'll set up the D pad, following the instructions, pushing up or down, left or right. For triggers, L and R, we'll choose L1 and R1. ZL and ZR, we'll choose the triggers at the back, and that should now all be set up. Jumping into a game, we want to remove the on-screen overlay, so we'll swipe in from the left to the middle again, and we'll choose Toggle Controls. We'll just toggle them all off and click OK. And now we have a nice clean screen that we can control with our controller. So that's one system set up, let's jump into a different one. I'll bring in my laptop so I can remember how I had everything set up before. Let's jump into some PlayStation 1 with DuckStation. So once again, we need to add our games. So let's choose Add Game Directory. I have mine saved on the SD card in the ROMs folder. So I'll go down to there and choose PS1. I will click Use this folder and Allow. So you're going to choose where your games are. It will now go through and load them all in. And now let's go back to our guide. There are no turnip drivers for PS1, so we're going to scale up to 1080p. And check if we can run or not. If we cannot, we'll lower the resolution, and we're going to set up our controller. So let's go into the settings by choosing the hamburger menu. Let's go down to App Settings. In here, we're going to go to Graphics, and then we're going to choose GP Renderer. I like to use Vulkan with all of these emulators where possible. So let's go to Vulkan, Resolution Scale. You will see here 1080p 5 times. So we're going to choose that, and then we're going to set up our controller. So let's go back. Let's choose the menu once more, and this time controller settings. In this app, we can automatically set up the controller. So we're going to go to port 1. That's like you've plugged the controller into the first port on your PlayStation. We're going to choose here perform automatic mapping. So by choosing the Retroid Pocket controller, it will automatically set up all of the buttons for us. Now if we try to launch a game, you're going to see this error, no BIOS image found. Some systems require BIOS images to load. You're going to have to find these yourself online, so just do a search for PlayStation 1 BIOS file and download it. Then when you've downloaded it, we can choose, yes, I want to import that. I have mine saved on my laptop. I'm going to just throw it over here with local send. Mine is SCPH7502. There are many different ones you can get and they all work fine. So now that I've thrown this over here to my download folder, and we need to extract this, so we're going to use RAR like I showed you earlier. So let's go to our download folder, find that scph7502.zip. We can choose the little check mark next to it, choose this up arrow. Where do you want to save it to? By default, it will make a new folder for it. We'll click OK. And as you can see, we now have that folder with the bin file we need for our PlayStation 1. So now jumping back into DuckStation, if we try to open a game, once again, it will ask for the BIOS image. So let's choose yes. Let's go to that folder we just made. Here is the bin file, BIOS imported. And now we'll be able to load up any game that we wish. So now when we choose a game, it loads up like this. Once again, if you want to get rid of the overlay on the screen, swipe in from the left-hand side. Up here, you can see the little gamepad icon. Choose that. Go to touchscreen controller view, and choose none. Now X out of that, and you'll see it's all gone. Also, if you can see this little bar along the side, that is part of Retroid's own software where we can display frames per second and other information. We're not using that right now, so if we want to make this bar disappear, you can swipe down from the top, swipe over one time, and choose floating icon. That will make it disappear. As you can see, we're now running the game at 5 times resolution. It looks great, it's running very well, and the controls are all working perfectly. What a goal! Moving on from the PlayStation 1 to the PlayStation 2, let's use EtherSX2, the one that we installed when we set up the device. Let's tap Next to get started. I'm just going to go through with all of the default options. Right away, it's going to ask for the BIOS file, so let's choose Import BIOS. So once again, I'm going to send over one from my laptop with local send. You could of course just use Chrome on the Retroid Pocket itself and find one that way. I just prefer using a laptop and then sending it over. So we'll accept the file, it comes over instantly. I already extracted this file on my laptop before sending it, so it's even easier this time. Jumping back into EtherSX2, we'll choose Import BIOS. We'll choose the menu here to navigate to our download folder. And then we'll choose this Sony PlayStation 2 BIOS file. You can see it's been imported. This is a USA BIOS file. And we'll now go Next. And we'll choose our game directory. So once again, like all of the other emulators, we'll choose the plus button. We'll navigate to where we saved our ROMs. For me, that's my ROMs folder. And then I'll find PS2. I will choose Use this folder, Allow. And then when we go Next, and when we finish, it should populate all of our games, our BIOS is set up, and everything is good to go. We'll now just once again run through the general rules. Can we use turnip drivers? Not in this case. Can we scale to 1080p? Yes, we absolutely can. And can we set up the controller? Of course we can. So getting into the settings now, choosing the 3 lines at the top left, it's the same as DuckStation. Once again, we go into App Settings, we go Graphics, GPU Renderer, Vulkan, and this time when we look at upscaling, there's no 1080p option, and PS2 is more difficult to run than PS1. So how high you can push this multiplier is going to be a game-by-game basis. I found that Auto Modelista runs at 5 times native, but not many games can run that well on the Retroid Pocket 5. So I would suggest first of all sticking between 2 and 3 times native. To be safe, begin with 2 times native, and then if you feel that you can push a few more frames out of your game, then try to boost it up a little bit. But stick around 2 to 3 times native and just see what works best for you. Once again, we'll then jump into controller settings, go to controller port 1, and then we'll choose automatic mapping, Retroid Pocket controller, and all of our controls will be ready to go. At this point, we can then go to touchscreen, and from here we can choose touchscreen controller view like we did last time, choose none, and now there will be no controller overlay on the screen. Then when we jump into a game such as WWE SmackDown Here Comes the Pain, you'll see all the controls are working perfectly, there's no overlay on the screen, and everything is just beautiful. Boom! In order to set up other emulators, you can follow the exact same steps. Use turnip drivers if it's one of the emulators I will show on screen now. These emulators can use turnip drivers, and I will show these next. If it's not one of these emulators, you don't need to do anything. What you should do for all of your emulators is try to scale them to 1080p to match the screen of the Retroid Pocket 5. If there's no option for 1080p, just scale it as high as you can. If you cannot run the games, lower the resolution and add sharpening to make up for that, which I will show soon, and set up the controller. Most emulators will allow you to do it automatically, but as I showed in the Citra emulator, you can do it manually too. So now let's move on to the turnip driver applications. First of all, Dolphin. Dolphin is an emulator for Gamecube and Wii. You can toggle between them at the top here. So first of all, let's add our games. Right now we're looking at Gamecube games, so let's choose Add Games. Again, go to where your ROMs are stored. I will choose my Gamecube folder, GC, and click Use this folder, Allow. Now it will populate with my Gamecube games. I now want to add my Wii games. A couple got added there. I guess they're in my Gamecube folder by mistake. Let's choose Add Games, and let's go to now where we have our Wii games stored. Choose Use this folder, Allow, and then all of our Wii games will get populated over here. Now when it comes to setting up Dolphin, we have twice the amount of work to do because it's 2 emulators in one. So let's choose the settings cog, and first of all, let's set up the turnip drivers. So go to Graphics Settings, Video Backend, change this to Vulkan, and then down at the bottom where it says GPU Driver, we now need to install a driver. I will put the link to all of the Turnip drivers in the description, but I'll also put a link to the one that I'm liking the most right now, which is version 9v2. So I'm going to go to Chrome on the Retro Pocket 5. I'm going to follow the link in the description of this video to version 9v2. Scroll down to where you can see this zip file and tap on that. Once the zip file downloaded, we can go back into Dolphin, choose Install Driver. So I'll now navigate to where my downloads save, which for me is on my SD card, and then download. If you can't read the full names of things because we have this icon layout, scrolling up to the top and pushing this icon will change between icon or list view. Changing to list view allows you to read the full names much easier. So I'll scroll down here to my Turnip 24.309v2 driver and choose that. And now the GPU driver was installed successfully and we're now using that in Dolphin and you should see much better results. You can check out my specific GameCube and Wii videos for more in-depth information about gecko codes and other things in this emulator. For now, just choose that Turnip driver and let's scale up to 1080p. So in order to do that, go to Enhancements, Internal Resolution, and here find the one that says 1080p. And now the last thing we need to do is set up the controller. There will be two different settings for this, whether you're using GameCube games or Wii games. So first of all, go to GameCube Input, choose the little cog next to Controller 1, and let's go through and just quickly set up the buttons. So A is A, B is B, X is X, Y is Y. You can change them how you like. We have the control stick. Usually the first stick you map is the left stick and the second one will be the right stick. The Z button, I'm going to use the select button. Now triggers, let's set those to L and R, left analog, right analog. Now we have the D-pad, so let's set that up, down, left and right. And now the GameCube controller is set. Let's move on to the Wii controller. This one is more complicated because we need to emulate moving a Wiimote and a nunchuck. So let's go to the little cog. And let's choose our device, the Retro Pocket controller. Here you can import profiles, and I would actually highly recommend you do find a profile for a certain game if you're struggling setting up the controls yourself. There are a lot online by some very smart people. I'm going to set A to B, B to X, 1 to A, and 2 to Y. All of these are completely personal preference and feel free to change them how you like, but what is important is how we set up motion. The D-pad is very self-explanatory. We just match that to the D-pad we have. Sideways toggle, we're going to set to left click. And then going back, motion simulation, this is more important. So pointing the Wiimote, we're going to set to the left analog stick. And I'm going to set recenter to the right click analog stick, so that when you move the remote around, if you want to move it back to the middle again, you can just click the stick. Next up we have shake, which is quite important in certain games when you need to shake the controls, and this can be quite hard to emulate. So we have the X-axis, the Y-axis, and the Z-axis. I'm going to put them all on the same button. Again, it's personal preference what button you choose. I'm going to choose R1. So the X-axis R1, the Y-axis R1, and the Z-axis R1. So then it's like when you hold R1, it's like you're shaking the controller in all directions. Going back, we have motion input, and this is automatically set to the gyro of the Retro Pocket 5. You can see it says device sensors, left, right, up and down. It's already set for you. What you might want to do is change the gyroscope instead of being the device itself to the right stick. So if you want to try that, you can change pitch up, pitch down, roll left, roll right, like that. But then keep your left and your right as the actual control of the device itself. You can play around with this and find what works best for your game. And as I said, you can actually download profiles from the internet if you want to experiment with what other people have made. This is just a way to get you started. And there is one more important setting we need to use, which is when we go back and we go to extension, which means like a secondary controller to the Wiimote, we need to choose nunchuck. And that is because many games you play, if this is not selected, they will tell you you have to connect a nunchuck or the game will not even load. So make sure extension is set to nunchuck. And with that, you should be ready to play GameCube and Wii games. Once again, you can see there are overlays over the screen, so we're going to swipe in from the left and choose Overlay Controls, Toggle All, and then they're all gone. Jumping into a game of Ace Golf, one of my favorite games growing up, it works perfectly. This was a game for the GameCube. Now let's also jump into the Wii and check that that's working as well. And one thing I'll do is I'll turn on save states so that we can always load back our game at any time. So jumping back into the settings, General, scrolling down, we will enable save states. Now let's jump over to the Wii and let's pick a game for the Wii to try out. We'll try out Guitar Hero, which I will have to mute for copyright reasons. Dolphin will remember that we toggled off all of the overlaid controls, so we don't need to do that again. And now that we enabled save states, at any time we can swipe in from the left and we can choose Quick Save, which will save where we are. Then if we exit the whole game, jump back in again, swipe in and choose Quick Load, we will immediately be back where we were. Save states are probably my favorite thing about emulation. And if you find yourself having problems with any particular games you can't run well, then lower the resolution. So we can go back to the settings, graphics settings, enhancements, internal resolution, and we can lower it down to 2x native resolution, and that should fix any kind of glitches or graphical problems. And you'll find because the screen is quite small, it still looks fantastic even at 720p. Most of the games I tested do run flawlessly at 1080p, but just be aware if you do have any problems with any of them, you can always lower it down to 720p and that should fix any problems. Now let's move on to Nintendo Switch games. This is Citron, a new emulator made for emulating Nintendo Switch. This is my first time checking out Citron, but there are a few on the internet that all look basically the same, with the same menus, so this setup guide should be quite helpful. And I chose to show you Citron because the other ones are actually much easier to set up. When you open them, it will guide you through adding BIOS files and games, whereas Citron kind of just leaves you completely on your own. So I'm going to show you how to set it up. To set up Switch emulation, you're going to need two files, a prod.keys file and a firmware file. Try to get the latest ones you can so that you can run the latest games, and they should also match. So if you get version 17 product keys, you need to get version 17 firmware as well. I'm using version 19, which I believe recording is the newest. If you use one of the other emulators you can find, they usually have a simple step-by-step guide asking you choose your product keys file, now choose your firmware file, and it does everything for you. But Citron is a little bit more hands-on, so let me guide you through how to do it. So what we're going to do is go to Settings and we're going to find Open Citron Folder. Now, one thing you'll notice about the built-in file manager on the Retroid Pocket 5 is all of these emulators have their own space on the left pane. So if we open the left pane, when you scroll down, you're going to see all of the different emulators and apps. They all have their own section, which makes it nice and easy to access. So let's go to our downloads and let's find our firmware file and our product keys file. So here is my prod.keys file. I'm going to select it and select copy to, and I will select the 3 lines to open the left window, scroll down to Citron and find the keys folder. After choosing copy, it will now be in the keys folder. Now the last thing we have to do is copy over the firmware files. Again, in other emulators, you can just choose the zip file and it will install for you. But in Citron, we have to extract that zip file and drag all of the contents over. So I will use RAR once again. I will find my firmware 19.00 file. I will choose the check mark, extract, and then it will automatically put this into a folder for me. Once that's done, I'll go back into the Files app. Here is my firmware 19.0.0 folder. I'll open that. I'm going to select all of these files now by choosing the 3 dots, select all. Now with 229 files selected, I'll once again choose the 3 dots and choose Move To. We'll once again find Citron on the left-hand side. And now you need to follow me. We're going to go to this folder called NAND, System, Contents, Place Hold. And here we're going to move these files. So choose Move. It will move 229 files. You're going to see them all disappearing and moving over. You can also drag down from the top to see the progress. Once it's done, we can now get back into Citron and we're ready to continue on with the process. So go back to the general rules, use turnip drivers. You can absolutely do this with Switch games. So let's get back into Citron, GPU Driver Manager, Install, and let's choose our Turnip 9v2 or whatever turnip version you want to use. There it is, selected. Let's go back and now we can add our games. So let's choose Manage Game Folders, plus, again, go to where you have your ROMs saved. Mine is my ROMs folder. Then I will scroll down to Switch, choose Switch, and then use this folder Allow. It will ask if you want a deep scan. That means if it will look in folders, inside folders, inside folders. I always choose that just in case I've buried my ROMs for whatever reason. So choose Deep Scan and choose OK. It's now added the directory to the list. We can go back, and when we choose our game folder, it will now populate with all of our Switch games. Here we have all of our Switch games, and now let's jump into the settings and set up the graphics. So clicking the settings cog again, advanced settings, we go to graphics, scroll down, and we want to turn on use asynchronous shaders. I find that this makes the games run a little bit smoother and a little bit faster with less hiccups along the way. One more thing we want to do is go back and go to audio, and we want to change the output engine to QBEB. I find that stops any kind of stuttering or issues with audio. These are mostly the settings that you need. We can keep everything else the same. Everything runs really well. There's only one game that does struggle to run a little bit. When opening a game, like many other emulators on Android, you'll see the overlaid controls. Again, we have physical controls, so we want to hide these. So let's swipe in from the left, go to overlay options, and let's just toggle off show overlay. There's also an FPS counter and some information at the top left if you want to hide that as well. Once again, swipe in from the left, overlay options, and toggle off the FPS counter. Getting into the game, you'll see everything runs very smoothly. But if you were having issues with a particular game, we can close the game down, hold your finger down on the game to bring up the settings, and then we can open these settings which are only specifically to this game. So by going into these settings, let's put the graphics down from 1 times to 0.75 times, and you might find that makes the graphics look a little bit blurry, but we can fix that by changing the window adapting filter from bilinear to AMD Fidelity FX Super Resolution. I find that this combination of 0.75 times with the AMD Super Resolution gives a really nice sharp image. It doesn't look particularly worse than 1 times to my eyes and runs really smoothly. So if you have a game that's not running very well, use the combination of these 2 settings to fix it. At this point, we now have most of our emulators set up, and if there are any more that you want to set up that I haven't showcased here, just run through the same steps. You won't need to use turnip drivers for any emulators I didn't show you today, so just find the graphic setting where you can scale them to 1080p. If you cannot run a game, lower the resolution and add sharpening, and set up the controller. Most of them have automatic controller setup, and if they don't, just choose the button you want to assign and then push the button on the Retroid Pocket 5. It's very simple, and if you have any questions, please ask me in the comments below. If you want to dive deeper and set up something like RetroArch with a front end like ESDE, that's something more advanced that I'll get into in a future video. This video was just to get you set up and playing games. If you followed all of the steps in this video, you should now be set up and playing games happily. I will make a follow-up video in the future with a deeper dive into RetroArch and front ends, but this video was a basic, simple, beginner guide to get you set up and playing. I hope it was helpful. If it was, please let me know in the comments below. Please like the video and subscribe. And if you haven't yet bought your own Retroid Pocket 5 and you would like to, the affiliate link in the description will take you to the official Retroid store where you can buy one, the same place I bought this one. Thank you so much for watching. I hope this will help you set up your Retroid Pocket 5, and I'll see you again tomorrow for another Retroid Pocket 5 video. Thank you so much. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. Today we're going to be checking out some Wii U games, one of the most powerful systems we can emulate on the Retroid Pocket 5. Before we begin, I want to say a huge thank you to Seth Morvala for his €5 super thanks on the previous video. It really means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Today's video is being recorded in 4K 60 frames per second instead of 30. I had some comments about this, and I think it's a good idea to show the difference between 30 FPS and 60 FPS games. So do you like the 4K 60? Is it too smooth? Let me know in the comments below. I just updated my unit from pre-production to retail, and I'm happy to report all of the battery issues are fixed. Now jumping into Cemu, the Wii U emulator, you can see it's empty because I have to reinstall everything. So let's go through it together quickly by pushing the cog at the top, going to General Settings, Add Game Path, and now I'm going to add where my ROMs are located. So for me that's under ROMs, and then the Wii U folder. I'll choose Use this folder, Allow, and then the app should populate with all of my games. If you watched my previous setup guide, you know we need to do a few things to set up an emulator. After adding your games, we want to use turnip drivers. As far as I'm aware, we cannot use turnip drivers with the Android version of Cemu. We want to scale to 1080p, but the Wii U console is new enough that it already looks great on the screen, so we can skip this step. So with turnip drivers being unavailable, the scale being fine already, we can skip to setting up the controller now. So going into the settings, going down to input settings, controller 1, we need to emulate a kind of Wii U controller. I'm going to just choose the Wii U gamepad as I feel it works well with the touchscreen Retroid Pocket 5. And now we'll go through matching the buttons. So we have A, B, X, Y, we can match to A, B, X, Y. Left bumper, left trigger, plus, minus. We'll map the D-pad. The left axis, so the left stick. The right axis will be the right stick. And then we have some options for blow mic, show screen, and home. I'm going to skip these for now, but feel free to set them to something. We do still have this button to work with. Now that everything's set up, let's jump into some games. I'll turn on the floating icon so we can see the FPS over here. And now that I'm recording in 60 frames per second, you're going to notice if it's more than 30, hopefully. What better game to start with than Mario Kart 8? Mario Kart is the perfect game to just jump into for a few minutes, or to play with your friends. If you have any. You'll see all the shaders compiling at the top, so if you replay the same circuits again and again, they're going to already be compiled the next time and it's going to run more smoothly. So this first run through is going to be the most stuttery of all. I seem to be pushing the reverse button. Well, as I reverse around, hopefully you can see it's nice and smooth. We're at around 50 frames per second. We're getting stutters there as it compiles shaders. I'm hoping with this video being my first on YouTube above 30 frames per second, that you'll be able to see how smooth it is. And maybe those stutters will be even more noticeable as well. You can see we're stuttering a lot, but that's not the game lagging, that's the shaders compiling. Before I reset this unit from pre-production to retail, I went through all of this playing a few rounds and compiling shaders, and then once they'd compiled, future rounds were completely lag-free. We were at a very smooth 50 to 60 frames per second with no stuttering. Did I just overtake somebody? I'm overtaking everyone after I reversed backwards for like 20 seconds. Well, I guess this is a very beginner-friendly game. Imagine if I win this now, after what I did in the beginning. I'm now comfortably winning. I guess the first race is kind of a tutorial because they seem to be letting me win. No, leave me alone. Whenever you see a stutter, you'll see it compiling shaders up here. Oh, sorry, that was a bit hard to see. But whenever you see it freeze, you will see it compiling shaders. And once again, once it does it a couple of times, you're not going to see it again. I can tell you from experience that this game runs at a perfectly solid 59 or 60 frames per second. You just have to compile shaders the first time around, and then you're going to get a beautiful, and I mean beautiful experience of Mario Kart 8 on the Retroid Pocket 5. So let's jump into another game. Next we'll jump into Little Prince Boy, the Breeze Ariser HD version. And if you'd like to keep the FPS counter at the top right, but you want to get rid of the annoying little white bar, you can actually now turn off the floating icon, and it will keep the FPS counter. Once again, you'll see it compiling shaders, which is going to cause some stuttering. This is one thing I really love about an Android emulator, which I was going to talk about in my full review, which is that you don't need to use annoying gamepad controls to write names. You can just tap on the field and I can just use swipe typing like that. So in just one motion, I've written my name. I love that. For some games and some systems, my apartment's talking. I don't know if you can hear me right now, but the game looks beautiful. You can actually download shader cache files for certain games and certain systems. I did that before for some Switch games. You can download an already completely made shader cache file and drag it to your system. So then the game doesn't need to process the shader caches because they were already created. So if you're getting annoyed with the shader cache constantly compiling new shaders and stuttering your game, have a look into that and you might be able to find something to help you out. You can see the Wind Waker is running at 30 frames per second and it looks really beautiful. I included this in my previous video comparing the Gamecube version to the Wii U version, and I mentioned how it does stutter a little bit compared to the Gamecube counterpart. But look how beautiful this looks. It is breathtaking. As you run around, you can really feel the breath of the wild. In my comparison video, I did mention that I preferred the Gamecube version. That was because this occasionally slows a little bit, and the Gamecube version being older is just an extremely solid performer. And also I feel nostalgia for the Gamecube version because I had that as a kid. Oops. But honestly, this runs really, really well. You can see we're not moving from 30 very much. The only time you'll see it drop down is when it's compiling shaders. but it's still overall a really nice experience, and this is one of the best looking games I've ever seen, especially on the OLED screen. So I definitely recommend giving a try to the Breathalyzer. Sounds like breathalyzer, doesn't it? Also, this has been requested a lot, but I will be getting onto PS Vita games tomorrow, so watch out for that. Next we have the little Prince Boy Exhale Off the Crazy. Regular viewers of my channel will know that I play this on the Secret Console. Secret Console. Most people prefer to play it on Wii U because it's easier to run, but I'm going to show you now the problem I'm having with my Wii U version. Open your eyes! My Wii U version just does this. It just goes yellow and nothing happens. I searched online about this a lot, and it's a very widespread problem. This problem has been around for years. It's nothing to do specifically with the RetroArch Pocket 5, it's just a common problem with the game. I'm sure I could probably find a solution if I kept researching, but honestly this game's running really nicely on the Secret Console, so I don't feel a need. Let's jump into Minecraft. Let's not jump into Minecraft Wii U Edition. That game doesn't work. So instead, let me show you a really fun game that I'm sure no other YouTuber has covered. Scribblenauts Unlimited. This is a game you play when you just don't want to think at all. So this game is all about creating things by typing what you want to make. So for example, it says write an object to help Maxwell scrub the pig. So the farmer needs to scrub his pig. So we're going to choose our notepad. And I'll show you one of the issues you might run into on the Wii U, and that is this game expects you to be using the Wii U gamepad rather than the TV. So here it says use the notepad, and there's no notepad icon anywhere. So what we can do is click this tiny settings cog at the top left, and we can choose replace TV with pad. So this will replace the TV view with the gamepad handheld view. So when I do that, you're going to notice the notepad appear at the top right. So let's do that now. And now we have the notepad. This is clearly a game made for children, but you can have so much fun making anything you think of. You can create flying dragons, you can then get in your own flying death machine and battle it. You can do almost anything you think of, which is what makes this fun. You can also see it's clearly running at a very smooth 60 frames per second. It's very, very smooth. Let's make a giant robot dragon. Oh! And we can, of course, we can also ride the dragon. Let's dismount. Because I'm now going to fight this dragon. So what do I need? I guess I need a plane, but maybe I can get a fighter jet. Let's change to that instead. And you'll see the fighter jet has an option that the plane didn't, which is when I choose it, we have attack as an option. So if I fly over and choose the dragon and then choose attack, we're now fighting the dragon. Let's go! We lost. I didn't actually know you could lose in this game, so I learned something. This is clearly a game made for children, and it's not going to appeal to everyone, but I think it's pretty fun, especially when you want to just relax for a bit. Next, we're jumping into a little dinosaur's world of knitting, and this one's actually stuttering a lot as it loads in shaders. This one's running around 30 frames per second, but we're getting a lot of stutters when it says it's compiling the shaders, so I'm curious to see how it runs when we actually get into the game itself. Running around, it says we're getting a solid 30 frames per second, but it does feel a bit slow compared to the other games. Maybe that's just because they were running at 60, but I want to see how it feels in the game because it does feel a little bit less smooth than the others. And with this video being 60 frames per second, I'm hoping that you can see it on YouTube as well. The cutscenes are really dropping in frames per second. Oh, and we also have no face. So that is something we're going to need to find a fix for because right now we have a ghost face. I did test the first few levels of this game before I updated from pre-production software to retail software, and this was not a problem. I was able to see our little dinosaur friend's face fine. So I think what we'll do is we'll do one run through to compile shaders, and then I'll reset the game and we'll try again. So this game seems to be about running around, eating people, and then pooping them into yarn. I did try this game a couple of weeks ago, but I've already forgotten everything about it. And while the FPS counter looks high, it's really slowing a lot with the shaders. So what I'm going to do is I'm now going to reset it and see if we can get our little friend's face back. We're jumping back into the game now. We should have the shaders compiled, at least for the first part of the level, and once again we have no face. So that's something I'm going to have to look into more, but you should see now there are less shaders being compiled, and our frame rate's pretty solid, around 45 to 60 frames per second, usually somewhere around 50. So if you can find a place online to download pre-compiled shaders, which I'm not sure if you can for the Wii U, but you definitely can for some systems, it's going to give you a fantastic experience. The Wii U is definitely one of the hardest consoles to emulate on this device, and it does it really well. It's certainly not perfect, and I wish we were getting a little bit more performance out of this. And just to test quickly, because I am running all of these tests in the standard performance mode. Let's jump to high performance so that the console now sounds like a jet engine. And let's just see if we can boost up our frames at all. I will say immediately it feels smoother. Now we're compiling shaders again because I didn't get to this part of the level. But even though the frame rate is looking similar at the top, it feels very smooth. So you might want to think about whether it's worth turning up that performance mode for you, although you will introduce quite a lot of noise. This console is really quite noisy with the fan on, and I don't think I could ever play it this way unless I had headphones in. So I'm now going to turn that down so I'm not deafened anymore. Ah, lovely. And my final conclusion for this video about the Wii U is most games run really well. We do have some issues, such as Exhale of the Crazy not loading, and not having a face in this game. But as you saw in most of the games I showed you, the only real issue you'll run into is compiling the shaders, which slows and stutters the performance a little bit. But once they are compiled, it's perfectly smooth, and the performance is lovely. So I hope this was helpful. I'll for sure make a follow-up video with more Wii U games in the future. If the video was helpful to you, please give me a like and consider subscribing below. Leave a comment if you'd like to say something as well, and if you'd like to buy your own Retroid Pocket 5 so that you too can play your own Wii U games on a tiny little device, then check out my affiliate link in the description below. It'll take you to the official Retroid website, which is the same place I bought this one. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow for some PS Vita gameplay. See you tomorrow. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. Yesterday I showed some Wii U emulation, and my conclusion was that it's brilliant, except for when it's compiling shaders, which makes it stutter and freeze. So today I'm going to show you how to fix that problem and how to have a brilliant experience emulating the Wii U. The Retroid Pocket 5, or whatever device you're using, compiles shaders when you run a game for the first time. So if you complete the same racetrack in Mario Kart 8 a few times, it will compile the shaders the first time and be stuttering, and the following games will be nice and smooth. If you go to this website in the description, you can download pre-compiled shader caches. These have been uploaded by users who already played and finished the games, so all of the shaders were compiled, so now we can copy over their shader cache file and we don't need to generate it ourselves. So this will completely remove all of the stuttering in games. You can choose which region your game files are in. I'm going to select USA. Then you can choose Download All to download all of the shaders. You can go through and choose just the ones you want, but the entire list is only around 300 megabytes, so I would suggest just grabbing all of them in case you want to use them later. This will download a zip file called shaders, so I'm going to open this in RAW, and now I'm going to unzip it by selecting it and choosing the up arrow. It will make a folder called shaders. I'll push OK. This will only take a few seconds. You can see it running along as I'm talking. Now we'll go to the Files app and find that shaders folder, open shader cache, transferable, and in here will be a lot of files. These are all the shader cache files. So by tapping on the icon for one of the files, it will select it. Then if you choose the three dots at the top right and choose select all, we will then tap the three dots again and choose move to. So we're going to move these into CEMU, our Wii U emulator. If you tap on the three lines at the top left, you can then scroll down to CEMU debug. Here we'll go to the shader cache folder and then to transferable. You might already have a couple of files in here that you generated while playing games. If the games that you played were not on the list, you can just keep them. You can see I already have a couple of files I generated by playing games, but I'm now going to push the move button and move all of those downloaded pre-configured shaders into this folder. You will see two files couldn't be moved, and that's because I already generated them myself. So one idea would be to clear out this folder before you import any shaders. I'm going to find these two files that I generated by playing myself. I'm going to delete them, and then I'm going to move over the new pre-configured files. So to find the files, I'm going to choose the three dots at the top right, sort by, and then modified. Newest first or oldest first. We'll just see the ones that were not modified 1 minute ago. So I'll choose oldest first. And you can see those two files were modified around 20 minutes ago when I was running some tests for this video. And all of the other files were edited 1 minute ago. So I'm going to select those two files and delete them. Then I'm going to go back to my download folder, back to those files we just downloaded. If you remember, they were in shaders, shader cache, transferable. I'm going to grab these two files and move them once again to CMU debug, shader cache, transferable. Let's move them over. Now the downloaded folder is empty because they've all been moved into CMU. And just before we jump into a game and I show you the difference that made, I have one more tip for you, which is if you choose the settings cog at the top right and go down to graphic packs, here you can download enhancements and modifications for all of your games. And it's so simple. All you have to do is just tap the download button up here. So tap the download button and it will download all of them right away. And then you have some options for all of your installed games. They don't have graphic packs for every single Wii U game, but you can see the ones that are available here. So for example, Mario Kart 8, I can tap on that. We have enhancements, graphics, and mods. So if we go to enhancements, we can make it contrasty, debanding, remove watermarks. Under graphics, this allows us to change the resolution. So by default, the Wii U is in 720p. And as I said in my last video, it looks fantastic. I don't see a need to increase it, but let's try it for testing purposes. So let's enable the graphic options. Let's change TV resolution to Full HD. Let's also change gamepad resolution to Full HD. Let's go back and go to mods. Let's turn on 60 frame per second split screen. I'm probably not going to do any split screen in this video, but just in case I want to try that in the future, I'll enable that now. And now with some graphics tweaks added and the shader cache applied, let's see what happens when we load up the game now. Now when you load up a game, you're going to see it's compiling the shaders before loading. This can take a little bit of time. That time it only took a few seconds, but you'll often find when loading a game for the first time with the pre-compiled shaders, it could take up to around 5 minutes. But that's only going to be the first time you do it. And it's going to erase any stutters while you play through the game. So I think it's definitely worth it. So we now have a 1080p version of Mario Kart 8 with all of the shaders pre-compiled, so we shouldn't see any stuttering while we play, but let's test it out. If you watched the video yesterday, you will have seen that often when I was going around corners, the game was stuttering and stopping, and at the top left it would say, compiling shaders. So let's see if that happens now. And let's also bring the FPS counter onto the screen too, and turn up the volume so we can hear if there are any audio glitches. We're running at around 36 frames per second, and the game feels a little bit slow. I'm not sure if that's because I increased the resolution to 1080p. So what I'm going to do now is go back to the original resolution and see if it feels faster or slower. Maybe I'm just misremembering the speed of the game. So we're going to go back into the settings, go to graphics packs, and you can see how many are applied by the little number and the icon. So on Mario Kart 8, we have 2 graphics packs applied. So I'll tap on that. You can see one is graphics and one is mods. So I'll go into graphics and turn the graphics options off. Once again, it compiled shaders, which only took a few seconds. My home is talking again. Okay, my apartment finally stopped talking to me, and we've turned off the graphic pack, so we're back to 720p. And I would say the 1080p only looked about 5% better at most. It didn't really look that much better because the Wii U already looks fantastic. As I drive around, no shaders have been compiled, which means I haven't had a single stutter or slowdown. We are completely locked at 58 frames per second. There is no glider, which is something I noticed. I had a comment on my previous video asking shouldn't there be a glider, and I think there should, so I'm not sure what's going on with that. But if you look at the frame rate, we're never going below 50, we're getting no stutters like we had before. This is a fantastic experience. So if you follow this video and you install those shaders, you're going to love this experience, I swear. Woo! See? Link agrees! Now let's jump into Black Ops 2. This was requested on the previous video, so if you have requests for future videos, make sure to leave them in the comments. Again, we need to spend some time compiling shaders before we play, but if you ask me, I would much rather get this done before playing the game and then have a smooth experience, rather than it constantly making shaders while you're trying to play. It seems like we've crashed out of that game. Black Ops 2 doesn't seem to be playable. I'm not sure why that is, I'll have to look into it later, but unfortunately that's not working. So let's jump into a different game for now. So when you can't play Black Ops 2, you jump into the next best thing, the closest thing I have, Kirby. I don't know what I'm doing, but this is fun. This looks beautiful on the OLED screen. I've seen some comments on the videos lately that some of you have had your Retroid Pocket 5 arrive now, and that you were surprised how good the screen looks, because it really looks better than it looks in these videos. I really hope everyone watching this receives their Retroid Pocket 5 soon. Especially those of you who used my affiliate link. It seems that this is mostly a touchscreen game. I've never played this before, but it is quite interesting to remember that the Wii U was a touchscreen device. I guess it was kind of an evolution of the DS. This game is really cute, but a little bit boring, so I'm going to move on to something else. Next, we're going to jump into LEGO Superheroes, so once again we're compiling shaders. The only real problem with this process of compiling shaders is that once you experience playing like this, you're never going to want to play a game that doesn't pre-compile shaders ever again. It's quite a common experience with emulation that as you run around a game, it's occasionally going to compile shaders and slow down and stutter a little bit. So once you experience something like this, where everything is compiled and you know you're never going to face a stutter, it's really hard to go back to a game where you do stutter. The sound of this game is completely broken. I've not experienced that with any other Wii U game. The sound's just not working. And I've also been sitting through this introduction for what feels like about 10 minutes now. I feel like there should be a way to skip it and it's just not working, but I refuse to watch any more of this, so I'm going to another game. I'm curious if we can fix Yoshi's face, because in yesterday's video he had no face. So going into the graphics packs, we have a few options. We can change the resolution, which I don't think will do anything, but we'll try it out. We have shadow resolution, so I'll increase that as well. And we have a mod to change the world map to 60 frames per second, which is something I definitely want to do. So let's jump back into the game. I'm not expecting this to fix it. And by increasing the resolution everywhere, we're probably going to run at a lower frame rate, but I just want to see if it fixes anything. So let's let it compile the shaders and see how it goes. Okay, I'm not joking. This literally took about 20 minutes to load all of the shaders. I really hope this works. And I don't know why it was so long. Let's jump into the game that we saved yesterday. Oh, we're running in slow motion, which is probably because I increased all of the resolutions. I just want to see if the face is working. I expected that it would be quite laggy because we did increase the game from 720p to 1080p, and then we also increased details from 100% to 200%. Let's just jump in and see if our little friend's got a face or not. No, he still has no face, so that was 20 minutes of my life I'm not getting back. Please like the video. Oh, I'm so tired. As you can see, you really do need to play around with these settings. I'll keep the 60 frames per second world map on and lower the resolution of everything else. Now let's load up one more time and see if it takes 20 minutes again. As all of the shaders were compiled last time, you can see it only took a few seconds this time. Thank God. I've lowered everything back down to 720p, back to the original settings. So let's see if we can maintain 60 frames per second now with that 60 frame per second mod. So running around, we're not at 60 frames per second, we're at around 40, but at least it is above 30. So we're at least seeing some kind of improvement there. Here we are at around 60 frames per second. It looks very smooth. Let's jump into the level. And with all of the shaders compiled, we shouldn't see any stuttering at all from here on out. We just have to forget about the fact we don't have a face. And I can tell you, this is much smoother than yesterday. Yesterday, when I ran through this game for the first time, we were compiling shaders quite a lot. Whereas now all of the shaders are already compiled for us, so we are just very, very smoothly running through this. I think it's definitely worth taking the time to compile those shaders. And I'm hopeful that it wouldn't be 20 minutes if you didn't increase the resolution of everything like I did. Let's go grab some more wool. Even when activating certain events in the game, we don't get any stutters because all of the shaders have already been applied. Oh, well that was a fail. Anyway, this game is running perfectly. I wasn't looking at the frames per second, but it definitely felt like it was in the 50s. It felt very smooth. And as this video you're watching now is in 60 frames per second, you should be able to see it in a similar way to how I do. Let's once again jump into the little Prince boy, the Breeze Ariser. Again, yesterday this was running pretty well at around 30 frames per second, but it was stuttering when it was loading in shaders. This is probably going to take around 2 minutes, but then the following times you load up the game, it should be very quick. Also, before we get into the game, let's just check out what our graphic pack options are. So under enhancements, we can make it more contrasty, add negative textures, and no SSAO. I'm not sure what these mean by the name, but if you tap on it, you can see some more information. Removes the SSAO of the game, which are these little blurred shadows around Link when you're standing under a tree, for example. So you can go through, read what they do, and choose if you want to use them. You can see the default resolution on this game is 1080p. Which is interesting because Mario Kart was 720p, so maybe it's a game-by-game basis. You can choose to remove the HUD if you want to take screenshots without anything in front of the screen. And I did find an option which says it can fix slowdowns on weaker hardware. I'm not sure if that applies to what we have here, but I thought there's no harm in turning that on and seeing how it goes. So let's jump back into the game again. You'll see this time it's loading the shaders very quickly. It only takes a long time the first time. And I have to say again that this screen just looks incredible, and this game in particular looks unbelievably good on this screen. So let's keep an eye on the FPS counter at the top right, and let's run around the map. I'm going to swing the camera around, so I'm really stressing it as much as I can. You will see there are no stutters at all, because usually those stutters occur when you're loading in the new textures, but we already did that before we loaded the game. So now as we run around, you're going to see the FPS is pretty stable. It does drop to around 24 frames per second around here. I find that happens every time I start this game. But you'll see for the most part, it's doing really well and sticking at 30 frames per second. I've started this game probably more than 20 times in order to do tests and record videos, and this starting island has to be one of my favorite places in any game ever. It's just beautiful. We just fell down to 20 FPS while spinning the camera around. That's the lowest we got. And as I said in a previous video, I still do prefer the Gamecube version of this because it runs just so flawlessly. But after compiling those shaders, this is definitely a nice experience. You'll see the frames per second is mostly sticking around 30 frames per second. And I will make a follow-up later where I get into combat and further into the game to test how it goes. But with the shaders compiled, you should expect this level of performance throughout the game. So the conclusion of this video is that you should download the shaders in the link provided below. You can search the internet to see if you can find more as well. I highly recommend installing them how I showed you to do it. And why not grab the graphics packs built into Cemu as well, just to see if you want to make any tweaks while you're at it. I hope that will help you get the best out of Wii U emulation on the Retroid Pocket 5. And if this video was helpful to you, please give me a like. Leave a comment below with anything you'd like to say. I would love it if you could also subscribe to the channel for daily Retroid Pocket 5 content. And if you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5, follow the affiliate link in the description, which will take you to the official Retroid website, which is the same place I bought this one. They are now starting to ship them more frequently, and I hope if you do order one, you'll be able to get it very soon. Thank you so much for watching this video, and I'll see you again tomorrow where I will be covering the PS Vita, which has been a nightmare. Thank you for watching. Bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. Today we're going to be looking at the PS Vita. This is by far the most infuriating system I've ever set up on anything ever. I didn't see many other YouTubers cover this system, and I now understand why. It has been a nightmare getting this set up. I do have a few games working now, so I am going to show you them. But if PS Vita is a system you don't really care about that much, don't even bother. I've been working on this for so many hours, for days. It's been really stressful. But let's jump into Vita 3K, the PS Vita emulator. You'll see it's actually color-coded with how well each game can run in Vita 3K. The games that are green should be playable and work well, but in my experience, many of them just crash. I think I finally fixed that issue, so let's jump into some games now, and if it does work as I expect it will, I'll let you know how I fixed it. So let's jump into Persona 4 Golden. This is meant to be one of the best games on PS Vita. The audio has this kind of crackling sound going on. I'll see if you can hear it if I put it close to my microphone. It kind of sounds like a bunch of tiny horses galloping around. It's not very pleasant, but the game itself is running pretty well. I haven't played this game before, but running around, it seems like we're in super speed. It feels like we're running at 200 miles per hour. If you play this game, let me know if this is normal, because it seems too fast. For today's tests, all of the games are running at the native resolution of the PS Vita. I'm not upscaling to 1080p, because it's been so hard even to open these games. I'm scared to change any setting right now. I finally, after many days, got this working, so I'm not touching anything until this video is done. I like the soundtrack, it's like old Japanese city pop. This is my first time playing a Persona game, so I'm not actually sure what happens in this game at all. I don't even know what kind of game it is. But it's been requested a lot, and it looks very cute. Oh, we have a weapon now, we can attack. This game seems really cool. This is just the beginning of the game, but the game is very solidly at 30 frames per second. And due to the style of the game, I don't see it dipping at all. So if you want to play Persona 4 Golden, I'm going to say this is very playable on the Retroid Pocket 5, and let's jump into the next game. Borderlands 2 is running at a very smooth 60 frames per second, but I'm getting wrecked. This is the tutorial, so I thought it would be nice and easy. I was just walking around, mindlessly shooting, but now I'm getting spawn camped. I'm running this at the native resolution of the PS Vita, so this is not 1080p. But the graphics look really nice, and I don't feel the need to raise them. Yeah, I've never played Borderlands before, and I don't know why this thing is unkillable at level 1. What am I doing wrong? What am I meant to be doing? My gun does no damage. The next game we're going to try is Gravity Rush. Again, a game that was recommended a lot on my channel, so we're going to see how this runs. First, we're going to drop this apple to the ground to kick off the game. Maybe that's the gravity part. And now we're going to rush around. So I guess this game really puts its name together like Minecraft. Follow the mysterious man. I don't think this game is giving a very good message to kids. I've never played this game before either, and my initial impression is it's very weird. I like the style of the game. It's very comic book style. Even when you go into the start menu, I really like that transition. The way it zooms out and then it's like you're in a comic book. That's really cool. It seems like we're at a pretty solid 30 frames per second again. I would like to upscale this to 1080p to see how it looks, but I'll do that once I finish all of my testing because it has been really difficult to get the games running without the app just crashing. But as I said before, I think I have found the solution. So when we get to the end of today's testing, I'm going to share that solution with you. So please stick around to the end to see how to get this running, because it took me a while to figure this one out. R to float. Oh, that's pretty cool. I've never played this game before. I see why it's called Gravity Rush. You're kind of playing with gravity. This is a pretty cool concept. Controlling gravity, floating in 0G. That's pretty cool. I've never played a game like this before. It's very unique. Yeah, this game is cool. I'm going to put more time into this. But for now, let's get on to the next game. As I said earlier, these little colors tell you how well the game's going to run. So I downloaded Dragon Quest Builders. This is the American version, and it's yellow. That means it's not going to be completely playable. So I also downloaded the European version. The Vita 3K website says that that is playable. The Vita 3K website has a compatibility list, and I'll link this in the description. It shows what each color code means in terms of each game's playability. So you can scroll down and see the games, or you can just search here for what you're looking for. So if we search for Gravity Rush, for example, you'll see there are a few different versions, and this relates to the region. So one might be the American region, one might be the European region, one might be Japanese or another Asian country, and you'll see if you get this version 24, it's not going to be playable. But if you get version 35 or 11, they are going to be playable. So you need to be careful about the games that you get, and using this official compatibility list will really help you build a library of working games. Jumping now into Mortal Kombat. Apparently we're fighting against Freddy Krueger. I didn't know he was in the game. So let's get into the game. Let's do what we do in all fighting games and just spam all the buttons. I set this to very easy mode just so I can see how it runs. I don't want to get destroyed while I'm trying to check the frame rate. And the frame rate's pretty solid, between 50 and 60 frames per second. It looks good to me, but of course this video is in 60 frames per second, so you can judge for yourself. Okay, I think the difficulty might be a little bit too easy. That was the worst finish him of all time. But he looks cool doing it. Let me just have one more fight to check if the difficulty is too easy or not. Oh, how can she react to these moves? I'm too talented. From one fighting game to another, let's jump into a fighting game where we can play as Goku. So I'm Goku and my teammate is Luffy. We're against Naruto, and I didn't see who the other person was. But there's some very interesting characters in this game. I think they're all from the Shonen Jump manga. I'm pretty sure Yu-Gi-Oh is from Shonen Jump, so I wonder if you could be a Yu-Gi-Oh character. I'd love to be Joey Wheeler in this game, running around going, meow. I am hearing very slight audio stutters again, which seems to be quite consistent in PS Vita. But once again, it seems like we have a very solid 30 frames per second. Well, I have no idea what I'm doing in this game, but it looks really cool. I'm not sure what any of the controls are. I would like to throw a fireball if possible. I'm just getting destroyed by Naruto. Naruto, please! I'm sorry! Ooh! Oh, this game is cool. I'm not sure how old this game is, but I would have loved this as a kid. I would have been playing this all day long. The only button I can figure out is jumping. I'm very good at jumping now. Watch me jump like a gazelle. You got this, Luffy. This is one of the coolest games I've ever seen. Okay, sorry, Luffy, I'm getting in there. Okay, I'm getting out of there. Whee! Leave me alone. Whoa! How did I do a Kamehameha? Oh, I finally did something cool and immediately got knocked out. This game's really cool, but let's jump into another one. This is Sword Art Online Hollow Realization. I liked the Sword Art Online anime, so I'm looking forward to trying this. I'm just curious how it works. If I die in this game... Am I going to die in real life? If I die in this game, does my YouTube channel get deleted? No! Are you ready, Ryan? You know it. Let's go. Okay, I don't need instructions. I know how to button bash. You're stunned. Uh-oh. So the frame rate now is quite consistent around 30 frames per second. It is sometimes going down a little bit to around 24. This game is definitely less smooth than some of the previous ones, which have been a very smooth 50 to 60. But after loading in the shaders and getting settled, it does seem quite solidly at 30 frames per second. I probably shouldn't have skipped the tutorial because we are doing 0 damage. So I feel like I'm meant to be doing something right now. But honestly, I am so happy right now that we have so many games working because I've been ripping my hair out trying to get PS Vita working this past week. So let me tell you now how I got this working, because it was not easy, but it actually was obvious in the end. So for the past week, whenever I've tried to open PS Vita games, they mostly just crash. I get crashed out back into the home screen like this. I've had so many problems with games not loading, crashing, just not working well. It has been awful. So I am here to save you guys, to let you know what I did wrong so that you don't make the same mistakes as me. I think the first mistake I made was when you install Vita 3K, it asks you where do you want to install it to. And instead of using the default location, I changed it to my Vita ROMs folder. So the folder I keep my ROMs in, inside the SD card, had all of the save files, the game files, everything all mashed together. And that was not good. So if you install Vita 3K on your RetroArch Pocket 5, just keep the default location, don't play with it. But the main way I got everything working was by following my own rules. If you've been watching the channel for a while now, you'll be familiar with this. My general rules for emulation on the RetroArch Pocket 5. And general rule number 1, use turnip drivers if they're available. And for this system, Vita 3K, you can use turnip drivers. When I was using the built-in Qualcomm driver, it was crashing every game. So what we need to do is use the turnip driver. I tried the latest turnip driver rather than my tried and tested and true 9v2 driver, and it still kept crashing. So what did I do? I went into the settings and I used my 9v2 driver, the one I recommend in all my videos, and now everything's working fine. So if you have a RetroArch Pocket 5, please just use the 9v2 turnip driver. It really will just save you a lot of headaches. So I'll just show you how to do that now. In the top menu, go to Configuration and go to Settings. We have a lot of settings, and this is quite hard to navigate because you need to put your finger on this little scroll bar and scroll it the opposite way to what you would think. It's quite a hard to navigate app. Along the top, we have a lot of options, but we're going to go to GPU, which is the Graphics Processing Unit. So tap GPU a few times. It's quite a fiddly app. So when you open the GPU menu, yours should look like this. And we need to change a couple of things. So first of all, the first option, Backend Renderer, says OpenGL. And as I've said in my other videos, we want to use Vulkan in pretty much all of our emulation apps. So let's change OpenGL to Vulkan, and now we'll get a new option which says Add Custom Driver. You're going to choose that and then navigate through your files to find where you downloaded the turnip driver. And I will put it in the description of this video. So find your turnip driver. The one I highly recommend is this one. Turnip version 24.3.0 R9v2. So choose that turnip driver. And then I found it didn't automatically select it. It just still said default here. So where it says default, choose that second drop-down option. And from here, you should see your turnip drivers listed. I tried a couple, and the first one just made everything crash. So please stick with the 9v2 driver. So from here, choose that 9v2 driver. It will tell you that you need to reset Vita 3K. First of all, we need to grab the little scroll wheel and push it up. This is quite fiddly. You need to do it a few times until you come to the bottom of the screen where you can choose Save. Because this is quite a fiddly application, I do mash this about 5 times just to be sure. Then hit Close, and you're now going to want to restart the app. So just scroll up and drag it away, open it again, and now you should be using the ternip driver and all of those problems should be solved. So if this helps you, please give me a like and consider subscribing to the channel, because it took me days of ripping my hair out to get to this solution, and now everything's finally running well. You might also want to go into the controls, overlay, and just disable the overlay so you don't see the on-screen controls. And while I'm here, I'll also go into configuration, settings, GPU. I will change this internal resolution upscaling. I'll just keep pushing the arrow until we get to 1920 by 1088 two times, which is pretty much 1080p. It's actually a tiny bit higher than 1080p. So I'm curious to test this out. I'll let you guys know how it goes, but if you want to be safe, just leave the scaling at 1 times. It looked fine. And I hope you guys have a good experience with the PS Vita on the Retroid Pocket 5, because it is definitely the trickiest system to set up. So once again, I hope this video was helpful. Please subscribe to the channel because we're getting close to 4,000 subscribers in my first month, which is wild. I'm so grateful to everyone who subscribed. Thank you so much. And if you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5 so that you can emulate PS Vita and other systems, I'll leave my affiliate link in the description of this video, which will take you to the official Retroid website where you can pick up your one at the same place I got mine. Thank you once again for watching. This was by far my most difficult video to make by a long way, so I really do appreciate anyone who gives me a like and shares an encouraging comment, not to just rip my hair out and give up. Thank you so much. See you again tomorrow for hopefully a much easier video. Bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. I'm very excited today because we are going to test Dreamcast games. I've always wanted to own a Dreamcast, but unfortunately I never did. I used to go to stores where you could play them in the store, and I would spend so much time playing games like Crazy Taxi and the various fighting games you could try. So today, I'm finally going to get my chance to play some Dreamcast. Let's jump right into Crazy Taxi. Out of all those games you could play in stores, this is definitely the game that I've spent the most time on. I think Dreamcast probably has my favorite graphics of any console ever. I love that it still has that old cartoonish vibe, but it's from that era when games were starting to get more realistic, when they were becoming 3D and beginning to look more lifelike, but before the very realistic simulations we have today. They've still got that cute, fun, cartoony vibe, but with the 3D elements. I really love it. I seem to be stuck. This is going to have to be my last customer, because I feel like I can keep saying to myself, one more ride, for about 3 hours. So I do need to move on to some other games, so let's just drop off this person and move on to another game. There you go, mate. Nice. Enjoy your date. Our next game is Dead or Alive 2. This is probably the next most common game I used to see in stores that you could play. Let's go for Tina Armstrong from the USA. Oh yes, those classic USA words right there. Whoa, what's this? Body slam! This is like a WWE game. Oh, she hit her with the attitude adjustment. John Cena stole his finisher from this game. Again, I love these graphics. They're 3D and kind of realistic, but still cartoony. I have my real doubts that this woman is American. Ow. I think I'm dead. I was trying to figure out the buttons for something and I got knocked out. This game's also really fun. The moves in this game are so cool. Kick her! Hit her with the roundhouse kick! She hit me about 7 times while I was in mid-air. That's not fair! This game's really fun. I'm actually not the biggest fighting game fan, but this is one of the most fun fighting games I've played in a while. Jumping into another fighting game now, Marvel vs. Capcom. I tried this game out about 10 minutes ago before filming this video, and I have no idea what I'm doing. Let's pick some characters. We'll go for Cyclops. I like Rogue, and who else do I like? I like Spider-Man. So this game, you have 3 fighters that you can kind of tag in and out, but I'm not sure how. I'm not sure what any of the buttons do, except Y is definitely firing lasers. But I love the art style again, and it's so smooth. One thing about these Dreamcast games is they run so smooth. I realize now I forgot to put the FPS counter on the screen, so let me do that now. Here you can see we're at around 58, 60 frames per second. It feels very, very fluid. If there's a way to choose when you tag in and tag out people, then this game's really cool. I feel like this game deserves more of my time. This is Soul Calibur 2, Possibly the most famous Dreamcast game. This is my first time ever playing it. But I think it was the game that actually shipped with the Dreamcast when you bought it new. And it's a game that I've seen a lot. Even though I never played this game, this style looks so nostalgic. Again, it has that Dreamcast style I love. Everything's so rounded. And everything runs so smoothly. I can smash, I can poke him. He's knocked out and I'm still just attacking. Where's your sportsmanship? This rod will be your doom. I've said that before. Again, I'm making no effort to learn any buttons. I'm just smashing all of them. Why would you need to learn what a button does when you can just push them all? This game gets insanely high reviews. I think critics gave this game something ridiculous, like 98%. So definitely an incredible game here. And if you're a fan of fighting games, I'm sure you would love this. I'm not the biggest fighting game fan, which might surprise you as this video has been mostly fighting games so far. So I'm now going to move on to another game, but definitely a recommended game for anybody. Let's go to Shinjuku, Tokyo now for a driving game. This is Metropolis Street Racer. Again, I love the look of this game. It reminds me a little bit of Auto Modelista, but a little bit more realistic. You can control the camera by simply just pushing up to zoom in, or down to zoom out. It's so simple. Looking at the back view, you can check me out. You can watch me turn the wheel. Here I am, hello. Oops, I don't know how to reverse. How do I go back? Somebody help! Hello? I'm turning the wheel. I'm stuck, help me! Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, X is reverse. Okay, that's weird. It's okay, we can still win, we can still win. Only 44 seconds behind now, we got this. By the way, I'm running this in the Redream emulator. There is also the Flycast emulator. Both come with the Retroid Pocket 5. I read online that Flycast has more features, but I just really like the way Redream looks. It's extremely simple to set up, and you'll be playing games in no time. I actually also purchased the premium version, which allows 1080p and 4K resolutions. Let's jump into a different style of game now, Virtua Tennis 2. Of course, we have to be Tim Henman, Scourge of the United Kingdom. I picked this up just before recording this video to check it works, and I was immediately having so much fun within seconds. This game is just immediate arcade fun. I think that's what the Dreamcast feels like to me. Everything feels very arcadey. It doesn't feel like a simulation. Everything feels very fun. It's like when games were fun, before everyone was tryharding on Warzone, or screaming at you in League of Legends. It's just fun. You just pick it up with no instructions, no control list, and immediately, within seconds, you're having fun. I didn't look up any controls for this, I'm just spamming the A button, and it's fun! So let me try different buttons. So this is camera. Let's try B. B and A seem the same. Let's try X. Oh, is that a lob? Oh, X is a lob. So I'm assuming B and A might be different hands, like backhand, forehand, perhaps. Or maybe I'm overestimating how complex this game is. Bang! Oh, this is fun. I can happily play this game. If I want to kill a bit of time on the bus or subway, this is the perfect game to just This is the perfect game to just load up and play for a few minutes. This was really fun. This is a great game. I could sit here and play these games for hours, but regular viewers of my channel will know that I like to keep things short and sweet and give a few tips along the way. So if you are going to use Redream, let me tell you something that was a problem for me, which was in the controls. So going to Input and going to Port A Retroid Pocket Controller, by default, it already mapped everything. So I thought I didn't need to do anything. It's already mapped. But there was a problem, which was it didn't map the trigger properly. So in driving games, when you want to use the trigger, or any other game where you might want to use the right trigger, it mapped it to some really random button. I'm not even sure what it was. I think it was one of the analog sticks. So up here where it says right trigger, just tap on that and then push the trigger. And then while you're at it, left trigger, tap that. It will say waiting, so you know it's ready for your input. Push the trigger, and then you should be good to go. You can just back out of this and everything should work fine. Also, you will notice I played all of the games in 4:3 aspect ratio. You can change that to 16:9. Here in video settings, game aspect ratio, just tap it, it will go to 16:9. I don't really like this because it looks kind of stretched to me. There is also another option which says stretch, but I feel like 16:9 already looks stretched. Let me just jump back into a game and show you what it looks like. So now jumping back into Crazy Taxi, we're now in 16:9 widescreen mode, and this is going to be complete personal preference if you prefer this. Personally, I feel like everything just looks a bit stretched, so I prefer to play the games in 4:3. It also might depend on what color Retro Pocket 5 you have, because the black Retro Pocket 5 blends seamlessly into the black screen, so those black bars are really not very noticeable. If you have one of the colored Retro Pocket 5s, such as the Gamecube one or the white one, then you might want to use the stretched mode to hide those black bars if they bother you. Personally, I think the 4:3 looks better, but once again, it's complete personal opinion, so just choose what you like the most. You may have noticed my videos have become a little bit longer in the past few days. Before, I was uploading videos of about 5 or 6 minutes, but in the past few days, I uploaded videos that were about 12 or 14 minutes, because I like the ad revenue money. I mean, because I want to help you guys. Let me know if you prefer those shorter videos, or if videos around 12 to 14 minutes are okay for you, because I do like to share more tips and information, so having that extra time is nice. Many channels in the retro scene post 40-minute to 1-hour videos, and that's just not my style. I want to keep things short, sweet, fun, and informative. I want to help you guys out without taking up too much of your time. So I'll probably keep my videos to around 12 to 15 minutes, not too long. I was just curious how you feel about the length of the video, so please leave me a comment and tell me how you feel. I'll probably not think too much about the length of the videos and just make them as long as I feel like they need to be. So on that note, thank you so much for watching today. Please leave me a like, subscribe if you haven't already, and if you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5, you can go to the official Retroid website using my affiliate link in the description below and buy one at the same place I bought mine. They are shipping them now. You can check online for shipping updates. They are working their way through the batches quite quickly now. You might need to wait a little bit of time, but it will be coming soon. And I hope anyone who used my affiliate code so far, I really hope you get your Retro Pocket 5 soon. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. I already uploaded my daily video for today, but I'm back just for a little short bonus video to let you know the Retroid Pocket 5 just received an update, and it now supports streaming video services like Netflix. This is something that has been requested a lot in the comments of my videos, and until now, all of the streaming services just didn't work. And I'm happy to tell you that since this new update you can go and grab now, they are working. So if we open Netflix, you'll see everything's working perfectly. We can jump into an episode of Brooklyn Nine-Nine, it loads up instantly, and everything just works. So now you have even more distractions to keep you from finishing those 7,000 games in your library that you keep telling yourself you're going to finish this week. I was also able to download and install Disney+, but unfortunately I don't have a membership. Before, when installing these apps, you would just get an error message saying they cannot open. So the fact this opens fine leads me to believe it will also work. One more streaming app I do have is a Korean one, Coupang Play. And once again, just like Netflix, everything's working flawlessly. We can jump into an episode of Friends and everything plays perfectly. But I do want to test one thing, which is connecting the Retro Pocket 5 to an external monitor, because sometimes apps like Netflix are quite finicky about exporting video to external monitors. So I'm going to connect the USB-C of the Retro Pocket 5 into the USB-C of this portable monitor, and we'll see what happens. It's connected, it's working, the sound is working, but it seems to disconnect after a few seconds. I'm not sure if this is a problem with my setup, but the screen keeps turning on and off every few seconds. So this is definitely not a good connection. Let me try connecting this to my TV and seeing if that works. Connecting it to the TV, it works perfectly fine. The sound is working, everything is great. Netflix is working perfectly too, so now the Retroid Pocket 5 could be used as a multimedia device.
Ellen, that's my dream.
And by the way, if you connect your device to an external monitor, you'll probably have a black screen on the Retroid Pocket 5. That might be what you want, but I personally don't like that. So in order to fix that and be able to see the screen while you connect it to an external device, go to Settings, go all the way down to Handheld Settings, and then the second option is Connect TV. Here we have some options when you connect to a TV. For example, stopping the Retroid Pocket 5 from going to sleep, forcing landscape mode, selecting a sound output when connected to DisplayPort. That should fix any issues of when some users connect it to a DisplayPort, they get no audio. So by checking this box, which it is checked by default, you should get audio through the TV. And if you uncheck it, you'll get audio through the Retroid Pocket 5. But the one that we are concerned with is the very first option, turn off handheld console screen. So by default, that will be checked. When you connect the RetroArch Pocket 5 to a TV, the RetroArch Pocket 5 screen will go black. But that's not very useful if you then want to control the device with the RetroArch Pocket 5 itself. So I would suggest disabling that option so that you can still see and use the screen while it's connected to a TV. This was just a very short video just to tell you that now we can use streaming apps on the RetroArch Pocket 5 and to give you a few tips. Thank you for watching once again. If you'd like to buy your own RetroArch Pocket 5, you can go to the official RetroArch website using my affiliate link below. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please like the video, subscribe if you didn't already, and I'll see you again tomorrow for some more RetroArch Pocket 5 videos. Thank you for watching. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video we're going to be setting up RetroArch, or as I like to call it, Ryan RetroArch. RetroArch can be quite intimidating for some people, and it was for me too, so I understand that. But I'm going to break it down in a very simple way so you can get set up with RetroArch on your RetroArch Pocket 5 or any Android device you might be using. So first of all, let's open the RetroArch application. I'm using the 64 application, but the 32-bit one should be the same. So opening RetroArch, you're going to see this screen. And the first thing we're going to do is change the theme to look like a PSP or PlayStation 3 theme. So to do that, let's tap the settings cog. Let's go to user interface. Down at the bottom where it says menu, let's tap that. And we're going to change it to XMB. So let's tap XMB. Now choose the home icon over here. Scroll down to the bottom and choose quit RetroArch. That's going to quit and update your settings. So now when you open the app again, you'll be greeted with this familiar PlayStation style menu. So to set up RetroArch, there's only two real things we need to do, and I've made it very simple for you. This is my Ryan RetroArch setup guide. We need to install cores and add our games. Adding games will be really simple, and installing cores is also simple, but most of the confusion for many people comes with, what is a core? So you can think of a core like an emulator, the thing we use to play the games. So in my previous setup guide, I showed you how to set up various emulation apps. For example, if I want to play Gamecube, I use the Dolphin emulator, and here are all my Gamecube games. If I want to play Dreamcast games, I use Redream. That's my Dreamcast emulating app. And here are my Dreamcast games. And if I want to play PlayStation 1, I use DuckStation. That's my PlayStation 1 emulator. So like how we have different apps for all of those systems, we will use different cores for all of those systems. So now jumping back into RetroArch, if we go all the way over to the left and all the way up to the top, so the very first menu item, we have Load Core. So we're going to select that. And right now we don't have any cores. We need to download some. So let's go down to download a core and choose that. And you're going to be met with so many cores to pick from, it might be overwhelming. Thankfully, there are many useful guides on the internet which recommend some useful cores to use. For this video, I'm going to use this list from the Retro Game Core YouTube channel. Russ is a very knowledgeable, smart man, and I trust his choices. So for now, let's just put a few together for demonstration purposes. Let's begin with a Sega Dreamcast core. So the recommended one is Flycast. So this list is alphabetical. If you scroll down and find Sega Dreamcast, here you can see Sega Dreamcast / Naomi Flycast. So if we choose that option, you'll see down the bottom left, it's downloading and it's now installed. It happens only in a second or two. So that's one core already done. You just downloaded your first core! Congratulations! Let's just go through and add a few more while we're here. For Sony PlayStation, we have the options of Beetle PSX HW, Beetle PSX, PCSX Rearmed, or Swan Station. So using the guide, you can see the recommended cores are DuckStation, which doesn't seem to be here right now, Swan Station, or PCSX Rearmed. So I'm just going to pick Swan Station because I like the sound of the name. So let's choose that. And down the bottom, you'll see it loading in. And it's done. So now we downloaded two cores, let's try them out. So we're going to go back. Now when we choose load core, you'll see our two cores are here. We have the Dreamcast core and the PlayStation core. So now that we have our cores installed, we need to add our games. So in order to add our games, we're going to scroll along till we find this little plus icon here, and we're going to choose Scan Directory. Let's choose that. And we'll now navigate to where our games are. And this is all of your games. So for me, my games are located in a folder called ROMs on my SD card. Looking down the list, I have this storage / 61633239. That is the name of my SD card. I don't know why it's called that, but that's what it's called. So let's choose that, and then we'll go down to ROMs and choose that. And then once you get into the correct folder where all of your games are, you can then choose scan this directory. So I will choose that option, and you'll see down the bottom left the progress bar. And this might take a little while. As you can see in my case, it's scanning 295 games. And if you have more than that, it might take a while. So I will just leave that for a minute and drink some water, and we'll come back when it's scanned all the games. That actually took quite a long time, but I got a message saying scanning is finished. So now if we go back and we move across, you're going to see we have some Dreamcast games with the little Dreamcast icon there. We also have our PlayStation 2 games, PSP games, and PlayStation 1 games. As you add more cores, you will see more systems populated. So let's just add one more to demonstrate that. Let's go back to the left-hand side, back to the very first option, load core. I will go down to download core. And this time I want to add my Genesis games. So let's go down to the Sega Master System / Genesis. And the recommended core is Genesis plus GX. So let's press our accept button to download that. You'll see the message in the bottom left. Already it is done, so let's go back. Now if you choose load core again, you will see it's been added to the list. Now when you scroll along, you'll see the games are not here. So in order to get them to appear, we're going to need to scan the directory again. Now I don't want to scan hundreds or thousands of files again, so I would recommend scanning the directory after you already added all of the cores. This time around, I just added one new core, which was the Genesis / Mega Drive core. So I will choose scan directory. And this time, instead of scanning all of my ROM folders, I will go down to my SD card, ROMs, and now I will just select the Genesis folder that has my Genesis games in it. So now by choosing the Genesis folder and choosing scan this directory, we'll now scan the games, and that only took 1 second. So let's go back. Now when we go back to the home screen, you'll see we have a new Genesis controller icon, and here are all my Genesis games. RetroArch will take a little bit of time loading up the box art, and when you're ready to play a game, you can simply just select it and choose Run. It will ask what core you want to use to play it on, because some people like to collect a few, as some do better with certain games. We just downloaded this one core for Genesis, the Genesis plus GX core, so let's select that and choose Run, and now we'll get into our game. RetroArch will automatically put a controller overlay in case you're playing on a phone with no controller, but as we have a controller, let's turn this off. You can press the little RetroArch icon down here. Sometimes it's a bit finicky and flashes on and off like this, so you might need to hold it down. We're only going to need to do this one time. So while keeping it held down, let's move down to close content and push the accept button. Now we're out of the game, and let's turn off that controller overlay. Let's go back to the main menu, scroll over to the second option, which is our settings with a little cog icon. Scroll up to the very top option, user interface. The very first option again, on-screen display. Go down to on-screen overlay, and we're just going to toggle this off. So the first option says display overlay, just toggle it off. Now when we get into a game, this time let's go to Dead or Alive 2. Let's choose Run, and which core do you want to use? We want to use the Dreamcast core because it's a Dreamcast game, so let's set that and Run. Now there will be no on-screen overlay and you'll be playing your game. And that is the basic RetroArch setup. You can now add any cores and any games you wish. If you want to add more cores to play more games, simply choose Load Core, go down to Download a Core, and then pick one from the recommended list. If you want to add more games, simply move over to the plus icon, scan directory, and then just navigate to the folder those games are in. And that's it. That's all you need to know. There are many more guides on YouTube that go very in-depth to every nook and cranny and detail of RetroArch, but for today I just wanted to get you set up playing games in RetroArch. And if you follow this guide, you will be doing just that. So thank you for watching. I hope it was helpful. If it was, please give me a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Leave me a comment below, and I'll see you again tomorrow for another video. And if you'd like to pick up the device I used in this video, the Retroid Pocket 5, you can go to the official Retroid website using the affiliate link in the description and buy one at the same place I bought this one. Thank you very much for watching, everyone, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video, I'm going to show you how to install a beautiful front-end launcher for the Retroid Pocket 5. If you've seen my previous content, you'll have seen it many times, and you've probably seen other YouTubers use it as well, because it is gorgeous. The front end looks like this, and it's called ESDE, Emulation Station Desktop Edition. On most systems, it is completely free. However, on Android, you do need to pay a few dollars to join the Patreon in order to download it. The Patreon is €4.50 for the Android supporter perk, which lets you download the APK. I would say it's definitely worth it as an easy way to launch all your games. It looks beautiful, and I feel like it really just completes a device like this. So I already purchased it, so I will now show you how to install it and set it up. Once you purchase it, you'll be able to download the APK, and then you can simply just install it just like any other app. Let's open it up and get it set up. It has a very nice, easy to use and straightforward interface. So let's choose Begin Setup, open the permissions screen to accept the permission of it managing our files. We'll of course need to let it manage our files so that it can collect all of our game files and launch them for us. Now we need to choose a couple of directories. The first one will be where ESDE saves all of its settings, and it recommends you use a folder named ESDE. So let's choose Select Directory. I will go to the Retroid Pocket 5 home directory, and what I did was create a new folder, and I called it, as recommended, ESDE. When you create the folder, you can then choose Use this folder, Allow access, and now it will save all of its information in that folder, so it will be simple for you to find at any time. Next, you need to tell it where your games are. So select your games directory. For me, this is on my SD card, and then ROMs. So I will choose Use this folder, Allow. Now it will ask you if you want to let ESDE create directories for you. This will create a ton of directories and put systeminfo.txt files inside where it can store information. If this is your first time doing this, I would suggest you do it and then move all of your game files into these directories created by ESDE. I've already done this, so you can see this is my ROMs folder, and it is just filled with all of these different directories that were created for me by ESDE. And this could also be where you might run into a problem later, because if you do create these directories, but then you have your own different directories, ESDE might not be able to find your games. For example, I was trying to find Nintendo DS games inside ESDE, and it couldn't see my games. This is because ESDE creates a folder for Nintendo DS games called NDS, but I had my games in my own folder called Nintendo DS. So when ESDE was searching this NDS folder for games, it couldn't find any. So I had to copy my games from my own Nintendo DS folder into the NDS folder made by ESDE. And for one more example, ESDE also creates a folder called GC, which is for Gamecube, but I had my Gamecube files in my own folder called Gamecube. So ESDE couldn't see them because it was searching in the GC folder. So by copying the files from my Gamecube folder into ESDE's GC folder, all the games suddenly appeared. So if you have any issues where your games are not showing up in ESDE, just check they're in the correct folders. So as I've already created all of these folders the last time I installed ESDE, this time I'm going to skip creating the directories. But if it's your first time using ESDE, I recommend you let it create directories for you and you then move your games over into those directories. ESDE is now set up, so let's continue. We will now jump into ESDE, and by default it looks like this. It's a very nice skin, but I'm going to change it to the one that I like to use. So I'm going to push the start button. I will go down to UI settings and theme downloader. proceed, and here you can look through and choose what theme you would like. There are so many nice ones. As you go through, you can see screenshots of how they'll look. The one that I like to use is Iconic. So I will choose that and it will download it for me. When it's downloaded, you will get a little check mark next to the name. Let's go back and now let's choose our theme. So now that it's downloaded, let's go down to Theme and let's choose Iconic. Now when you go back, it will apply the theme. We now have our beautiful Iconic theme and I will customize it just a little bit more. If I go into a game directory like this, you will see we have this list view, whereas I want to see the box art. So by pushing Start, going down to UI Settings, and then Theme Variant, here you can change the style of theme you want. I'm going to choose Grid Box Art. Let's choose that, and now go back, and back again, and you'll see a problem. We don't have any pictures for anything. Thankfully, ESDE can scrape through all of this and get pictures for you. So in order to do that, we push Start, and the very first option is Scraper. Let's choose that. Scrape from, you have Screen Scraper or the Games DB. I always just use Screen Scraper, but I think both are fine. You can choose which games you want to scrape, and by scrape it means scour the internet and find information and pictures for. So which games do you want to do that for? You'll probably want to do that for all of your games, but you can choose only games that don't have images, only games that don't have videos, just your favorite games, etc. For now, because this is new, I'm going to choose all games. Then you can choose which systems you want to scrape games for. Do you want to scrape games only for Nintendo 64? Do you want to scrape games for Nintendo 64 and Nintendo Wii? It's up to you. I'm going to scroll all the way down to the bottom and choose Select All. So every box is checked. Let's go back. Now you can see I'm scraping 22 systems. And the last thing I'll do here is choose Content Settings. This is what do you want to scrape? And ideally you would scrape everything, but it takes a very long time. For me personally, I only care about the game name and the box art. So I'm going to uncheck everything else except box cover image and game name. So now we will be scraping the game name and the box cover image. Let's go back, let's go all the way down to the bottom, and we will choose Start. Now it's going to get to work finding box art and game names for us. And this might take a while, especially if you have a lot of games. So it's the perfect time to go get a snack, maybe watch a bit of TV, and then come back when all your games will be finished. I don't have too many games compared to some people, but you can see I do have 756 games that need to be scraped. So I'm definitely going to go and get a snack. Around 38 minutes later, it finally finished updating all the box art. 500 games were successfully scraped and 200 were skipped. That's a shame, but anyway, let's move on and see how it looks. Now when we click OK and go back, you'll see all of the box arts updating. I have multiple copies of multiple games. That's my own fault. Don't worry about that. I've just messed up my ROM folder a little bit. But when you go back and look at your consoles, you can now swipe across. You can see how many games you have for each system here, and go into each directory and look at your games, and it's a beautiful way of navigating games. When you launch a game, it will open in either a RetroArch core or a standalone emulator. So for example, if we try to launch Gran Turismo for the PSP, you can see it's now launching the game, but in some cases you might just get a black screen because you haven't downloaded the RetroArch core or configured the emulator properly. So let's go into the settings and set up which emulator or RetroArch core is launched for each system. So going down to Other Settings, we can choose Alternative Emulators at the top. And here we can pick which emulator is being used for each system. So for PSP, I want to use the PPSSPP app. So going into ESDE, let's scroll down to PSP, and let's select that. By default, it's using the PPSSPP core of RetroArch, which I haven't installed yet, which is why I got a black screen. So what we need to do to get that running is to go into RetroArch and install a new core. I explained how to do this in the video I uploaded yesterday, all about setting up RetroArch. But to quickly show you now, we can just choose Load Core, go down to download a core, and in this case we need to download the PPSSPP core. So scrolling down, here is Sony PlayStation Portable PPSSPP. So let's download that. You'll see the little progress bar at the bottom. It's now installed. So now when we go back into ESDE, last time when we tried to launch this game, we got a black screen because the PPSSPP core wasn't installed. Now when we launch the game, it will launch completely fine into RetroArch. I personally prefer to use standalone launchers to RetroArch. That's just how I like to do things. So if you'd like to do that as well, you can press Start, go down to Other Settings, Alternative Emulators, and then under PSP, instead of PPSSPP Default, we can change it to PPSSPP Standalone. Standalone means it will not use a RetroArch core, it will use a standalone application. So it will use the PPSSPP app. So by choosing that and going back, now when we launch the game, it will launch it in the PPSSPP app. If you want to remove the on-screen display, you're going to have to do that in the PPSSPP app itself. Or if you're using a RetroArch core and you see the on-screen display, you'll need to remove that in RetroArch. So just as an example, this is using PPSSPP. So if we close this down, if we go into PPSSPP, go to Settings, Controls, On-Screen Touch Controls, and we've turned that off now. So now when we, for the last time, launch Gran Turismo, it will launch in the PPSSPP standalone application, and there will be no on-screen controls. We'll just be using the controls built into the Retroid Pocket 5. You can see everything works well, the controller is automatically mapped, and you're ready to play. Now I have one more thing to show you, which is when you go into Other Settings, Alternative Emulators, you might notice some systems are missing, such as the Nintendo Switch. In order to fix this, we need to go to this GitHub page, which I will link in the description of this video. This is the ESDE Android Custom Systems. This will add support for these following systems, including the Wii U and Switch. Here you can see the installation instructions. It's very simple. You just need to go to this green button, tap that, and choose Download Zip. You can then go to RAR and open that zip file. So navigate to where you downloaded the file, choose ESDE Android Custom Systems main.zip and extract it. Now going to the File Manager, I extracted the file into this ESDE Android Custom Systems main folder. Inside there we have two XML files and a README file. You don't need the README file because you're watching me. So just take these two XML files, choose the three dots, move to, and we're going to move these to that ESDE folder we made earlier, and then Custom Systems inside this folder. So choose Move, then let's close down ESDE and open it once again. And now when we push Start, go down to Other Settings, Alternative Emulators. When you scroll all the way down, you will now see an option for Switch games. So you can choose which emulator you'd like to load them in. And also while we're here, let's turn off that button overlay that keeps popping up with all the buttons we don't need. So let's go back to the main menu, Input Device Settings, and where it says Enable Touch Overlay, let's just turn that off and say OK. Now we will no longer have the touch overlay, everything is now perfectly set up, and you should be able to choose any console you'd like and jump into a game. So for one last example, for Dolphin, I'm a big fan of the standalone Dolphin emulator. So I'm going to push Start, go down to Other Settings, Alternative Emulators, and for Gamecube, GC, by default it just says Dolphin, which means it's using the Dolphin core of RetroArch, but I'm going to choose Dolphin Standalone. Standalone means the app. So by choosing that, you only have to do it one time for each system. It will remember your choice. So now when we jump into Gamecube, I can choose a Gamecube game I would like to play. For example, I want to play Ace Golf, so let's choose that, and it's going to open in the Dolphin emulator. And just like that, we're teeing off on a beautiful golf course. When you're done with the game, you can simply close it down and jump back into ESDE, and you'll be ready to play another one. And one last thing I'd like to show you is if you really love ESDE and you want it to be the default launcher of your device instead of the standard Android launcher or maybe the Retroid launcher, you can go to the settings, go down to Apps, Default Apps, Home app, and you can change this from Quickstep or Retroid Launcher to ESDE. And now this is the default home screen of your device. So when you turn on the Retroid Pocket 5, you'll be straight into ESDE, ready to launch some games. If you close all your other apps, it will take you straight back to ESDE. And then when you're in a game and you quit the game by closing it or by pushing the home button 2 times, it will take you straight back to ESDE. So if this is all you want out of your device to be able to quickly launch games in a beautiful launcher, this is something you can do. The only issue arises when you then want to use Android apps because they can be quite hard to find in the launcher. And in fact, I cannot find a way to access any of my apps now. So I need to change my launcher back. And if you don't know how to get back into your regular launcher, you can simply swipe down from the top of the screen, choose the settings cog, and then from here, once again, go to apps, default apps, home app, and then change it to whatever you want. And I think on a powerful device like the Retroid Pocket 5, where you can do so many things beyond gaming, such as browsing the internet, watching videos on Netflix or YouTube, watching fantastic YouTubers like Ryan Retro and subscribing, I think it makes more sense to use a launcher like this where you can constantly just switch between anything you like. So that was a guide on how to set up ESDE. If you follow this guide, you should now have everything set up. You should be able to play any games you like, launching them with a beautiful launcher. I hope it was helpful. If it was, please give me a like, share a comment below, and subscribe. And if you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5, the one I'm using in this video, you can check out the official Retroid website with my affiliate link in the description. It's the same place I bought this one. Thank you very much for watching today, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video, we're going to be looking at the secret console. Yes, the mythical secret console returns. Let's jump straight into a game of Rocket League. This is my first time playing Rocket League since I think the month it came out. So I'm trying to remember what the buttons are. I know I can go forward like this and jump, but that's pretty much all I remember. Turning on the FPS counter, you can see we're locked at 60 frames per second, running beautifully here on the Retroid Pocket 5. As we are emulating this game, I don't think we're going to be able to play against real people online, but I've added in an AI bot here to play against, and this is my first time playing against someone probably ever in this game, so I'm probably going to get wrecked. Oh, what a goal! Oh, that's embarrassing. No, 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 no. Put the boosters on. Whoa, what a hit, son! What a hit! I can see why this game is popular. I'm liking it already. Oh no, 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 no! Ah, no! Let's move on to the next game. Next up, we have an absolute classic, Portal 2. I was recently on a long-haul flight from Korea to Amsterdam. It was more than 14 hours, and during that time, I wished I was able to play Portal on the Retroid Pocket 5. So when I got off the plane, I researched, can I play Portal 2 on the Retroid Pocket 5? And you absolutely can! So I've just started a new game, and I only have the blue Portal available to me. I haven't unlocked the orange one yet, but I think I can already tell this is going to be the first single-player campaign that I finish on the Retroid Pocket 5. I've never actually finished this campaign, but I have put quite a lot of hours into it on PC. I used to connect an Xbox controller to my computer and play it, whereas now I can just play it in the palm of my hand wherever I go. This is great. I also now realize that I cannot speak and think at the same time, so I'm kind of just walking in circles mindlessly. Okay, what do we have to do? Push the button, push the button. Oh, hello. Oh, now we're going to drop down a box and launch it. This one drops the box, and this one launches. Oh, that's pretty cool. So let's drop the box. And launch! Boom! With Portal being quite an old game now, it runs at a perfectly smooth 60 frames per second, but it looks glorious. Portal is such a great looking game. It really holds up years later. And having Stephen Merchant as a little robot following you around is genius. It's probably one of the funniest games I've played because Stephen Merchant is a comedy genius. Our next game is Excellent Crash Siblings. Please don't cancel me for this, but I've never played any of these games before. This is going to be my first time. So Y is jump, B is my bow, A is sword, and X is also jump. I have 2 jumps. Oh no, I've been picked up by a claw machine! We seem to be dropping some frames here and there. I can see the game stuttering. I'm not sure if that's loading in shaders or if it's just lagging. It is mostly a smooth experience, but I'm definitely feeling some stutters happening. Let's just use the sword, I guess. Sword, sword. Hit it with the bow. Well, the bow is very hard to hit with. Whoa! Bam! Just sent Mario to the Shadow Realm. I wonder what these items are that fall down. Can I use it? Is it good for me or bad for me? Oh, he just picked it up! And turned it into a brain. What is happening? I've never played this game before, and this is madness. I feel like this is a game that probably has a lot of button combos, and you probably also need to know what all the items do. Oh, what's this? Oh my god. I don't remember Mario doing that in Super Mario Sunshine. Time's about to run out, and I feel like I've definitely gotten wrecked in this one. I just turned silver. Yeah, unfortunately, we got wrecked. But that was very fun. I see why it's a popular game. This is Cricket 19. This was suggested in a few comments on my videos, so here I am testing it out. I did try to get Cricket 24 working, the newest version, but unfortunately it just crashed when opening, similar to the latest FIFA games. It seems like I can aim where I want to hit the ball and then choose what kind of hit I want, like an accurate one or a powerful one. This is my first time playing a cricket game on a console. I've played cricket in real life before, and I think I just got a 6. Oh, that's a 4, isn't it? That hand motion means a 4. Whoa. Let's see if we can hit a 6. A 6 in cricket is essentially a home run in baseball. Oh, that might be one. That might be good. I think we did it. Look at the misery on the other team's face. We did it. Oh, it was a 4. I'm just going to hit it directly straight. Oh, that's got to be a 6. That was beautiful. 6. It's out of there. Bam. Straight into a spectator's mouth. Beautiful. Now for a game that was definitely not requested by anyone, because it wouldn't be a Ryan Retro video without some obscure games. This is Nickelodeon Kart Rider, which is essentially a massive rip-off of Mario Kart. There are 12 characters to choose from. 4 of them are Ninja Turtles. And in this race, we're going to race around Bikini Bottom as Helga from Hey Arnold, with a strong unibrow. I had a practice race earlier before filming this video, and I'm ashamed to admit how much I got into this game. For the whole race, I was winning by just a few meters, and I was so desperate to win. Far more than I am when I play Mario Kart. I don't know why I took it so seriously. So this game is basically identical to Mario Kart. You ride around, you pick up boxes, which let you throw things at people. You glide around, you squirt milk at people. And I guess the one thing that makes it different from Mario Kart is that you can pick up slime. And you can see on the left side, you have a slime bar. And that's like your turbo mode, like your NOS boost in the Fast and the Furious. So I just did it now, and now I'm speeding away. I just picked up an acorn. I need to pick up more slime. Eat acorn, Patrick Star. Mario Kart is a much better game than this. But for some reason that I just cannot explain, I'm far more invested in this game. I think it's because I care about these characters more than I care about the Mario Kart characters. Because I grew up watching these shows like SpongeBob and Hey Arnold. To me, these characters had more of an impact in my childhood, rather than the Mario characters. Oh, it's getting close! This game also doesn't just let you win. I found when I played the first race of Mario Kart, it was like a freebie. They just let you win, even if you're doing really badly. Whereas this game is actually very close. You'd think a game based on the Rugrats and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles would be even easier. But it's really not the case. I've been hit by objects an uncountable number of times. Use the slime. Eat acorn. This game is honestly just so much more fun than it has any right to be. Eat acorn. We win! We win the race, but we'll never win the heart of Arnold. Oh. This is Pocket Beasts, protective item worn by Captain America. I think that's the correct full name. Anyone who plays this game knows that it's basically just endless cutscenes with this guy Hop, and after about 3 minutes you really want him to just hop off. The frame rate on this game is locked at 30 frames per second. It looks brilliant. This is one of the best looking games I've played on the Retro Pocket 5. It looks so great, and it runs really well. We now have to fight a mystery monster. Go, Retro Bunny! Retro Bunny, throw the Retroid Pocket 5 at him! It had no effect! Quick, try something else. Teach him how to use RetroArch. I think he already knows. Oh no, it's Russ from Retro Gamecube! That brings us to the end of this video. I have a lot more games to test and show you in future episodes. If you enjoyed this video, please hit that like button and subscribe. Leave any comments with anything you'd like to say. And if you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5 so that you can play many systems on the go, check out the official Retroid website using my affiliate link in the description. It's the same place I bought this one. Thank you so much for watching, everybody, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video, we're going to cover a console very dear to my heart. This console was a really big part of my childhood, and me and my brother used to argue so much over whose turn it was to play it. My parents had no choice but to buy me my own one. My brother had the old PSX box style one, and my parents bought me the PS1 smaller, sleeker version. I remember at that time being amazed that you could fit all of the gaming power in such a small device. And now here we have the Retroid Pocket 5 that incorporates the console, the controller, and even the screen into something this small. It's incredible. Today's video is going to be a little bit longer than usual, as I have so many games I want to try, and we're going to delve into some of my favorites from my childhood. Just before we get started, I want to say a huge thank you to Lover Lun for his contribution on a recent video. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I also want to say a huge thank you to Matt Kinley for his donation too. Thank you so much. And in your message, you mentioned my minimalistic approach so everyone can understand. And that is what I can provide to this community. My full-time job is teaching a second language to 5-year-olds, and by the end of the year, they're writing essays in a second language. So if there's something I can do well, it's teaching something in a simple way that anyone can understand. If I can teach them to write an essay in a second language at 5 years old, I can teach anyone to direct an application to a ROM directory. So let's jump into our first game, Crash Bandicoot, an absolutely iconic game from the late 90s. Insanity Beach. Interesting name. I'll add the FPS counter to the screen. We are running all of these tests today at 5 times native resolution for 1080p. It looks sharp, it looks clear, and I'll be surprised if any game dips below 60 frames per second. Well, this is my first time playing Crash Bandicoot since I was a kid. And I can see why it was popular, because it's very smooth. So as far as I can tell, there's only 2 buttons, which is spin or jump. I really like the sound effects. Oh no! Okay, after falling into a hole over and over again, let's move on to the next game. This one runs absolutely perfectly. And it looks really good with the 5 times native resolution. It's nice and sharp. I do have 3 Crash Bandicoot games to try, but let's jump into the next game, Digimon World. In Digimon, every single character ends with Mon. So my Digimon is... I wanted to say Retromon, but apparently you can only name your character 6 letters. Retrom. Okay, then my character is Raimon. Good name. Thanks. I thought so. This intro is incredibly long. Thankfully, DuckStation has a built-in fast forward button. I've assigned that to the right stick click, so now we can speed through the intro. I guess this game is kind of like a Tamagotchi game. I really liked this game as a kid, but I think a game where you walk around with a pooing dinosaur is not really for me anymore. You sit on your poo and you think about what you've done. Let's jump into another game now, Everybody's Golf. I really liked this as a kid. I think in America it's known as Hot Shots Golf. The character's left-handed, that's uncommon in a golf game. I remember playing this game in a store where they had the PlayStation set up that you could try, and I thought it was really fun. So I'm looking forward to playing it again. I think I remember how to play, yeah, like that. Lovely. You just push the button 1 time to select power, and then again to select your accuracy. It's a very chill game.
Nice on.
Nice on. This is a nice, cute little game. It will be fun to play just when you want to relax and chill. I'm now curious to try Everybody's Golf 2, and let's see if it's any better. So let's now jump into Everybody's Golf 2. You can see Everybody's Golf 1 got a 4-star rating. Everybody's Golf 2 gets a 4.5-star rating, so let's jump into that. This is Everybody's Golf 2. The UI looks incredibly similar. The graphics, I think, do look a little bit nicer. Oh, and one thing I noticed right away is that bar that moves along the screen is much smoother. It wasn't not smooth on Everybody's Golf 1, but it looks very fluid now. The way it moves is incredibly smooth. It looks even more than 60 frames per second. I am finding the lack of any commentary or anything a little bit unsettling compared to modern golf games that always have commentary.
That was weak.
Oh, now there's talking. The only talking is insults. I see how it is. Let's try hole number 2 and see if we can get them to say something nice to me. Maybe I can just provide the talking. Now, stepping up to the ball. Taking out the 2-iron. She pulls her arms back and strokes it beautifully. I don't know why I'm commentating like it's a wildlife documentary. She finds herself in the rough. She needs a good hit here. Lovely. That's going to be close. Oh, it was almost in. Oh, so when I do okay, there's just no commentary. I see how it is. This game's fun. It's a little bit unsettling, the fact there's no commentary. There's just a bit of wind noise. It honestly is a little bit unsettling. But it's a lovely looking game, and it's pretty fun to play. I could definitely see myself playing an 18-hole course on this for sure. But we have more games to show, so let's move on to the next one. Next up, we have an absolute classic, Grand Theft Auto 2. And I bet you've not played a game with this control scheme for a while. You use the arrow keys just to turn around, to pivot your body. You don't actually use them to move. You then have to use a different button to walk forwards, and another button to move backwards. It's almost like accelerating a car. You have to hold the accelerator button, and then change your direction with the D-pad. This is really, really unique. Also, this button just burps and farts. Listen to this. There's a dedicated burping and farting button. It's amazing to think this game has become what it is. The walking button now becomes a driving button. The reversing button is still a reversing button. And the burp and fart button is now the horn. Let's change car. I think this is a police car. Let's see if we can just immediately steal a police car. Let me in. Let me in. I will aggressively burp and fart at you until you let me in. What is this game? The right bumper is a jump. The right trigger is a punch. The sound effects in this game are great. Oh, 2-in-1. Okay, I think that's enough of this game for now. Let's move on. In a similar vein, does anyone remember the game Driver? In this game, you're kind of like a getaway driver for criminals. I had completely forgotten about this game, but as I was putting together today's catalogue for this video, it really tickled my nostalgia, hearing that name Driver. I don't remember the game very well, but the name is really familiar. The CD was definitely in my family's collection for sure. In this game, we're immediately thrown into the parking lot, and here we can practice how to control the car. We have a little to-do list we need to do. It seems like we're about to run out of time. I didn't realize there was a time limit on our to-do list. You ran out of time, loser. Why are PlayStation 1 games so aggressive? Okay, brake test. Nope. Reverse 180 degrees. Well, I'm not sure how to do any of these things. This game is impossible, so I'm moving on to the next one. Getaway driving is not for me. Let's move on to another classic, Spyro. Spyro is one of the iconic games of the 90s, and I remember having this on my PlayStation, but I don't remember anything about it. I remember I wasn't the biggest fan of Spyro. I didn't really like the way the dragon looked. I thought it wasn't very cute. But now I think it looks nice. So I'm chasing these frogs around. Like all the games we've played so far, it runs beautifully at 60 frames per second. And with the 5x native resolution, it looks really sharp and lovely too. Let's move on to a different kind of game now. Street Fighter Alpha 3. I remember playing this game as a kid, and Akuma is the first character in any game that I ever thought was overpowered. He has some insane combo finishing move that I learned through the instruction manual, and it was just unreal. These old Street Fighter games are just so timeless. Their graphics just look so cool. The kind of comic book style would just never look outdated. I am absolutely terrible at fighting games, but I'm just playing this to show you the performance. Even as a kid, I was never really into fighting games, so I'm just shockingly bad at them. Oh, Shoryuken! I wish I was better at fighting games so I could let you guys know if the latency and everything like that is good, because I'm just so shockingly terrible. It feels like the latency is not good, but I think it's just me that's not good, so I can't really tell you. It was good enough for me to win anyway, and I'm sure if you like Street Fighter, you're going to have a great time playing it on the Retro Pocket 5. Moving on from a game I'm terrible at, to a game that I played an unholy amount of hours as a kid. This is for sure my favourite PlayStation 1 game ever. I put an incredible amount of hours into this. We're talking hundreds of hours at least. This is World Cup 98. I used to play this all day and all night long. It's an extremely arcadey game compared to modern day FIFAs. Every single slide tackle always works. It's never a foul and you always get the ball. You can score absolute worldies. You can regularly score from basically the halfway line. It's just a really fun game. You've also got the Snickers branding. It's got in! Now that's what I'm talking about. It's just a really fun arcadey game. You don't need to take seriously at all. You can just lightly tap the ball from the halfway line and watch it go straight through the goalkeeper. And what's great about it is that it doesn't really happen to you. If the computer was doing that to you, it would be infuriating. But thankfully that never really seems to happen. It only ever seems to happen in your favor, which makes it just a really fun and enjoyable game. Before FIFA got really sweaty. Oh, look at the moves. Next up, we have an absolutely infamous game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. This game makes absolutely no sense in the whole lore and franchise of Yu-Gi-Oh! It's not related to the card game, it's not related to the TV show. All of the characters in the game are completely new and only in this game. None of the cards really make sense. In this game, you combine cards together to make new ones, and it's kind of random, and it only really relates to what kind of monster each card is. Also, when you start a new game and they randomize the cards you can get, there's not actually a 100% chance you can possibly win. Some runs are just doomed from the start, no matter what you do, which is mental. And this is one of the hardest games ever created, because you might not necessarily even be able to win, and if you can, you have to fight at least 6 opponents in a row who have the strongest cards in the game, and if you lose even one time out of those 6, it's game over. So yeah, this game is ridiculous. And on that note, I'm going to put the console down now and say to everyone, thank you so much for watching this video. Let me know if you like this slightly longer video with more games tested. I hope that you did. I'd like to once again say a big thank you to those who left super thanks in the comments of the videos and donated. That is amazing. Thank you so much for that. And I'd like to say thank you to everyone who watches this video, who presses the like button, and who subscribes. Thank you as well so much. And if you'd like to buy your own Retroid Pocket 5, you can go to the official Retroid website that will be in the description of this video and buy your own one at the same place I got mine. It is an affiliate link, so if you do so, I will make about $7. So thank you so much if you do decide to do that. And I hope to see you all again tomorrow for another Retroid Pocket 5 video. Thank you so much, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video, we're going to be checking out Netflix games. I was absolutely shocked how many high quality games there are that come with a Netflix subscription. I haven't actually had a Netflix subscription in quite a long time, but I decided to purchase one for the sake of making this video, so I hope you enjoy it. Our first game today is Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Before we start today's video, I want to say a huge thank you to Lover Lun, who once again made another donation in one of my recent videos. Thank you so much for that. That is amazing. And I will get to work on your suggestions soon, so expect to see that in an upcoming video. Thank you once again. There are actually a few Grand Theft Auto games included with the Netflix subscription, although in the store it did say they are leaving the membership soon, so I'm curious what's going to happen to the games. I hope that we can download them without a Netflix subscription, but I'm not sure. We can ride our bike around. Sorry, I think I hit somebody there. We can pop a wheelie. We can, of course, jump in cars, which is the name of the game.
Because all America loves a cowboy.
This is the fun of Grand Theft Auto, just causing chaos. Oh, sorry guys, did I not park very well? My bad. Don't lean on my car, the disrespect! Okay, sounds like we have the police coming after us now. It's okay, because I'm hanging on a roof. Just act natural. They will never find me in my natural roof hanging position. The game runs extremely fluidly, it's 30 frames per second, it feels so smooth. It also looks great as well. I tried this game on another console, maybe PlayStation 1 or 2, and this runs and looks better. Sorry, I thought this was the road. I'm sorry, I'm used to British roads. I don't know which side of the road to drive on. Sorry. Sorry, in England we drive on the left. Sorry, guys. Uh-oh, sorry, terribly sorry. Next we have Football Manager 24 Mobile. The issue with this game is that it's touchscreen only. Football Manager for most mobile devices is actually called Football Manager Touch because it's made for the touchscreen. You can play this on the secret console, which I've shown in one of my previous videos, and that does support the controller, so I do prefer to play that one. But it runs perfectly, it looks good, all the players' faces are downloaded, so when somebody scores a goal, you'll see their real face appear on the screen, which is a nice touch, and you're able to watch the highlights of the game in this top-down 2D style. 3D is not available for this version of the game. It is available for the secret console version. You can see here the player's face as he scores a goal. Very nice feature. And this is definitely very, very playable, as long as you're okay with using touchscreen controls only. We could assign some buttons to some features on the screen, but honestly, with the way that Football Manager works, the buttons are just all over the screen. It wouldn't really be possible to assign buttons. Next up, in a similar vein, while we have a lot of very premium games, here is a little silly game, Battleship. I'm sure a lot of people watching this probably remember this game from their childhood, the real physical tabletop version. I played it a lot when I was a kid. I was honestly not a big fan of it, but I did have it. I think I actually preferred just setting it up rather than playing it. I like just putting all the pins and boats in the little holes. I didn't really like actually playing the game. Once again, it's touchscreen only. You have to choose where on the board you want to fire and push the big red fire button. Pushing the big red fire button is quite enjoyable, but once again it's touchscreen only, and Battleships just isn't very fun of a game in my opinion, so this is one I wouldn't really recommend playing. But once again, if you have a Netflix subscription, these games are all free, so if you have the space available on your device, there's no real reason to not download it, just on the off chance you might play it sometime. So this is Battleships. It does look very cute. The graphics here are really, really nice. If you look at the device closely, the graphics are incredibly sharp. And while it's a very simple game, the graphics do look beautiful. We're running at a very smooth 60 frames per second. So when you do launch something into the ground, everything moves very fluidly. Now let's move on to a real classic game. This is Sonic Mania Plus. Again, this one runs at a very smooth 60 frames per second, and this one has a couple of interesting features. If we jump into the game's options, we can actually change the video style. From the regular style, we have clean, which to me looks exactly the same. Then we have CRT styles, so we can make this look like an old CRT television with the scan lines and a slight blurring. It's pretty cool and really gives you that retro feel. So we have CRT sharp, which gives the scan lines and a very slight blur, but all of the text and everything is still sharp. Or we have CRT soft, which is really like the old TV I used to game on. It has the scan lines, it has little bits of flickering, the text is a little bit soft, it's not overly sharp, and as I switch between that and none, I'm hoping you can see it's quite a large difference. If you look at the blue background, everything is so sharp when it says none, and when I move over to CRT soft, we have many lines in the screen, everything is soft. So let's jump into a game without the screen filter, and then we'll compare it to a game with the soft CRT filter. So jumping into the game now, this natively supports the controller, and for all of these Netflix games that do support the controller, you don't need to do anything by yourself. You don't need to set them up, they'll just automatically be working correctly with all of your buttons. And once again, I've emulated this on the Mega Drive, but I think it looks better here. It's like a really nice little remaster of the game. It has the retro sound, the retro look and feel, but everything just looks a bit nicer, a little bit more polished. I'm not sure how they actually made these games. You'll now see after completing the first level, we jump into a 3D version of Sonic. It feels like they've remade all these games. They probably didn't, they're probably remastered, but it feels like they've built them from the ground up to make them more modern. However they made them, it looks great and runs absolutely perfectly. I was going to say it's a shame that you can't change any of the settings. When we emulate games, we can choose the upscaling, we can add texture packs, but these games honestly just run and look great. There's no real need to change anything. Of course, if we could put a 5x upscaler on it, that would be great, but it's really not necessary. Now I'm going to turn on the CRT soft mode and let's run through the level again. I'm not sure how visible this will be on the screen, but honestly it doesn't really look much different. Still, it's a nice addition that they added the CRT modes. Definitely gives a nice cool retro feel, which is what we're here for on the Ryan Retro channel. This isn't Ryan Modern. Yeah. Oh, the CRT style is very visible on this mode. With the grey background, you can really see those scan lines. And speaking of scan lines and old CRT consoles, I just hit 4,000 subscribers and thank you so much for that. When I hit 5,000, I'm going to review all of these Temu consoles I picked up, which are definitely old CRT style consoles. This one says it has 620 games and it's like an old NES style. This one is a PlayStation style and it doesn't say anywhere how many games it has, it just says it's a mini TV game console. I also have this Game Boy style console and more. So if we can get to 5,000 subscribers, I'll review those. But let's jump back into today's topic at hand and let's get into the next game. This is Monument Valley. This is one of the only games I've ever completed on an Android device. I love this game, it's beautiful. The issue is once again it's touchscreen only. You have to tap where you want to move and then you have to rotate things and it kind of plays with physics. I'm going to try and move this so you can see it as I think my camera is in the way. So as we rotate this piece, it will create new opportunities for us to move. And it kind of bends your mind a little bit. As we move it that way, we can now move to the finish line. It's a beautiful game with beautiful atmospheric sounds and music. I highly recommend Monument Valley to anybody. I actually purchased it from the Play Store and was going to show it in a previous video. But when I tried the Play Store version in a previous video, it was portrait mode only. The only way to play it was holding the device like this. And as it is a touchscreen game, it wouldn't actually matter that much whether I'm holding it this way or this way, because it is all touchscreen anyway, I'm not using the controls. But I wasn't able to find a way to make it landscape. The Netflix version of the game by default is in landscape mode, so I thought that was really interesting. There might be a way to make the Play Store game switch to landscape mode, but I couldn't find one. So I'm curious if they've actually edited the game to work in landscape mode for Netflix. That would be pretty cool, and again, it's a nice little touch that makes a monthly Netflix subscription a little bit more worth it than just for the videos. Jumping back into Grand Theft Auto now, this is Vice City. This screen is so vibrant. I think I've found the thumbnail for the video. I've been playing about 30 seconds. I'm already taking out all of the police. Ow! That was uncalled for. There was a helicopter. Better get a police car. I'm one of the good guys. Okay, where do you go if the police are chasing you? To the beach. Oh, they set up the stinger trap. Well, that's my vacation ruined. I have to give credit to this game. I've been playing for a matter of probably around 2 minutes. I've already massacred a whole group of people. I have a helicopter chasing me. I've been hit by police stingers. I have a car chase on the beach. A lot of fun is happening immediately into the game. More fun is happening in this game than I've had in certain other games that I've completed. Oh, the perfect cover-up. I'm just sunbathing, guys. Hey, how can I sunbathe when you put a big shadow on me? That's rude. Oh, finally, a friend has come to help me. Thank you for... Hey! I don't feel very welcome on this beach. A police officer just wrecked a sunbathing woman. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's chaos. Oh, it's chaos. I think the other police officers have taken out more people than I have. This is very fun. It's running at a perfectly smooth 30 frames per second. Again, oh sorry, all of the controls are already mapped for you. You don't have to do anything. I haven't had a Netflix subscription for a really long time, but I think these games are more worth the subscription than all of the shows and terrible Christmas movies combined. Oh, flawless execution. Okay, I have a question, guys. My question is... sorry. My question is... What's this alien? My question, guys, is... Can I get in the helicopter? Whoa, what's going on over there? I'm causing the least chaos in this whole town. Hello? Oh, sorry. My car's a little bit broken. Can I... Oh, yeah. Oh, perfect. Can I have your car, please? Thank you. Sorry, excuse me, gentlemen. Right, I'm getting out of this city. I don't think it's for me. I've barely been able to enjoy my beach vacation. I'm moving to Canada. How do you get away from the police? I don't remember. I think you have to go get your car spray painted or something, right? If you just go and hide somewhere, do the police go away? Oh, it's been a long time since I played Grand Theft Auto. I really liked it as a kid, but I haven't really played it as an adult. I never got into GTA 5, and I think that's one of my biggest gaming regrets, because I feel like I've missed a lot of fun times there. I think I'll have to get into GTA 6, if it comes out before I die of old age. Shotgun? Oh, excuse me? Oh, sorry. Oh, I got wrecked. I got wrecked by a plainclothes detective. That was very fun. I highly recommend trying that out if you get a Netflix subscription. Now let's jump into something on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. From driving around wrecking gang members and police officers, to cutting ropes, to letting a tiny little cute monster eat some candy. Again, this is a game that is usually portrait mode only, and in order to fix that on the Netflix subscription, they've just added a background around the sides. That is far too small, in my opinion, to play comfortably on this game. With Monument Valley, they extended the background and made it look beautiful. With this game, they've just put it on a notepad, added a background and a pair of 3D glasses. That's terrible. It looks cute, but it's just too small. In my opinion, this game is not really playable because once again, it's touchscreen only. That's fine because that is the nature of the game. You have to cut strings at certain angles. It wouldn't really work with buttons, so I'm okay with that. But adding this background and making everything tiny and just in this little frame in the middle, it means the whole game is on this notepad paper. This is the whole game. That is minuscule. If you compare that with the size of my phone, granted my phone is a Pro Max, so it's quite big, but look at the size of my phone and that little white screen. That is unacceptable. I feel if you want to play this game, you can only play it on a tablet. On the Retro Pocket 5, while it is playable, and you can do it, I wouldn't bother. This game is called Braid. I have no idea what this game is about, but the character looked very cute, and it had very good reviews. So let's make our way through this dark, burning town. As it is so dark, I'm going to really boost the brightness, so hopefully you can see it okay. If you can't see very well, don't worry, because it is basically pitch black. We're running at a very smooth 60 frames per second. Everything is just so fluid. I'm not sure if you can see this. I will zoom into the screen so you can see this. But as you walk along, the character's hair is flopping around. I love that little attention to detail, and it makes the game feel even more fluid. It really shows the 60 frames per second. I guess this is a kind of tutorial because it shows the buttons to press on each part of the map. This is a really nice way of doing a tutorial. I much prefer this to the driver tutorial I tried yesterday on the PlayStation 1. That was a nightmare. Ow! Oh, I can rewind time by holding X. Look at this. Oh, this game is really cool. So I'm going to rewind time until the opportune moment. Well, you can rewind time for a very long time. I need this feature in all of my games. These videos would be a lot easier to make if I could just keep rewinding when I screw up everything. It seems like the goal of each level is to collect these puzzle pieces. And it's a very, very cute arcadey game. I really like it. And I especially love the way his hair flops around. That's my favorite part. Next up we have Transformers. And this is actually a fighting game. Right away it's telling us to touch the screen. So I'm curious if we can map the buttons to this. So let's go over to the floating icon. And let's bring on the key adapter. I've gone through how to do this in a previous Android gaming video, teaching you how to do this in the best way. Let's grab a button and move it over there. We'll make right attack A, the right side of the face buttons. So let's do that. Medium attack swipe right. Now this is going to be tricky. In order to make a swipe gesture, I've put the right analog stick over there. And then I'm going to move the right analog stick right. So then it's like I'm swiping my finger over the screen. I've also turned the y-axis all the way down so that it's only registering left to right and it's not really registering almost any up and down. That way I don't have to be perfectly accurate when I flick the stick and it will register as a swipe to the right because it's only really checking if I'm moving left and right. It's not really checking up and down so much. So by setting the y-axis, which means up and down, very low, and keeping the x-axis, left and right, very high, as long as I just flick the stick to the right, it's going to register that as swiping over to the right. So let's save that and click OK. Now when I flick the stick, it's a swipe attack. Now to block, we need to hold left. So I think what I'll do is I'll make blocking the left trigger and I'll make attacking the right trigger. I think that will give me better control. Of course, this whole process is just trial and error, going through and seeing what feels comfortable. So now that I chose the right stick to swipe, it's going to be quite hard to swipe and also push the face buttons. So I'm going to try and swipe with the sticks and use the triggers at the same time. That will be a lot more comfortable. For now, I'll move that joystick out the way. I'll select that A button and choose the right trigger. Now you can see it says R2. I'll now put the right stick back. We want to hold left to block. So I'm going to make that the left trigger. So let's do that and OK. So let's hold the left trigger and we're blocking. Heavy attack, hold right. Well, that was pretty cool. Okay, so now we're ready. And now we have hold the right trigger for a heavy attack, tap the right trigger for a regular attack, hold the left trigger to block, and then swipe right was a medium attack. So swipe right, tap the trigger, hold the trigger, and hold this trigger to block. Now we have a special attack, which we need to tap this part of the screen. So we're using the two triggers and the right stick. What do we want to use for the special attack? I'm thinking maybe I want to click in the right stick. Of course, every single part of this is personal preference. I'm just teaching you how to set it up. So I'm going to swipe over, key adapter, bring over a button. And because my fingers are already on the triggers and the right stick, I'm going to keep it simple and click in the right stick in order to do my special attack. So let's click in the right stick. It's assigned R3 to this. Let's say OK. And now let's click the right stick. Here we go. Well, this is a very cool game. Wow. Again, it looks incredible. It runs very smoothly at 30 frames per second. This is awesome. The only thing we need to check is with some games on Android, if you change the controller type from Retro to Xbox, they natively support games. So one thing I will do is close this app down. I will change the controller style from Retro to Xbox, and then when we launch the game again, let's see if it's natively going to give us some button controls. It works in some games, such as Call of Duty games, but most games it doesn't. Jumping into the game, there are no automatic controls. So let's switch back to our Retro control that I had before. So it wants us to swipe up or down on this side of the screen. So while I have the right analog stick over here, I'm going to now map the left analog stick over this side. And because we need to swipe up and down, I'm not going to lower the y-axis sensitivity like I did over here. As I said, it is trial and error, and as the game keeps giving us new controls to use, we're going to have to go through and change them as we go. So now let's add the left analog stick over here. Let's tap on it and make sure everything's at 100%. Yes, it is. Save and confirm. So now we can swipe up or down to sidestep, swipe right to dash, and once again our special attack's ready, which was the right stick. And now I think we're ready to fight again. We can sidestep, we can block, we can attack, we can do a big attack, a small attack. We are ready. Oh, and we didn't even have a chance to do our special attack because we won. As I showed in my previous video, once you get used to these controls, you can then make these buttons disappear by bringing up the floating icon menu, going to key adapter, choosing this hexagon shape, and here we have the transparency of the buttons. So if you just bring that transparency all the way down to 0% and click OK, all of the buttons are now hidden. They're still there, but they're invisible. So we can now play the game with no visible buttons, but they're all mapped correctly. There are still more Netflix games I want to show you, but for now let's end the video here and say thank you very much for watching everyone. Please like and subscribe. If you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5, then you can go to the official Retroid website using my affiliate link in the description of this video. Thank you one more time for watching. I really hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you again tomorrow for another Retroid Pocket 5 video. Thank you and goodbye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video we're going to be connecting the Retroid Pocket 5 to external monitors and TVs. And we're also going to be connecting a couple of controllers to see how it works for couch co-op gaming. This has been by far one of the most requested videos on my channel, and I'm very excited to test this as I really want to be able to use the Retroid Pocket 5 as a home console. For today's tests, we're going to be using this external USB hub. It has pass-through charging, so we'll test if we can charge the Retroid Pocket 5 while we're using it, and it has HDMI ports for connecting to displays. For those that are not aware, a dock, like the official Retroid dock, is just exactly the same as a USB hub like this. It just also incorporates a stand design. I'm going to lift up my camera to zoom out. Let's bring in the monitor and connect it to the Retroid Pocket 5. I'll plug the power cable into the monitor. We'll connect the monitor to the hub with this HDMI cable. And finally, let's connect the hub to the Retroid Pocket 5. Let's turn on the monitor. As you can see, the Retroid Pocket 5 is connected to the monitor now, so let's connect our Bluetooth controllers. We'll scroll down from the top, turn on Bluetooth, hold down on the Bluetooth button to bring up more options, and I already connected these controllers before, so we should just be able to tap on them to connect them. As you can see, this controller is now connected because we're able to control the Retroid Pocket 5 with the Xbox controller. Let's open ESDE and see if we can control that with our controller. Yes, the Xbox controller is working fine here. So let's jump into a split screen game and try using two controllers. Before we start playing any games, I would recommend setting up the controllers first. So let's grab the Retroid Pocket 5. Let's jump into Dolphin because I want to test some Gamecube games. Let's go to Settings, Gamecube Input, and we're going to set up our two controllers now. So let's go to where it says Controller 1, choose the cog, and we're going to select Device, and instead of using the Retroid Pocket for this, we're going to use the Xbox wireless controller. Then we'll go back, Gamecube controller number 2, we'll choose the cog again, and this time we'll choose the 8BitDo Ultimate Wireless, and you can see it's already selected. Now our controllers are ready to go. Let's jump into a game of Mario Kart Double Dash. This is using upscaled HD textures, which I'm going to cover in greater detail in tomorrow's video. It's very exciting. So once again, let's connect this to the TV. We now have our two controllers connected. So let's go to Start Game. 2 players. Player 1 versus Player 2. Let's go for a Grand Prix. I'll be Mario and Baby Mario. And with Player 2, I will select Luigi and Baby Luigi. Let's go. I am going to have to try to control both at once, but I will just check everything's working and I will comment to you about the latency, especially when I'm using both at the same time. I did already test this with my girlfriend on a previous day, but unfortunately she's not here right now. But I can assure you it does work, but just for demonstration purposes, I have to show you it by myself. Controlling player 1, everything feels immediate, there's no delay whatsoever. Controlling player 2, once again, everything feels perfect. I don't feel any kind of delay. Very, very nice playing experience. I'll now attempt to control both at once and just see how the controls feel, just to check if it was lagging or overloading the system in any way when you're playing with two controllers at the same time. But as I said, I've already tested this with my girlfriend before, and it is absolutely fine. It is a very, very nice and very playable experience. You won't have any issues with this. In this game, Mario Kart Double Dash, it plays beautifully. Everything is happening immediately. I'm not feeling any kind of lag or slowdown or delay. It's lovely. So this game works very, very well. Let's jump into a different game now. The one annoying thing is that when you go from using just the console as your controller to using different controllers, you're going to have to map that. And I cannot find an easy way to automatically do that when you connect some kind of hub, like there is with the Nintendo Switch. In this case, you have to manually go through and change it every single time, which is a little bit annoying. There may be some kind of app or utility that will automatically change for you, but so far I'm not aware of it. If anyone has an idea about this, please let me know in the comments below, because that would be amazing. So we're now jumping into Street Fighter on the PlayStation 1. Let's try a fighting game, a little bit faster, a little bit more action. You'll be able to feel that delay a little bit better. So first of all, we have to assign these controllers rather than the built-in RetroArch Pocket 5 controller. So going into the settings, choosing the one that looks like a little D-pad, going down to port 1, which will be controller 1. This time I'll switch it around. I'll make this controller 1. So I'll choose Perform Automatic Mapping for the 8-bit DO Ultimate Wireless, which is this controller. That should automatically make this player 1. Then we'll go over to port 2 and Perform Automatic Mapping Xbox Wireless Controller. I'll just use the touchscreen because it is faster. Now when we close this down, hopefully the controls will now be updated. You might be able to see that this screen is getting quite fingerprinty, which might make you realize how well the RetroArch Pocket 5 eliminates fingerprints. I was just having an issue getting games on the PlayStation 1 to recognize two controllers, and that was because here where it says controller type, I had it set to none. So check that you have a controller type set, whether that's a gamepad or DualShock style. I just choose DualShock for everything, and now it's recognizing the two controllers properly. So that's just a little tip if your controllers are not showing up like mine weren't. You can see from all these messy cables, this is why docks exist. A dock is basically the same as this, but just in a nicer footprint. But today's video is not about creating a beautiful home setup, it is about testing. So please bear with me for this mess. So now let's jump into Street Fighter. The Versus mode was grayed out when there was only one controller. It's now available. So let's jump into Versus mode. Let's do a classic, Ryu versus Ken. The classic Street Fighter matchup. So I'm gonna have to use one at a time. This time the 8-bit DO is controller 1 and the Xbox controller is controller 2. I can tell you on this controller, I'm not feeling any kind of lag or latency. It feels great. Let me see if I can remember how to do Hadouken. Hadouken. Like I can do a Hadouken. That's my first time doing a Hadouken in about 20 years. I still remember the button combo, and I'm able to do it pretty consistently. So the controls are definitely pretty good. Now let's switch over to Ken over here. It feels incredibly responsive. I would say the Xbox controller actually feels even more responsive than the 8-bit DO. I thought this felt incredible, but this feels even better. I do think this is generally just a better controller than this, by the way. If anyone was thinking about choosing between these controllers, this is just better. This one is great because it does work with everything. It works with Android, it works with Nintendo Switch. So I really like that aspect of it. And it also comes with this really cool little stand that lets you charge it, which inside has a really cool little dongle that you can use to connect to computers. And my apartment is talking to me again. Let's see if we can also do a Hadouken with this controller. So I guess I have to roll it the other way this time. Yep, no problems. Once again, everything's very fluid, and I think this is a better test than Mario Kart in order to test the latency, and it's great. So once again, if you want to play split-screen Street Fighter, fantastic on the RetroArch Pocket 5. Jumping now into the secret console, I want to try a split-screen cozy game on probably the most difficult to emulate system we have on the RetroArch Pocket 5. So let's jump into Controls, Player 1, and we'll auto-map this for the Xbox controller. And then jumping into Player 2, we'll auto-map this for the 8-bit DO Ultimate Wireless. Again, you could do this using the controller like this, you could go through that way, but it's just much quicker and easier to do it with the touchscreen. And if you connected your RetroArch Pocket 5 to a display, but you only have a black screen, you have to enable a feature to keep the screen turned on. So what you have to do is go to Settings, scroll all the way down to Handheld Settings, and then you'll see this option Connect TV, and the first option, Turn off handheld console screen, will be enabled, and I have disabled it. Some people are worried because the RetroArch Pocket 5 has an OLED screen, you might get burn-in if you were to leave it on all day. But I don't think there's many people who are going to dock their RetroArch Pocket 5 and leave a static screen on the screen all day long. I think almost everybody will be playing games or videos that are constantly moving, or when they stop playing on the TV, you'll probably turn the screen off. I don't think many people are going to leave the RetroArch Pocket 5 like this in a dock with the screen on. So I don't see any problem with disabling this and just keeping the screen on all the time. So now that we assigned our controls, hopefully they're working, we're now playing a game called Ever After Falls on the secret console. This is a really cute split screen game similar to Stardew Valley. Actually, when you launch the game, it actually mentions games like Stardew and basically just tells you it's ripping them off. So you can see on the left side is my character, and I'm running around with my little sword. I can run around, I can chop down trees. Everything is very, very smooth. It runs beautifully. On the right side of the screen is my girlfriend's character, and once again, with this controller, I can run around. I can chop down the trees. Or grass, I should say. This is actually grass. I'm not a plant doctor. We can then switch to our axe and then actually chop down trees. This is a really cute game. We've only played the beginning part. This is the beginning of the game. We haven't really got that far into it, but it's really, really adorable. And it's running absolutely perfectly here. Both characters can run around fluidly. I don't feel any delay when I run around. Me and my girlfriend played this and we did experience what felt like a big delay when we were playing. But the problem was the cable I was using. I was using a really, really cheap HDMI cable. And for some reason, it just didn't work well at all. This HDMI cable I'm using is not cheap. It's only probably around $6. But the one I was using before was a really, really bargain bucket, terrible piece of rubbish. So if you are experiencing any problems, try and use a cable that's at least acceptable quality, because it might help fix your issue. One more thing I want to test before we wrap up this video is connecting the RetroArch Pocket 5 to my 4K TV, because I'm also wondering if the 4K resolution was creating a problem. The RetroArch Pocket 5 is only capable of 1080p, so I'm wondering if that was another reason why I did get delay when I tried to do this on the big TV. As you can see in all of our tests today, on this small monitor, everything is perfect. There is no latency, there is no delay. With any kind of Bluetooth or wireless connection, there technically has to be a latency, but what I mean is there's no noticeable latency. It's just the same as playing on any other console. It feels exactly the same as playing on a PlayStation, or an Xbox, or a console by a legal firm. So before wrapping this up, in order to be thorough in my testing and help you guys, I really do need to connect this to my 4K TV just to check that there are no issues for you. So in order to do that, I will keep all of the setup the same, except this HDMI cable I'm using for this monitor is a mini HDMI cable, because that's what the small monitor takes. So I will be switching that out for a good quality 8K 60Hz or 4K 120Hz HDMI cable. Of course, we can't even get those resolutions, but the point is this cable is more than capable of showing everything the RetroArch Pocket 5 has to offer, so we'll see if there are any issues when I connect this cable to this hub and the other side to the TV. So let's do that now and find out. The RetroArch Pocket 5 is connected down here, and I'm also going to now plug in the charging cable to see if we get pass-through charging through to the RetroArch Pocket 5 while we play. Here's my charging cable. Playing on the 4K TV, again, it's running perfectly smooth. Let's now add the second character in and run around. Once again, it's smooth. We'll use both controllers and run around at the same time. Both feel very smooth. Once again, let's go outside. The sound is coming through the TV and sounds great. Let's run around and chop down a tree. This is working beautifully. When me and my girlfriend tried this game a few days ago, there was a real lag problem. So what I'm going to do now is change the cable setup to what we used a few days ago and see if that was the issue. Also, if you now look up here on the TV, we have gone from 84% battery to 93% battery in about 5 minutes. So not only is it charging while playing, it's charging very quickly. This is using my laptop charger, so it's about 60 to 80 watts. It's charging beautifully. Ignore all the mess on my bed. I've had to throw everything everywhere to film this for you because my TV is directly in front of my bed. I don't have a couch. This is bed co-op. So I apologize for the mess. I need to clean that in a minute. So I'm just using a USB hub with an HDMI cable to connect to the TV, and then a USB-C to charge the device. That's it. So if you buy the official Retroid dock, or any dock for that matter, a Steam Deck dock or anything like that, it's going to be exactly the same as this, but with a stand like this incorporated in the design. So they are really useful, but if they're a bit too expensive for you, you can just get any old dock. Although actually, to be fair, this was even more expensive than a Retroid dock. So if you do order the Retroid Pocket 5, maybe go for the dock too. And use my affiliate link. What we'll do now before we end the video is we'll use this cheap $10 cable I got from AliExpress. This is for the Nintendo Switch, and it is simply a USB-C to HDMI cable, but it also has a charging port so you can charge your device while you play. The downside to this is that it only handles 30 frames per second. So any 60 frames per second games are going to be pushed down to 30 frames per second. When I tried this a few days ago, there was huge delay with the controller. So that's what I'm going to test now and see if it was a problem with the cable, or maybe my Retro Pocket 5 was just messing up and needed to be restarted. Let's try. We've now connected the Retroid Pocket 5 with that cheap cable from AliExpress. There is no audio through the TV, and when I try to move my character, there is a 1 to 2 second delay. If you watch my character on this screen, when I move this, now, that's a good 1 to 2 seconds delay on every input. So if you want to run the Retroid Pocket 5 on a TV, you definitely need a good cable and probably a good USB hub or dock. Using a cheap cable like this is horrible. But I am relieved because I was worried that was the Retroid Pocket 5's problem. But it's not. As I've shown you in this video, if you use a good USB hub, this one is by Mokin, and I'll leave a link below if I can find it, but honestly any good USB hub will be fine here. You will have no problems at all if you use a good USB hub or dock. Don't worry about it. Just buy something that's good quality and you'll be enjoying good co-op gameplay like I did in this video. And that brings us to the end of this video. So if there's anything you'd like to know, please let me know in the comments. I hope you will like and share this video, as it did take quite a lot of setup to make, and I do now have to clean up a huge mess in my home. So any engagement on this video would be greatly appreciated. Thank you as always for watching this, and if you'd like to get your own Retroid Pocket 5 like the one I used in this video, check out my affiliate link in the description. And I'd also recommend maybe picking up the Retroid dock as well, because then you're sure to get the experience that Retroid themselves intended. But once again, just pick up any decent USB-C hub and you'll be fine. Thank you once again for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow for a video on high-definition Gamecube texture packs that I'm extremely excited about, because here is a spoiler, they look amazing. See you tomorrow. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video, we're going to look at high-definition texture packs for Gamecube emulation. In order to show you the quality, I've hooked up my powerful camera up here, so you should see an increase in quality over my usual videos, and let me know how you think this looks. High-definition texture packs are when people have taken the original textures from a game and upscaled them using AI. Here you can see a few examples on the screen. Pay attention to text, which is probably where it's most noticeable. You can see a good bump in resolution, and these games look incredible. Look at these pictures from Spyro and how much more of the atmosphere you can see. In the background, in the trees, I think it looks amazing. So let's jump into Dolphin and we'll try out a few Gamecube games. And I'll also show you how you can set this up for yourself a little bit later in the video. When we jump into the game, you'll see it's loaded up 5,000 custom textures. That little pop-up is really handy to let you know that it loaded the textures successfully. Immediately when launching the game, I can see the increased quality of the text on the screen. Even these Gamecube icons are far higher quality than they were before. It looks incredible. It looks like a modern, brand new game. Let's jump into a game. I will be Peach and Daisy. We'll ride a beautiful pink car. And let's get into the Mushroom Cup. All of the text is very, very noticeably improved. The game itself, in my opinion, already looked fantastic. So while I can notice an improvement, I thought it looked good already. I can feel that this game is running at a solid 60 frames per second, but I will bring up the FPS counter just so that you can see that too. Even when pausing the game, this display is beautifully crisp. Ow! I feel like some people might find these texture packs blasphemous because it's messing with the original game. But I honestly really have to tell you guys, I feel that these texture packs complete a game like this. On such a beautiful screen like we have on the RetroArch Pocket 5, the really sharp 1080p OLED screen, these high definition textures just suit it so perfectly. And there's no hit on the performance whatsoever. You can see we're getting a solid 60 frames per second, even with the upscale 1080p textures. So I would really highly recommend trying this out for yourself. And once again, I will show you how to do it near the end of this video. And there's the finish line. We won the race with beautiful high definition textures. Fantastic. Let's move on to the next game. This game has loaded 2,173 custom textures, and carrying on with the Mario theme, this is Super Mario Sunshine. This is one of the games as a kid I dreamed of playing, and I never got around to it, so I'm really hoping I can play it on the RetroArch Pocket 5. Finally! Regular viewers of the channel will know that I did feature this in a previous test video, and I wasn't very happy that it was stuck at 25 frames per second. That was running the European version of the game. I've since installed the USA version of the game, and this is running at 30 frames per second, which is much nicer to my eyes. This cinematic is definitely not upscaled. It looks quite blurry and pixelated. So let's see how it changes when we jump into the game. Now that the game began, everything's much sharper than it was in the cinematic. Jumping around, we're mostly at 30 frames per second. Everything is nice and sharp. I'm not sure how well this will come across on YouTube. Hopefully with my high quality camera it will come across quite well, but it will depend on what screen you're watching it on. But I just have to tell you guys, this is a huge improvement over the original, especially when it comes to text. That's where it's most noticeable. The text is razor sharp with these HD updates. Again, we have a very solid 30 frames per second. The HD texture packs are not causing us to lose any performance, so it seems there's no real downside. The only reason I can think of to not get these texture packs is if you just want to stay truthful to the original. If you think, no, I must play the game as it was originally created, but then you probably wouldn't be playing it on this. So I do think this is a good idea for everyone. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing right now, and Super Mario Sunshine is a game I really want to get into more and play more. So for now, I'm going to move on to the next game, as I'm going to get into this probably later tonight. We've now loaded 6,307 textures, and let's hop on the Mario train one last time in this video before we move on to a different game series. This is Paper Mario. I've also never played this game before, and I think it really looks like my kind of style because it looks adorable. I'm a really big fan of cute, cozy games, so I'd really like to get into this one. Once again, the text is incredibly sharp. It looks like something that was created this year rather than 2004. It's actually unbelievable it was created in 2004 once you see these high definition textures. I guess to be fair, these textures were created around 2 years ago probably. I'd actually like to say thank you to the people who commented in my videos and told me about these HD texture packs, because I actually didn't even know they existed. It's thanks to you guys, the people watching and commenting on this video, that I could even know this was possible. So thank you so much everyone who commented, and please continue to comment and give me suggestions, because that is so useful, and I'm having a great time playing with these texture packs. So once again, thank you so much. Dolphin is one of my favorite emulators because it runs everything really well, and it has a really simple quick save and quick load menu. By swiping in from the left, we can just choose quick save, and then at any point we can just bring this back. I especially like it when jumping through really long game intros like this. Just in case it were to crash, I would hate to have to go through the whole cinematic all over again. After an intro that felt like about 1,000 years, we're finally into the game now, and it looks beautiful. I really like how Paper Mario is 2D, so when you turn around like this, you kind of see the thin paper he's made out of. It's very cute. Uh-oh. I would love to show you more of this game, but I spent so long in the introduction that it's time to move on to the next game. I will try to play this more in a future video because it is really cute and definitely my style, so look forward to that in a future video. But for now, I will say it's running at a very smooth 60 frames per second. This video is also being recorded at 60 frames per second, so you should be able to see that for yourself, that it's very smooth, and it looks incredible. We just loaded 1,200 custom textures. Now moving on from Mario, we're now going to jump into Animal Crossing. Again, it's immediately noticeable with the sharp text that we've got some custom textures going on here. Oh, what's the dog's name? This is a quiz for any Animal Crossing players. What is the dog's name? I think it's KK Slider. The only Animal Crossing game I've played is New Horizons. I am going to jump into the Gamecube game, as well as New Leaf, and a commenter on one of my recent videos let me know there's a mobile Animal Crossing game. I'm definitely going to feature that in an upcoming Android gaming showcase as well, where I'm also going to be trying games like Zenless Zone Zero, Honkai Star Rail, more Fortnite, etc. So look forward to that. And also let me know if there's any more Android games I should check out. Anything that is text-based within these games is really just delightful after installing these modifications. Everything's just so nice and clear. I actually played this game a little bit about a week or two ago before installing this texture pack, and it looked fine, but now it just looks incredibly crisp. So where are we going? What's the name of our town in Animal Crossing? Where does Ryan Retro live? Well, we don't have any room for Retro Land, so let's say Retropia. I'm going to Retropia. And you guys are all invited. There is a little bit of glitching happening. I'm not sure if you can see Tom Nook's head. It's kind of glitching out a little bit. These upscaled texture packs are fan-made. There's nothing official about them, so they do have varying levels of quality. You might find that in one game everything is absolutely flawless, but in another game you might get these weird artifacts. They might not work at all. You just have to try and see how it works. Thankfully, it's extremely easy to enable and disable them, so if you install a texture pack and you realize you don't really like it that much, it's literally just 1 or 2 toggle switches that will undo it and take you back to the original settings of the game. So don't worry about it too much. There's no real harm in trying. This game is very cute. Once again, like all of the games we've tested so far, we're running at a perfectly solid and locked 60 frames per second. Combined with the HD textures, it's delightful to play on the RetroArch Pocket 5. One thing you might want to do is try to find a gecko code to stretch the screen to 16:9. You can also enable widescreen hacks in Dolphin, which will stretch the screen to 16:9, but I'm not personally a fan of that, because any on-screen display will also get stretched, and I don't think it looks very good. Especially if you have the black RetroArch Pocket 5, where the screen is so seamless to the body. I'm perfectly fine playing with the 4:3 aspect ratio. But let's jump into the next game and let's try a gecko code to perfectly stretch the screen to 16:9 while preserving the on-screen elements. Once again, as soon as we jump into the title screen, I'm just blown away by how clear everything is. It probably sounds ridiculous if you're playing modern games, but it's the fact that we know these games are 20 years old and they look so crisp. It's just incredible. I also realized I just made a mistake a minute ago because I said every game was running at 60 frames per second, when obviously Super Mario Sunshine was running at 30, because that's what it's capped at. You know what I meant. Jumping into a new game of Skies of Arcadia, it asked if you want to enable Rumble or not. I made the mistake of turning Rumble on the last time I set this game up about a month ago, and it just rumbles non-stop. I find it really annoying, so I'm going to say disable Rumble, please. So let's jump into this game in 4:3 aspect ratio, and once we get into the game, I'll show you how to enable a gecko code to make the game perfectly fill the screen in a 16:9 aspect ratio while retaining the shape of all the elements on the screen. We're now into the game. Where we are right now inside this ship on the game is very dark. It's not really the best way to show the graphics, but I hope that you can see it well enough. So right now we're playing in a 4:3 aspect ratio, and what I'm going to do is apply a gecko code to stretch it 16:9 while keeping all of the text and other on-screen elements the same. Using the widescreen hacks built into the Dolphin emulator would just stretch everything, including all of those elements, and I don't really like the way it looks. So let's use a gecko code to stretch the screen and see how that looks. So I'm going to exit the game. I just put down a quick save before I did so. I'll hold my finger down on Skies of Arcadia, go to Edit Cheats. Now we'll go down to Add New Gecko Code. I'll choose that. I'll bring my screen brightness down a little bit because I think the white is a little bit bright. So now we need to give a name for our code. I'm going to call it widescreen. Okay. It's going to ask you who the creator is or if you have any notes. I'm going to leave those blank. All we need to know is the code itself. So I'll put this code in the description of the video if you'd like to see it, but you can just search online for gecko codes and you'll find quite a lot. Also, this code at the top of the screen, GEAE8P, that is the code for the game itself. Every Gamecube game has a game ID code, and that is the code. So if you search GEAE8P gecko codes online, that's how you'll find a lot that you can use. So I'll do exactly that right now.
I'll search GEAE8P widescreen gecko code.
For this game in particular, we have two gecko codes to choose from. We can choose if we want one that keeps the HUD unsquished, which is what I wanted, but it can break cutscenes in this game. That doesn't usually happen in other games, but it does seem to unfortunately happen with Skies of Arcadia. We also have another option that will stretch the HUD and won't cause any crashing, but that will most likely be the same as just using the widescreen hack inside Dolphin itself. So in that case, you may as well just turn on widescreen hacks and force 16:9 inside Dolphin. So in order to try something different, I'm going to use the normal HUD gecko code, and let's just see how it works. So we're going to select all of the numbers by dragging over them like this. Scrolling down, dragging more. Scrolling down, dragging more. It's much easier to do this on a computer, but it is perfectly doable on the Retroid Pocket 5. When we get to all of them, we have them all selected. We'll choose copy. We'll go back over to Dolphin, and here where it says code, we'll paste in that code we just copied from our clipboard and choose done. We'll say OK. Now when we go back, we have that widescreen gecko code with a little toggle button. So let's toggle that on. And now when we launch the game again, if you copied the code correctly, you'll see the game is now stretched to widescreen. Interestingly, it's not actually a perfect widescreen, as there is still a tiny little black bar on the sides. But using the magic of split screen technology, I will compare this to what it was like before, and you will see it is a lot wider now, while retaining the same sized HUD. And just before we move on to the next game, let's compare this with the built-in widescreen hack in Dolphin, which will stretch everything, but it will fill the screen. So I'm going to exit the game, long press on it again, go to Edit Cheats, and I'm going to toggle off the widescreen gecko code we just added. Now I'll go back into the settings of the game, Edit Game Settings, Graphics Settings. Under Graphics Settings, we'll go down to Aspect Ratio, Force 16:9, and then we'll go down to Enhancements, we'll scroll down and we'll turn on Widescreen Hack. Now when we launch the game for the final time, we'll see how this is different to what we did before. Everything is now stretched. We do once again have those tiny black bars on the side, the same as with the gecko codes, and now all of the HUD is also stretched. So if I now put the widescreen hack side by side with the gecko code, you'll be able to notice if there are any differences and which one you prefer. The gecko code does require a little bit more effort, as you do have to search online for the code and copy it over. It did take me about 1.5 minutes to do that, so it's not exactly a great deal of effort. And once you've added it in, it then just becomes a simple toggle switch, the same as widescreen hacks. So it's completely up to you which method you would prefer, and your mileage will vary depending on the game, as this particular game did say it can cause crashing and glitching by using a gecko code, which doesn't happen in almost any other game I've tried. Let's move on to one more game, and let's go for a heavy hitter. The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. We are loading 4,696 custom textures. This is, in my opinion, probably the most beautiful game ever created. And in my comparison versus video, I did say I prefer the Gamecube version over the Wii U version because it runs more smoothly. But I do like the way the Wii U version looks. So let's see if we can now get the best of both worlds by playing the smooth Gamecube version with enhanced high definition textures. We're back on Outset Island, one of my favourite locations in any game ever. Everything looks beautiful. We're playing once again at a locked 30 frames per second. Every single game in this video today has run at a completely fluid frame rate, whether it was 30 or 60 frames per second. We are never deviating from that frame rate. We're not experiencing any drops in frames using these textures. Everything is beautiful. With this game, I have to be completely honest with you guys, I don't notice a big difference because this game is already beautiful. I can notice a difference in the text. If you look closely at the text on the screen, it does look a little bit nicer. Everything is very sharp, but I felt that the original GameCube version of this game already looked beautiful. So for this game in particular, there is no harm in adding the texture pack, but I think the game already looks perfect as it was. But then what is my conclusion about these texture packs? My conclusion is you should install them. They are fantastic. They improve the quality of these GameCube games with no downsides whatsoever. They don't give us any frame drops, we don't lose any performance, everything is solid and it looks incredible. So if you would like to download these texture packs, check the link in the description to a forum website where you can scroll through and download the ones you want, and then I'll just quickly show you where to place the files. Jumping into a file manager on your Retroid Pocket 5, you need to download the file from the link in the description, which will be a zip file. You then need to extract that file into a folder with the game's ID on it. And you need to move that folder to this location. You need to go to the main storage of the Retroid Pocket 5. You then need to go to Android, Data, scroll down to com.dolphinemu.dolphinemu, because this is for the Dolphin emulator. So find the one that says Dolphinemu on it. Inside there, you need to go to Files, Load, and then Textures. If this folder doesn't exist, you need to make it, but it probably will exist already. So inside the Textures folder, you then need to paste the folder you extracted from the forum website in the description, and you need to give it the game ID. Almost all of the files I downloaded were already named like this with the correct ID, but some of them did just have the name of the game. If that's the case, you can just search on Google, what is the game ID for Super Mario Sunshine, for example, and it will tell you. And for one example, the game ID for The Wind Waker is GZL. So you need to make sure the folder is called GZL, because that is what Dolphin is looking for. If you called this folder Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker, Dolphin wouldn't know where to find those textures. So just make sure you rename it to the game ID. If you have any questions or problems, just search on Google. You'll find a lot of information. And the forum itself in the description is also very helpful for guiding you through the process. So I hope this helps you get set up with HD textures on the Retroid Pocket 5, and I hope this helps to enhance your gaming experience. If this video was helpful or enjoyable, please push the like button and subscribe if you didn't already. If you want to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5 so that you too can game in HD with these beautiful GameCube games, check out my affiliate link in the description. It'll take you to the official Retroid website, which is the same place I got this beauty. Thank you once again for watching, everybody. Let me know if you like the new professional camera setup, or if you want me to go back to my other one. And for the last time, let me say one more big thank you for everyone who continues to watch these videos every day. You mean the world to me. I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In this video we have the Retroid Pocket 5 set up here with the TV, and we're going to use it as an all-in-one media center using a controller. This is the 8BitDo Pro Ultimate 2.4G, and we're going to use the Retroid Pocket 5 not only as a gaming machine but also as a general Android TV box. So right now I'm in ESDE where I can launch all my games. Just as a quick example, let's jump into a game of Sonic the Hedgehog. This is using RetroArch, and I've set the controller up in RetroArch, so as you can see, it's working perfectly. On my channel, I've already made videos covering using the Retroid Pocket 5 as a gaming device like this on the TV, so feel free to check that out. I've also made an ESDE guide, as well as a Sega Genesis test. At this point, I have a lot of videos on my channel, so feel free to check those out if you want to see anything in this video in more detail. Let's now jump out of this game and into another game. I've mapped the right stick click to bring up the RetroArch menu like this, so I can easily quit RetroArch and be taken back to ESDE. Now, back in ESDE, we could of course load up a different game system, but what I've done is also add my Android apps to ESDE using this special application. You can install it using the link below, and on the install page is a very short and simple to follow guide to get it up and running. I don't think I need to make a video about it because it's extremely simple. But if you are confused, feel free to ask me in the comments. So now opening our Android apps, we can launch apps like Netflix. The Android version of Netflix isn't very well optimized for a controller, and you'll see I actually cannot scroll down the screen without the touchscreen. Using this app called Keymapper, I have mapped these two back buttons on the back of my controller to be back and home on Android respectively, so that I can back out of any application. Also, in the Retroid Pocket 5 settings, scrolling all the way to the bottom and going to handheld settings, we can go to virtual mouse and enable a virtual mouse.
So in order to set this up, we need to hold down 2 buttons at the same time for 3 seconds. So try to think of 2 buttons that you would never push together in a game, so you wouldn't turn this on by mistake. I'm going to pick this randomly, and I'm going to pick D-pad down and Y. So let's hold those for 3 seconds. And then the pop-up window will close, and you can see on the screen it's now set up. So now if we hold those buttons for 3 seconds, it will enable the virtual mouse. And we now have a mouse cursor on the screen. We can control that with the left analog stick, and we can click something with A. So by holding A, you can then drag up and down. So while this is not ideal, if you find yourself in an app like Netflix where you physically cannot move up and down, you can hold down your shortcut keys for 3 seconds. A mouse cursor will appear on the screen, which you can move around, and you can hold A and drag up to move it. It's not ideal, and I would like to get the Android TV version of Netflix up on here, but as far as I can tell, it doesn't work yet. Also, the supported version of Netflix for the RetroArch Pocket 5 is Widevine L3, and what that means is it only supports standard definition video. So Netflix is definitely not very well optimized for the RetroArch Pocket 5, but let's see how it looks, and then we'll move on to apps that are better optimized. Let's jump into The Holiday. I'm a big fan of this movie, especially at Christmas time. As you can see, it's working perfectly, but it is in standard definition. It definitely does not compare to a high definition video. For me, I'm okay with this if I'm sat back on the sofa or the bed and I'm quite far away. I think it looks fine. But obviously, if you're paying for a high definition Netflix subscription, you want high definition. So it's a bit of a shame that we can't do that here. So while Netflix doesn't support HD on this device at the moment, let's move on to other apps that do. As I program these back buttons in the Keymapper software, I can just push one of those and back out of this. Oh, and I have a little floating window. I didn't expect that. I didn't know that was a thing yet. Let's drag that away. I'm going to jump back into ESDE, and I'm now going to turn off that mouse mode. We shouldn't need it anymore. YouTube similarly has the same problem, where you're going to need mouse mode to get around. So we can fix this by installing the Android TV version of YouTube. I did that by just Googling YouTube TV Android APK, and I downloaded it from APK Mirror, which is where I've been downloading APKs for at least 10 years at this point. So jumping back into ESDE, this version of YouTube is the YouTube TV app that I installed. So let's open that now. This is the Android TV version of the app, and as you can see, it perfectly supports controllers. It's made for TV, so it's made with remote control in mind. We can open a video, it loads up perfectly, and being YouTube, you'll have no problem running all of this in 4K. And yes, this looks absolutely glorious. 4K YouTube is absolutely no problem for the RetroArch Pocket 5. It handles it extremely snappily. So if you want to set up the RetroArch Pocket 5 with your TV to watch YouTube, you can do it very well. Let's get back into ESDE, and now let's say you want to watch Twitch. I recommend the Sound TV app for Twitch. This is what I've been using on my TVs for years. Sound TV is a really simple app where you can just swipe through the people you follow and pick a video to watch. I'm going to watch Limmy playing Skyrim. I'm so excited that he's playing Skyrim again. I think the maximum video quality of Sound TV is 720p. When it comes to YouTube, I want to watch everything in 4K if it's possible, and the same with Netflix. But when it comes to streaming Twitch, I'm actually perfectly fine with 720p. I would like 1080p, but I'm not really looking for the best fidelity and quality when it comes to Twitch streaming. I think Sound TV is a fantastic application. It includes a chat on the screen, which you can move around if you want. I'm just brushing through this quickly because we're going to move on to another app. And it also blocks all of the ads as well, so you don't have to watch any ads when you watch Twitch, which is great. So let's get back into ESDE, and now let's check out a video player playing our own videos saved on the RetroArch Pocket 5, maybe in the SD card, or maybe you've attached an SSD to it or a USB stick. Let's see how we can play our own videos. So I'm going to play this beautiful video that I found, testing out the PlayStation 2 on the RetroArch Pocket 5, and it plays beautifully. This is a 4K video, it runs absolutely flawlessly using MX Player. I've chosen MX Player over something like VLC because it has built-in native control support with the controller. It just all works perfectly without any setup required. This is Ryan Retroception. Beautiful video. Let's jump now into another streaming app like Netflix. This is Coupang Play, a Korean version of Netflix. This one works much better with the built-in controller. I don't need to use the mouse mode at all. I'm not able to check the resolution, but once again, it seems to be running around 480 to 720p, similar to Netflix. We're not getting a really high resolution here, which is a real shame compared to the RetroArch Pocket 5's potential. Let's jump back into ESDE one last time, and you can see you can access any of your apps this way. You can jump straight into xCloud for cloud gaming, GeForce Now, watch some Disney+. Everything's wrapped up really nicely in this one application. But the problem is ESDE is not free. It's around €4.50. So let's say you don't want to pay anything. What are the alternatives? A fantastic one is Daijisho. This is Japanese, so I'm probably butchering the name, but this one's completely free, and it has pretty much all of the same features. It even has the app drawer built in. You don't need to install any extras like I had to with ESDE. So this one is probably even easier to set up. As far as I know, you cannot customize the theme. ESDE lets you customize it with so many different themes to have it looking exactly as you want. As far as I can tell, Daijisho looks like this for everyone, but I do think it looks really nice. So let's say I want to jump into my old NES games, I can access the library. Let's say I want to play Super Mario Bros. 2. We can also change the way the list looks by pushing the Y button on the controller, and then we can scroll through a list view like this. So let's jump into Super Mario Bros. 2 now. And right away we're having fun! But this video is not about gaming. So let's back out of that, and as I showed you before, Daijisho has an app drawer built right in. When you first open the application, you might not see all of your apps here, you might only see games. And that's because of this option over here. You can toggle between showing only games or all applications. So I'd recommend showing all applications because your games should be stored within these libraries here. So these are all the applications I've got, and I can freely jump between anything I'd like. So I can do all the same things I did before. I can jump between my regular YouTube, my YouTube TV. The way I can tell the difference is regular YouTube is a circle and YouTube TV is a square. We can once again watch YouTube launch through Daijisho. Everything is exactly the same as ESDE, except now it's free. But let's say you even don't want to install anything. The Retroid Pocket 5 comes with its own launcher, the Retroid Launcher. And one neat feature it has is it changes the joystick colors to match the system you're playing. So if you look down here and see the joystick colors as I move along, they will update to match what's on the screen. I think that's pretty cool, but I don't think the colors really match the systems very well. Like, why is Genesis purple? Why is PSP a sickly green? Gamecube should be purple, but why is Dreamcast green again? I don't think any of the colors make much sense. One nice feature is it has an all-platform category, so you can go into there and just see all of your games and don't even have to worry about what console they're on. Just scroll through and play anything you want. Honestly, this launcher is not very good, for quite a few reasons. First of all, as far as I can tell, there's no way to put your apps in here, so if you want to go from gaming to watching YouTube, you're going to have to quit this app completely and just go through and grab your apps normally. Another reason it's not that good is it's not nearly as customizable as the other applications we have. For example, if I look into some of my games here, a couple of them have missing box art. With something like ESDE, that's very easy to fix, but there is no way to customize this inside the Retroid Launcher. I did find out why this is a problem. It's because of the naming of the files. So for example, this is called Marvel vs. Capcom 2 USA. If I was to rename this to Marvel vs. Capcom 2, check all the spelling is right, check if there should be a period, erase the word USA, then it will find the box art for me. The name has to specifically match what the Retroid Launcher is looking for. I'll show you another example of this. Jumping into my PlayStation 2 collection, you can see only some of the games have album art. For something like Ridge Racer and Shrek 2, I don't even know why this is broken, but I do know why the Simpsons game is broken, and that's because it's called Simpsons The. If you go into your file manager and rename this to The Simpsons, it will suddenly show the album art. So let's try that now and see if it works as I just explained it. So I'm going to go into the file manager and rename this game to The Simpsons Hit and Run and erase USA from the name. Again, there's no way of doing this within the app itself. You can open the detail view for the app where you can see the name, but it's not editable. There's even a little editing button down here which really gets your hopes up. But that's only for editing what app you launch the game in. If you launch it in EtherSX2, if you launch it in Play, if you wanted to launch games in RetroArch, that would be here too. This is only for launching the game. I just renamed the file and then synchronized all the games once again in the Retroid Launcher. Now it's working fine. It also now suddenly recognized the misspelled one as well as another one it's created that is apparently Grand Theft Auto Vice City. I am very confused by the Retroid Launcher. It's really half-baked and it just doesn't work well, honestly. I would seriously recommend avoiding the Retroid Launcher completely and using Daijisho. I've had a lot of recommendations for Daijisho in my comment section, so I probably will be making a more in-depth setup and customization guide soon, but I can highly recommend this. The fact that it's free and works so flawlessly, it's a big recommendation from me. And if you are comfortable with spending a few euros, I still do prefer ESDE. I think this is more polished. It has so many customizable features that are so easy to use. And as I said in a previous video, I really feel like this completes the whole device. So if you are going to hook up your Retro Pocket 5 to a TV, please consider getting ESDE or at least Daijisho. Don't go with the Retro Launcher, it is rubbish. This video wasn't a guide on how to set this all up, it was more of a showcase of what's possible and how things are running right now. I hope it was useful. If it was, please give me a like and subscribe if you haven't already. You can also pick up your own Retro Pocket 5 using my affiliate link down in the description below. Thank you once again for watching. And my final verdict is, the Retro Pocket 5 is not very good as a home media console. You'd be far better off with a proper Android TV. My TV, like most, even has Android TV built in, and using the supplied remote control, it's a better experience than using a controller and something like this. So if you do want to just watch videos, just buy a cheap Android TV box or use the one that's probably already in your TV. But if you really, absolutely want to use the Retro Pocket 5 for TV, you can do it. It's just unfortunately not going to be able to give you 4K quality in all the applications. That's something we have to wait for and hope and pray that they unlock in the future. Thank you one more time for watching, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video, we're going to be jumping back into Xbox Game Pass with the better xCloud app. There are a lot of amazing games here that I want to try, and I've had a lot of requests as well, so I'll try some of those today too. Let's start by jumping into one of my favourite games ever, the FIFA, or now EA Football series. These are the games I am the best at. And that's because I've been putting thousands of hours into football games, since all the way back to FIFA 98. I'm going to pick the team I support, Arsenal, and we'll go against Tottenham. It's going to start the game on a really easy difficulty, and as I score goals, it will start raising the difficulty. So I think that'll be really fun to see how high I can get in one game. For only this game, I'm going to change the controller style to Xbox. For every other game, I'll stay on Retro. Well, that was a little bit too easy. The difficulty has now been increased to semi-pro. Once again, that's really not going to be much of a challenge. I actually had a YouTube channel probably 10 years ago now sharing FIFA tips. I'll put a few clips and screenshots on the screen so you can see them. Oh no, I've given away a penalty. Semi-pro might be too difficult for me. Oh, I went the right way. We're up to 4-1 now in the 27th minute. Yeah, you can see the difficulty has now changed to professional. I do like this kind of challenge where it keeps upgrading the difficulty. It's quite fun. Oh, what is the goalkeeper doing? I think professional just makes your goalkeeper useless. Growing up, whenever I got a football game, I would immediately put it on the highest difficulty setting because you get used to the difficulty, and I didn't feel like it was worth getting used to a lower difficulty and then having to raise it later. Nice play. Lovely. That's a lovely Arsenal-style goal, just walking it in the net. Must be. No doubt. Never in doubt from that angle. Come on, Havertz. What was that? Third time lucky. I did actually play a game of this off camera yesterday to test it out. And in that game, I got up to world class level. And I won that game, I think 10-1. Maybe 10 goals are required. Oh no, it's Son Heung-min, the hero of South Korea. The man I can never stop hearing about here. His face is even on all the coffee shop windows. Oh, they've scored again. It's so embarrassing. I'm back down to semi-pro. Oh, today's video was a big fail. I almost want to delete all this footage and record it again. But, you know, it's okay to show you can't be great every time. On my old channel that I used to make years ago, my favourite way to score was to rainbow flick the ball over the goalkeeper. I'll try and find some of those clips and put them on the screen now. Final score 7-3 against amateur AI. That is embarrassing. Let's move on to the next game. This is My Time Sandrock. I've only just begun this game this morning, and I can already tell I'm going to love this game. Everything looks really cute and cozy. It's a style that I really like, and everything's very smooth and fluid as well. Also, you can move around by tumbling like this. This game has a lot of potential. I wish I was recording this morning because I started chopping down one of these cactus trees and this man came along and told me it's illegal and he's going to arrest me or fine me or something like that. And he also said if I do it again, he won't be my friend anymore. So naturally I'm going to do it again and let's see what happens this time. Oh, he didn't come back. Oh, maybe he's given up. This game is extremely smooth. When you compare this to similar games like Stardew Valley, the game I really like, Traveler's Rest, all those styles of game, this one is incredibly smooth. And I heard a lot of people say it's very humorous, and they like it because it's funny. So that makes me excited to play it more too. Even when checking the mailbox, there are some letters from the dev team, and these are so wholesome. We wish you and your family all the best. Thanks for your continued support. You don't usually get messages from the dev team in games like this. We wish you and your family happiness, health, success, and a happy new year. There's another letter. It's been a year full of laughter and unforgettable memories. Thank you to everybody, your support and love. It's so nice. To more memories and more laughter. Let's keep building Sandrock together. I really like this more personal approach of actually speaking to the players. So I cannot say that this game is definitely amazing because I've only played it for about 10 minutes. But my initial first impressions of this game are so good. I'll show you some more reasons why I like it already. If you don't want to use a tool on something, you can just kick a tree, which is quite funny. And look what happens when I hold some of these things in my inventory. You just kind of hold them above your head like this. This one looks quite funny, but look what happens when I hold this long, tall, thin one. That's so stupid. I love it. I'm not sure what this is even for, but I just love this decision of whoever made this game and decided this is going to be the way you carry things. They deserve a raise. Oh, hello. Come back. Come back. So this girl who seems to be your friend in the game, her name is Mian, which in Korean means sorry, which I also think is quite funny. Where are you running to? We can chat. We can give a gift. We can spar. We can play Critters, which I guess is a game. Or just exit with a little crying teddy bear. I want to spar. Choose a weapon. What's happening on this game? Stone spear, stone sword, stone daggers, stone sword and shield. Well, let's go for that giant sword. Oh my god, what is this? Jump. Dodge. Attack. Well, this has become a lot less friendly suddenly. Get in the corner. Yeah! Again, this is one of the smoothest games I've ever played. We're clearly running at a very smooth 60 frames per second. There is no need for an FPS counter at all. This is extremely smooth. I'm not sure if I meant to be doing this. You know what? I'm clearly losing this fight. Sorry. I'm sorry. No. Oh god. Maybe he'll get hit by a train. I'll just wait for the train to come and then alley-oop over here. Oh, okay, I think he's gone. I feel like it would be very stupid of me to give a recommendation for this game, considering I have played it for still probably around 10 minutes, but of all the games I've been testing for the RetroArch Pocket 5 over the past month, which has been an insane number of games, this is the one that's drawn me in the quickest. I already know that as soon as I stop filming this video today and edit it and upload it and it's all done, I'm jumping straight back into Sandrock. That's the first thing I'm doing. Once all my work is done and it comes to my downtime, I'm jumping straight back into this. This game has drawn me in already, and I would recommend at least trying it. But let's jump into another game. Woo! Next up we have Halo Infinite. This one has been requested quite a lot of times in the comments section of my videos, so we're going to jump into some multiplayer. We're playing Fiesta, Slayer, Detachment, and I have no idea what any of those things mean. 50 kills to win. Spawn with random layouts. I'm again going to change the controller style to Xbox because I want reload to be on the side button. Who shot me? How dare you? Didn't your father ever teach you a lesson? Come here. Nice, I think I got someone. Yeah, I did. Come here. I seem to have fallen out of the map. What is this? I don't know anything about Halo, really, but the weapons do look very cool. I have to give it that. I feel like to play this, you either need to increase the sensitivity of the sticks or use gyro control, but that doesn't seem to be working. Let's see if I can get some more sensitivity. Let's turn the sensitivity up. From 2 to 4. Let's try that. I can see someone. Ow! Well, at least I got somebody before they got me. Ah, this is a typical Halo gun. When I think of Halo, this is the gun that I think of. Was that somebody? Yeah. Ah! Ah! Get away from me! Ah! I'm scared! Oh, this is fun. If you do like this game and you are good at this game, you will enjoy this experience as long as your internet connection is good enough. Obviously, with Game Pass, you're completely dependent on your internet speed. I have very fast internet here in Korea. You know, Korea has one of the fastest internet connections in the world. So I'm able to play this very smoothly. I'm sure if you had slower internet, you would struggle with this. No, not again! This game runs really, really perfectly. I'm just useless at it. But I can definitely recommend this if you do want to play Halo on the go. Once again, you do just need good internet speed. I'm going to be very honest. I don't want to put this down. I want to continue playing this. But I do need to move on to other games. Sorry, team. Next up, we have a new game. This one I played a little bit this morning, and I'm not going to continue playing it like with Sandrock, but I do think it's kind of hilarious, and that's why I want to show it to you quickly. Once again, this game looks really nice. When you open it, they do stress that it's not finished yet. The game is still being made. And what I like about this game is that instead of using tools to break down trees and rocks, you sprint at them head first. So if I want to knock down this tree, I'm going to look at it, hold down the trigger, and then run at it. Like this. And there it goes. Now I can pick it up and throw it, and it will break into a log. I now need to break this log too. So again, we can pick it up and throw it, or we can just charge at it like a maniac. And now we have it broken down into pieces we can pick up. This is slightly unhinged, and you know what? I like it. Definitely sets itself apart. And this dash mechanic is really nice for just getting around. So if you want to play one of these kind of cozy farming games, but you're sick of just walking around with tools, and you want to dash around everywhere like this, well, now you can, with Overthrown. Once again, it's running extremely smoothly. The performance is fantastic. But I'm not quite sure yet if it's really the game for me, because it does seem, well, kind of insane. So after knocking down that massive tree, I think this is as good a time as any to say thank you for watching this video today. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Push the like button, and if you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5, you can go to the official Retroid website using my affiliate link in the description below. I'll see you again tomorrow for some more game tests. Thank you once again for watching. Goodbye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video, we're going to be looking at the secret console, and we're going to be trying out the heavy hitters, the big, impressive, and difficult to run games. I'm going to be avoiding exclusive titles in this video, as I've covered that quite a bit already, so we're going to be looking into cross-platform games that have big, impressive worlds that are hard to run, very demanding, or just very popular games that I think will be fun to showcase in this video. For all of today's tests, unless I tell you otherwise, we're going to be running at 1x resolution in handheld mode, which is 720p, but I feel like it looks brilliant on this screen and don't see the need to jump up to the 1080p docked mode. The audio engine will be set to QBEB, which I find gets rid of any problems with the audio. I've enabled asynchronous shaders, which I find helps the games run more smoothly. And we will of course be using my tried and true Mesa Turnip Driver 9v2. I've seen quite a lot of the community on Reddit using the same driver and getting good results, so I'm happy that it's working well for people. And if anyone's curious, the emulator I'm using in this video is the one that begins with Y. Let's begin by jumping into Skyrim. So Skyrim's not working at all. I'm not sure what's wrong with this. Because when I first got my Retroid Pocket 5, I was playing Skyrim quite a bit. You probably saw it on my channel if you go back to my first few videos. I was playing Skyrim quite a bit every day, and it was fine. Since I upgraded the software from pre-production to the retail software, it doesn't work anymore. It just freezes even in the intro. I've tried lowering the graphics settings, so right now we're at really low graphics settings, but it just doesn't work. Maybe I need to install an update, or maybe I'm missing something somewhere. I think I'll try and reinstall the whole game later, because it was working completely fine before. And I know other people have got it working fine too, so if you have Skyrim working fine, please let me know in the comments below. Because I too had it working fine, but it's now broken. So this does show how temperamental Secret Console emulation is on the Retroid Pocket 5. First game today, used to work, but today is a fail. Let's move on to the next game. On the topic of games failing, this is The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. I've been trying for a few days now to get this working, and I just cannot do it. You might be able to see the quality here. I've lowered it down as much as possible to 0.5% in handheld mode. But when I jump into the game like this, you're going to see it's just not playable at all. You can check out the frames per second counter up here. You're going to see we're around 17 to 18. But the big issue for me is the input is really delayed. When I move the left stick to move the character, there's around a 1 second delay. Now, I haven't played The Witcher 3 before. I do actually own this game on the real Secret Console and my Steam Deck, but I've not actually played it yet. But I cannot imagine it being this delayed. When you move the stick and it takes at least a second to move, that cannot be right. Moving the camera seems a little bit faster, but still noticeably delayed. So as we walk around this kind of tutorial area, we're sitting at around 17 frames per second, but there is a big delay. Oh, it's Yennefer of... Where is she from? Yennefer of Yenneborg. I watched the series, but I don't remember. Hello, Yennefer. How are you today? BAM! You cannot attack this target. Oh, that's a shame. So while this game is technically running, I definitely would not call this playable. If you were absolutely obsessed with The Witcher and just desperate to play it, technically you could play this, but I would not wish this upon anybody. As I'm walking around more, I feel like it's getting more responsive, but I think I'm just getting used to it. The camera is not too bad. Oh, now we just crashed completely. Yes, that game is definitely not playable. So let's jump into a game now that I know for sure is playable. This is Portal 2, and this game runs at a completely solid 60 frames per second. It looks beautiful on the Retroid Pocket 5, and it runs beautifully as well. This game is obviously a little bit older, but it looks fantastic, and in my opinion, it's one of the best cross-platform games ever created.
If you are a non-employee who has discovered this facility...
I recently took a 14-hour plane from Korea to Amsterdam, and on that plane I wished I had a Portal game to play. So I decided from that moment on, I will always have a Portal game with me, because it's one of those great games to sink some time into. And the fact it runs so flawlessly here on the Retroid Pocket 5 makes it a game I would recommend anybody to pick up. So this game runs absolutely flawlessly. Let's now move on to another game. This is a collection of Assassin's Creed games. The only one we can play right now is Black Flag, because the other one needs to be downloaded from a shop we do not have access to. Let's jump into Black Flag now. I have tried this a couple of times before, and I did just get a black screen and a crash. But let's see how it goes today. Maybe our luck is in. Everything loads up and seems like it's going to work fine. Let's see if we can get into a game or not. Oh, we seem to be into a game. There are a lot of ghosts on this ship, apparently, that keep flashing in and out of the game. It doesn't look like it's working very well. Definitely not working very well graphically. But this is as far as I've gotten into the game so far, so let's just see how far we can go. Hold ZL and move R to aim, then press ZR to shoot. Okay, well, we'll try that. It's a little bit difficult to play considering the boats we're meant to shoot are invisible and ghosting in and out of view. It seems like it's frozen now as we've hit land. I don't have much hope in this working, if I'm honest. It's been ghosting in and out non-stop, and it's now frozen. I'm just praying there will be a miracle when we get to land.
but I don't have a lot of hope here. Well, it definitely sounds like something's happening. At this point, we're basically listening to a podcast of a pirate battle. I think we're going to call this one another fail and move on. I really wish I was able to show you much better performance today, but I do want to show you the real state of things on the Retroid Pocket 5. These are the hardest games to emulate. You'll have seen if you've watched my other videos, we can emulate so many great games, but there are some that are a little bit too powerful for what we have on the Retroid Pocket 5. So that's what I want to show you today, and let's just see how well we can get it working. The next game is Wolfenstein Youngblood, because I wanted to show a first-person shooter game, and this is what we have. Yeah, we just have only a black screen. There's not even a hint anything's going to load. So, Wolfenstein Youngblood can use some work. Next up is Mortal Kombat 11. I'm not sure if this is one of the more difficult games to run. I don't think it actually is, but it's one that I've seen requested on my channel quite a few times, so I wanted to throw this in here now while we have so many failing games, just to see if something else can actually run. Just to check my console isn't broken. The menu is running at only 10 frames per second. This is running really badly. I'm starting to wonder if there's something off about my setup. I've just turned the Retroid Pocket 5 into performance mode, so it now sounds like a jet engine taking off. And this game is running in slow motion. Something definitely seems up with the Retroid Pocket 5. I can't control anything at all. I'm going to now check my settings and run a game that I know works well, just to see if there's some kind of problem today. This is FIFA 18. This is the game I've played the most of any game on the Retroid Pocket 5, and it's running flawlessly at 60 frames per second. This is definitely not one of the harder games to run. I just wanted to check there's no problem, and as you can see, it's running great, so there is no problem with the Retroid Pocket 5. I guess Mortal Kombat 11 just really doesn't run well. So let's jump into another game now. This is Hollow Knight, another game I'm ashamed to say I haven't played before. I assume this should be very easy to run on the Retroid Pocket 5, because I think you can even play this on your phone. So this one doesn't come under the category of really difficult to run games, but it's definitely in the category of the most popular games on the Secret Console. So it's one that I really want to test, because I think it'll be very popular with the community. If I let this thing attack me here, we do get a freeze when we get attacked. Now, I'm not sure if that's normal in this game, but it doesn't seem it. If someone could let me know, that would be great. But it does seem like we're getting a stutter when we get attacked. I guess the solution to that is just get good. This is Dark Souls Remastered. I've never played a Dark Souls game before. I really want to play Elden Ring, so this will be my first experience with a Dark Souls game. I can't type in my name. It's asking for a name, but it doesn't bring up the on-screen keyboard. So I've had to connect a Bluetooth keyboard in order to write my name. And apparently it's now building shaders in the middle of the character creation screen. That's new. I'm hoping this box will close at some point because it's a little bit in the way. I quit the app and reloaded it to get rid of that annoying shaders pop-up. I'm going to increase the brightness as well because this is a very dark game. I don't think it's helping much. Hello, sir. Are you okay? It seems that this game is locked at 30 frames per second rather than 60. We do seem to be getting a very smooth 30 frames per second. Oh, come with me. There's this very strange dotted effect, which I would like someone to let me know if that's part of the game, because I feel like it cannot be. This must be something funky going on. It kind of feels like we're in a dream. But when the lights come on, it's fine, and it looks good. So hopefully we can get to a nice light area. In a nice lit area like this, everything looks great. But there's definitely something wrong with the lighting going on here. I'm just going to let this guy nuke me, because I want to see if the Retroid Pocket 5 can handle it. Whoa, it looks so cool. So my conclusion of Dark Souls is, if you're in a dark area, it looks awful with all those little white dots everywhere. But when the light's on, it looks good and it runs great. So if anyone could let me know if this is normal, these little dots, because they definitely don't look normal.
If it is normal, then the game's running great. And if it's not normal, we need to fix this somehow, maybe with a patch or an update. But in terms of performance and frames per second, it runs really nicely. Our next game is Monster Hunter Rise. This one should be a good challenge for the Retroid Pocket 5. Let's see how well we can run this game. It immediately crashed, so probably not very well. I am really curious, if you're watching this and you're able to get these games running, like how I was able to get Skyrim running in the past, but cannot now, please let me know. I'm going to start a spreadsheet of compatibility and we can all share information together. I will add all of my findings so far, and as a community, we can come together and give each other tips and advice about which emulator to use, which turnip driver to use, and how to get each game running flawlessly. So it seems that Monster Hunter Rise didn't work, so let's move on to a different Monster Hunter game, Monster Hunter Stories. This one should hopefully be a little bit easier to run, as I think it's a bit more cartoony than the main Monster Hunter series. We've at least gotten into the game, so we've already done more than Monster Hunter Rise. Immediately, this game looks incredible on the secret console. It looks so vivid and vibrant. We're running along the secret path, very befitting the secret console. We don't have a smooth 60 frames per second, we're in the 50s. But to me, anything above 50 is very smooth. I'm used to playing PAL region games that max out at 50 frames per second, so anything between 50 and 60 looks good to me. Oh, I seem to have found my clone. This game looks incredibly similar to modern Pokemon games. I'm going to bring the brightness down a little bit because we're not in a black cave like in Dark Souls. So far, everything is incredibly smooth. That looks like me. Hakum Village. I have to say, my immediate impression of this game is very, very good. It looks very nice. The cute, cartoony art style is probably my favourite kind of game. I do like the hyper-realistic shooting and football games, but these kind of games are my favourite. The ones that let you escape reality to somewhere really cute and peaceful and cozy. Although being a Monster Hunter game, it might not stay that way forever. Again, the frames per second is staying somewhere in the 50s, which to me is absolutely fine. I have had some comments on my videos that anything less than 60 is apparently a stuttery slideshow mess, but for me personally, anything above 50 is fine. So that might be personal preference. If you're someone who absolutely requires a locked-on 60, you might not like this experience. But once again, for me, this is lovely. It seems this game is mostly a talking simulator. I'm not sure when we can actually hunt a monster. But I can't showcase a game called Monster Hunter and not hunt a monster. I guess it is called Monster Hunter Stories. Is this game just stories of monster hunting? Surely there must be some actual monster hunting involved. I'm being given an egg that will hatch into my Monstie. I'm getting real Pokemon vibes from this game. Oh, I felt the rumble when it hit the man's face. Let's hatch our egg. What have we got? It's a Velocidrome. That is ugly. But it's mine. It's my Retrodrome. That game ran really well. Now let's jump into one more game I've always wanted to try. This game should be Stray, the cat game, but the frames per second keep jumping between 26 and 1 or 2. It seems like we're not going to be able to get this working. We just have a black screen, which is quite fitting for this whole video, really, isn't it? This video was mostly a fail, but that was kind of the point of the video. In previous videos, I've shown you so many systems running beautifully on the Retroid Pocket 5, and if you'd like to see those systems, be sure to check out my other videos and subscribe using the button below. But the point of this video was to test the limits of the Retroid Pocket 5 with far more difficult games, like Assassin's Creed, The Witcher, Wolfenstein, and Monster Hunter Rise, and in most cases it failed the test, but that was to be expected with the chipset we have here. Games like Skyrim were running perfectly in the past, and now something has corrupted on my system, and I'm sure some of you guys will be able to get it running beautifully. If you were able to get some of the other games working well that I wasn't able to get working, please let me know about that too. And as a community, let's come together and help everybody to have a great experience with their devices. I hope this video was helpful. Of course, most of this experimenting was a fail, as was to be expected, but I hope you got some useful information from it. Please make sure to like this video. I'll be back again tomorrow with more content that will hopefully work a lot better than this did. And leave a comment with anything you'd like to ask, and I'll be sure to reply to as many of them as I can. If you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5 in order to play the systems that do run well that you can see on my channel, then you can go to the official Retroid website using my affiliate link in the description below. Thank you once again for watching this video, and I'll see you once again tomorrow for another one. Bye! Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video, we're going to be once again diving into the secret console and trying to fix the problems we ran into yesterday. I'm also going to be putting together a compatibility spreadsheet so that we can all work together as a community to make notes of what's working well and get all of our games running beautifully. So you might see my laptop appearing in the corner of the screen for this video as I put the compatibility list together, so please bear with me for that. Let's begin with Skyrim. In yesterday's video, I wasn't able to get Skyrim working at all. It kept getting stuck, and I did mention in the video how I had it working perfectly in the past. Let me come over to somewhere a little bit brighter so you can actually see what's happening. So I'm pleased to tell you I figured out how to get Skyrim working, and it was so easy and obvious. I just needed to install the update. Before I updated my Retroid Pocket 5 and lost all my save information, because I am stupid and forgot to back it up, I had Skyrim updated to the latest version. But in yesterday's testing video, I played most of the games without any updates. So it was as simple as that. I just needed to install the update, and now everything works fine again. And I can tell you it will work perfectly, because I've put hours into this game on the Retroid Pocket 5 before, and everything works great. Let me just bring the frames per second counter onto the screen for you. You'll see that it is jumping around from 30 to 40 to 60. We can definitely play with this more, play with the settings, maybe lower some settings if you wish, but we are getting a pretty good frame rate, always above 30 frames per second. And when I was playing this before, I played quite a few hours, and I didn't experience any massive slowdowns. I didn't experience it dropping to 10 frames per second or something like that. It was pretty great. So on my compatibility list, I'm giving it a rating of great. I won't rate it perfect just yet, as I feel like we do need to test it a little bit more, but with the Turnip 9v2 driver on this emulator with the 1.1.14.534571 update, it's working great. And I don't really have any notes to share for this game, so let's move on to the next one. Next up we have The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt, which while it did load, it ran really poorly. So I've now added the 4.04b update, and let's see if it gives us any improved performance. So once again, as we jump back into the game, it's exactly the same as it was yesterday. All of the movements are really delayed, and there's a huge delay between moving it and then the movement happening. The movement actually happens when I take my finger off of the stick rather than when I move it. That is horrendous. I find that most of these updates don't actually improve performance at all, but they can help fix a game that crashes or doesn't load. So for The Witcher 3 on this emulator with the 9v2 Turnip driver and the 4.04b update, I've listed this as unplayable. You could technically claim you could play this, and if you wanted to, you could walk around at 18 frames per second with a 2-second delay on all your inputs, and technically it is playable, but I don't really feel like I'm playing anything right now. And once again, I'm getting that kind of placebo effect I got yesterday, where I seem to be getting used to the delay, and it starts to feel like it's okay. I can't tell if it's a little bit better than yesterday, or I'm once again just getting used to it. I think I'm just getting used to it. And anyway, if you really love this game, maybe give it a try if you want to, because it does technically run, kind of. But I really wouldn't recommend it to most people, and I'm going to list it as unplayable for now. So let's move on to the next game. The next game we tried to run yesterday was Monster Hunter Rise, which just crashed when we tried to open it and didn't run at all. So that's a good candidate for installing an update to hopefully fix it. And let me show you how to install an update. What you need to do is hold your finger down on the game you want to update, so it brings up the settings just for that game. You're then going to choose Add-ons, and here you're going to push this plus button. It will ask if you're installing updates and DLC, or if you're installing mods and cheats. We are of course installing updates, so we will leave that box selected and choose OK, and then it's going to get you to pick the update file. In a lot of cases, you might have two files with the game name, and it might not be clear which one is the update. Some of them have the word update in the name, but for most cases, they don't. So if you try and load the wrong one, you're going to get an error message. Error installing files to NAND. Installation of base games isn't permitted. So that's telling you that you're trying to install the game here in the update installer menu, which isn't going to work. So I now know that's not the correct file. Let me once again go to install updates and choose the other one. I'll now choose the bigger 14GB file, and now you'll see it's installing content. You get a nice little progress bar, so you can just sit back and wait for that to finish. I just ran into a problem, which is that these updates install to the internal storage of the Retroid Pocket 5 rather than the external SD card, and I ran out of space. So I'm going to have to spend some time figuring out how to get those updates onto the SD card, maybe by moving the whole emulator itself onto the SD card, but until then we're going to have to mark this as unplayable and move on. And I hope somebody in the community will be able to try this game out and let me know, and I'll update the spreadsheet for everybody. So I'm thinking of starting perhaps a Discord channel where we can all talk to each other and update these spreadsheets together. Let me know if you'd be interested in joining a Discord. I don't have any experience running one, but I think it would be a good way for us all to hang out and chat and talk about these devices and also building these compatibility sheets together. So let me know in the comments below what you think about Orion Retro Discord channel. And let's move on to another game that I will have space to install. Next up is Dark Souls Remastered, and in yesterday's video there was a weird glitchy lighting effect in dark lighting. But apart from that, the game ran really well and looked really great. So let's go to add-ons, and you'll see that earlier today, before shooting this video, I installed update 1.0.3. So let's get back into the game and see if it makes any difference to those lighting particle effects. Here we are back in the darkness again. Let's bring the brightness right up on this. Once again, when it's nice and bright, it looks beautiful. This is a lovely looking game. And when we get into that darkness, I can't see anything. You can only really see my camera. But I don't see those weird particle effects. Oh, now I can see some on the armor of my character, but I do feel like it's less than it was before. I feel like this update has helped a little bit. I did actually get a comment on the video yesterday saying there is a way to fix those particle effects, but when I was preparing to film this video today, I couldn't find the comment. So if you were the person who commented that, I'm sorry, could you please comment one more time? And I'll add that to the notes section of my compatibility spreadsheet. So with the update installed this time, once again, my verdict is in lit areas, you're going to have a great time playing this game. The frame rate seems solid at 30, but we do have a little bit of glitching or just too much darkness. But we do have some kind of weird lighting effects going on, but definitely much better than yesterday. Well, as we carry on, the effects are getting more noticeable here. I'm not sure that the update has really helped much in this case. I think updates help more when a game doesn't run at all, and we do have a couple more of those to test today. So if anyone has any ideas about fixing these lighting glitches, I will add it to the compatibility spreadsheet, and I will put together some kind of Discord, and we can all help each other run these games well. So now let's jump into a couple more games that didn't run at all yesterday, and see if the updates can save them. So next up we have Wolfenstein Youngblood. When I tried to launch this game yesterday, it just didn't work at all. So let's try and add the update. We're going to install the 4GB update file, which thankfully I do have enough storage left for that one. So let's see how that goes. We got the confirmation that the update was installed successfully. So we're now updated to version 1.5, and now comes the moment of truth. Can we launch the game? Oh, we're getting a picture this time. Bethesda. So we're already way ahead of yesterday, as we just had a black screen and nothing yesterday, so the update is making a difference. Let's now see if we can get into the game and what kind of performance we can get. And by the way, the performance metric on my spreadsheet is just relating to how smooth the game is and the frames per second. Is it running at a smooth 30? Is it running at a smooth 60? It's not related to glitching or artifacts like we saw in Dark Souls. Performance is purely how smooth is the game running. And then if there are any problems, I'll put those in the notes section. We've now got to the title screen, and it seems like we've once again frozen. And once again we've crashed. It's very frustrating. We got so much further than we did yesterday. The update definitely made a difference to get us into the game, but we couldn't actually play. So unfortunately, we're going to have to list this game as unplayable for now. But with a bit more tweaking, maybe we can get into the game. So while we couldn't get Wolfenstein working, we have learned that installing updates definitely makes a difference in terms of how far we can get into the game. And by playing around with different emulators, different drivers, and different updates, as a community we can come together and maybe we can get these games running. That is my wish. Next up, we have a game I really wanted to play yesterday, but it didn't launch at all, and that is Stray. So I've just installed update 1.6.0. Let's pray for Stray. Come on. We just have a black screen again. It seems like Stray is still not launching, so what I'm going to do now is switch emulator and see if I can get it launching in a different app. Ah, interesting. This is the Citrusy emulator, Citron, and it's launching right away, even without the update. So maybe I now need to test the games that didn't launch in Citron. Through my testing so far, in my personal case, I found that the emulator beginning with Y performed the best of any of the secret console emulators. But in this case, Citron is able to launch Stray, and there is a third emulator beginning with S. I don't have it installed right now, but I will get it later to do more testing, and I will include it in the compatibility sheet as well. Getting into the game, we're running around 23 frames per second. It's definitely not very smooth. I wouldn't say it's running perfectly, as we're even dropping down to 19 frames per second at times, but it's definitely playable now, which it wasn't before. So for this particular game, check what emulator you're using. You might want to use the Citrusy one. So I'm going to now update my compatibility sheet and recommend using the Citron emulator for this game, and I will list it as being playable. I didn't expect this to happen, so I don't have time to jump into this too deeply right now. I do need to move on to the next game as I'm running out of time in the day, but it definitely seems playable, and if the community can give me more feedback about whether you think it's running great or perfectly in terms of frames per second and smoothness, I will update the compatibility spreadsheet. We of course featured some games yesterday such as Assassin's Creed and Mortal Kombat that also weren't working particularly well, but were technically loading and launching. So we could also test those more in this app too, but that will have to be a topic for another day as I'm unfortunately running out of time. So I hope this video was useful in showing that updates and changing emulators definitely can make a difference in games. Of course we need to test this more, and this is by no means a conclusive be-all and end-all video. I know that the title and the thumbnail says that everything's been fixed, but that's because I came up with the idea for that thumbnail before I started filming, and I anticipated it would go better than it did. So I apologize that not everything is completely 100% perfect, but we have managed to fix Skyrim with an update, we have managed to get further into Wolfenstein, although it's not completely fixed. We have managed to fix Stray by changing the emulator, and this video is more an encouraging sign of what's to come. So if you enjoyed this video, please give me a like and subscribe if you didn't already. As a community, let's come together and work on this spreadsheet so we can all enjoy games together. If you want to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5 and join the community, then feel free to follow my affiliate link to the official Retroid website in the description below. I hope this video was fun, informative, or entertaining, and I'll see you again tomorrow for another one. Thank you so much for watching. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. Today's episode is very exciting. You can see I've got my Retroid Pocket 5 and my laptop here, and they're going to work together because we're going to put together our compatibility list for the secret console on the Retroid Pocket 5. In the description of this video will be a link to this spreadsheet that I've put together. And if we now look at this together on the home page, it says, "Welcome to Ryan Retro's Retroid Pocket 5 Compatibility Spreadsheet." Here you will find the best settings to use for games on the secret console and win later. So I've made one tab for the secret console and then another tab for win later. We'll get to this later. I just want to say I have got a game or two running through Steam on win later, which is extremely exciting. And I'll get back to you guys later when I've got more games running. For today, the focus is on the secret console. So you can submit your own responses here with this Google Forms link inside the spreadsheet. So if you follow the link, you'll be taken to this Google form. And let's run through an example together. So let's say I'm playing Monster Boy and the Cursed Kingdom, and it's running beautifully. I want to let everybody know how I got this running. So we're going to do that in our spreadsheet. So coming over to the Google form over here, let's type in the name of the game, Monster Boy and the Cursed Kingdom. For performance, I'm purely talking about how smoothly the game runs. We're not talking about any little graphical glitches, as we might be able to fix them with help from the community. So in terms of performance, I'm purely talking about, is it a solid 60 frames per second? Or if it's a 30 frames per second game, is it a solid 30 frames per second? Is it running smoothly? So if you think it's running very smoothly, we can choose perfect. If it's running quite smoothly, but maybe dropping a few frames here and there, you could choose great. If it's not really running very well, we can choose playable. And if the game is running terribly, or it doesn't open at all, we can say it's unplayable. So for this game, I think it's running perfectly. I'm going to say perfect. Then we need to say what driver we're using. So coming into the settings of your emulator, by holding your finger down on the game, it should open the settings. We can then go to GPU Driver Manager and see what driver we're using. You can see I'm using the Turnip driver revision 9v2. I also have installed the Turnip driver 25 revision 4, but I'm not using that for this game. So I'm going to make a note that I'm using Turnip 9v2. So I'll type Turnip 9v2. Later I will make this a drop-down menu after I've gotten quite a few responses and I can see what you guys are usually using. But right now there are just so many choices for Turnip driver that I need to collect some data before I can make a drop-down menu. The next option does have a drop-down menu, that is which emulator are you using, because there aren't too many to pick from. I'm using this one in this case, but choose which one you are using for your test. You can then let us know what update you are using. What I mean by that is which game update level you're using. So coming back to the game setting and choosing add-ons, you can see if you have any updates installed. For this game I don't, so I'll leave that field blank. But as an example of a game that I have installed an update on, we can come over to Skyrim, add-ons, and you can see here I'm using update 1.1.14.534571. So please write that out in the update section so that we know, because Skyrim won't work at all for me without this update. So I think it's very important. So if I was talking about Skyrim, I would write here 1.1.14.534571. But for Monster Boy and the Cursed Kingdom, I'm actually not using an update, so I'll just leave that blank. Here we have notes, and here is where you can write about any little glitches you might be facing. For example, when I played Dark Souls, I had a few graphical glitches with lighting, so I could write lighting glitches or something like that, just to let the community know of any issues, and then as a community we can come together to fix them. For this particular game, I haven't noticed any issues at all, so I'm going to leave it blank. And now that the form is filled out, I will choose Submit. That will send the data over to my spreadsheet, and now when we open the spreadsheet and go over to Form Responses, you're going to see it populated here. Here are a few I've added myself, and then from here, any community suggestions will be added down below. They will then also be added to the secret console table. So here is a table I have made myself, but from now on it's going to be populated by my own research and also by the community. So when you fill out the Ryan Retro Secret Console Compatibility form, your response will automatically be added to the bottom of the table. You can see the name of the game, you can see the performance, you can see what driver is being used, what emulator is being used, if an update was applied, if there are any notes. For example, Stardew Valley, the co-op is not working, but I gave it a perfect score because the performance is perfect. And then we have this verified box. Verified means verified by Ryan Retro. Now, I'm not calling anybody a liar, but with an open form like this that anybody can fill out, you never know if someone's going to just have a bit of fun and just basically make something up. So verified means it has been verified by me. As people fill out these forms, I will try and go through and verify the performance when I have time. So if you upload some data to this form and let me know that a game is running perfectly, when I have some free time, I'll go through and check it, and if I can confirm it is indeed running perfectly, I will check this box to let everybody know that I agree it's running exactly how you say. One more neat feature is, if you add a game that's already been added before, if the performance you state is higher than the current performance, your addition will be added to the table. So for example, we have The Witcher 3 and I've listed it as unplayable with the Turnip driver in this emulator. But if you know how to get this game working, for example, maybe you are using a different emulator and a different driver, if you list the game as being playable, great, or perfect, it's going to update the table with your settings. For example, you fill out this form and you say The Witcher is running great with the Citron emulator. It's going to update this table and it will change it from unplayable to great, and it will change it to Citron. So now everybody can see this. So then we can all play the games to the best of their abilities. And one thing to note is that you can sort the table how you like. For example, you can choose performance and sort the column from A to Z, and then you can find all the perfectly running games. And that would be a good way to find out which games you can install now and be confident that they're working. Straight away, you can check out what driver to use, what emulator to use, what update to use, and if there's any notes. So I hope this can be a great resource for the community. I'll spend more time fine-tuning the form and the spreadsheet, but I hope for now it'll be a great starting point for the community to sink their teeth into. So feel free to follow the link in the description below, go to the homepage, click here for the form, and start putting your own information. I'd really appreciate this, and I'm sure a lot of the community would too. Also within the spreadsheet, you can find the link to subscribe to my YouTube channel. Make sure you did subscribe if you haven't already. I'm actually getting close to 5,000 subscribers, which would be a fantastic Christmas present for me. I hope you enjoyed this video today. It was a little bit different as we didn't really test any games, but I hope this is a great step forward for this community. As usual, if you did enjoy the video, please give me a like, it means a lot. And if you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5 and join the community, check out the official Retroid website in my description. That is an affiliate link, so I'd really appreciate it if you could buy the console from there if you're thinking about buying it already. I hope you had a great day today, and I'll see you again tomorrow when we'll do a lot more game tests. See you tomorrow. Bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. Today's video is very exciting because I'm happy to announce that I've now set up the Ryan Retro Discord channel. So I can say hello everyone and welcome back to the Ryan Retro Discord channel. Yes, the Discord is now set up. People are already jumping in and saying hello. So make sure you also follow the link in the description and jump into this channel with us. Let's talk about everything Retroid Pocket 5, Secret Console, Win Later, or just anything you'd like. I also have my resources link here, which right now has my spreadsheet, which we'll go through in a minute. And I'll also add more useful resources here whenever I find them, such as upcoming turnip drivers and things like that. There's the announcements tab where I'll post my new videos so you can keep up with any new YouTube video. Or if I begin doing live streams, which I'm considering in the near future, you'll also be able to jump into them from here. Make sure you do just take a second to read the rules because I really want this community to be a very kind and welcoming one. So make sure you do read the rules. I know rules are boring, but it helps us all have a nice time. So let's jump into the spreadsheet now. You can see at the top it says, welcome to Ryan Retro's Retroid Pocket 5 Compatibility Spreadsheet. Here you will find the best settings to use for games on the Secret Console and Win Later. I might add other consoles in the future, but I think for now these are the two difficult ones that we can really work together to get working nicely. In this purple box, you'll see the little Secret Console logo here, and it says submit your Secret Console settings here. So by clicking on this link and clicking the link that pops up, here is the Google form where you can fill out all of the information about the game you've been testing and let us know how's the performance, what emulator and driver did you use, etc. And when you do that, it will automatically populate in this Secret Console tab. So down here right now, it's set up alphabetically. You can see these are the test results we've had so far. I want to say thank you to everybody who submitted a result so far. I submitted around, I think, 18 by myself. And in less than 24 hours, we're already up to 100 now. That's incredible. We've hit 100 tests. So please keep it going and let's help everybody. You'll notice that while this is sorted alphabetically, new form responses automatically get added to the bottom of the list. So whatever is at the bottom is the newest response. Now, I've set up a way you can filter this list to work the way you'd like it to. It could become a little bit difficult to find what you want with all of these games, all the various performance metrics, the drivers, the emulators, etc. So if you come up here where it says Secret Console, you can see what looks like a couple of calculators. This is where you can change the view. So by clicking on that, I've set up a few for you. We can view by game, so if you click on that, it's now going to order everything alphabetically by the game's name. And what's really great about this is if there are multiple entries of the same game, you can compare all the different performances that people have posted. So for example, if we come down here to Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, 3 people have submitted their findings about this game. 1 person said it was great and 2 people said it was perfect. 2 people are using the Turnip 9v2 driver, and 1 person's using the Qualcomm driver, which is the one that comes default with the Retroid Pocket 5. All of them are using this emulator, and they're also all using different updates, which is very interesting. Under the notes section, this first one has no notes. The second one says the update makes the game run smoother, and maybe that's why they've reflected a perfect score compared to this person's great score with no update. And this one says the Turnip 9v2 driver crashes when opening the map. Only the Qualcomm driver doesn't. Gameplay, performance-wise, is the same. So maybe if you want to take this person's word for it, you might want to try the Qualcomm driver. So this is why it's so useful to collect all this information, and once you find the game you're interested in, we've already got a nice amount of information, showing that updates make the game run smoother, and you might want to consider using a Qualcomm driver to stop crashing. So already, in less than 24 hours, you can see the usefulness and importance of this spreadsheet. Another view I've added is the performance view. This one is a little bit buggy, and when you load it up, it might not work properly, and it might come up saying the group is out of sync. I think you will get this option. I'm not sure if it's only available to me as I'm the owner of the sheet, but you should get this option to refresh, and then it should list everything by performance ranking. So we have rank number 1, which is all the perfect performing games. Rank number 2 will be great. Rank number 3 is playable, and rank number 4 is unplayable. If you are having problems with this, please let me know on the Discord or in a YouTube comment, because it is being a little bit buggy and fiddly. Lastly, I got some comments asking me to create my own sheet to show which games I have verified personally. So what I've done is I've added this verified checkbox, and when I have time, I will come along, and if I test a game and I agree that it is performing as you say it is, I will check this box, and then we can see that by choosing View, Verified by Ryan. So these games have been verified by me as working as stated. Right now I only verified 3, but I will go through and verify more in due time. Just give me a little while. But I think for now we can trust the community. And then if you would like to exit these views, you can just choose Exit View and it will go back to the default view. So whenever you submit anything through this form, it's automatically going to be added to this list for everybody to look through and use for their own research. So together we can find the best way to get all these games running. So that is the secret console spreadsheet, and we also have one for Win Later. So if we go back to the homepage and jump into the Win Later form over here, you'll see we have some different options. Once again, we have the game name, we have the performance level, which, once again, is only how smooth the game's running. How smooth is the frame rate? If there are bugs, please put those in the notes section, because we might be able to fix those as a community. So for performance, I only want to know how smooth the game is. Is it a smooth 30? Is it a smooth 60? Some games are capped at 25 frames per second, like old PAL region games. Is it a smooth 25? That's what I mean by performance. Installer, we have an option for Steam, GOG or GOG, however you want to say it, or Other. I'll add more in the future if there are more common ones popping up. And if you do choose Other, maybe say which installer you used in the notes. And then I need to know 3 things, which is the Win Later version, the graphics driver, and the DX wrapper. So I'm going to jump onto my Retroid Pocket 5 now and run through how you can find those. For the Win Later version, you could find that where you downloaded it from, or it will usually be the name of the application itself. So if we hold down our finger on Win Later and go to App Info, you can usually see the name there. So mine is winlater.glibcmod-Steam. This is a tentative preliminary Steam supported version. We could also open Win Later, press these 3 lines, and go down to About. Around here you'll see the version information, so feel free to write this top version, Win Later glibc plus cmod, or underneath where it says version 7.1.3x glibc mod v11r2 steam a j, very long name. Feel free to write any of that information just so that we can find out what version you're using. Next we need to know the graphic driver you're using. So under your container, choose these 3 dots, then go to Edit, and here you will see Graphics Driver. In my case it says Turnip, but we need to push this little cog next to it. And here we'll say the exact driver version. So mine is 24.3.0.9. So please write that in the graphics driver box. And lastly, we have DX wrapper. Once again, we have a little cog to push. And here it says version 2.4.1. So please write down whatever version you're using there, because I find that all of these settings make a big difference to the compatibility of the games, whether they run, whether they crash. It's very important for Win Later. So please fill out that information. Once again, after you submit your form, it will automatically populate in the Win Later tab of the spreadsheet, and everybody will be able to see it. Once again, we can change the view by game, by performance, or by which ones have been verified by me. Again, we can also exit the view and go back to the regular view. So I really hope this will be a great resource for the community. And in fact, it's not just hope. I already know it's going to be a great resource for the community because in less than one day, we've already had 100 submissions. So even as I'm saying this now, we've just had another one. Neo, The World Ends With You is perfect on Sudachi. Thank you for the constant submissions, everyone. This is fantastic. If you have a Retroid Pocket 5, and maybe your friends have one or are interested in one too, feel free to share this with them, and together we can use this to get the best performance for our games. If you are enjoying the form or enjoying the videos, make sure you subscribe to my channel for daily videos here. Here is a link you can follow to subscribe. You can also join the Discord here by following this link, and that will take you into this Discord where we're all talking together. And if you haven't bought a Retroid Pocket 5 yet, and you do want to buy one, maybe you looked at this list and saw a lot of the games you want to play are working well, then feel free to follow my affiliate link here to the official Retroid website. I make a few dollars if you buy a Retroid Pocket 5, and actually I make a very tiny commission if you buy anything from the Retroid Pocket website. So if you're thinking about buying any accessories or anything else, please also consider using my affiliate link if you would like to help me out. And on the topic of thanking, I'm going to show a few donations on the screen now that I got in the last couple of days. I actually got 4 donations in the last 2 days, which is just incredible. So I want to say a huge thank you to the Game Freak 0573 for your $2 donation. It really means a lot to me. I will keep up the good work. Thank you so much. I also want to say a huge thank you to C. Pitney for the €2 donation. I will continue doing God's work. Thank you Chad Kittleson 5447 for the $5 donation. For setting up this spreadsheet for everyone. I'm really glad that it's working out, and I hope it helps you a lot. Thank you so much. And thank you LSL Perez for the $4.99 donation. I'm really happy you're loving my content. I will continue to give a lot of details in my videos as much as I can. And for your question about using the virtual mouse with the key mapper, I'm actually not sure if this works, but I think it's a great idea, so I will look into it. I definitely recommend trying it yourself if you can. I will look into it when I've got time, because I think that's a really, really great idea. It would give us some similar functionality to a Steam Deck, so I think that's great. Thank you so much to those people who donated to me, and thank you to everybody watching this video until the end. It really means a lot to me. And if I can ask one favor from everyone watching this video, it's that now we have a Discord to talk in, please continue commenting on my videos, because my videos get so many comments, and I think it's one of the reasons my channel is growing so fast, because I get so much engagement. So feel free to message anytime on the Discord, but do please keep commenting on the videos too, because it really helps my channel to grow. Thank you so much for watching. I'm now going to take the weekend off because I need some time to relax, but I will be in the Discord and replying to YouTube comments occasionally, so I will see you there, and I'll see you once again on Monday for a new video. On Monday, I'll be testing AAA Android games, such as Fortnite, Roblox, and some games I don't remember the name of, but they've been requested a lot, like Zenless Zone Zero and Infinity Nikki, and I have a whole list of AAA Android games, so I'm sure you're going to enjoy it. Have a fantastic weekend, everybody, and I'll see you on Monday. Bye.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video, we're going to be testing out AAA Android games, and the background here is a little bit of a hint about what's to come. So, swiping up, let's go through some of our games. Let's jump straight into Honkai Star Rail. You'll see right away that I've assigned some of the buttons on the screen, because as I can tell, there's no way to actually use a controller natively, which is a shame. We're also going to run through some of the settings and see how high we can push up the graphics in this video and maintain a good frame rate. So why not start with very high and just see how that goes? And I'm looking for some kind of controller support, and I'm not finding it in this game. I've also set the controller style to Xbox, as that's the most likely to be recognized in an Android game. A lot of the games we're testing in this video, to me they all seem like they're the same game. I'm sure they're made by the same company because the intro and loading screens are identical. These are some of the most popular games on Android these days, which is why I'm testing them, but I think they're pretty much all the same game. You can see we're getting some real frame drops down to 15 frames per second here. I've assigned some buttons to the different moves. Every time we attack, we're dropping to around 15 frames per second. So what I'll do after this is lower the graphics down to the minimum and see what the highest frame rate we can get is. It does look great. This is on the highest graphics setting. It looks beautiful on the OLED screen, but 15 frames per second is not exactly ideal. Let's use our ultimate ability.
Of all the games in today's tests, I think Honkai Star Rail probably is the coolest one, and I can see why it's a very popular game. To make the game look a bit better, I'm going to make all of the buttons I've assigned invisible by choosing the hexagon icon and then dragging this transparency down to 0. So the buttons are all still there and still functioning, but we don't see them. So it's a nicer viewing experience. So we can run around, we can move the camera. I've shown how to do this in previous videos, but it's pretty simple to set up. This game's got some nice voice acting. I find with these styles of games, you never know whether you're going to get voice acting or not. Some of them look like they're going to give you voice acting, and you're just met with silence. So this one does have voice acting.
Help me investigate the terminal in this room. Our item might be inside.
The game looks incredible. It's so sharp and vivid. It's hard to believe this is a phone game. I feel like phone games have come so far in the past few years. Just a few years ago, you wouldn't be able to get quality like this outside of something like a PlayStation 3 or PlayStation 4. It's really impressive. And we are mostly sitting solid at 30 frames per second. It's only when those animations happen that we drop down to 15. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the graphics down to the minimum and see if we can maintain 30 frames per second even in the battles. I think to change the graphics I need to quit and relaunch the game, so let's try that now. I just realized there's a frames per second option in the menu as well, but I think if we were dropping down to 15 frames per second, I'm not very hopeful about our frames per second on high mode. So now I've set the graphics to very low, and I'm going to set the frames per second to 60, and let's see if we can hold tight at 60. So now jumping into the game with 60 frames per second on very low settings, honestly it still looks nice. It's a bit more rough around the edges, it's not quite as crispy as it was before, but unless you're sticking your face right up to the game, it still looks great. So let's try and quickly progress through the story and get into another battle, because I'm really curious what our frame rate will be during those attack animations. On the very high graphics settings, we fell down to 15 frames per second, so I'm curious what we can do on the very low graphics settings. Rihanna Retro has joined the team. So now let's see what happens when we jump into battle and try and fight. So let's watch the FPS counter as I attack now. That time it dipped to only 56 frames per second, that's good. That's much better than before. The frame rate's not really dipping this time. Oh, there we dropped to 44 frames per second. And you might notice in every video when I talk about a frame rate not dipping or being solid, it immediately dips every time. It seems to depend what kind of move you do. The bow and arrow moves are fine, but some moves seem to use more power. Let's use our ultimate ability if we can. Go Rihanna Retro! Hit them with the subscription stick! Make them subscribe to the channel! Beautiful. So I would say for me, I prefer playing on these lower graphic settings. And now that we've seen we can mostly stick around 60 frames per second when using the very low settings, I think we could tweak this a little bit, turn it up a bit and still get 60 frames per second on maybe a medium graphic setting. So if you want to play this game, feel free to tweak the graphic settings. Make sure to turn on that 60 frames per second mode. And I'm sure you can get a nice compromise between quality and performance. For me personally, this very low graphics setting already looks very nice. The only place you really notice the lower quality is in the character's hair, which to me is not a big deal. But if you did care about that, you could bump up the quality just a little bit and see how it goes. Or just put up with the 15 frames per second in attack animations, because it's perfectly smooth for the rest of the game. Running around, hitting my baseball bat around, it's super smooth. So this game was very impressive. We did need to map all the controls to the screen. So now let's jump into another similar game and see how that goes. Let's jump into another game that by the icon looks exactly the same, Zenless Zone Zero. For Zenless Zone Zero, we've got the image quality on low, the rendering on medium, and pretty much all low settings. We can once again change the FPS to 60, but when I do that, it warns me the settings are too high and might cause my device to overheat. We do of course have the fan in the Retroid Pocket 5. I never personally use it, but if we do start to overheat, I will turn it on. So let's keep all these settings that we have. Maybe we can even turn the rendering down to low, just to see if we can get a solid 60, and then we can play around with raising the settings. You might see on the screen that I did add custom buttons, but I'm seeing here we actually have a controller option. So by turning that on, yes, it does actually work with a controller. So I can get rid of all these key mappings I made. So I'm going to push that eraser button, get rid of the key mappings, and we do in fact have controller support. You can see the A button lights up to show we can push the A button to play the game. So let's jump in and see what it's like with full controller support. It blows my mind that we can play these games on Android devices now, with full controller support right off the bat. It's incredible. One thing I'm liking about this game is you can skip all the cutscenes. This is running beautifully. It feels so smooth. Controller support is working beautifully. We can move around, we can move the screen. It feels like I'm playing a game on a console. You can slide around like the new Call of Duty games. You switch out characters. I played this game for about 10 minutes before recording this video just to check everything was working and to give my review on this. A little quick review because we're still in the beginning levels. And I didn't realize back then that it had controller support. I thought we had to use... Oh, this is so cool. I thought we had to use the touchscreen. So I was running around using the touchscreen. I mapped it to the controls, but you know, mapping the controls are, while it works quite well, it's not as good as native support like this. It's a bit finicky. So I was running around with the controller support, and I was going to say that I was quite disappointed by this game, because the cutscenes are really cool, but then when you jump into the actual game, it wasn't that good. Oh wow, this is incredible. It wasn't that good when I just kind of made some finicky controls on the screen. But you might be able to tell from the fact I can't finish a sentence that I think this is awesome now. This native controller support has really changed things. This might be one of the coolest games I've played this year. I don't think I've ever felt so cool in a game. I've had a few requests to show this game in my videos, and you know what? I get it now. I understand. That was very cool, and it works perfectly. So now what we can do is we can try bumping up the graphics and just see how it goes. Because that was a very smooth 60. So let's just throw everything on maximum and see if we can bring this thing to its knees. It seems we have some kind of boss battle. What better time to get a smooth 3 frames per second? So we can tab over to graphics, and it seems like we don't have to relaunch the game to change the graphics, which is great. So let's go to high graphics. Let's put everything on maximum. We're getting warnings every time we do it. Ultra settings. My reasoning is the lowest graphics settings work perfectly. So I'm now going to put the absolute maximum settings on, which I'm sure are not going to be good at all, but then you can try and get an idea of maybe where in the middle you can put the settings. I don't have time to go through every single setting one by one all day long, so if this brings it down to about 3 frames per second, maybe keep the graphics quite low. If it only brings it down to around 40 frames per second, you could probably put the graphics at least on medium. So let's just see how it goes, because I'm curious. So now everything's really high. We still have 60 frames per second, and honestly, it doesn't look much different. I'm not sure if the graphics settings really work. Maybe I need to restart the game. But I will say, even when the graphics are on very low, it looked great. Let's go! This game is awesome. It's like Elden Ring. Maybe it doesn't have quite the difficulty curve of Elden Ring, but I mean it's like Elden Ring just in the way these monsters seem to have movesets. And they seem to trigger cutscenes like in Elden Ring, the way they're changing. This game, absolutely epic. The graphics settings don't seem to make a difference, which makes me wonder if I'm doing something wrong, like maybe I need to restart the game to apply the settings. But this definitely looks like high graphics settings. It looks beautiful. So if you'd like to play Zenless Zone Zero on your Retro Pocket 5, it is a beautiful experience, and the native controller support is amazing. So now let's jump into another game that also has native controller support. Our next game is Wuthering Waves. When we jump into the game and move the controller, we get this pop-up notification letting us know that they've detected a controller. Would you like to switch to controller mode? Yes, please. And just like that, as smooth as that, we are straight into controller mode. I haven't played this game yet, I'm just in the very, very beginning. It looks good, but it does look a little bit laggy compared to the other ones we've played. So our graphics quality is on the highest, and it says our current setup load is stuck, which doesn't sound ideal. And as I've already seen a few frame dips, let's put it all the way down to the bottom and see how that goes. We'll put it all the way down. You might tell I'm very much all or nothing with these tests, so let's go all the way down to ultra performance. Our setup load is now smooth. We have a nice green bar. Once again, let's enable 60 frames per second, please. That puts us straight back into stuck again. But let's just see how it goes. And yes, we are up to 59 frames per second. It looks pretty smooth. The graphics look a lot worse on this game. The other games, I didn't notice much of a difference by lowering the graphics, but this is very noticeably worse. Look at the grass here, and I'm going to once again turn up the settings. You'll now see a huge difference in the shading, the difference in lighting as we look around. It looks completely different. Although we now are stuck at 30 frames per second, even though I have enabled 60. Going back into the settings, even though I enabled 60 before, it's dropped us down to 30 when I upped the quality. And if I try and go up to 40, it actually says the device performance is overloaded and it might lead to serious overheating. Please adjust your graphics settings or enable auto FPS. So let's try auto FPS and see what happens. And then I'll just try and manually push it up to 60 anyway. So it looks like we are getting 59 frames per second. And of course, again, if we are overheating, we do have a fan on the back. So let's just turn that fan on now, because it is starting to get a little bit warm. For all of my tests on my channel, I always run the games in standard performance with the fan off. That's just the way I like to play the games. I don't like to have the fan sound because it's quite high-pitched and whiny. But what I'll do is I'll put up to performance mode and put the fan on quiet, and I'm not feeling any air coming through. But it might help if we get into more demanding scenes or if something crazy happens. I now also have this green outline around my screen, which I don't remember seeing before. Anyway, let's move on through the game and see what happens. We are around 53, 54 frames per second. To me, that's okay. I can pick up a lizard. Oh, we have some evil jellyfish. The buttons in this game, pushing X or Y on the Retro Pocket case to attack, it reminds me of Little Prince Boy, Exhale of the Crazy. You can see the graphics are dropping to 40 frames per second. Now, I'm going to be honest, I didn't feel the graphics drop. To me, it still feels very smooth. It's only when I looked up there I saw the graphics had dropped, because if I wasn't looking at this, it feels very smooth. So we want to try and get a locked on 60. So maybe let's lower the graphics down to a medium setting. We'll keep it balanced, medium. We even get a little thumbs up. You can't beat that. I think it's saying you should like the video, and I agree. So let's try and get 60 frames per second with a medium resolution. Having native controller support is so nice, just to be able to do anything like hide the UI, autoplay or skip, without having to go around touching all areas of the screen. Story skip may hinder your understanding of the story. Don't care, mate. I don't know what any of the buttons are except attack, but they seem to nicely be standing next to each other for me. Whoa!
Rover, watch out!
Once again, this game is very cool. These games remind me of Sword Art Online, if anyone's seen that, the way they would switch in and out. If you're watching this video, you've got your eyes fixed on the frames per second counter, you probably think this is not a very good experience because you're watching it jump from 44 to 56 to 40 to all over the place, right? But I have to tell you from real experience of playing this game, I would not be able to tell you this is not 60 frames per second. Everything feels so fluid when I move around. I'm not sure if that's because my eyes are bad or just because I'm focusing on playing, I'm not just watching a video. I do think when you're just watching a video and not playing, you can notice frame dips more. When you're actually focused on playing the game, it's not as noticeable. And this feels very smooth. I would be very happy to play this whole game with this setup. So let's have a look at the settings we're using. We're using custom settings. I just put it onto medium and the frame rate on 60. Everything else is on medium. You can go down and find a lot more settings to tweak, but so far everything on medium, frames per second on 60. I'm really liking this. It does say we're overloaded and recommends using the fan. It is a little bit warm, so if you want to, you might want to turn the fan up a little bit more. Maybe put the performance on high performance. But I would say, if you hear this is sport mode. Never use sport mode, it sounds awful, unless you're wearing earphones. So maybe turn it down to smart mode or even customize your own fan profile if you'd like. There is a customize option that I've never really used before, but even on the minimum, it's still noisy. So I'd suggest using smart because that's quite quiet. So yes, if you want to play Wuthering Waves on this game, it looks like it runs really well. These kinds of games, they all remind me of Genshin Impact, but I see why they're popular because the whole world, as you look around, just looks beautiful. And I keep repeating myself, but it's so hard to even believe this is a phone game. This is unreal.
That was close.
We are living in a golden age for gaming, where we can get this like $200 little handheld, or even just use the phone you have, and just play a smooth, beautiful looking game like this in your pocket. So this game is running beautifully. You will have noticed some frame dips, but I didn't notice them at all. And if you try this for yourself, I think you'll agree that without the frames per second counter there, it feels incredibly smooth. So So let's now jump into a different kind of game now and see how that goes. The next game I wanted to show you was Animal Crossing Pocket Camp, but unfortunately they've stopped making the game and started making a new version, and you have to buy it for $10. So if you want to pay $9.99 for the new Animal Crossing Pocket Camp, then feel free. I'm not going to do that yet. I probably will do it in the future because I love Animal Crossing, but that's not going to be today. So instead, let's jump into another game that uses this vertical format and see how that runs. So instead, let's jump into the Pokemon trading card game. I only found out this game existed a few days ago, and I think this is extremely dangerous for my wallet. All I can think is, thank God I'm not a kid, and thank God I don't have a kid, because this is just built to drain your bank account. I think we all remember the thrill of opening a Pokemon pack, or a Yu-Gi-Oh card pack, or even a Panini sticker pack, or something like that. It's such a dopamine hit, and they have made it perfectly into this game. So for anyone who doesn't know, you are going to have to play it vertically like this, which is not ideal on the Retro Pocket 5 because it means your hand is right over the fan. And even with the fan turned off, you're going to feel some heat exhausting out the back onto your hand. So it's not ideal. There is of course no controller support at all. We can try to force landscape like this, but then you're just going to get these huge black bars on the side and a tiny screen. So I wouldn't recommend that for a vertical app like this. I'd recommend turning force landscape off, which is then going to do this, which is even worse. So you will need to close the app and open it again. So let's choose a pack we want to open. I'm going to go for the classic Charizard pack. And the app is so simple, but genius. You pick what pack you want. Oh, some of them are turned around the wrong way, it seems. We can flip those around. It is so satisfying. I will grab this one. And then you have to cut it open. So you have to go like this. I'm going to turn the volume all the way up. And it follows the way your finger moves, like you're really opening it. Cut something. Whoa, I got a good one straight away. Like a real pack, you usually get the good ones at the back of the pack. So I got this Starmie. Let's see what else I got. Sizzlipede, Clobopus, Fearow, Greninja. So Greninja is the usual good one you get at the back, but I got two good ones. So what we can do now is go next, and this will add it to our collection. Swipe up to register them to the card decks. So again, it's all input. You need to swipe up like that and send them to your Pokedex. And then what you can do is just look at your cards, which to someone who's not into Pokemon cards probably sounds ridiculous that you're just opening card packs and then looking at the cards, but it is exhilarating. So yesterday I got this Venusaur, and it's 3D, and it's really like collecting real cards. Like here I have a Korean Red Eyes Black Dragon, and you can see when you move it around, it has a kind of rainbow effect that's so nice to look at. This is, of course, the Red Eyes Black Dragon, or in Korean, 붉은 눈이 흑룡. And there's just something so nice about collecting these shiny cards, and they've replicated this beautifully in the game, because in the game, you can move it around like this and see the way it shines. Look at the details in the eyes. If you watch the eyes, you'll see the color change and sparkle. It is incredible. For anyone who grew up with these cards like me and so many other kids, even my Korean students now, who are 5 years old, are obsessed with Pokemon cards. This is absolute genius. We now have to wait 12 hours to open another pack, but of course, if you just give them a little bit of money, you can open another one. This app is designed to just make kids bug their parents for money, and you know what? I respect it. It's such an obvious cash grab. They're not even trying to hide it. But this is just, if you've not tried this game yet, try it out. But don't blame me if you end up emptying your bank account. I've managed to not spend a penny on this yet, and I won't, but it's very tempting. On the topic of games that my students play, let's jump into Roblox. This is a game that I've never played in my life. We are going to need to once again force landscape mode, and I would suggest when using the Retro Pocket 5, keep this force landscape mode on at all times, unless you specifically want to do something in this portrait mode. So let's relaunch the app with force landscape turned on. It'll now fill the screen perfectly because Roblox is set up to fill the screen perfectly and has controller support natively, so that's great. I made my name Ryan Retro 4877 because that's how many subscribers I had when I started this video. And I've never played Roblox, but I do know what it's about. I think people make their own little games in here, right? And you can just play lots of mini games essentially. So let's look at Pets Go Naughty versus Nice. Why not? Festive. I have a student in my class who's obsessed with this game and she uses it to answer all of the English questions. So for example, our vocabulary word was rare, and I asked, do you know what rare means? She said, yeah, like a rare skin in Roblox, rare, epic, and legendary. So you know, Roblox gets a bad name, but it can be educational. Okay, roll, tap X to open. I seem to be opening an egg. Okay, so I have some kind of box puppy. Oh, hello. I have a Dalmatian. Well, this is cute. You can see the frames per second are locked at 60. Before filming this video, I did try 2 little mini games. One of them was a race, and it was a solid 60. One of them was a very popular game about fishing, and for some reason that game just kept going from 60 down to around 5 frames per second all the time. If I looked around like this, it would just completely drop to around 5 FPS. So I think it might depend what game you're playing this time, but I'm sure most games will run well. Let's roll another dice. It seems like we just keep rolling animals. Oh, I got a 1 in 1,900 prison cat. Okay, I'll take that. I'm not sure if there's much more to this game than just rolling animals. I got a goldfish. Let's go, team! These are my new subscribers. So I'm probably not going to play much more of this. Let's just jump into another mini game and see if the performance is okay. Because I'm not really sure the point of any of these games. I don't think they really have a point. I think the whole point of Roblox is just to keep your children busy for a little while. And I'm sure it would do that. You can see I tried a few of these games. I tried Collect All Pets, that was fine. YouTube Race Simulator, that was fine. And this fish game, that one was really laggy. So let's try Eat the World. Why not? So here we are on top of a Lego pyramid. It looks very smooth. Let's just check out what our settings are. I think I set them pretty low. The graphics quality I put all the way to the bottom. So let's now try putting it all the way to the top and see how many frames we lose. So it's now all the way at the top. It definitely looks sharper. And we're still at 60 frames per second. Battle Zone 4 minutes. It seems like this is some kind of Fortnite or PUBG style game. This game is very cute with the Lego style. And for anyone who now has a Retroid Pocket 5, I think you'll be able to testify to this, that almost any game just looks so great with an OLED screen. I really think I can't go back to a non-OLED screen now. I've actually been thinking about replacing my Switch with an OLED Switch and replacing my Steam Deck with an OLED Steam Deck. This screen is just ruining other screens for me. I'm not really sure what I'm doing right now, but what I can say is changing the graphics settings changed absolutely nothing in terms of performance. And I can't remember if it was this game or another one again, but quite a few games today warned me that the Retroid Pocket 5 is not going to be able to support high graphics. They warned me that I should lower the graphics right down, which I think is really strange, because we're clearly running everything very well, and we know the Retroid Pocket 5 is powerful enough to emulate even secret console games. So it should have no problems with most Android games. So I'm not quite sure why that is, whether the built-in fan is helping us out and the 8GB of RAM. I can't be sure, but one thing is for sure, the performance is actually great. So I'm not sure many people watching this video will want to play Roblox, but I have had a few requests for it, and I was curious to try it as it's very popular in my classroom. So Roblox definitely seems very playable at 60 frames per second, and I know a few people in my Discord have children who they might be sharing their Retroid Pocket 5 with, or even giving to as a gift, and I'm sure they would really enjoy this Roblox experience on the Retroid Pocket 5. Oh, hello. Dorothy 02. She's huge. Is this some kind of Attack on Titan game? Because she is eating the world. Maybe the Titans are going to eat the world and I have to just survive. Oh dear. I'm scared, so let's jump into a different game. Our next game today looks quite similar to a lot of the other ones we played today, and it's what this background is. It is Infinity Nikki, and I have seen warnings on Reddit that if you start this game, you're about to lose a lot of hours in your life, because they say there is a lot of things to do in this game. It's never ending, and it's visually very, very nice too. So the first thing we'll do is see if we can get controller support, and see if we can get 60 frames per second set up, and let's see how it runs. As we load into the game, it spends some time compiling shaders, and this is something I think a lot of us wish we could do in a lot of emulation systems. I wish we could compile all of the shaders for the game before we launch into secret console games, for example, to eliminate any stutters. The game took a really long time to load that shader cache, and now that it did, I opened the settings and we were left with a long black screen. So let's see if we can get into the settings. Again, we have graphics settings, so the first thing I want to do is see if we can change it to 60 frames per second. I'm not seeing any frames per second setting in this game at the moment. As you can see, we are using controller support. When you open the game, it probably will be set to touch support, which you can just change in here, no problems. Let's change our graphics preset to custom. We're going to set everything to high, and again, we get warnings that we might lag. But I just want to see how good this game can look. I'm not sure if it's just the style of the game, but the dress around the character looks quite choppy compared to the other games we've played. It doesn't look like high graphics settings. The render quality is grayed out, and no matter what I do about the graphics preset, I cannot change that setting, which is very interesting. And as far as I can tell, there is no 60 frames per second option. So it seems this game is a 30 frames per second game. Let's run around and see how well it runs. Let's see if we can maintain that 30 frames per second with all the graphics set very high. The game's really similar to one that I was playing earlier in this video. Even the tooltips that jump up are the same. Even the way that it shows down here, the ping is exactly the same. It's clearly made by the same people. I cannot tell you which game that is because honestly, the games in this video are all blending into one to me. I have a floating outfit that just completely changed. The game's mostly running pretty smooth. It is occasionally dipping to around 28 frames per second, it seems like. And this one actually does feel less smooth. I mentioned in one of the games earlier that even though we were dipping from 60 down to around 44 frames per second, it still felt really smooth. This one doesn't feel as smooth. I am noticing the difference between 30 frames per second and 24. I feel like this game is made for anyone growing up with a Barbie doll who wants to play a kind of Barbie doll game. Because every time you do anything, you change outfit. You can almost think of the face buttons as outfit buttons. As you jump, you wear a blue outfit. As you purify something, you change to white and green. It's very interesting. Goodbye. Falling off a cliff into the abyss will cause you to faint. Oh yeah, that's what I did. I fainted. Okay, that's what they call it. Falling into deep water will also make you faint. I feel like these are bad lessons for children. Don't jump off a cliff, you might faint for a while. Anyway, this game is clearly very cute. I feel like I don't need to get much further into it. You get the idea. It's the same as all the games I've played in this video so far. I think out of all the games I've played in this video so far, you can just choose the aesthetic that you like. Some of them seem quite 80s style, some of them are quite futuristic. This one's clearly gone for a very cute style. They all control very similarly. They have similar UIs, they have similar buttons, everything's very similar. I might try and play this game a little bit more later off screen because I have heard people say that it's really, really addictive once you get into it. But I think for now, you get the idea. As far as I can tell, there's no 60 frames per second option. If there is and I'm just blind, please let me know in the comments below. And I hope this video was helpful to you. If it was, please give me a like. Please subscribe if you didn't already, and if you'd like to buy your own Retroid Pocket 5 so that you can play all of these games, then pick up your own one from my affiliate link. It'll take you to the official Retroid website, the best place to buy one of these. And if you'd like to chat with me, why not jump into my Discord, which is also in the description. We already have more than 400 members in just a few days, which is incredible. Thank you once again for watching, everyone, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Bye. Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video, we're going to be looking at games that the Ryan Retro community have listed as being perfect on the secret console. And as we go, I will be checking the verification boxes to let you know they are indeed running beautifully. Here is a little disclaimer, because throughout this video, you're going to hear me say I'm going to try a game in docked mode 1080p at the end of the video. But I ended up wanting to do that for basically every single game in this whole video, and it would have taken so long, I don't think I'd have been able to get this video out today. So when you hear me say that, I'm unfortunately not going to have time to do that, but I will get around to that later, so please subscribe and watch out for that. Okay, thank you, let's get back to the video. So let's jump into the first game today, Alex Kidd in Miracle World DX. A lot of these games today will be games I've never played before, so I'm very excited to jump into them and try them out. Right away, this is extremely cute and looks fantastic on the OLED screen. It's really popping out of the screen. Let's jump into a new game. Gut Raw. What's a Gut Raw? Gut Raw. I think it's time to go home. As we run around, it definitely seems to be running at a smooth 60 frames per second. I like the punch animation. His fist gets really, really big. I just push down the triggers and look what happens. We're transformed into some Sonic Mario knockoff game. This feels like one of those games you get on those cheap Chinese handhelds that have 15,000 games for $3. The sound is also very cute. And interestingly, even the sound is different. Listen to the music and the sounds. And now when we come back to the future, What a cool game. Oh, I can now shoot rings. Oh. It's very hard to hit the monsters, but they're able to hit me very easily. Some of the hits are making us fall down to around 56 frames per second, so I might list this as great rather than perfect, but it's definitely a very nice playable experience for sure. Once again, the punching is really cute. It's like he puts on a little boxing glove, or hits them with a roast chicken. This game's cute, I like it, and it does run very well. Let's move on to the next community suggested game that is listed as running perfectly. This is Celeste. I have never played this game. I've always wanted to because it looks lovely, and on this OLED screen it is gorgeous already, and I'm only in the title screen. I'm really excited to jump into Celeste for the first time. Let's watch our FPS counter and see how smooth the gameplay is. Yeah, I'm like 2 seconds in, and this is not dropping from 60 frames per second, I don't think. Oh, wow. I think this game would be a good candidate to change from handheld mode to docked mode and try it in 1080p. For all the tests on my channel, I usually use the 720p handheld mode because I think it looks beautiful as it is. I don't feel a need for extra clarity in the text or any of the textures. But because this is running so well, after we run through the other games in the list, I'm going to come back to Celeste and up this to 1080p and see how well it runs, because I think it's going to be truly perfect. This is Inscription, a game that I've always been curious about, and I can't choose New Game, I can only choose Continue. Is that part of the game? Very peculiar. This game seems to be locked at 30 frames per second, so I will see if we can change that, or if that's just the maximum this game runs at. This game is very dark, so I'm going to put the brightness right up and try and hold the console in a way that doesn't show my camera and doesn't show my face. So maybe around here somewhere. Play the squirrel card. Okay, wolf it is. To play a wolf, you need to sacrifice 2 different creatures. Okay, Stoat. Oh, I have to play the squirrel card. The wolf costs 2. I'm trying to play the squirrel. What am I doing wrong? Have I broken it by not following commands? I'm going to restart the game. This is a very peculiar game. I did hear that the game is quite strange. I've never played it, but I heard it is quite an interesting game. I'm not sure what button I'm going to press. I'm a little bit stuck. Play the squirrel card. Squirrel. You are lacking sacrifices, and the eyes are spinning like crazy. Look at the eyes. I guess it's kind of a puzzle game? It's not just simply a card game. I have to figure out how to play the squirrel, maybe? Oh, how did I do that? I have no idea how I just did that. I'm extremely confused. I'm not sure if this game is broken and playing all the wrong cards, or if this is how the game is because it's a weird game. Oh, I didn't realize I can look at my hands. Oh, what beautiful hands I have. Ring the bell to end your turn. Your Stoat stands unopposed. The number on the bottom left is the attack power, so I attack this guy. So it's a little bit like Yu-Gi-Oh! You win if you tip my side all the way down. Okay. For anybody who's played this game before, is this audio correct? Because it's making some really weird glitchy sounds. But the problem with a game like this, that is kind of made to be odd, is it's really hard to tell whether it's running properly or not. I think there's definitely a problem with the audio because it's glitching out a little bit. It's stuttering like... It's actually reminding me quite a bit of Hearthstone, the way you attack monsters and then their health goes down. You may draw from your deck, or you may draw a squirrel. Oh, good old squirrel's always ready. So, here we can see we have Y and X. And on my controller I have Y and X. But they're not necessarily linked correctly. Y might be Y, and X might be X. Or Y might be X and X might be Y, depending on how I've got the gamepad set up. And I don't remember how I've got it set up. So we're kind of just taking a chance here. I want to draw from the deck with Y. So I'm going to choose Y, and we're going to see what happens. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, okay. How reckless of you. It did work. But I seem to have picked up a piece of broken paper. I would love to play this broken paper. So let's play another squirrel. To play that wolf, you need to sacrifice. I don't want to play the wolf. I want to play the squirrel. Well, this game is extremely hard to control. You know what? I give up with this game. I can't control it. I'm really not enjoying this at all. Nothing works. This is infuriating. Let's move on to the next game. Inscription did seem to be running at a very smooth 30 frames per second. There was some weird audio glitching, which I'm not sure was due to a bug or just the way the game is, but it definitely seemed to run at a smooth 30 frames per second, so I could verify that that's running very well. Next, we're going to move on to Golf Story. I have this game on my Switch, and I found it to be quite confusing, because even though it's called Golf Story, I thought it was just a simple golf game like Everybody's Golf. Let's jump into it, and I have high hopes for this one. Golf Story is a pretty fun game, and again, it looks gorgeous on this OLED screen. It's really popping out of the screen. Let's jump into some quick play, because maybe we can analyze if it's running well. That might be a quicker way to check out the frame rate and make sure it's not dipping. I've actually never played quick play before. On my Switch, I always played the story mode, so this will be fun to try. We've got our well-worn irons, our well-worn woods. Yeah, this is my first time playing like this, and I haven't played the game itself in years. So let's see how to swing. Very similar to old golf games like Everybody's Golf and Ace Golf. You have to choose one time for how far you want to hit the ball and one time for your accuracy. But there's a mole. I don't remember this. Obviously we're going for the mole. Oh, that was so close. I took the ball. So I guess the mole is like a trap. Oh, this is fun. Okay, so let's not go for the mole, even though it's so tempting. Oh, it's looking good. Oh, nearly all in. There was a little black line coming across the screen then. I don't know if you can see that. I'll try and rewind it. Oh, that was very fun and gorgeous as well. We're also going to come back to this game and try this in docked mode 1080p at the end of the video too, so stick around for that.
Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics.
The announcer just said the name of this game for me, so I don't have to, but in case you didn't hear him, it's Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics. From what I can tell, this is quite an old style game. It looks quite retro, perfectly fitting for the channel. Enter your age, 90. Is this your correct age? Yes. We'll go for some offline play. Oh, select game. We can go through old Marvel vs. Capcom games. Oh, this is awesome. Well, let's go. Marvel vs. Capcom Clash of Superheroes. Let's give that a go. We've got some nice bezels to hide the 4:3 aspect ratio. Again, with the black Retroid Pocket 5, 4:3 looks beautiful as it blends into the screen, but with other colors you will want some bezels to make it look nice. We have a CRT effect on the screen, those scan lines kind of blurring the screen in a pleasant way. We'll go for Chun-Li and Ryu. Select mode, easy or manual. I guess we'll choose easy because we're only trying to check the frame rate. And I'm not sure what any of the buttons are. Or against Mega Man and Captain America. Oh, it's one of those games where you have to switch in and out characters. I never know what the buttons are to do that. Let's see how we switch character. Oh, wow. Just hit them with a spirit bomb. We've got the kick button. We have the punch button. We have a crazy kick button. Can we Hadouken? I guess Chun-Li doesn't really do a Hadouken, does she? I think with Chun-Li, you just spam the kicks really fast, right? And then she does, like, lightning kicks. Ooh! Ow! Hadouken! Okay, the Hadoukens work well. Oh, I was going to try a Shoryuken, but I didn't have time. That was great! Let's jump into one of the other games that are within this game. Marquee Card. Or this is kind of like a cheat sheet for the buttons, like you used to get when you buy the game, a little instruction manual. That's so cool. This is very nostalgic. I'm going to quit this game and jump into one of the other Marvel games. We also have the English and the Japanese versions. Let's try X-Men vs. Street Fighter. This is pure nostalgia in one game. This is really cool. I'll play as Dal Sim, the guy with the stretchy arms and legs. And who's my partner? My partner is Rogue. We're against another Rogue and Chun-Li. Okay, how do I make my stretchy arms? Time for stretchy arms. Stop hitting me, I want to see my stretchy body. Look at that stretch. Oh, this is broken. How do you fight against this? You can't get near me. I know, she's breached my defense. Oh. Ooh. Oh, wow. Oh, this is overpowered. Look at this. The double punch. What can you do against this? I'm winning. This game's amazing. And once again, I'll add this to the list of 1080p docked games to put at the end of the video. The next game we have today that's listed as perfect on the community spreadsheet is The Messenger. Let's jump into a new game. Once again, it has a nice retro aesthetic. I'm pretty sure it's going to run very well. Looks like we have another retro style platforming game. This time we seem to be a ninja. That's always fun. We can jump, we can spin, we can attack. It looks like at the moment jump and attack is all we've got, but what else do you really need? It's a beautiful setting with the sunset in the background. It looks gorgeous. I'm going to try to zoom into the screen so you can see how beautiful this looks, because this is breathtaking. It's so simple. It's not something like Little Prince Boy Exile of the Crazy, but just the way it looks is really lovely. We seem to have our first opponents over here. Oh, no, maybe they're our friends. Oh no, the asteroids are coming. Whoa, look at that. That is terrifying. Burn it all. Bring the humans to their knees. It reminds me of Ralph Wiggum from The Simpsons. Burn them all, Ralph. The music is so cool. I feel like I'm in an old arcade in the 90s or 2000s. Oh, it's the Western hero. That's what they call me here in Korea. I got a scroll, so I guess this is why I'm called the Messenger. You've been chosen to be the messenger, tasked with carrying the scroll across your cursed world. The game is running at a very smooth 60 frames per second and looks beautiful. I will definitely be checking the verified checkbox for this as running perfectly. Our first combat, nice and easy. This game feels very fun, and if you like games like this, running around platforming and attacking the bad guys, then I'm sure you're going to really like this one because, again, it's so dark, which on an OLED screen just looks beautiful. So this is another game that runs really well, and now let's jump into the next one. Our next game today is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, and I'm really excited to play this game because I loved this series as a kid. I played these games on, I think, PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2, and they were so fun. They just gave endless enjoyment, whether you were playing single player or with your friend. I really remember the skate mode. I don't exactly remember how to play it, but I remember you had to collect the letters S-K-A-T-E, and that was really fun. So let's press A to start. Once again, it looks like a game that's locked at 30 frames per second rather than 60. For some games like that, you can sometimes get a 60 frames per second mod. I'm not sure if that's available, but for today, for testing purposes, we're going to see whether we can maintain a smooth 30 frames per second. I've now changed the emulation app I'm using from the one I usually use to the one that it states in the spreadsheet. I've also changed the driver we're using to run this game, so now everything matches the spreadsheet. So let's test the compatibility and see if it's running nicely. In order to test this game, I've switched my emulator to the one listed in the spreadsheet. I've also switched the driver I'm using to the one listed in the spreadsheet as well. And let's see if we can get a nice solid frame rate in this game. I'm going to skip the tutorial. I used to play this game all the time about 20 years ago. I'm sure I know how to do it still. So we can choose Pro Skater 1 or Pro Skater 2. Let's jump into number 2, just because it might be more graphically demanding, I'm not sure. Or it might only be referring to what kind of arena we're in, but let's just see how it goes. Collect S-K-A-T-E. That's the game I used to enjoy playing with my friends back in the day. So we are getting some frame dips to around 18 frames per second during this cutscene. Although I don't really care about the cutscene frame rate, but I would say that's less than perfect performance. So let's skip this cutscene and get into the action. Here we are, we're now skating around, and immediately we drop to 13 frames per second. This game is not running particularly smoothly. I'm already experiencing frame dips as I just move around this quite simple looking area. Tony Hawk's is a very, very fun game, and I'm happy that we can play it here, but I would say this experience is definitely not perfect in my experience. Maybe we can get it running better with a different driver or a different update, but for me personally, I cannot verify this as perfect. I would say it's only running at a playable state. And I think Tony Hawk's needs to go to hospital. The final game for today's video was meant to be Tunic, but it seems like I've only downloaded the update and not the game itself, so that's a bit of a fail to end the video on today. But I hope this video was useful. You can see that we're putting together this community spreadsheet, and in most cases the games listed as perfect did run really well, but there were some instances where I couldn't really get them into a perfect state, such as the Tony Hawk game. So, with constant collaboration and working together, we can build a fantastic list of playable games, and I'm expanding the spreadsheet to cover other systems, such as the PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, and more. So, if you haven't already, please follow the Discord link in the description and jump into the discussion with me and others in the community, and let's work together to get the most out of our devices. Speaking of the device, if you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5, you can follow the link to the official Retroid store in the description below, which is my affiliate link. So thank you to anybody who follows that link and uses it. I hope you enjoyed the video. Please like and subscribe if you haven't already, and I'll see you again tomorrow for another video. Bye! Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video, we're going to be checking out Xbox emulation using Rocknix. I am very excited for this because I have so many excellent Xbox games from my childhood to try out. Now, let me temper your expectations a little bit. I do not expect this to go very well. Xbox emulation is spotty at best. Even with a powerful computer, it's not really that mature yet. So on a little handheld like this, we can't really expect too much, but it's fun to try it out. So let's see what we can get running. Let's go alphabetically, and I have a lot of videos for you here. This might be a long video. You might want to strap in. So let's begin with Auto Modelista. The audio doesn't sound very good. This is a good representation of how the emulation on Xbox isn't working very well, because we're able to emulate this on PlayStation with a 5x upscale, which is just crazy. But on here, you can hear the audio is really struggling. But never mind about the audio, how well does it run? With systems like Xbox and Dreamcast back in those days, you can launch a game, just spam the continue button and get into a game. I miss that in today's games. On first glance, the graphics look quite poor as we're running this at a 1x native resolution, which is quite low. I believe it's in the region of around 600 by 400 or something like that. I'm also not sure how to get FPS up on the screen, but I would say this FPS is around 8? 15? It actually feels like the FPS isn't that low. Maybe the FPS is around 15 to 20 frames per second, but the game's just running in slow motion. There is a compatibility list for Xbox, which I'll show on the screen now, and I'll provide a link to in the description below. For today's video, I have compiled a lot of games they claim run perfectly on the emulator, as well as some from my childhood that I'm just really curious to try. Even with a low resolution, Auto Modelista just looks gorgeous on the Retroid Pocket 5's OLED screen. I love the cel-shaded graphics. To me, that never gets old. But the problem is, we are definitely running in some kind of slow motion. If I bring up the settings here, we can jump into the settings, but you'll see there are not too many things we can change. We have an emulated CPU clock override. We'll try and just smash that CPU clock up to the maximum and see what happens. Maybe we'll get better performance, maybe we'll just crash the system, let's find out. When it comes to the internal resolution scale, I was hoping we'd be able to turn it down to 50% or 75%, but it seems we're only able to increase it. So now with that CPU override, we don't seem to have any different performance. Let's do something crazy. Let's increase the resolution. Let's go for a 3x upscale and just see how it looks. We know we're not getting good performance, so let's just see how it looks. Straight away, it looks much sharper and a lot nicer than it did before, but as expected, it is still definitely not in a playable state. So, if you'd like to play a very nice looking slow motion version of Auto Modelista, you can do that, but obviously this is not what we're looking for. So let's move on to the next game. The next game is Battlefield 2 Modern Combat. I don't expect it to run well again, but I'm just excited to get any Battlefield game running on the Retroid Pocket 5. I was a huge fan of Battlefield growing up, so I'm really looking forward to this one. Battlefield 2 just gives us a black screen, but I am hearing sound. Oh, there we go. By just spamming the start button, we got into a game. Play first mission. From that stuttering audio and what we experienced with Auto Modelista, I don't have the highest hopes for this one, but let's just try. Oh, we have a picture. It's very dark. We seem to be running at a much better frame rate than Auto Modelista. Still definitely not close to a frame rate I'd like to be at, but much better than what we had before. Oh, turning round. Oh, there's someone right here. Hello? Hello? Oh, turning round is very difficult. This is somebody. Oh, I found their spawn. Uh-oh, I'm dead. I was going to say I could spawn camp them, but I just got wrecked instead. Well, if at first you don't succeed, try again. I mean, can we call this playable? I'm technically playing it. Once again, we have very scratchy audio and extremely slow performance. I mean, if I'm being genuine, this is not a playable experience. I am playing this game somewhat. We're in like slow motion. I can't even see these enemies. I'm just shooting at red diamonds. I don't even see anyone.
What I'm going to do is quit the campaign and try the challenge mode I saw in the menu. We're now in challenge mode, which is an assault rifle weapon challenge.
I don't really know why I'm even bothering trying this, but let's just see what happens, I guess. Ah, I was trying to find if there's a way to look through the sight. It's by clicking in the right stick. Oh, these button controls are really odd. Oh my god, I just went down to the ground in slow motion. I keep pushing Y to try and reload my gun, but all that happens is I extremely slowly get down to the ground. This is cursed. Let's try another game. Next up, Burnout 3 Takedown, another classic. Judging based on the sound only, this one is a little bit smoother and faster than the previous two. I'm not sure if that will translate at all into the game, and the video looks very laggy, so I don't think it does, but the sound is definitely better than the other ones. So I am extremely slightly optimistic. Let's try a single event. Let me just try and think what will be the least intensive on the system, or on the emulator, I should say.
Now that is the smoothest video we've seen so far.
Just need a few minutes of your time to cover the rules of the Burnout Road.
Did he say a few minutes?
It is actually making me sit through minutes of this informational training, so I'm just ordering food. I'm thinking this one, which is called Bottom of My Heart, Master of Meat. Oh, we're into the game, and I can hear the Retro Pocket 5's fan spinning up and down constantly. I've never experienced that in Android before.
Oh, wow. And I'm actually not sure how to check the performance mode on this.
We are definitely getting the best performance so far here.
It's still not even close to what I'd want it to be, but it's definitely the best we've had so far. Bang!
This is definitely the best performing game we've had so far. I can really feel that fan blowing the air onto my hand. Wow. I accidentally quit out of the game, and I'm not going through that whole tutorial again. So let's move on to the next game. So far, that one is winning. Next up, we have one that I'm hoping should be easy to run. Chess Master.
Let's play against Jenna. Oh, we're now into the game. I did not realize the game has started.
It's a little bit hard to judge the frames per second, considering it's a static game, but maybe we'll see when I make a move.
So I'm going to move this pawn.
There. And let's just look at the frames per second when I do this. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, pretty smooth. This one's pretty smooth. When I rotate the board, it is a bit sluggish, but I would say this looks pretty smooth. So let's see what we can play around with here. So in the settings, we have enable CPU override all the way. Real-time DSP processing, experimental improved audio accuracy. Maybe that will help with all of those glitches we get. Let's try that. Let's go to display and let's crank this up to a 5 times native resolution. Why not?
Oh, now we're really lagging, but it does look beautiful with that upscale.
Let's try and bring that down to a 2 times upscale.
This looks really nice now. I wish we could run this smoothly.
1 times resolution was really blocky. Let's try 2 times. Oh, that looks pretty nice. Not too bad. That's not bad.
So let's now take Jenna's piece because she's a chump.
We still have the very, very dodgy audio. Let's carry on.
We're going to checkmate her with this pawn.
Oh. If you want to sit here and play chess like this on Xbox, and I don't know why anybody would, but if you did want to, it's definitely playable. It still has the scratchy audio, but apart from that, it's running pretty well. What?
I thought I was about to win because I just took their queen.
Well, let's move on to the next game. Next up, Dead or Alive 3. I'm quite quietly optimistic about this game because when I tried this game on Dreamcast, it ran beautifully. So let's see how Xbox can handle it. The audio sounds okay so far. It's definitely a little bit stuttery, but not too terrible. We're also able to navigate through the menu pretty smoothly. This looks good to me. Let's try survival mode. I just pushed the wrong button. Let's try again, survival mode. I'll once again be Tina like I was in the previous video, the American woman who only speaks Japanese. This time she doesn't speak at all. And oh, we are slow. I think I just murdered somebody. Oh, we are very, very slow. The game looks okay. What's really strange about this is that it's not stuttering, it's just so slow. It just runs about half speed, if that. What I'll do now is I'm going to, in post-production, speed up this video until it looks somewhat normal. And let me know how that looks in the video description. Maybe I could just post this entire YouTube video at 3 times speed and fool everybody that I've got the emulator working perfectly. That was a bit rude. So this is yet another game that's not working well. I'd really love to turn up the settings here. I'm very curious by this system memory setting, but every time I try and set it, it says I have to restart the game. I tried to open the emulator Zemu by itself so I could set up these settings, but when I try, nothing happens. And if we come through the menu to Tools, Start Zemu, we just don't get anything. I think I need to work more on setting that up. If anyone knows how to fix this, please let me know in the comments below. But for now, we're going to work with what we've got and carry on and see if we can get anything running. I did say in the beginning of this video to not get your hopes up. I think it's just awesome we can even attempt this because this is a very immature emulator. Next up, we have Fable, another real classic game. Once again, we immediately jump into some kind of visual scene. We don't just get a black screen, so that's great. And it's not long before we lose all optimism. Here we go, new game. I will say if you want a good audio experience in your games, you probably don't want to even touch this state of Zemu at the moment. Let me put my tiny little microphone up to the Retroid Pocket 5 so you can hear how it sounds. It's definitely not ideal. As we run around, I think we're getting a frame rate of about 5 frames per second maybe. This is absolutely horrible. I'm not even going to spend any more time on this because this is clearly not playable at all. Let's move on to the next game and pray for a miracle. Next up is Family Guy. I feel like this just might run more easily because it's a cartoony game, and I feel like it's not going to be such a grand scope of a game like Fable. I have no reason to believe it will run well, I'm just optimistic. What was that? Straight away, this is by far the quickest game I've played. This actually feels like real time and real speed. I can't believe this. We still have the audio problems, but I think we might have a working game here. I pushed the right trigger and I now don't have any movement. I may have spoken too soon. I now seem to be stuck in some kind of camera control. I'm going to quit the level and reload. I'm actually getting quite excited about this. What's going on here? Okay, I relaunched the game and once again I can move again. Let me be very careful about what buttons I press. Again, this is a cartoony game, so it looks great on the screen. It almost doesn't even look real. I think this is running at a solid 30 frames per second. I'm filming this video at 60 frames per second, so you should be able to see very clearly if it's working well or not. Guys, I'm extremely happy that we've got one working game because I honestly, truthfully, did not expect we'd get even a single game working here. So the fact that we've got this one, I'm so happy right now. Because it just shows potential. It shows the potential of a future where we can emulate Xbox games here on the Retroid Pocket 5 or various other devices. The audio is still completely messed up, but if we're getting a solid 30 frames per second, I can let that slide. At least for now, given the state of the emulator. Well, this game seems to be running really well, so let's try upscaling it a bit. Let's first of all try a 2 times upscale. We're now definitely lagging a little bit. I don't think 2 times is going to be possible. But now let's just try something like 5 times upscale because I just want to see what it looks like. 4 time upscale. Oh, that looks very nice. It's a shame it doesn't work. And now for the final test, 10 times upscale.
Now that is a sharp image. And I thought this would just completely crash
The game, but we are actually still able to keep playing with this 10 times upscale. And of course we're not really getting a very good frame rate, but we are still running the game.
And what's funny is I think this with a 10 times upscale is running better than any game we've played so far.
So let's go back to our 1 times resolution.
And we have one game checked off the list. The Family Guy game, completely playable on Xbox on the Retroid Pocket 5.
Let's move on to the next game,
FIFA 06. I've skipped the menu because FIFA love their
copyright music. This one seems to have the opposite problem of all the other games. It feels like it's running in fast motion. Everything seems too fast, but also a little bit choppy. Oh, hello. Oh! Regular watchers of the channel might know that I am a big Arsenal fan and always play as Arsenal in these games. Arsenal usually wear red, but this one year, 2006, they wore a commemorative burgundy jersey. So it's pretty cool to see that in the game. I think the fact this feels so fast, it might just be how the game was, because FIFA did used to be a lot more arcadey than it is now. Maybe Arsenal just had faster players.
Because this was back when they were actually quite good.
We're definitely not getting a consistent 30 frames per second. There are quite a lot of stutters happening,
but I will say it's one of the better performers we've had so far.
I would say it's at least sometimes looking like 30 frames per second, but I would say we're mostly around probably 20, and sometimes stuttering and dipping down quite a lot. I'd love to continue playing until I score a goal, but it's honestly just not very fun in this state. And it's really hard to string passes together with this amount of stuttering. So I think I'd probably put this second on the list so far in terms of playability. I would still not say this is playable because I love football games and I really just want to stop playing this now.
So this game is very nearly playable, but not quite. So let's move on to the next game.
Next up we have Forza Motorsport.
This is the very first Forza, I believe. Forza number 1, the one that started it all. Let's jump into this and see how it runs. And we're experiencing an issue we haven't experienced so far yet, which is the settings are all blank. We have some options to pick between, but there's no text. So if you can try and look at this and figure out what's going on,
it seems we're choosing if we want to wear a helmet or not. There's one guy with a big nose and one guy with a helmet. So I believe it's either choosing, do you want to ride a motorbike or a bicycle? Or I'm going to guess this is asking how familiar you are with driving games, if you're a pro or a beginner. That's just my pure guess, so I'm going to say I'm a pro. Once again, we have no text in our menus.
As I said earlier in the video, this era of video game, you can usually just keep smashing the confirm button and get into some kind of game. And it does seem to be working that way. That does not look great.
Oh, we're being counted down. Time to go.
So guys, this is what the first Forza looked like. I think they definitely improved it in future versions because they added cars on top of the shadows. We're going to put this as the worst performer so far, quite comfortably, and let's just jump into the next game immediately.
So next up,
Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and I keep saying it, but another classic.
We have this weird kind of flickering on the left side of the screen here. It's like it doesn't fully fill the frame. And of course, as soon as I start talking about that, it fixes itself.
I'm being told to get onto this bike, but
none of the buttons are actually doing that. I can kick or punch the bike, but I can't get on it. Which is a shame, because this seems to be running quite smoothly. So let's see if we can maybe get in something else. Oh, we can have a... Oh, I'm actually just trying to get into your car, sorry. Oh, the fight is on. Oh. Oh no, there's a police officer. A very ineffective police officer. Oh, the gun's literally shooting by itself, officer. Oh my gosh, there's so much action going on. All I wanted was to get on my bicycle, I swear. And then of all the vehicles to end my life, it's an ambulance. What a game. This is actually running pretty well, I'd say. I'm not really sure of the viability of this, seeing as you can just run the Netflix version of this from the Play Store, but it's running pretty well. I just need to figure out how to get in a vehicle. As soon as I said it was running well, it froze, so more work may be needed, but I have high hopes for that one actually. That seemed to be running pretty great. Now let's get into the next one. The heavy hitter, the quintessential Xbox game, Halo Combat Evolved. I don't have high hopes. Campaign. It looks pretty smooth so far. I looked to the left and the game crashed. Oh, it's back. It's a very familiar feeling. Very slow and sluggish with crackly audio. I think that's pretty much what you can expect from Zemu on the Retro Pocket 5 right now. The cutscene plays nice and smoothly. And oh, it seems smooth-ish as I run around. Definitely a little bit better than some of the other games we played. My right thumb is starting to hurt. I've had a lot of comments about the ergonomics of the Retroid Pocket... Oh, food's here! I've had a lot of comments about the ergonomics of the Retroid Pocket 5. People often ask, is the left stick uncomfortable? And the answer is yes, sometimes, because it would be so much better if it was here. You are stretching a little bit, and I find myself over time changing grip between this and this. But it's not too bad. The right stick is always comfortable for me. It's never uncomfortable. But today I'm experiencing discomfort for the very first time. And the reason is, every game today, the camera is so slow, I have to hold it like this for such a long time that I'm straining my thumb. Halo seems to be running around 20 frames per second at a guess. I wish I had the FPS counter on the screen, but again, you're watching this in 60 frames per second, so you can get a feel of how smooth this is. Not smooth at all is the answer, but definitely smoother than Battlefield was, but I still would not call this playable. I haven't even picked up a gun yet, and it's honestly not very fun to play, just moving around. On another note, I just got my food delivery, which is a deep cheese chicken burger, which is delicious, and Cajun fries, which are similarly delicious. This is from a place called Mum's Touch. Yeah, I'm not really sure about the name, but it is delicious. I've also just realized my camera is about to run out of memory. I downloaded a lot more Xbox games than I realized, and I still have all of these to test. So I think for everyone's sake, we're going to have to split this video in half, and I'll be back again tomorrow testing the second half of games. So far we have the Family Guy game running beautifully, and not really much else. So let's hope and pray tomorrow will be a better day for Xbox emulation. I hope this video was helpful and useful. If it was, please give me a like and subscribe if you didn't already. And if you do want to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5, I would not suggest it for Xbox emulation, but check out what it can do in my other videos, and if you would like to pick up one, please consider using my affiliate link. That is an affiliate link to the official Retroid website, and I'll make a small commission if you use that link, so I will greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much. If you'd like to chat with me, check out the Discord link in the description too, and I'll see you again tomorrow where we'll continue and conclude this Xbox testing before moving on to PlayStation 3 testing. So there's a lot to look forward to on the Ryan Retro channel. See you again tomorrow. Have a lovely day. Bye. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video we're going to carry on where we left off yesterday and jump straight back into the original Xbox. Yesterday we finished by checking Halo Combat Evolved. Now let's jump into Halo 2 and make our way down this alphabetical list right to the end. So let's now jump into Halo 2 and see how it runs. I am really excited to try this. If you saw yesterday's video, you'll know that it was pretty much a colossal fail, but the Family Guy game ran well, so I have some hopes we might be able to get some more working games today. One thing I'm noticing right away here is the audio's okay in this game. This is probably the first game we've tested so far that has good audio. Or if we can get Halo 2 working, this is going to be huge.
Only going
This game feels pretty smooth so far. One thing I'm noticing, which is the same thing I noticed yesterday, the right stick is really slow. I'm actually going to see if we can get into the settings and increase the sensitivity of this stick, because it was starting to strain my thumb after a while. Let's jump into input settings, and we do have some options here. We also have this really cool looking original Xbox controller, and you can see it synchronizes with our buttons, so it kind of works like a gamepad tester. That's really cool. Look sensitivity, there we go. And let's set that to insane. Yeah, I wouldn't describe that as insane, I'd describe that as kind of okay now. Maybe trying to emulate the Xbox on the Retro Pocket 5 is insane, but that's a discussion for a different day. So far it's running quite well. What I'm going to do is I'm going to skip now until when I get a gun, because in yesterday's video I never got that far, whereas this feels smoother than Halo 1. And the crucial part to me is that this has good audio for the first time. So now, through the magic of editing, I'm going to skip ahead to where I have a gun. And just like that, we've got a gun. The game has noticeably slowed down a little bit since things started to actually happen, but this is much smoother than Halo 1, and I'd say this is actually so far pretty playable. The frame rate is probably around, 15, 20 frames per second, definitely not high, but this is certainly playable. I'm actually quite impressed by this. As we walk around reloading, it looks pretty smooth. So against all odds, I'm actually going to mark Halo 2 as playable on the Retro Pocket 5. Boom! So with everything running pretty smoothly on here, let's move on to the next game. Our next game today will be Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, or if you're from the UK like me, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. The audio on this also sounds smooth. Has something happened since yesterday? I might need to go back and check the other games. This cutscene is lovely and smooth. Let's see how it is when we actually get into the game.
Up to across. Right. Stand back, Harry.
Jumping into the Harry Potter game, again we seem to have some pretty nice performance here.
Ebony and unicorn.
Running very nice and smoothly.
Inches. Springy. 8.5 inches. Springy.
Let's Avada Kedavra the old man. Take that!
9 inches. Nice and flexible.
Why does everything this man say sound so perverted?
11 inches. Nice and supple.
What is he saying? Oh, I think we found our wand, finally.
Curious. How very curious.
But what's curious?
I never expected you'd have an 11-incher.
Feathy.
Push Harry until his back is against the wall, then move him sideways. Who wrote this game? Surely I'm Harry. Surely it should just tell me, move against the wall. Why does everything just sound so wrong?
Spinach flavour?
It's quite refreshing to play this game as a British person, because a lot of the games I play are American, so it's quite nice to just play a game where they go, ew, spinach flavour! Well, this game is running really great. It's really smooth. So far we're 2 for 2 with the games. Let's try the next one. The next one is a really famous game, Jet Set Radio Future. Graffiti is art. However, graffiti is an act of vandalism, and it's a crime. Once again, the audio issues we had yesterday are just gone. I wonder what's different today. At the end of this video today, I'm going to have to go back and test a couple of the games from yesterday to see if all of those issues are fixed. I haven't changed the configuration of everything. Maybe I just needed to restart the system. Again, we have this issue we had in the Grand Theft Auto game yesterday, where it looks like the picture doesn't quite fill the screen, and we have this little light bleed line around the edges. Again, this is running beautifully. What has happened? I'm extremely impressed. When I was researching Xbox games to play for this emulation test, this game was really high on the list in so many different people's lists. And I've actually never heard of this game before. I had an original Xbox and I had many games,
but I've never heard of this particular one. But it seems to be in a lot of people's favorites. Hello, I saw you from over there and I thought you looked really pretty. So would you like to go skating with me? Please. Please go skating with me. Okay, she's not interested. I get it. Sometimes you have to give up and move on. And I think once again we can say this game is running beautifully. So, Jet Set Radio Future. If you want to play this on the RetroArch Pocket 5 through Xbox emulation, it's definitely playable. Fantastic! Let's move on to the next game. Our next game is Legends of Wrestling, and as soon as I saw this box art, I was hit with so much nostalgia. This is definitely a game I had in my collection, because I really recognize that box art so vividly. This game I actually tested out yesterday before I made my YouTube video. This was the one game I jumped into just to test that the emulator was even working at all, and it ran really badly. There were glitchy textures, it looked like the wrestler's skin was covered in brown grease, and it seems to still be running poorly like that. So we're playing as Hulk Hogan against Jimmy the Superfly Snuka. And it does actually seem to be running a little bit better than it was yesterday, so I'm not sure what changed. But it's definitely still not running very well, and those textures are horrible. It's a little bit like Forza Motorsport 1 we played yesterday, when we only had shadows and no cars. It feels like there's some really weird shadowing effects. So while this is running, and honestly the frame rate is not horrendous, I mean definitely not great, we're probably running around 15 frames per second or so, maybe even less. It's not the worst game we've played so far, and also the speed is okay. Get up, Hulk. Get him, Hulk. He said he believed in equality. So I'm not going to go as far as to say that this game is playable, but it's somewhat playable. And compared to yesterday's games, it's actually running kind of okay. But this is not a game I want to play anymore, so let's jump into the next one. The next game up is Medal of Honor Frontline, another game I had in my collection, and I believe it was this version of Medal of Honor when you could play as a character called Granny. I remember playing this with my cousin. We'd play split screen co-op, and it was always a fight to pick who was going to be Granny that day. Again, it seems to be very smooth. Let's see if I can find Granny. Oh, there she is, Nana! There she is, the legend herself, Nana. Brilliant. And I'm going to see if I can quickly connect another controller so we can jump into split screen co-op and test the performance, because this is something I've got a lot of experience on with the real Xbox, and I'm just really curious to see if we can get two controllers working on this setup. So let's go to Settings, All Settings, Input, and let's select controller number 2. And I'm not sure how we'd go around connecting this, because we're going to have to connect it with Bluetooth somehow. I think we might have to quit the game. Controller and Bluetooth settings. Enable Bluetooth. Pair a Bluetooth device. Then where are those Bluetooth devices? I'm not seeing an option for them. Bluetooth scan is already running. My controller is in pairing mode. You can see the flashing light. But we're not seeing anything on here. Well, I can't seem to find an option to pair the device, so unfortunately it's not going to be possible right now. Maybe there's a way to do it, I'm just not sure where it is. So let's kiss that dream goodbye and just jump into a single player version of the game. Now we might have found another game that's too challenging because we are in slow motion, and once again the fan is ramping up occasionally, which never happens in Android. But did happen once or twice in our video yesterday testing the same Xbox system. Just looking at how terrible this is running, I don't think it's even worth trying to get further into the game because this is horrible. Just to test I haven't somehow messed up the settings, I jumped back into Jet Set Radio, and once again we're running this beautifully. And I was able to get the woman to talk to me! Our next game is Midtown Madness 3. I loved this game back in the day. We have a really long loading screen. I've been watching this for about 30 seconds at this point, but it seems smooth. And again, the audio is great. Looks like we're lagging a little bit now. Let's go for a single race. Let's put the traffic density light first of all, and the pedestrians light as well. That might help us to run the game. A 1985 Renault R5, a finer car was never made. Oh, and once again we have real problems with lighting. The frame rate doesn't seem particularly good, but we are running quite quickly. It's just a shame about this lighting problem that's making it really unplayable. I don't think Cemu has many settings inside. For other applications we can change the driver to something like a turnip driver that might fix this kind of issue, but I don't think there's much inside of Cemu we can really do. But just for fun, let's try another race with very heavy traffic, tons of performance enhancing drugs, and loads of cops. Oh, we're definitely getting worse performance with a higher level of things around. You can barely even see my retro license plate. Yeah, this game is absolutely horrible. But the sad thing is that when we had a low level of action happening, the performance wasn't too bad. So it's a shame about this horrific glitching that just makes it completely unplayable.
What do you think you're doing? Stop immediately!
Bit rude. Our next game is MTV Celebrity Deathmatch. I remember watching this as a kid. They had celebrities made out of clay, basically just murdering each other. I'm really curious how that translates into a game. Once again, the sound is working really well. If you didn't watch yesterday's video, you probably will be confused why I keep saying the sound is working well. That's because yesterday I tested a bunch of Xbox games, and in almost every single case, the audio was horrifically bad. But today it's working really well, so that makes me really happy. Let's jump into a death match. I can also create a celebrity, which I'm pretty sure that's not a celebrity if I just create them. So let's see what early 2000s celebrities we've got to work with here. We've got, oh my God, look at that. Is that Marilyn Manson? We've got Mr. T, Carmen Electra, Dennis Rodman, Tommy Lee, Carrot Top, Anna Nicole, Cindy Margolis, Ron Jeremy, Buster Rhymes, Jerry Springer, Cleo, yeah, Marilyn Manson, and then we have a lot of locked ones. Shannon Doherty, NSYNC, all of NSYNC. I can just be the whole of NSYNC. And I don't really know who half of these people are. I was going to be Buster Rhymes because I was a really big fan of his song Break Your Neck, but I want to see if I can be the whole of NSYNC because that sounds hilarious. Oh, I have to pick one. Okay, let's be Justin Timberlake then. No, you know what? I'm going to be Jerry Springer, and I'm going to teach that young, good-for-nothing whippersnapper Justin Timberlake a lesson or two. Jerry, Jerry. My controller doesn't seem to work. What is this? I can't move the controls and he's just farting music at me. What is this game? Let's move on to the next game. Stop! Oh, what a mess. Oh, the controller's just not working at all. It's not just that game, the controller's just died. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn it off and back on again. Maybe we'll try that again. The next game on our list is Outrun 2. An official licensed product of Ferrari. Oh, wow. Let's just keep smashing the A button, or in this case, the B button. Well, we're running the game. We don't have those horrific lighting issues we had before. The quality looks just okay, like with most of these games. It's not upscaled or anything like that. We seem to be running in super fast motion, and the frame rate is pretty bad. I did read in my Discord before that some people had issues running this game. We definitely don't have any issues getting it running, but it's certainly not what I would call playable because it's pretty laggy. As is the case with a lot of these games, I think the frame rate's probably hovering around 15 or so. There are some points when it looks pretty smooth, maybe moving up to around, oh hello, maybe, what a landing. Sometimes it looks like it's jumping up into the low 20s, but I think we're mostly in the teens here, and I wouldn't really call this playable. But with Xbox being in the immature state that it is, I'm actually quite happy even having this much for now. I'm not looking to Xbox emulation as something I want to do regularly. I'm just trying it out, and it's nice to see that we can somewhat get something playable here. Oh, I've extended time and apparently gone to heaven, I think. We seem to be driving in the clouds, but raining grass. Oh, hello. Yeah, this is definitely not in a playable state. Let's move on to the next game. The next game is Project Gotham Racing 2, an absolutely iconic racing game from my childhood. This is another one that I tried out before filming the video yesterday, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't run very well. But let's just test it out together. Maybe you guys are my good luck charm. I mean, not if yesterday was anything to go by, but today's going pretty well. We seem to be getting some movement. We're getting something. But this is really, really unplayable performance. We can barely even move. It goes without saying, this is not playable. So let's move on to the next game immediately. Oh, and we've also crashed the system. So this is the state of Rockix right now. It managed to pull itself back there, but actually when I was testing yesterday, I did crash the whole system a couple of times. So I wouldn't say Rockix is in a very stable position right now. Maybe if you installed it to the internal SD card, it might be more stable, but I would not recommend doing that. I would highly recommend you stick with Android for now. Let's jump into the next game, Quantum Redshift. I've mentioned it before in a few previous videos that growing up I wasn't really a fan of racing games, but when it came to racing games, my favourite ones were these more futuristic ones. I can hear the RetroArch Pocket 5's fans amping up as we play this game, so it might be a little bit more demanding than some of the others. I can see some of the other cars disappearing and reappearing on the screen. This game's running quite respectively, but there are definitely some graphical issues. It feels like we're half driving through the floor. I realise some of this may be water, but it looks a bit glitchy. I've picked up some colours. Oh, hello. Oh, we have a shield, we have a missile. I think one of them might be a speed boost. Maybe the blue one. If you look closely at this, you'll see that the other cars are basically under the ground and keep appearing and disappearing, and it's a little bit confusing. So this is definitely not running very well at all. I wouldn't really say it's playable, which is a shame because the performance definitely is playable. This is definitely smooth enough to play. It's probably in the high 20s, around 28, 29, very close to a solid 30, if not a solid 30. But the textures are really messed up. So while this game is not going to go down as playable for me due to the textures, it is performing very, very nicely, which gives me hope for the next games on the list. So let's move on to the next game now. The next game is one of my favourite games from my childhood. I don't really remember it much, but I remember renting this from one of the game rental shops and thinking it was legendary. So this is Shrek 2. We have that cool book opening like the Shrek films. That's a nice touch. And we are most definitely running in slow motion here. We have some big punches. Whoa! Get off my swamp! I need to do an impression of a Canadian man doing an impression of a Scottish man. Get off my swamp! Shrek 2, underrated game. It is quality. I highly recommend trying it out, but maybe try and play it on a different platform, because it's definitely running very slowly here. Oh, the gingerbread man can throw his candy cane. That's so cool. As soon as I finish filming and uploading this video, I'm immediately going to find what other systems you can play Shrek 2 on, and I'm going to get them installed tonight. Again, this game sounds good, it runs mostly good, but it's unfortunately too slow. So let's move on to the next game. Next up we have two Simpsons games, and I'm not sure why, but I cannot scrape the artwork for them, they're just blank. So this game is yet again one of my favourite games growing up, The Simpsons Hit and Run. I've already shown a comparison of this in my previous comparison video, showing this running on both PlayStation 2 and Gamecube. So this is now the third system we're trying this on the RetroArch Pocket 5. On Gamecube it runs beautifully. It also runs quite good on PS2, but so far the best performance is through Dolphin on Gamecube. So if you want to play The Simpsons Hit and Run, use Dolphin and play the Gamecube version. But let's see how the Xbox version compares. We're into the game and running around, it actually seems really smooth. The graphics quality is far below what you'll get in PlayStation 2 and Gamecube emulation, but it's nice and smooth, it feels like it's in real speed. There's just a bit of stuttering when you spin the camera around. I'm not sure if Zemu builds shader caches or not. But so far, this is a pretty nice performer. Let's jump into the sedan and see how it runs when picking up the speed. The initial impression is actually very good. I'm really surprised. This is running nicely. Of all the games I've played so far, this is probably my favorite, because it's running pretty quickly and it's just a good game as well. If we didn't have the GameCube and PS2 versions, I would be more than happy to play this. We're getting the occasional stuttering, especially when spinning the camera around, but overall the performance here is really nice. So The Simpsons Hit and Run, definitely playable on Xbox on the Retro Pocket 5. That's great news. Now let's jump into another Simpsons game. Next up we have The Simpsons Road Rage. This is the less popular version of Hit and Run, which I think just focused on the driving element. But Hit and Run was a lot more popular because you could combine driving with walking, and it was basically like a children's GTA. We'll play as Grandpa around Evergreen Terrace. Once again, it seems like we're in fast motion. We are insanely quick. I'm really curious if this is how fast games were back then, or there's just something messed up with the timing, because this seems way too fast. Again, the graphics quality is also pretty low, but it seems to be running pretty well. Oh, this is Crazy Taxi. Oh, I remember reading about this game now, because I remember they had to change this icon at the top of the screen because it was too similar to Crazy Taxi. I think The Simpsons maybe even got sued over this game. Maybe that's why you don't hear about it much anymore. Oh, sorry, Willie. Wow, there is absolute chaos happening right here. Again, this game's running pretty well. It's pretty smooth and quick. There's not too much stuttering going on. But I don't think there's any reason to play this while Crazy Taxi exists. Oh my god, Waylon Smithers just hates me. What are you doing? There you go, Mo. Have fun at the tavern. So yeah, Waylon Smithers, again, just smashing up everybody. So yeah, this game runs pretty well, but I wouldn't recommend playing it because it just looks awful. So let's move on to the next game. And we've also just crashed after I said it runs well, which happens every video. Our next game is Sonic Heroes. Let's go, Team Sonic. Seems to be running okay-ish. It's definitely not running at 60 frames per second, or not even 30, I don't think. It's probably in the mid to high 20s, but it's running quite well. And the way I'm feeling about most of the games today is if you didn't physically have another way to play these games, then this might be an okay way. But if you have alternatives, then there's no real point of even trying this. But this is for science. Oh, let's go, Tails, you hero. The performance in this is definitely not bad. So if you want to play Sonic Heroes, you definitely can play it with Xbox emulation on the Retro Pocket 5. Let's move on to the next game. And I've just realized I'm once again running out of camera battery, so I'm just going to pick and choose a few games from the rest of this list now, because I don't think I'm going to have time to get through all of them. You know what, let's just fly through the games a little bit faster so we can get through them all. So this is Spider-Man 2. It immediately seems to be performing pretty well. It's quite smooth. We're now swinging around the city and it's running pretty well. Even as we spin around, in some of the other games, when you spin the camera around like this, you get a lot of stuttering. But this game is running really nicely. Even when you spin the web and spin around the corners, everything's just running really nicely. So Spider-Man 2, definitely playable on Xbox on the Retro Pocket 5. Next up we have Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. I'm not a Star Wars fan, I never have been. I've actually never watched any of the movies, so I mean, I might be if I watch them. I've seen a lot of people say it's one of the best Xbox games, and it was one of the highest selling Xbox games. But for me, this is going to be a new experience, so I'll just tell you how the performance is. Right away, it's pretty laggy. We're not really getting very good performance here. Even just running around is quite choppy, so I don't think this is going to be a very good performer. So unfortunately, this is not going to be running very well. So let's move on to the next game. Our next game is Tetris Worlds, and the reason I'm including this in this video is because I've heard a lot of people in my Discord are having issues with various Tetris games on the Retro Pocket 5. You would think Tetris would be something really easy to run, but it's apparently been quite difficult for a lot of people. So I was curious how well this version would run, and straight away it seems to be running really nicely. So if you want to play Tetris on your Retro Pocket 5 or similar device, then Xbox emulation might be the way to go, because this is very smooth. You won. Oh, I didn't even know you could win Tetris, but apparently I just won. Nice! Next we have Time Splitters 2. I'm very curious to get a shooting game working. Oh, we have an inverted system. Oh, it's very hard to control. Oh, this is so difficult. Let me think about this for a second. Left, right, up. Oh, up and down are inverted. Wait a second. Please let me change that.
I found with a lot of these Xbox games, invert look or inverse look is enabled by default. And surely if something's inverted, that means it shouldn't be the standard. Anyway, I personally don't like that, so I'm going to turn that off. And hopefully now I'll be able to aim. Oh, hello. Oh. I spoke too soon. Why is it so hard to aim? Well, I'm not very good at Time Splitters 2 apparently, so let's move on to the next game. But it does run pretty well, I think.
This is Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, and I know that Tony Hawk's games are usually quite hard to emulate on many systems. And I feel like that's the case here too, because the audio is a little bit scratchy, and we're definitely not running at a very smooth frame rate here. This isn't going very well. Let's move on to the next game. This is Ultimate Spider-Man. This looks really nice. It has those cel-shaded graphics I like. And again, it's running very well. This looks like it's running at maybe 60 frames per second. Of all the games I've tested so far on Xbox, this is the one that seems to be running at the highest frame rate. It's really smooth without seeming like it's in fast motion. The graphics here look really great. I'm not sure if this beacon of light is rendering correctly because it looks kind of like a big green slime, as well as all of these pink lines. I'm not sure if that's how it's meant to look. But if that is how it's meant to look, this is actually looking and running great. This game looks beautiful and it runs really well. So if you want to play Spider-Man games on Xbox, you've got a few choices here. This is Winning 11-9, or in the UK, Pro Evolution Soccer 5. This series is now known as eFootball. Right away, it looks much better than how FIFA looked yesterday. And back in this time, like the early 2000s, I did much prefer Pro Evolution Soccer to FIFA back then. Seems to be running pretty smoothly, definitely much better than FIFA was. It feels pretty nice, actually. So I would say this is pretty playable.
This is Raw 2, another game that I had as a kid, and the box art gave me a lot of nostalgia. This is definitely not going to be playable because as soon as we jumped into the game like this, just trying to move menu options takes seconds. I actually just moved that stick then, if you saw it, and it hasn't updated yet. There are effects going off, so the game hasn't completely frozen, but it's just not working at all. Look at this, that is absolutely horrific. Probably the worst game we've played at all. So let's move on to the next one. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! The Dawn of Destiny. We're going to duel against the duel machine. The game doesn't look too bad. Definitely looks good enough to play. I did just put that card in the wrong position though. Seems to be running totally fine as well. I think this is a fine experience if you want to play some quick Yu-Gi-Oh! On the Xbox. I wouldn't really recommend it because again, we have so many great Yu-Gi-Oh! Games we can play on the Retro Pocket 5. There's actually a huge list. I personally really like GX Tag Force on the PSP, but there are so many you can pick from. It is just endless. So this definitely wouldn't be my first choice to play from, but it looks okay. If you look at card information, you can quickly and easily see what each card does. There's no readability issues, and the performance is fine too. So this is definitely a fine Yu-Gi-Oh! Game, and it's running well here. So now, as promised, I will go back to one of the games we looked at yesterday, just to see if we miraculously have better performance today, or if something changed just from restarting the machine. This is Auto Modelista, which we tried yesterday. Once again, the sound is completely fine. I think there was something messed up with the sound yesterday. We had so many audio problems that seem to be completely fixed today. So it's a bit concerning why that happened in the first place, but it's also good to know it can be fixed. Or maybe this game was just already running perfectly yesterday, I honestly don't remember. I've chosen Auto Modelista to go back to because it's a game that runs really easily on PS2. So I'm hoping we can get some decent performance here on the Xbox emulator. Oh, that counting didn't look very good. No, unfortunately we do have the same slow performance as yesterday, so a miracle didn't come true today. But that's also very interesting, because what that means is that all the games we tried in the bottom half of the alphabet worked way better than the games in the top half of the alphabet. And I'm not sure why that is, I guess it's just a coincidence. But after yesterday's fiasco of a video, I'm really impressed with how today went. I think this was a really good collection of games. If you didn't watch yesterday's video, you might not be very impressed with today's findings compared to PS2 and Gamecube emulation, but you have to understand that Xbox emulation is far less mature than those ones, and I'm really impressed with the results we got today. And on that note, my camera is about to die, so I'm going to say thank you very much for watching this video. I hope it was helpful, and if it was, please give me a like and subscribe if you didn't already. If you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5, I'll leave my affiliate link to the official Retroid website in the link below. You can also check out the link below to my Discord channel where you can chat with me. I'll help you with any problems when I can, and you can join in our community spreadsheet to share how to get the best performance out of lots of different systems. I just added in Wii U and PS Vita, so check those out. Thank you once again for watching, and I'll see you again on Monday for a PlayStation 3 emulation video, so stick around for that. See you then. Bye. Hello everyone! Happy holidays and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. In today's video we're going to be looking at PS3 emulation, and it is terrible. I am just shocked we can even emulate something of the PlayStation 3 on this tiny device, but please don't get your hopes up too much. Keep your head held high and your hopes down a mine shaft, and let's jump into PlayStation 3 emulation. Even though this is going to be absolutely terrible, I hope you'll still enjoy this video testing and seeing what we can get working. So let's go through these games alphabetically. First of all, jumping into the amazing Spider-Man. Let's go. While each game is loading, it's going to load cache for a while, and the Retroid Pocket 5 fan is going to spin up and sound like a jet engine. I've tried many things to make the fan quiet, but it's quite hit or miss. Sometimes it works, and sometimes the fan just goes wild. But that's mostly only when generating those cache files. Now we're getting into the game, and if you've got eagle vision, you might be able to see this performance overlay up here. It is minuscule, but it will show the frames per second and some other statistics. I'm going to try and reference the frames per second for you when I can, because I think it will be almost impossible to see this on the screen. Let's see how close I can bring this for you. Maybe if I hold the console here you can see it, but that's not very comfortable. So I'll try to let you know how the performance is going and also what it feels like. So this is Spider-Man, let's jump into the game. For all of today's tests, we've set the internal resolution of the PlayStation to 720p, but we're then running each game at 75% of that. So I'll put on the screen whatever that actual resolution is. I've spent the past few days trying to get these games up and running, and I've been having a miserable time. But I really want to share these findings with you. Even though it's not going to be as positive as the results of some of my previous videos, I think it's cool to try out something like a PlayStation 3 because it's something I never expected would be working at all when I bought the device. You're going to see this compiling shaders pop up a lot during every game. As far as I can tell, there's no way to preemptively install the shaders before you play, which would probably help a lot. And as we load the game, we're already freezing, stuttering, breaking, and it seems like we've already crashed. And yes, the Retroid Pocket 5 has just restarted itself, so good start there. While it restarts, I'll try and make the scene a little bit more festive. Just add some Christmassy flair to the scene. So let's jump in one more time. I do find sometimes that running the game twice does help, but it seems like those shaders that it compiles aren't actually saved properly, because when I run the game again, it compiles them again. I'm expecting we're going to crash the Retro Pocket 5 a lot in this video, so maybe after every crash I'll add something else to the scene, and by the end of this video I think I'm going to have a full table. So I'm now attempting to run Spider-Man again, and once again we crashed, so let's add something else to the scene. Let's put this nice little plant over here. Oh, now it looks like an ETA Prime video. And let's try again. By the way, if you're running Rocknix from an SD card like me, the way you boot into it, or the way I boot into it, is to hold the power button. And then when you get the option to power off or restart, you're going to choose restart and then immediately hold the volume up button. So let's choose restart and hold volume up. That will boot into the U-boot screen where you can choose how you want to boot the device. And I'm going to choose the first option, Retroid Pocket 5, and then we'll be booted into Rocknix. You'll see the Rocknix logo flash up on the screen, and then we'll be booted into Rocknix. So let's once again go to PS3, and this time we'll try the next game, which is Angry Birds Star Wars, a game that should be much easier to run. And the way that I've put this game list together is I put together some big games that I want to try, and also a few games that I just expect might run easily. I wanted to show some heavy-hitting, big games, but I also wanted to show some games that actually have a chance of working. So this one, Angry Birds, this has to work, right? Surely. Everything looks good so far, it sounds good, seems to be running fine. The fan is intermittently speeding up a lot and then going silent, and the fan is a bit of a mess. I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to have that Star Wars music in my video, so I'm going to mute it now. Let's go, level 1. We're compiling shaders. I have high hopes for this one. Oh, here we go, and oh, it's looking good. I mean, this is essentially a mobile game, but we are emulating PlayStation 3 right now, and let's try and launch this. It looks good. If you can see the minuscule frame counter, we are at a solid 30 frames per second right now. And I think this is running pretty well. So if you want to emulate a PlayStation 3 to play an old mobile game, you can do it. Out of the 2 games we tried so far, Spider-Man was a colossal failure, but Angry Birds seems to be working pretty flawlessly. So that's pretty impressive as PlayStation 3 emulation. So let's move on to another game now. Next up we have Assassin's Creed 3, and I don't have as high hopes for this one. Again, we'll be scanning and compiling various modules and shaders before launching. The first time that you do this, it's going to take ages. It probably took almost 1 hour per game for me to install these shader cache files. And the whole time while doing so, it sounded like the RP5 was going to shoot to the moon. Listen to this now. It was doing that for about a solid hour for each game. It made me really worried, to be honest. But everything seems to be going fine. The fan is keeping the device nice and cool. It's not really too hot to the touch. It just doesn't sound very good. So let's load up the game and let's jump into my save game that I managed to put together through blood, sweat and tears a few days ago. And I'll show you how this is running. Well, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get to my save file because we seem to be stuck on the Ubisoft screen. Get in here, Pikachu. Here we go, Assassin's Creed 3, Take 2. One thing I need to remember is that when the game's loading, don't push any buttons because it's quite volatile. It's not a solid system where you can keep spamming next or start and... oh dear, that did not look very good, did it? Let's just wait for it to load, wait for it to compile shaders slowly and see how we can get into the game. So, single player. Continue. Let's just be very patient, very slow, and see if we can control our boy Desmond over here without crashing. Easy does it, Desi. Easy does it. Like the Xbox emulation I showed in a previous video, we have extremely slow camera control. Oh, we've kind of loaded in. The shaders are compiling, they're trying their best. I feel like this is quite dark, so I'm going to brighten the screen up for you. Which there is a shortcut key in Rocknix, which is the home button and the volume keys change brightness. So let me try and bring that brightness right up. Hopefully you can see that a little bit better now. But it does seem like we've frozen once again. So I'm going to have to call Assassin's Creed 3 unplayable, and someone else is going to have to join the screen. Let's give Pikachu a little friend. Because of the tail, I can't lay this one down, so they're going to have to be hugging over here. Now let's carry on. Now as I exit the game, it's kind of a roulette whether we'll get back into the Rocknix screen or we'll just get a black screen and nothing else. And it seems like once again, we have to restart the device. So if anyone's wondering if you should try PlayStation 3, I would say absolutely not, don't even bother, because it is an absolute nightmare. Now the RetroArch Pocket 5 is not even turning on, so we're going to have to hold the power button for maybe 10-15 seconds to get some life back into it. I've been struggling getting PlayStation 3 emulation working for days, so I'm making this video so you have to suffer too. I mean, because I want to help you, and I want to show you how to get things working nicely. So once again, we have to turn on the device. I've not found a way to boot straight into Rocknix. When I turn it on, no matter what buttons I hold, it always goes back into Android, and I then have to, again, hold the power button, choose restart, hold volume up, and then when it reboots, we can then jump into Rocknix. So it's a little bit convoluted and annoying, as is this whole process of this video. And I did warn you in the beginning, so I hope you are watching this with no expectations. And let's just enjoy the wild ride that is PlayStation 3 on the RetroArch Pocket 5. So once again, back into Rocknix, and we'll test the next game. If Assassin's Creed 3 didn't work, I don't have much hope for Battlefield 3, but let's give it a go. Battlefield is a game I would love to have running on the RetroArch Pocket 5. I wish we were still able to buy Battlefield 1943 or even Battlefield Heroes. I think they would be fantastic on this. Well, it's been loading for about 20 minutes, so I tried to quit to reload it again, and we just have black again. Please welcome to the shot, this cute little music box. Next up, we have a game I'm hoping might be easier to run, just because it might be a little bit cartoony, less resourceful than a big game like Assassin's Creed or Battlefield. This is Toy Story 3. Oh, we have a picture, and we're racing. It definitely doesn't look the best, but it's actually running at a pretty decent 25 frames per second. If it wasn't for the horrible black glitching, this would actually be running pretty well. And one thing I've noticed about PS3 emulation on the RetroArch Pocket 5 is, obviously the visuals are horrible, but the controls are extremely responsive. You would think with the horrible performance that all of the controls would be at like a 3-second delay, but they're actually immediate. You push a button and you immediately get that response. If we could find a way to fix these glitchy visuals, this would actually be a pretty okay playing experience. We can't call this playable with such horrible graphical glitches, but in terms of just pure performance, it actually is playable. So if anybody knows how we might go around fixing these graphical issues, we actually have a playable game here. Toy Story 3. We're getting no crashes, everything's pretty solid, so we don't need to add anything else to the table, so I can breathe a little bit. With that in mind, I think that runs pretty well apart from the horrible graphics, so let's move on to the next game now. Next up we have FIFA Soccer 12. I try and include a FIFA game in pretty much all of my testing because it's my favourite kind of game series, and that makes it a good test for me because I know how it should run and I'm able to compare the game across various systems. That didn't sound very good, did it? We have some quite disgusting lag happening. But let's see how it is once we get into the game, if we can get into the game. I'm also going to turn off the volume because FIFA songs always have copyright music playing in the menus. Welcome to the interactive tutorial. Oh, did I win the ball? Oh, it's so suspenseful. Well, that was like the end of a film. Well, if the game plays like that, it's not going to be very playable. If you've played FIFA before, you'll be familiar with this screen, which is where you can practice shooting and dribbling. And this seems to be running not well, but it's running. Also, the white here is completely blown out. If you can see that on the camera, that's not the camera blowing out the white. On the RetroArch Pocket 5 screen, this white is just like pure white. I can't see any details here at all. Let's see if I can do some skills, maybe a rainbow flick, and then a shot. It seems to be running okay, but let's see how it is with 22 people on the pitch rather than 2. So jumping into a kickoff match. In all of my tests so far, I always do a match between Arsenal and Tottenham. I want to shake it up and do something else, but I think it's good practice to always keep the same rules. So let's jump into another Arsenal versus Tottenham game.
Obviously, I live in South Korea, so 99% of people here are Tottenham fans because of Son Heung-min. Let's see what kind of performance we can get in a full game. Judging by this, I'm not expecting very much. I just tried to shoot and we seem to have frozen. We have definitely frozen, so I'm going to add this lovely film camera into the shot. Now we're getting quite a mess on this table, but let's carry on testing. Yet another restart later and jumping again into PlayStation 3, we've now made our way down to, if the other games didn't work, let's try this one. Grand Theft Auto 5. We have a loading screen, maybe we can be optimistic. A Christmas miracle perhaps? We have this loading wheel, loading story mode, that keeps starting and stopping, and it's been happening for ages. I've actually relaunched the game a couple of times, but we basically just end up in an endless loading loop. It doesn't load into the game. I'm not going to count that as a crash, it just simply doesn't load. So let's move into the next game. You might also see I'm holding my arm in a bit of a strange position now, and that's because this camera is freezing and I don't want to touch it with my skin. Next up, Homefront. This was one of my favorite games. I think I played on the Xbox 360. For anyone who doesn't know, the multiplayer of this game, when you complete objectives like capturing the flags or points or killing people or getting assists, you earn money. And then you can use that money to do things like respawn in a tank or respawn in a helicopter. It's kind of like kill streaks in Call of Duty, except you don't only get it from kills, you get it from completing objectives and being a team player as well. I really loved that concept and I wish it was still around now. It's probably my favorite implementation of a reward system in first-person shooting games. I don't have high hopes for this again because it's quite a demanding game, but let's jump in, and so far we have nice loading screens, so Christmas miracles can come true. I'm quite surprised because it seems like they've been able to perfectly model my university dorm room. And moving towards the window, it seems like we've once again crashed. Nothing's happened. Oh, I spoke too soon. We're back in the game. Oh. I think I'm getting kidnapped, but I can't really tell because everything's a mess. I almost managed to escape kidnap by just glitching out of the universe. That would be a pro tip. I'm now sitting through watching us on a 15 frames per second, extremely slow, glitchy bus journey that's already been going on for minutes. So, the things I do for this channel, please like the video if you haven't already, because this is very tedious to make. I'm dedicating a lot of my time for this absolute tripe. We finally got through the cutscene. Can we now control the character? This is the moment of truth. It says hold square to pick up the pistol. So let's hold, well, Y on this controller. And we do indeed have a pistol. Can we move? Maybe. Huh? Exit bus. The resolution is pretty horrible, but if we're able to run Homefront on the PlayStation 3 on something this tiny, that would be very impressive. And just as I say that, it seems to have crashed. Oh dear. Oh, once again, it's giving us hope. Every time I give up, it claws me back in. Let's see if I can shoot the gun. Stand still, please. Oh, so interestingly, it uses the bumpers rather than the triggers to look through the sight and shoot the gun. And also when I look through the sight, I get some festive Christmas lights filling the screen. That's nice. Let's see how the sound is. Not good is the answer. I think I just took down a bad guy. Once again, we're frozen, but I think I maybe managed to take out one bad guy before freezing. Oh! Excuse me, sir. Can I interest you in some bullets? This is a game I feel might run okay if we were able to download a pre-compiled shader cache file and put the shader caches into the game, which, as far as I know, you're not able to do with PlayStation 3. So we keep getting freezes compiling shaders, but then once they load, I just got taken out by a helicopter. Once they load, it runs okay. So this game, definitely not playable in this state, but if we had a shader cache file, I think it would be. Once again, choosing to exit the game, rather than taking us back to the home screen, just crashes the whole system. So let's restart. So let's restart again, and while we do, I'll add something else into the frame, and this time I'll show you my Christmas present. This is my new guitar amp, a present from me to me. It's lovely to have something so small, and for those of you who don't know,
I actually majored in music as a guitarist, so being a guitarist was basically my university major. So let me just serenade you for a second while we wait for the Retroid Pocket 5 to turn on again. Oh, it's back on, so let's jump once again into PlayStation 3 emulation. We'll keep this cute little guy somewhere over here. We'll rearrange the screen a little bit. As the screen now fills up to signify all of the crashes we've had, we'll jump into the next game. And this is one that I've tried a few times now and does kind of somewhat run. It seems to have loaded now. This game is one that is really inconsistent. Sometimes it seems to run okay-ish, and sometimes all the textures are gone and it's like you're playing in the sky. This is the one I've tried a few times because I think it has potential. You can also see here, all of the textures are messed up. It looks like we're not running at 1080p or 720p. It looks like we're running at about 7p. You can also see the performance overlay is gone. What that means is that the PS3 settings have all been reset. So we're going to have to close out the game. So to set up the PS3 system, the way I have it set up is you push the select key and go down to the advanced system options. And then we have a few things we can play with. The only things I set so far, and I got this from For the Next PS3 video, so shout out to him, is I set the internal PS3 resolution to 720p, the internal resolution scale to 75%, and then coming down here, we can go to performance overlay, turn that on so we can see the frame rate, and then going back up to the top, go to system options, cores used, all of them, cooling profile, quiet please, CPU scaling governor, performance, and GPU performance profile, best performance. So let's set those settings, and now jump back into the game, and now it should be a much nicer resolution, and let's see how well this game can run. The game seems to have loaded up now, so let's jump in. It looks much nicer now. That is much clearer than it was before. It now looks good. So let's continue with the game I created before. And what I did find in my testing of this game is that if you load the game once with the settings I just showed you, it can run pretty poorly. Then if you close it and reload it with the same settings, it runs much better. So let's jump into the game. We'll play as the first character, who is Yuna. We're just using everything standard just to get into the game and see how well it runs. You're going to see that it's very, very laggy. And as I mentioned in the Toy Story video, this lag is going to make you assume that this rhythm you have to keep in the golf game is going to be really delayed by a few seconds, but it's actually instant. So many times when I'm trying to get the timing right, I press the button early, but then it just immediately registers my button press and I shank the ball sideways. So I'm going to pretend that the game is running flawlessly and just push the button when I think it's right. And you'll see here as this line comes down, it's immediate when I push the button. I think that was pretty much a perfect shot. So of course the performance is really slow, the frame rate's around 12 frames per second, but it is somewhat playable because it's a golf game. Because what you can do is just skip all the cutscenes. Hitting the ball like this is perfectly fine because there's no delay or lag whatsoever. And then you can just push A to skip, and it's technically somewhat playable. It's not what I would call a really enjoyable experience, but you can actually play this one. You can adjust where you aim. You can easily play the little golf game the way that you have to set your power and accuracy. It works fine. It is completely playable. It's just not very nice. So let's jump into the next game. Hopefully without crashing the Retroid Pocket 5. And yes, that worked fine, so now let's jump into Persona 5. The Persona series is really popular with the commenters on my channel, so I thought I'd get one for you guys. I'm sure you'd like to see this, and let's see how well it can run. This little guitar amp is really distracting. So now I think we're in... Whoops. So, as I was going to say, I think we're in the game. Yes, now some kind of cutscene is happening. I thought we'd frozen, but maybe just a good old smash is what it needed, like an old TV. Any Persona fans out there might be able to confirm whether this is what it's meant to look like. Somehow I don't think it is. Let's jump into a new game and see what we can do. So we're now into the game. We're tasked with escaping from the casino, which is going to be quite hard to do considering it's extremely difficult to move. Once again, we have some nice Christmas lights trailing along the corner of the screen from the top left to the bottom right. We're running at a smooth 13 frames per second. That's a 1 and a 3. And I do not think this is going to be in any way playable, unfortunately.
So I say let's just cut our losses with this one and move on to the next game. Our next game is one that I'm hopeful might run. This is Worms Revolution. I remember playing Worms on my really old Windows PC. That must have been in the early 2000s. And that PC could barely run a Word document. So Worms cannot be too demanding. So I'm quite hopeful we might get some workable frame rates here. So here is Jeff. It says 24 frames per second, but it feels like about 10.
Crates may contain useful weaponry. Do not nod if you understand.
Voice acting by Matt Berry. Now that is nice. I just unlocked the fire punch. Let's give the fire punch to Gunk over here. Sure you can. Worms is a fantastic game. I remember when I was a kid on PC, this was the game for a little while. And it says we're hovering around 23 frames per second, but it really does not feel that way. It feels extremely sluggish, or wormish maybe is more accurate.
They've closed the gate. That's put the sausage in the salad, all right?
It seems playable, and Worms is a turn-based game, so it should be fine. But the frame rate here is really poor. Don't believe that 22 frames per second that you're seeing here. It feels quite horrible to play. So I think you get the idea with this one, and let's move on to another game. The next two games are basically the same game. They're two different Yu-Gi-Oh games, so I'm just going to show you one of them because they're pretty much the same. And I didn't realize this when I downloaded them, but they are actually both demos. I thought the files were quite small. And for anyone who knows Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Tag Force on the PSP, I've shown before on this very channel, this is pretty much the same game. It at least looks the same. And with the PSP version running quite easily here, it should be no surprise to tell you that this PlayStation 3 version is also working really well. So while this is obviously not a very demanding PlayStation 3 game, it's nice that we do have a PlayStation 3 game here working flawlessly. Or a rock, paper, scissors game as it might turn out to be. Oh, she only does scissors. The game looks really nice here. We can show the details of the cards and see them nice and clearly. It runs very smooth. It does feel like it's running in slow motion, which I'm not sure is the game itself or not, but it is running very smoothly, and I've not seen this frames per second dip below 30 once yet, which is usually the signal for it to do so. So if you want to play these very simple games like Yu-Gi-Oh, you can do it on PlayStation 3 on the RetroArch Pocket 5. But for almost everything else, just don't even bother. And even for this game, honestly, just play the PSP version. So what is my final verdict on PlayStation 3 on the RetroArch Pocket 5? Well, looking at this desk filled with all these symbols of crashes, I don't think it's going to surprise anyone to say I don't think it's in a state where it's worth it right now. If you already plan on installing Rocknix, and you already have it set up with other systems, and you just want to kind of dip your toes in the water with PlayStation 3 emulation, then sure, have a go. But I've seen some people think about installing Rocknix purely for PlayStation 3 and games like that, and I don't think it's in that stage where it's worth it yet. Because in my opinion, this is running terribly. And we have so many great systems running beautifully on the RetroArch Pocket 5, that there's just no need to bother with this, honestly. We can play PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2, PSP, I have a PlayStation Vita spreadsheet. If you check out my spreadsheet in the link below, we're getting a lot of PlayStation titles together. And if you have your own PlayStation 4 or 5, you can do remote play here too, which also works really well. So I think PlayStation 3 for now, unfortunately, we're going to have to skip it and leave it behind. But maybe in the future, who knows what's possible. So I hope this video was helpful. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. Please give me a like, hit the subscribe button if you didn't already. If you'd like to buy your own RetroArch Pocket 5 for other system emulations, not necessarily PlayStation 3, then check out my link in the description below. It'll take you to the official Retroid website. That is an affiliate link, so I do get a few dollars if you use that, so thank you very much if you do. And I'll see you again tomorrow, where I'm going to be doing a live stream of Christmas games. So if you have the time, please come and say hi. I'd love to see you there. Thank you once again for watching, and I'll see you again extremely soon. Happy holidays! Hello everyone and welcome back to the Ryan Retro channel. It's that time of year again. You know, the end of it. When the year's coming to an end and it's time to count down from 10 to 1 to celebrate a new year. So I thought I would join in the fun by counting down my 10 favorite Retroid Pocket 5 games. So let's jump into number 10. Number 10 is Virtua Tennis 2. It's a surprise even to me how much I've been enjoying this game. I did always like tennis games as a kid, but I'm really getting into this one. It's so quick to jump into a game and it's such great arcadey fun. This is the game I'm gravitating to when I've only got maybe 5 or 10 minutes to play and I just want to pick up something quickly that I don't mind putting down again and I don't even need to save when I'm done. I especially like those shots when you smash it down overhand. I'll try and get one now to demonstrate. Oh, like that. That is so, ugh. It just feels so awesome when you smash it down. You see your character winding up his arm, ready to just destroy the opponent. And it makes a really great sound too. Here we go. Bang! That is so just exhilarating. Jumping over to the Gamecube now to show you my 9th favorite game on the Retro Pocket 5. This is Ace Golf, known as Swingers Golf in America. This was a game I really liked on my Gamecube as a kid. Probably the game I played the most, actually. It has lots of fun rounds where you can unlock different characters. They all have their own unique abilities. And what I like about this is that it takes a different spin on the traditional golf game. Usually with most golf games, you push one button and the bar will start filling up. Then when you get your desired power, you push the button again, the bar will go down, and then you push that button one more time for accuracy, trying to land it in the middle. Whereas this version utilized the yellow C-stick on the Gamecube. The same one you can see if you have the Gamecube colorway of the Retro Pocket 5. So as I move this stick around, you're going to see that on the yellow stick on the screen. So this mimics the way you swing the golf club. You pull the club back and then you pull it forward. And how straight you can move it back and forth determines your accuracy. So if you move it from the bottom left to the top right, you're going to slice the ball sideways horribly. But if you can move the stick very straight down and up, you'll get great accuracy. And I really enjoyed this mechanic as a kid. And I still do. You'll see from this white line how accurate I was. And I really like that because sometimes when you play a game, you think the game is messing with you and you think, hey, I swung better than that. But it actually shows exactly how you swung. And when you really try it, you will notice it is exactly the way you moved. Let's try and chip onto the green for a birdie attempt. Looking good. Performance of this game is absolutely beautiful, as was Virtua Tennis, and that's going to be a recurring theme in this video. My top favorite 10 games have excellent performance. So now let's move on to my 8th favorite game on the Retro Pocket 5. We're sticking with Gamecube, and this is The Simpsons Hit and Run. You can play this on various other systems like PlayStation 2, but Gamecube usually runs better for me. You can also use widescreen hacks to get a nice widescreen image, but with the black version of the Retro Pocket 5, I don't mind bezels at all. I can't even see them. So I'm happy to play in 4:3 aspect ratio or 16:9. Everything's good to me. And interestingly, the performance is really chugging here. I've played this game quite a lot of times on the Retro Pocket 5, and one of the reasons I put it in my top 10 is because it performs really well. But this time around, it is slowing down. It might be because I had to restart the game and the map is not fully unlocked yet. But if you would like to play The Simpsons Hit and Run on the Retro Pocket 5, don't worry about what it looks like here. I'm sure yours will perform really well because I have played this on and off a few times, and on every other occasion, the performance has been great. So don't worry about my weirdly bad performance today. My 7th favorite game on the Retro Pocket 5 is Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Tag Force on the PlayStation Portable. Those of you with a keen eye might notice that in all the games I'm showing today, I'm at the beginning of the game. And that is because as I keep tinkering with the Retro Pocket 5 to bring you guys new content, a few days ago, I quite foolishly erased all of my save data for all of my games. That is a mistake I will definitely never be making again. I will be very diligently backing up every save game from now on. But yeah, unfortunately, I deleted everything. So in all the games you see today, I'm going to be at the beginning of each game. But rest assured, I have played all of these games a lot, so I can confirm they're working well and really fun on the Retro Pocket 5, especially with the gorgeous OLED screen. I've showed this game in one of my previous videos, but I really like the style of game. It's really similar to the anime in that it has all of these beautiful animations in between turns. It makes the Yu-Gi-Oh! Card game just even more fun. I'm going to just end my turn so you can see the animations when the opponent has a turn. Again, it looks fantastic on this screen, and it feels really fun to play. You can check the details of all the cards, everything is very legible on the screen, it looks fantastic. I'm only running this at a 2x resolution scale right now. I'm sure we could actually increase this quite a bit and get some very sharp text. Let's go to our rendering resolution, let's go to 4x for 1080p. And now the card text looks nice and sharp, very easy to read. This is a great game to play if you like Yu-Gi-Oh! Game number 6 is Little Prince Boy, Exhale of the Crazy. Once again, we're back at the start of the game. I've played the first 1 to 2 hours of this game probably 10 times at this point, on the original Secret Console and during various test builds on the Retroid Pocket 5. I was really getting into it last time and then unfortunately deleted all of my saves. So once again, we're back at the familiar beginning of the game. Let's see if we can see somebody to bonk on the head. Oh, I've never seen this before. I see a sword in a stone. So interestingly, I've played the beginning of this game, as I said, so many times, yet I've never seen this sword in the stone before. Rusty broadsword. Nice. Well, let's see if we can find somebody to bonk on the head with this. I think I found someone. So this game doesn't really need any introduction. It's a great game. Probably one of the most beloved games in the last 10 years. And if you use the Turnip Driver 9v2 and lower the resolution of this down to 75%, you're going to have a pretty nice time playing it. Let's just go check in with a few more friends over here and then we'll move on to our top 5. I don't have any more weapons. Can I hit somebody with a bow? Apparently not. I'm sorry. Kicking off our top 5 is Stardew Valley. This is a game me and my girlfriend started playing together on my Steam Deck around a month ago, and we've already logged well over 100 hours. It is one of the most addictive games I've probably ever played in my life, and it runs really nicely here on the Retro Pocket 5 too. Once again, I've unfortunately lost my save file, which is a shame, but everything runs really well here, just as you would expect it to. We even have many different ways of playing it. You can play the Android version. You could probably play the PC version through Portmaster if you use some kind of Linux distribution on here. But I'm just using the Secret Console version, which runs really well, except that it doesn't really work for co-op. If I try and do split screen co-op on here, it often crashes the game. But as long as you're playing solo, it is running perfectly. And once again, I have to say, it looks incredible on this screen. I have the non-OLED version of the Steam Deck, the regular one, and I like that screen. But when you play Stardew Valley on this screen, this is incredible. And for a game like Stardew Valley, I think you really want a nice small little device to play it on. Speaking of which, this is a bit of a spoiler about some upcoming content on the channel, but I have Stardew Valley running on this, and it is glorious. So watch out for that coming in the next few days. Game number 4 is what has been my top played game every single year for probably the last 5 years straight. I've put well over 1,000, probably almost 2,000 hours into this just on Steam alone, not even counting Secret Console, Android and iOS. This is Slay the Spire. This is a game that I cannot recommend enough to anybody. It is so fun, so addictive, and even quite cheap to buy. So if you've never played Slay the Spire, treat yourself. It's fantastic. And Slay the Spire 2 is even coming out soon, so that's something to look forward to as well. Slay the Spire runs great on the Retro Pocket 5, again on the Secret Console, and it's a game you can just play to keep yourself busy for hours. No 2 runs of the game ever feel the same, it always seems different, and even though I've put well over 1,000 hours into the game, I'm not even close to completing the highest Ascension level on all the characters. I've still got loads of work to do. So this is a game, once again, I highly recommend. Slay the Spire, absolute beauty. On the topic of addictive games, where would we be this year without Balatro? A lot of people with Retro Pocket 5s are having a lot of problems getting this running. And the big problem is that one of the recent updates in the App Store has marked this as incompatible with the Retro Pocket 5. Hopefully that will be updated soon, but for now you're going to have to grab the APK from somewhere else. So I have other Android devices in my home with Balatro installed, so I managed to extract the APK file from one of those old phones I had lying around and get it onto the Retro Pocket 5. So this is the Android version of Balatro, and it runs beautifully. It has full controller support, everything works exactly how you'd expect it to. And if I just play a few cards, you'll see everything works exactly how you'd expect it to. It's really smooth, it looks beautiful, it is great, and you can sink hours into this. Once again, if you've never tried Balatro, highly recommend it. It has to be up there as one of the games of the year in 2024. I don't think there's been another game that's caused more of a craze than this whole year. So yes, my number 3 on the Retro Pocket 5 is Balatro. Fantastic and working beautifully. My number 2 is FIFA 18 on the Secret Console. This is the game I've played by far the most on the Retroid Pocket 5 because it runs gloriously and it looks really great. Oh, what a P-roller! I recently travelled from Korea to Scotland and the overall journey was more than 30 hours long. It was a real slog and this game really helped me get through that. I had so many plans to play various single-player campaigns. I thought to myself that I was going to finish lots of titles. I thought I was going to get really far into Exile of the Crazy or maybe complete some games from my childhood. But you know what I did? I played FIFA 18 over and over and over and over again, and I had a brilliant time doing it. Everything just runs so well. Now the game's not perfect, there are a couple of problems with this. First of all, the radar at the bottom of the screen, which shows where all the players are, is broken, so it's just not there. And secondly, there are no other indicators on the screen. There should be little arrows above each player's head, so you know who you're controlling. But that's also missing. So when the opponent has the ball, you don't actually know what player you're controlling unless you look down here at the name tag. But obviously that's very tricky to do when you're trying to focus on the ball. But by this point I've put a lot of hours into this game without the arrows, so I'm getting used to it. I'm getting used to analysing the movements of my players and figuring out who I'm controlling at any point. So for me, obviously if everything was displaying correctly, that would be a lot better. But it's not a huge problem for me, it's not a deal breaker. And overall, this game makes it to number 2 on my list because it is just so fun and looks great. So then what is my number 1 game of the year? What is my favourite thing to do on the Retroid Pocket 5? It is, drumroll please, it is the configuring game. Yes, installing new launchers, deleting them, installing new versions of games I already have, playing them for 3 minutes, then uninstalling them, then installing them again. This is by far the most fun thing to do on the Retroid Pocket 5 or any of these handheld consoles. Spending an entire day setting up ESDE to look exactly how I want it to, then wondering if Daijisho is better. Spending a whole day searching Reddit and YouTube to see how to set up Daijisho. Absolutely loving it, being set for life. But then I read about Beacon. So then I spend a whole day setting up all my games on Beacon as well, scraping the album art, setting it up exactly how I like it. I haven't given a fair chance to the Retroid launcher. Better spend a day setting that up too. Then when we finally get everything set up, the launcher is set, the games are set, it's time to play. But does the game perform better with a RetroArch core or in a standalone emulator? Better test it out. Wow, this game runs perfectly at 60 frames per second with the default built-in GPU driver. Better test 10 turnip drivers anyway. And then when everything's done, you've finally chosen all of your launchers, you've finally chosen all the drivers, you've got all the box art, everything is perfectly set up. You see the announcement for the Retroid Pocket 6. That's how it goes, isn't it? If you love these kinds of devices, setting them up is half the fun, at least for me. Of course, there will be lots of people out there who just want to quickly throw the games on and play them, but for me, I love tinkering and configuring the games. And that's why I've made this channel, to try and show you the best way to set things up and help you guys through all of my mad configuring. So I hope this video was interesting for you. I hope you found some good game recommendations to try out. And thank you all for watching my videos this year. I really sincerely mean that. Thank you so much for watching me since I made my channel on November 1st. It's been a pretty crazy couple of months, and I'm really happy to everyone who's watched and came along and joined in, and I look forward to making many videos for you next year too. Thank you so much for watching. Please subscribe if you haven't already. And if you'd like to pick up your own Retroid Pocket 5, you can go to the official Retroid website using my affiliate link in the description below and buy your own one from the official website of the brand who makes the device. And I will see you again tomorrow. Bye. If you actually watched to the end of this video, you are insane and I love you. Thank you for watching.